Chapter 249, the Tea and Snacks Reception. In fact, Gu Mingyue was not that extravagant. Those gems were merely scraps that many processing factories had discarded, which Gu Mingyue purchased. Moreover, she discovered that these gems resonated with human mental energy to a certain extent, enhancing mental training. However, the frequency was too low for many people to notice at all. Since Gu Mingyue had not completely grasped this matter, she found it inappropriate to discuss it with the researchers, so she just laughed it off and moved on. Finally, they arrived at the small bamboo house Gu Mingyue had prepared to host them. The exterior of the small bamboo house looked unremarkable, but the interior featured very advanced modern designs, all decorated in a bamboo style, which did not seem out of place. At all.It maximally satisfied the basic needs of being visually appealing and comfortable to live in. Inside, there was not just one bedroom, but also a study and a music room. The entire small bamboo house was divided into several functional areas, all of which were very useful. The researchers had never seen anything like this before. They had encountered various high-tech and cool things. However, they had never seen a room so closely aligned with the descriptions in ancient literary works. It was unexpectedly noble and serene, yet unconventional. Gu Mingyue led them into the study. The study was divided into two areas. One side had a pile of bamboo slips and wooden books, while the other side featured a huge table adorned with the four treasures of the study. Made from bamboo, one of the researchers, who was more knowledgeable, precisely picked up the heavy inkstone from the table, his eyes filled with disbelief. This is the legendary inkstone that can produce ink with just a bit of grinding? I can't believe it's real. I always thought it was just a legend. Although we have this inkstone, it cannot be used. It's just for display, so I've never used it and therefore don't know its authenticity. Gu Mingyue smiled generously and said, "Sure, no problem. You can give it a try today." After saying this, Gu Mingyue walked to the table and demonstrated the correct way to use the inkstone. The researchers gasped in amazement as they watched the thick black ink slowly seep out from the grinding area. Gu Mingyue then handed the inkstone to them for their own exploration, while she took out a few sheets of rice paper and prepared to write. The researchers were like children playing with Schindler's toys, excitedly studying the inkstone repeatedly. Each person ground a bit and ended up with a lot of ink. Gu Mingyue then took the ink and started writing several large characters. 有朋自远方来，不亦乐乎，青青子衿，悠悠我心。既见君子，云胡不喜. These were all welcoming words for friends from many ancient literary works. Each piece of calligraphy Gu Mingyue used was completely different. Some were in clerical script, some in running script, and some in regular script, but they all shared the common trait of being visually appealing. At this moment, the researchers had not yet recovered from their shock of the inkstone when they were hit with another wave of astonishment. These phrases looked so advanced and elegant. Many researchers cautiously approached Gu Mingyue to ask if they could hold it and study it. Gu Mingyue would not refuse. She smiled and distributed a few sheets of paper to everyone. After each person received one, Gu Mingyue said, "This is a gift for everyone today." The researchers looked up in surprise and joy, hardly believing that such beautiful characters belonged to them. They had to take it home and practice. Wait, they shouldn't practice first. They should first preserve the characters in vacuum packaging to prevent fading or deterioration. Gu Mingyue had originally planned to showcase her musical skills by playing the guqin and guzheng, but seeing the researchers so mesmerized by the calligraphy, it was clear their spirits were lost in it. She had no choice but to smile and cancel the two performances. So the researchers would never know what they missed out on that day. At this moment, during a break, Gu Mingyue had Xiao Qi bring out tea and snacks. It was only now that everyone realized that their host had a very impressive identity. Namely, that she was the champion of a cooking competition. The tea and snacks before them sparkled like glowing diamonds, and everyone was almost afraid to reach out for them. It was only after Gu Mingyue took one that the other researchers dared to move. At that moment, their hearts were in a frenzy, realizing they were tasting the works of the champion from the offline cooking competition. How unbelievable it sounded. It didn't feel like something that could actually happen, but it was real. And not only were there snacks, but also clear tea. Thinking back to the audience who could only taste flavors in a virtual kitchen, they felt like they had struck a great bargain. A bite of sweet and soft osmanthus mung bean cake, followed by a bite of sticky pumpkin cake with a very sweet filling. This little life was simply too wonderful. Since the portions of the snacks were not very large, many researchers, after finishing, patted their bellies, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Gu Mingyue naturally noticed their little actions, but chose not to mention it. The main meal was still in the evening. If they ate too much now, they wouldn't have an appetite later, which wouldn't do. A good chef understands the charm that hunger brings. Because even if both were very delicious meals placed before two people, one who was starving and one who was full, the first person would naturally have a better impression and evaluation of the food, since that was what he desperately needed at the moment. If a person was already full, no matter how delicious the food was placed before him, it would be hard to spark his appetite again. Therefore, after the snacks, Gu Mingyue arranged some outdoor activities for the researchers. Rather than calling it outdoor activities, it was more of a preparation for dinner. Gu Mingyue prepared fishing bait and fishing rods. "Come on, let's enjoy the fun of fishing. Whatever we catch will be your meat dish for tonight." One of the bolder researchers asked, "What if I can't catch anything? What will happen?" Gu Mingyue revealed a mysterious smile as she cruelly replied, "Then you'll have to eat vegetarian tonight." Chapter 250. The Joy of Fishing. The thought that dinner would depend on their own efforts made several researchers excited, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. They had to work hard. There was no way they could take it easy and end up without meat for dinner. Although most people in the starry sky had never fished before, it did not hinder their inherent love for the activity. This ancient hunting method felt invigorating, almost like returning to primitive society. One could not blame the people of the starry sky for their lack of experience, as even in Gu Mingyue's previous life, countless people were still obsessed with fishing. Even if they caught all sorts of garbage, they still couldn't catch fish. Fishing enthusiasts, never empty-handed. Perhaps because the weight heightened people's expectations, this activity has always been popular, both in the past and present. Usually, people don't have the chance to fish in reality. At most, they can fish in the virtual ponds of the Star Network. Thus, the researchers were all eager and ready to make a sprint. Competition. It brings joy. Gu Mingyue led everyone to a lake behind the bamboo house, where she specially created a water area for fishing. In this area, Gu Mingyue had released many small fish fry of various species. Some fish were rather foolish, eating a lot and easily getting hooked, while others were quite clever, never taking the bait no matter what. Therefore, what one could catch depended on personal luck and skill, with luck playing a larger role. However, to ensure that most researchers could eat fish, Gu Mingyue provided not only fishing rods but also nets, so they could directly scoop fish from the lake. Of course, if they couldn't catch anything with that, it couldn't be blamed on her that Gu Mingyue didn't just stand by and watch them fish. She also picked up a fishing rod. Fishing is a very leisurely activity, rich in the essence and charm of Chinese cultural history. There was the ancient figure Jiang Taigong who fished, waiting for the willing to take the bait. However, for beginners, the charm and elegance were non-existent. The fish were too clever. Some fish seemed to bite the hook, but quickly swam away after taking a nibble, leaving the hook behind. Others made the hook move, but they were merely slapping the bait with their tails. In summary, in this battle between humans and fish, the fish achieved most of the victories. The 5 of them spent 5 hours and didn't catch a single fish. No fish. However, even though they didn't catch any, everyone still had a great time, and the initial awkwardness on their faces completely disappeared. Gu Mingyue secretly nodded, feeling that her design was quite good. In a rural leisure setting, participation is key. Without a sense of involvement, how could one feel joy? Indeed, Gu Mingyue had made this mountain resort so grand, not just to cater to this group of researchers, but also for long-term plans. Gu Mingyue carefully studied how much it would cost to have her own mech after being admitted. It was a huge, bottomless number, and with the updates and iterations of mechs, she would have to keep pouring money into it. The best coatings, the best weapons, the best ammunition. Every expense was astronomical. Without a solid financial background, one couldn't afford such things, especially since the logistics department was not equipped with military mechs. If they wanted them, they had to buy them themselves. Therefore, Gu Mingyue planned to start a project before entering the military academy to earn some money. This money would be her mech fund, which she could use for buying mechs, coatings, and modifications in the future. After thinking it over, Gu Mingyue decided to let these researchers be the first batch of participants in her project, which was a replica of her previous rural leisure concept, just at a higher level, even calling it a hot spring resort. In this resort, Guests could not only manually search for ingredients, but also try their hand at farming or digging up food from the ground. They could also choose to relax in a hot spring after a tiring day of play. Additionally, a skiing area was opened up in the back mountains, featuring super racetracks and sledding and tubing for beginners. Everything in this mountain was designed for joy. Before agreeing to this research, Gu Mingyue specifically asked if the entire process could be recorded for future advertising, and the Ancient Earth Research Center agreed. So, Gu Mingyue designed a very fun project for today. Finally, by the end, the researchers were exhausted from playing and wanted a rest. Gu Mingyue looked at the few scarce fish fry in the bucket and couldn't help but laugh. Never mind, let's let everyone enjoy some fish. Gu Mingyue called the researchers to catch fish with her point. One person held one corner of the fishing net and gave it a gentle shake, bringing up many large fish. Although the catch wasn't substantial, it was enough for them to have a satisfying meal today. Everyone was so happy they could almost sing. Today was truly a good day. When they returned to the bamboo house, there was already a bonfire set up in the open area in front of the house. With a stove beside, Gu Mingyue rolled up her sleeves and began to prepare dinner. The fish they caught today were the freshest, so they didn't need much cooking. The simplest preparation would yield a rare delicacy. Gu Mingyue divided the catch into two portions, one for steaming and the other for grilling by the fire. The researchers watched her swift movements, and some even volunteered to try it themselves. Gu Mingyue, of course, was happy to oblige and demonstrated how to handle the fish. Soon, some people began to imitate her and started processing the fish themselves. Nothing is more stress-relieving than cooking your own meal, and no food tastes better than what you make yourself. It's all a result of your own labor. Gu Mingyue prepared 3 dishes and a soup, along with a hot spring egg mixed rice, steamed fish, spicy grilled fish, stir-fried wild vegetables, and tomato egg soup. Today was indeed a day worth it. Chapter 251. So happy to stay. Don't want to leave. Today's meal could be considered full of wild charm. The fish were caught by their own hands, and the wild vegetables were casually picked by the roadside. Gu Mingyue even pointed out what kinds of vegetables were edible and which were not. The inexperienced interstellar people were simply astonished. It turns out that things that looked like weeds by the roadside could actually be eaten. They had always thought such weeds were inedible. During the cooking process, most people participated hands-on because they grilled the fish themselves, sprinkled the spices themselves, and tended the fire themselves. The entire process was immensely joyful. Some greedy friends felt that one grilled fish wouldn't satisfy them, so some directly grilled two, with Gu Mingyue overseeing everything. The fish they made turned out to be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with golden, crunchy skin. The sizzling, oily appearance was simply irresistible, and the inner fish meat was still tender and white, almost visibly juicy. Moreover, the generous sprinkling of chili powder and cumin made it incredibly appetizing. What a paradise on earth! Since the wild vegetables were picked by themselves, Gu Mingyue simply let the pot out for those interested to stir-fry. That, I must say, some people really had quite the flair and looked quite impressive. Although some couldn't even start a fire and ended up covered in soot, they still found immense joy in the process. In short, they eventually enjoyed their dinner with delicious meat at the planned dinner time. Almost everyone's first chopsticks reached not for the fragrant rice or the still fresh steamed fish, but for the grilled fish they had made themselves. Grilled fish is skewered on wooden sticks, and the sticks look very rustic. The fish on them is also similarly rustic, almost completely crisping the bones. After the first bite of grilled fish enters their mouths, almost everyone shows a mix of joy and pain on their faces. They went a bit overboard with the chili powder, enough to make themselves choke. However, after enduring the pain of the first bite, every subsequent bite is delicious. The fish meat is fresh, tender, and juicy, while the fish skin is crispy and tasty. The texture of the fish skin is like the perfect little snack. Moreover, the fish meat and bones can be easily separated. The fish they caught has very few bones, so no matter how they eat it, it is very safe and won't get stuck in their throats. Even those who aren't good at spitting out bones are enjoying it. This is the result of their labor, so it must be delicious. Gu Mingyue is happy to see everyone enjoying their meal, and she feels happy herself. She has been in the galaxy for so long, has made countless meals, and many have tried to replicate her dishes, but they always seem to make bizarre mistakes. The food they create often looks inedible or looks fine but tastes strange. But now, Gu Mingyue has discovered that everyone can indeed make delicious food, Perhaps they just hadn't been guided so carefully before, which is why their dishes were so odd. Watching everyone eat so happily now fills Gu Mingyue with a sense of accomplishment, making her very happy. This sense of achievement is akin to teaching students successfully. If a teacher cannot produce a student who surpasses them after 10 or 100 years, that would truly be meaningless. Wow, I'm really amazing. I can actually make such delicious food. When I get home, I'll try making it again, said a researcher. His face was full of excitement and accomplishment. His colleague wanted to dampen his enthusiasm, but looking at the delicious grilled fish he made, he couldn't help but feel confident as well. It seems they all have some talent, and what they made is not bad at all. After happily finishing the grilled fish, they finally reached for other dishes. The wild vegetables are slightly bitter at first, but have a very sweet aftertaste. The onsen egg is undoubtedly a delicacy. The rice cooked in a firewood iron pot is so good that one could easily eat 10 bowls. Everyone felt that the meal portions today weren't very large, but as they ate, they realized they were full, especially those who grilled 2 fish. At this moment, they were truly stuffed and couldn't eat another bite. This is probably the joy of a farm stay, where everyone eats and chats together, strengthening their bonds through various activities. At this point, the sky was getting dark, and Gu Mingyue arranged for everyone to enjoy a hot spring bath and a pre-sleep massage. The hot spring water here is genuinely drawn from the ground, maintaining a temperature between 60 and 70 degrees all year round. It is rich in minerals, and after bathing, their bodies feel smooth, as if they had undergone a photon skin rejuvenation treatment. Of course, there are no beautiful masseuses in the galaxy, only robot masseuses. Their pressure is just right, neither too light nor too heavy, perfectly relieving the fatigue of the day. The researchers were completely disoriented by this combination of treatments. How could it be so comfortable? This is such an indulgence, it feels almost heavenly. Not to mention that there are fresh grapes and other fruits to enjoy while soaking in the hot spring. The researchers simply didn't want to leave. Gu Mingyue arranged for them to have individual rooms. Once back in their rooms, the researchers didn't sleep, but instead went crazy chatting and messaging in their small group within the system. I feel like I'm dreaming today. Who isn't? I just want to take a long vacation and stay here forever. What kind of divine life does Goddess Yuang live every day? I'm so envious I could cry. Friends, I'm going back to the Research Institute tomorrow to brag about today's experience. You all come and vouch for me then. Sigh, I don't know if it's just an illusion, but I feel like after spending a day here, my spirits have improved a lot. That I was feeling a bit mentally exhausted before, but now it seems I'm not so drained. Oh my, I wonder if this divine place will be open to the public in the future, or is this our only chance to experience it? No, let's send out our little investigator to find out tomorrow. Xiaoyang, go for it. Received, I'll go tomorrow. Chapter 252, Delicious Big Pot Dish. Early the next morning, Gu Mingyue arranged a simple breakfast buffet for everyone. This buffet was not particularly complicated. It consisted of some fried sausage, fried bread slices, various congee side dishes, and different styles of eggs. It could be said to be simple, but it was filling. There were also some delicious small fruits as dessert after the meal. After everyone finished eating, they turned their eager eyes towards the colleague Xiaoyang, who had been nominated yesterday. Xiaoyang cleared his throat and, fueled by the spirit of a novice not afraid of tigers, rushed to Gu Mingyue and asked the question everyone was most curious about. Will this place be open to the public in the future? Or is this the only time we can stay here and we won't be able to come back again? To be honest, his question was a bit too straightforward. So straightforward that it was like directly asking someone if their beautiful home could be open for others to stay in too. However, Gu Mingyue's initial plan was to open part of the villa to the public, while the celestial palace at the top of the mountain would serve as her private base and would not be open for visits. After Gu Mingyue nodded and gave a positive answer, the researchers who had been anxiously listening on the side were overjoyed. They couldn't contain their excitement and jumped up to high-five each other. Wow, thank you so much, goddess. No wonder everyone says you are beautiful and kind-hearted. Gu Mingyue shrugged and smiled at everyone, saying, in the next couple of days, your itinerary will be edited into an advertisement. If you like it, please give me lots of likes and shares when the time comes. Of course, you can rest assured that we will protect everyone's privacy. Absolutely no one's appearance will appear in the video, and it will all be dynamically blurred, so you can be at ease about that. Hearing that they would appear in the goddess's advertisement, everyone felt honored, especially since they were the first group to experience the villa. It was indeed a great honor. The activities Gu Mingyue arranged for them today were even simpler, basically allowing them to try writing and carving their own stamps. After a day of leisurely eating, drinking, and having fun, the day passed quickly. Though they came to visit and learn, it was essentially a trip for play, and they were having a fantastic time. As they were about to leave in the afternoon, Gu Mingyue prepared a small wooden box for each of them, which contained something that was not very clear. This is a souvenir for everyone for coming to play these 2 days. Please open it when you get back. Everyone was very curious and almost wanted to open it on the spot, but hearing the host say this, they restrained their impulse. After parting ways, many people felt a bit dazed and really didn't want to leave. After Gu Mingyue sent them off, she handed over the editing work to Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi diligently preserved every interesting moment. They caught fish and got splashed in the face by fishtails. They fished out a bunch of random things. They burned a lot of pots at first while cooking, but in the end, they personally grilled delicious fish. Each moment sparkled like diamonds, and the smiles on everyone's faces were purer and more flawless than diamonds. Xiaoqi now had his own aesthetic. He would study various existing vlogs online, pick the most fitting style to learn from, and incorporate a bit of his own understanding into the video editing. Of course, the most important thing was that every frame with Mingyue had to look good. Even if Mingyue wore a mask the whole time, it had to look the best. While Xiaoqi was editing the video, Gu Mingyue began preparing dinner for the day. Recently, in this farmhouse, she suddenly thought of the big pot dishes she had eaten in northeast China in her previous life. There were big pot stews of chicken, goose, pork ribs, and fish. Each dish contained not only meat, but also various vegetables and side dishes, such as green beans, potatoes, cabbage, and tofu. The rich sauce was simply irresistible. However, this style of big pot stewing didn't quite match the small bamboo cottage. So Gu Mingyue simply changed the accommodation on the other side to northern-style brick and tile architecture. One side was serene, while the other was down-to-earth, showcasing a diverse style. At the moment the small house was completed, Gu Mingyue went to the new place to start making big pot dishes. She first sauteed the pork belly until it released shiny lard, then directly stir-fried the vegetables like green beans and potatoes, coating each piece in glistening fat. There was no need for special seasonings. Just a handful of Sichuan pepper and star anise, along with garlic, was enough to highlight the flavor of the meat. She then placed several small steam buns made from fermented dough on top of the nearly cooked vegetables and covered the pot with a lid. When she opened the lid again, the vegetables were done and the buns had puffed up. The savory aroma of the meat wafted into the air, and the green beans and potatoes had basically turned soft. The potatoes were fluffy and starchy, with some of the starch coating the meat. The texture of the green beans was no longer crunchy. It was now tender and fragrant. This dish was simply perfect for eating with rice. Though rice wasn't made this time, it was perfect with steamed buns. Once this big pot was done, there was no need to prepare other dishes. Just serving this was a perfect dinner. Gu Mingyue called Xiaoqi and Xiaoxiong over to eat. These 2 little ones had just been doing their own thing a moment ago, but they both perked up their noses at the delicious smell, waiting for Gu Mingyue to say they could start eating. Now that Gu Mingyue said they could, the 2 of them immediately dropped what they were doing. Xiaoqi discarded his light brain that he was editing, while Xiaoxiong tossed aside the bamboo shoots he had been playing with. Goodness, these 2 little ones seemed to be in a running race, each one faster than the other. Gu Mingyue placed 2 buns in front of each of them and served a big spoonful of the dish, which included ribs and pork belly today. The aroma was simply irresistible. It made one feel that they could never have enough of the bowl in front of them and wanted more. Seeing how eager the 2 were, Gu Mingyue stopped dragging out the conversation and simply said, "Let's eat." Ever since Xiaoqi got his body, he particularly enjoyed the dining experience, as it made him feel as if he were truly alive, especially since all this delicious food was personally made by Mingyue. Chapter 253 discussion about the resort food has the most healing power, especially when it's made by Gu Mingyue. This large iron pot stew particularly exemplifies what healing means. It's hot and warming. There is no need for any special cooking methods. Just simple stewing can bring out the potential of the ingredients, making them increasingly surprising and unforgettable as they blend together. Xiao Xiong suddenly realized that he seemed to prefer the flour rolls over the meat. The taste of the carbohydrates paired with the rich sauce was simply better than the ribs. After all, ribs don't have the honeycomb structure of the flour rolls, which can absorb a lot of the broth. The potatoes in the stew were also very soft. After ladling out a bowl, they could finally use the flour rolls to scoop everything in the bowl and eat it all up. After the three of them were full and satisfied, Gu Mingyue began to review the advertisement video editing that Xiao Qi had done. It must be said that Xiao Qi was truly professional. The video he edited was smooth and elegant, with very seamless transitions, and the overall style was very comfortable to watch. There wasn't too much flashy content, but it gave off a very sincere vibe. After watching it, Gu Mingyue offered a few suggestions for modifications based on her impressions, and Xiao Qi quickly and perfectly implemented these suggestions. After Gu Mingyue watched the final product, she was very satisfied. She could almost see Xiao Qianqian flying over, transforming into her future mech. In fact, her resort model initially started as an ordinary resort, perhaps just a place for leisure and vacation without much else. However, after incorporating a variety of colorful interactions, it became particularly appealing, with skiing, cooking, fishing, and every activity allowing everyone to return to nature and experience the most relaxed life. Fortunately, there was such a money-making machine outside the military academy continuously raising funds for her. Gu Mingyue no longer had to worry about her mech. After the advertisement was released, Gu Mingyue first discussed pricing with Xiao Qi. They divided the pricing into 3 tiers: high, medium, and low, which would vary with peak and off-peak seasons. In short, wealthy people could enjoy their own exclusive experiences, while the general public could also afford the expenses. Once the price list was finalized, it was sent out and placed under the identity of Yugong. It must be said that these 2 pieces of news were like bombshells. Everyone had thought that after the competition ended, Yugong would completely disappear from their sites. But unexpectedly, Yugong had built a resort where they could come to play. Moreover, Yugong herself also had a house in the resort. Wow, doesn't this mean I will be living under the same roof as my goddess? No need to think so beautifully. But it feels like during holidays at the military academy, this place will definitely be packed, since everyone wants to encounter the goddess. Wow, this is truly goddess level. Oh my gosh, can I get an annual pass? That way I 1T have to queue. Oh my gosh, why is it on Capital Star? Don't we fans from remote star systems deserve to play? Boo-hoo, I need the goddess to comfort me. Yeah, why is it on Capital Star? Can't we have one in every star system? That way everyone can have fun. It feels like just having one is simply not enough. Enough said. I just want to ask, when can I buy tickets? It seems like it hasn't officially started yet. Just a teaser. I want to go and watch the trailer again. It looks so fun. I just want to know who these lucky people are. Why can they experience the resort on the first day? Tell me, what is your relationship with the goddess? Don't make me force you. I'm dying of laughter. I guess they're probably some high-ranking officials, because look at how they seem unaccustomed to hard work. They clearly don't look like people who labor often. If that's the case, it's a bit sad. The first batch can only go if they're wealthy. After all, the goddess is a businesswoman. Chasing fame and profit is more normal. The comments began to take various turns. In an instant, many bitter comments emerged, with some saying Yugong was simply too charming and others claiming Yugong didn't care about ordinary people at all. Gu Mingyue actually saw these comments right away, but she had no interest in responding to them. No matter what others said, living one's life based on others' words would be truly difficult. One must understand that controlling what others say is impossible. Everyone has their own thoughts and speculations. If one pays too much attention to their public image, it would be like carrying a heavy burden. Xiao Qi initially didn't understand Gu Mingyue's thoughts, but after experiencing so much, he also became particularly zen and calm. Since Mingyue had no reaction, he felt there was no need to clarify proactively. After all, it didn't affect their ability to make money. These comments rolled like a snowball across the star net, but just as they were about to reach a climax, the protagonist in the video finally appeared. Ancient Earth Research Institute. Wow, I didn't expect our researchers to appear as high-ranking officials in everyone's eyes. Haha. I wonder if this year's funding can be a bit more generous. Oofed. Wow, is that what I think it means? So the goddess didn't invite any wealthy people, but invited your researchers, right? Oh my gosh, I thought those activities you initially did seemed so elegant and noble. It was quite intimidating. I thought it was a noble event. Haha, so that is how it is. I knew those comments didn't seem right. They were indeed just some haters. Your handwriting is really beautiful, and watching the goddess write is truly a pleasure. I'm so envious of you. I wonder if I can still apply for a job now. At this moment, the Ancient Earth Research Institute not only clarified the situation, but also subtly showcased the gifts Gu Mingyue had sent them. Ancient Earth Research Institute. Look, this is the gift the goddess gave us. Don't you want it? It includes very high-quality rice paper and high-end jade for seal carving. Ah, I'm so envious. I really want to get the same gift. Not to mention anything else. Is that mosaic on the pen your names? Oh my, goddess. She even personally engraved your names. Help! I'm so jealous I could eat lemons. Chapter 254. Ready for school. Gu Mingyue is very serious in both her work and personal life. So the gifts she gives are also filled with her heartfelt intentions. Since the researchers are very interested in the culture of ancient Earth, the gifts she prepared are all related to that. Plus, the words on them were personally carved by her. Of course, because there weren't many researchers visiting, it didn't take Gu Mingyue long to carve them. However, since they were handmade by her, everyone was envious when they saw the gifts. Can I just ask, is this something everyone who stays can have? Come on, don't dream. There are so many customers. How is it possible for everyone to have these things? It must be due to connections. And weren't there people just now criticizing our goddess, saying she favors the rich? Now look, those who spoke earlier are all silent. Also, I've always had a question that I don't quite understand. Why can't girls favor the rich? Rich people have money. What's wrong with earning their money? It's not shameful at all. It's just earning a living honorably. Exactly. If we don't earn from the rich, should we earn from the poor instead? The discussions on Xinguang became heated, with everyone debating their values. Some people believe that now that Gu Mingyue has reached this height, she should start doing charity, while others think that as a businesswoman, she doesn't need to become a saint. Gu Mingyue didn't respond to those comments, because she was already preparing for her upcoming military school life. She was a little excited about going to a new environment and meeting new friends. Under Xiaoqi's guidance, Gu Mingyue checked her luggage against a list and found that it was getting heavier and heavier. In the end, one suitcase was almost bursting, and she needed to use a spatial button. However, since this was all Xiaoqi's heartfelt intention, Gu Mingyue didn't take out too many things and planned to take them all to military school. On the last day, Gu Mingyue mainly did one big thing. After finishing this big task in the morning, she spent a full 5 hours recovering in the nutrient chamber in the afternoon. That day, Gu Mingyue used her mental energy to purify all the soil, water sources, plants, and vegetables in the villa. This means that everything produced in this villa from now on will be free of dark energy. It sounds very simple, but in reality, it is equivalent to the difficulty of Nuwa mending the sky. One must know that the dark energy contained in every cubic meter of soil is countless. To ensure that this area is completely free of dark energy is akin to cleaning the entire region with mental energy. Naturally, apart from Xiaoqi, no one else knew about Gu Mingyue doing this. Gu Mingyue really put in a lot of effort for the long-term development of this villa, almost exhausting her vast mental energy. When she finished purifying the last area, Gu Mingyue could hardly stand and was directly picked up by Xiaoqi and placed into the nutrient solution chamber. Gu Mingyue couldn't help but smile at Xiaoqi's tightly pursed lips, though her smile was very weak. This was the first time Gu Mingyue saw Xiaoqi so angry. Before, Xiaoqi always acted like a well-behaved little one, just like her deskmate in high school. However, the usually obedient Xiaoqi looked quite intimidating when angry, with her brows tightly knitted. Mingyue, you can't do this next time. Exhausting your mental energy can be very harmful. Even when Xiaoqi was angry, she wouldn't be mad at Gu Mingyue. She just sulked by herself, looking serious like a poker face. After soaking in the nutrient solution and feeling her weakness gradually dissipate, Gu Mingyue had the mood to bicker with Xiaoqi. Aren't you here with me? With you around, I don't have to worry about anything. If it were just me, I wouldn't do this. Hearing Gu Mingyue's somewhat spoiled and playful words, Xiaoqi's initial response was blocked. Gu Mingyue's trust and reassurance felt like the most precious diamond to Xiaoqi, making her ears turn red after hearing it. Even though he was currently using a synthetic body, he was genuinely moved and felt a bit shy. So, Xiao-Qi silently added a lot of nutrient solution to the chamber, ensuring that Gu Mingyue wouldn't exhaust herself again, before he bashfully said, "Then you can take your time soaking. I'll go out and continue working." Gu Mingyue watched Xiao-Qi leave and couldn't help but smile again. Sigh. I really can't be so reckless next time, or else I'll make Xiao-Qi worry about me again. Gu Mingyue quickly regained all her strength and then stayed at the Xian Palace, enjoying a good sleep on her big bed. The next day was the day to report to military school. Since the Gu family had said they would send both sisters to school together, Gu Mingyue had to return to the Gu family after waking up. Gu Mingyue glanced at her sister Gu Ran, who was beautifully dressed but didn't say anything. Fisk, interesting. Who would compete with her in beauty at military school? Everyone there competes based on strength. However, Gu Mingyue didn't care about Gu Ran at all. If she really tried to pull any tricks in military school, she would just get a big package for dropping out. Today, Gu Mingyue and her sister were sent off to school by their older brother. When he saw his precious younger sister looking so beautiful, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. But when he looked at Gu Mingyue, who was following behind Gu Ran, dressed simply with a hat covering her face, his brows furrowed again. Sigh. Although he knew that the Gu family really owed Gu Mingyue, there was nothing he could do since Gu Ran came first. And Gu Ran was so well-behaved and obedient. They had to take good care of her. Everyone's love is limited, and once it's given away, it's gone. This is just something that can't be helped. The older brother in the Gu family found countless excuses in his heart, and then felt justified as he passed Gu Ran's backpack to them, saying they could get in the car. Gu Ran quickly took the front passenger seat and sweetly chatted with her older brother, appearing to be the innocent and unassuming little sister. Of course, at that moment, Gu Ran's heart was not so calm. Finally, the day had come. Chapter 255. The first day of school today is the day for dormitory assignments, and tomorrow the official military training will begin. Gu Ran can almost foresee the moment during the military training when she quietly takes care of Gu Mingyue. A random grenade or a casual lightsaber can serve as a weapon. Thinking about how she would be the only daughter left in the Gu family afterwards, returning to a life where everyone dotes on her, Gu Ran felt a sense of joy in her heart. Gu Ran secretly glanced at Gu Mingyue sitting in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Seeing her completely unaware, the corners of her mouth involuntarily curled into a smile. The Imperial 1st Military Academy is located in a somewhat remote area, but it covers a large area, encompassing an entire mountain range. As a result, when they drop off the new students for military training, it's so vast that everyone can't even see their classmates. Gu Ran had already made arrangements online in advance with someone who was also a new student, trading with them anonymously. Everything was ready, just waiting to begin. Since the hover car is quite fast, it didn't take long for Gu's car to reach the parking lot of the Imperial 1st Military Academy. And from there, they had to walk into the academy. Gu Ran elegantly got out of the car, wearing 8-centimeter high heels and dragging a fashionable and stylish little backpack. On her wrist, she had a space button to store things. In contrast, Gu Mingyue simply carried a regular backpack, with her space button hidden under her clothes. It must be said that although Gu Ran has always been annoying, she is still quite beautiful. Her delicate face is like a little white flower, making people feel sorry for her. Gu Mingyue, on the other hand, is even more impressive, with her tall stature and tidy high ponytail, exuding a clean and neat aura, like bamboo in spring, fresh and natural. When the two of them got out of the car, many people's eyes in the parking lot were drawn to them. Beautiful women, and two of them. Although beautiful women are no longer a rare resource in the galaxy, who wouldn't like elegant and pretty girls? Especially Gu Ran, who looks soft and delicate, clearly a rare type in a military academy. Many older students who came to help welcome the new students were captivated, as it had been a long time since they had seen such feminine junior sisters in the military academy who could all fight better than them. The first glance of the men was naturally drawn to Gu Ran, who was dressed up beautifully. They flocked around her, offering to help carry her luggage. Gu Ran responded with sweet smiles, while Gu Mingyue took this opportunity to slip away. How nice, finally escaping from Gu Ran and the Gu family. Gu Mingyue walked away lightly, like a bird released from its cage, heading straight for the logistics department's new student reception. When she arrived at the logistics department, she unexpectedly saw a familiar face at the new student reception, Teacher Liu, who had appeared in that cooking competition. He was the one who strongly supported Gu Mingyue, claiming that the food had been purified. Seeing a familiar face, Gu Mingyue didn't approach to greet him. She remembered that she needed to keep her identity hidden. So it was impossible for her to go up and say, "Oh, hello, I know you." That would reveal her identity too quickly. And Gu Mingyue still planned to have an ordinary university life. With a calm expression, she walked up to Teacher Liu and said, "Hello, I'm here to report." Teacher Liu looked at her a few times. She was different from the jade-like figure he remembered from the competition, and her posture seemed different as well. It seemed she was not the one he had been thinking about. Forget it, he thought, and let the older students take care of her. Teacher Liu was now focused entirely on finding his dream student and didn't want to spend any energy on anyone else. After a brief exchange of greetings, he didn't pay much more attention to Gu Mingyue. Little did he know he missed the chance to meet his dream student right away. Gu Mingyue, on the other hand, didn't react to the teacher's indifference. She thought it was normal. A teacher is busy every day and naturally can't attend to every student. She reported to the senior students. And after submitting her application to bring a pet, she was assigned to a relatively large single dormitory. This dormitory has a spacious living room that can accommodate pets. With the guidance of the senior students, Gu Mingyue arrived at her new dormitory and was quite satisfied with the furnishings inside. There wasn't much else to do on the first day. Everyone just needed to rest well. So after arriving at the dormitory, Gu Mingyue started to organize her luggage and didn't wander around the military academy. Meanwhile, as she began her military academy life, teachers Wu and Sun had been waiting at the new student reception for hours. They had been there since 8 a.m. when the new students started arriving, and now, after waiting until it was dark, they still hadn't seen Gu Mingyue's figure. What was going on? Has little Mingyue given up on enrolling? But this is the Imperial First Military Academy. How could anyone give up on it? It doesn't make sense. They waited until the new student reception closed before Wu and Sun hurriedly opened the school's new student system to check if Gu Mingyue really hadn't reported. After the students enroll, teachers can view the students' chosen majors, and when they searched the report, they found Gu Mingyue in the logistics department. The two teachers looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. This couldn't be true. Could it be someone with the same name? But there couldn't be another Gu Mingyue in the whole school. Wu teacher, I have a bold guess, but I don't know if I should say it. Sun teacher, looking pained, I have a big guess too, and I even feel a little sour about it. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? Sun teacher patted Wu teacher on the shoulder. I was originally very angry that our major couldn't compete with yours for this unique genius. But now I've suddenly discovered that she isn't even in your department, and I feel a sense of shared misery. Wu teacher was almost driven to madness by Sun teacher's seemingly sympathetic but actually mocking words, feeling half dead from anger. Chapter 256. Old Wu is going to be infuriated. Teacher Wu recalled how proud, delighted, and happy he was when he firmly decided that Gu Mingyue was already a student of their department, and compared it to old Sun's current reaction. It was simply a slap in the face. However, it wasn't the time to be angry with old Sun. Boss Wu just wanted to understand what was going on. How could such a capable student, who was both skilled in combat and had a strong tactical sense, just disappear? If Gu Mingyue had gone to old Sun's close combat department, Teacher Wu could have been a bit happier. At least it was still a combat department. But how could she end up in the logistics department? The logistics department is such a dead end. They can't go to the battlefield directly and can only do some auxiliary work. This is simply a waste of talent. But what's even more frustrating is that the Empire's top military academy basically does not approve of transfer applications, as the barriers between departments are as vast as a chasm. This means that if Gu Mingyue has really reported to the logistics department, she won't be able to transfer to any other department. This is a fundamental principle of the Empire's top military academy. Even if they are seasoned teachers, they cannot get the school to agree to Gu Mingyue's transfer. Moreover, it's uncertain whether Gu Mingyue herself wants to transfer. Thinking of this, Teacher Wu felt like crying. He thought he was really unfortunate. He finally encountered such a perfect student, and yet she ended up in logistics. Teacher Sun patted his shoulder and said, "Come on, accept reality. Little Mingyue will probably still have a good future under old Liu." Teacher Wu pointed at himself and said, "If little Mingyue were under me, her development would be even better, right? Besides, the logistics department really can't achieve any military merits. There's no future there. Teacher Sun sighed. This was indeed reality. Although the logistics department had many big names, they were not considered frontline troops. The treatment was vastly different from that of the frontline troops. Many of them would choose to stay at school to conduct experiments later, which could also lead to good ranks and treatment. However, the thought of a future war god being stuck in the logistics department made Teacher Wu feel heartbroken. It was such a waste of talent. How could such a great seedling just do research? She should be on the battlefield, rising to the rank of colonel or even brigadier general within a decade or so. It was basically foreseeable. But now, it was too late to say anything. Gu Mingyue going to the logistics department was basically a done deal. At this moment, Teacher Sun noticed something unusual. He exclaimed, "What is going on?" That girl who was easily handled by little Mingyue during the competition. Gu ran, right? How could she be in the mecha department? This was something Teacher Sun had never seen before. They were very aware of how poor Gu Ran's abilities were. Not that she was terrible, but at least there was a significant gap compared to the admission standards of the mecha department. Her physical fitness was so far below the standards of their close combat department that she couldn't even pass the preliminary selection. When Teacher Wu heard this, he became interested and pulled himself out of his frustration, taking a look. Sure enough, he saw Gu Ran's name on the list, which shocked him greatly. How could this be? Gu Ran's physical condition was so poor, and she showed no professional qualities. How could she be in the mecha department? And in the class he was going to teach? It should be noted that because Teacher Wu's level was particularly high, the classes he taught were among the very best. This year, the entire mecha department had only 3,000 students, and only 30 were placed in his class. Because the mecha department of the Empire's top military academy had an elimination system, the bottom 10 of students would be eliminated each semester. Therefore, the competition was extremely fierce. Many people would enroll, but only a few hundred or a couple thousand would graduate. The students in Teacher Wu's class were basically guaranteed to be in the top 30 of their year. The best students paired with the best teachers would certainly not be eliminated. So, no matter how he looked at it, this situation was absurd. Teacher Wu couldn't believe it. Was there a problem with the admissions process? But shouldn't be. Their system was so meticulous. Teacher Wu was very suspicious, but he had no evidence. Teacher Sun had thought of a possibility, but didn't dare to say it out loud. If he did, it might jeopardize little Mingyue's identity in the logistics department. So, Teacher Sun simply changed the subject, suggesting that Teacher Wu not think about it for now. Oh, don't overthink it. Tomorrow, let's meet little Mingyue and ask her what's going on. That would be better, right? Asking her directly will definitely yield better results. You worrying today is useless, and besides, Gu Ran will be in your class. Whether she can stay or not is still up to you. After hearing Teacher Sun's advice, Teacher Wu finally accepted it and had to return to his dormitory to think about it later. Military training would start early tomorrow, and they needed to call little Mingyue out either before the training or during lunch to ask her. Boss Wu angrily returned to his dormitory and couldn't even eat dinner. Sigh, this awful nutrient solution was truly unpalatable. Forget it. Let's just consider it a day of fasting. The main reason was that the takeout shops had already closed by the time he encountered them, and he didn't manage to rush to grab anything. Teacher Wu tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, feeling like everything was going wrong today, as if he were experiencing a retrograde. At this moment, not only Teacher Wu was tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep, but so was Gu Ran. Of course, Gu Ran was excited and a bit resentful. She had thought that being so popular, Gu Mingyue would definitely be very envious and jealous when she saw her. But unexpectedly, after getting off the car, Gu Mingyue had disappeared without a trace. By the time Gu Ran managed to extricate herself from the enthusiastic greetings of the upperclassmen, she could no longer see any sign of her. It was really infuriating. She didn't get to see Gu Mingyue's downtrodden appearance, nor did she get to feel the stark contrast between them, confirming that she was popular everywhere while Gu Mingyue was not. Forget it, there's no rush. This matter can wait for another day. Anyway, they were already in the military academy, and the gaps stemming from their backgrounds and qualities would only widen the distance between them. Chapter 257. Teacher Wu is coming early the next morning. The wake-up call began to sound near the military academy dormitories. Gu Mingyue had rested well, and upon hearing the sound, she got up and went downstairs with everyone. Although she saw many unfamiliar faces, everyone looked quite friendly. Gu Mingyue had already begun to plan to pick up Little Bear during the first weekend. However, when she went downstairs, she unexpectedly saw a few people she didn't anticipate. Standing in the middle of the gathering downstairs was a young-looking instructor, who should normally be stern and unyielding, but his expression now showed a hint of nervousness and timidity. At first, Gu Mingyue didn't understand why the instructor was behaving this way, but then she saw the two people next to him. It turned out to be familiar faces: Coach Wu and Coach Sun from the training ground near the Gu family. Gu Mingyue thought to herself that she was just an ordinary student now, so she secretly waved to greet them and tried to hide among the crowd. However, she wanted to hide, but the two instructors clearly did not agree. Coach Wu came directly over and said, "Xiao Mingyue, what are you doing in the logistics department?" The classmates standing next to Gu Mingyue instantly made way for Coach Wu. Gu Mingyue. It's over. Her plain and ordinary college life seems impossible now. However, since Coach Wu had come over, Gu Mingyue decided to be bold and nodded, "Yes, because I find the logistics department very interesting." When she said this, her classmates nearby unconsciously nodded in agreement. They genuinely liked the logistics department, which was why they had signed up for it. Otherwise, who would choose logistics over the mecha department? Of course, some people chose it because the score requirements for the logistics department were slightly lower, but those were still few. Before entering the military academy, there would be a political review, and if one accidentally revealed such thoughts, they would be eliminated. After hearing Gu Mingyue's admission, the last bit of hope in Coach Wu's heart vanished. Sigh, it was their own choice, and, as a teacher, he had to respect others' choices. But he still felt regretful. What a good seedling. Coach Wu shot Gu Mingyue a look filled with disappointment. "After training this noon, come find me. I have something to discuss with you." After saying that, Coach Wu walked away with his hands behind his back, looking quite angry. After witnessing this scene, Coach Sun couldn't help but smile slightly. However, he said nothing, patted Gu Mingyue on the shoulder, and followed in Coach Wu's footsteps. "Sigh, it's okay." Although such a good seedling went to the logistics department for now, it didn't mean they couldn't provide Gu Mingyue with special training. A good seedling should bear a bit more care and affection from the teachers. Coach Sun quickened his pace to catch up with Coach Wu and whispered a few words in his ear, still angry. "Old Wu, how about this? What if I told you I have a way to make sure Xiao Mingyue, even the logistics department, has to be your student? What do you think?" Coach Wu slapped his thigh. "I knew you, old son, had an idea. Hurry up and tell me what to do." Coach Sun smiled mysteriously and said, "Don't we have the mecha competition every year? This time, let's not limit it to just your mecha department. Let's expand it to the whole school. As long as she signs up, she'll have to participate in training, and then won't she be your student? Besides, the logistics department's workload isn't that heavy. She definitely won't be too busy." In fact, the mecha competition was already a tradition, a reward for the mecha department students, as the top 5 could win excellent mechas that the school had collected, which were hard for others to obtain. Therefore, students would do their best to perform well in the competition to save money and get the best mechas. However, previously, this competition had always been focused within the mecha department. Coach Sun's suggestion was also a way to benefit himself. The students under their command had strong physical fitness, but they had never encountered mechas. Once this door was opened, the students would have various choices. However, it would be difficult for him to propose this, and it had to be initiated by Old Wu. Although Coach Wu was a bit silly, he could tell from Coach Sun's expression that he wasn't up to any good and was ultimately looking out for himself. However, Coach Wu didn't mind that as long as such a good seedling could shine under his guidance. That was enough. Coach Wu rolled his eyes at Coach Sun. "It can be done, but remember, you owe me several meals." Seeing his attitude, Coach Sun understood that this matter was 80 likely to succeed. The two old foxes exchanged knowing smiles, both having obtained what they wanted. "Ah, this is great." All the students in the school were unaware that a tremendous opportunity awaited them, as they were still on their way to the military training ground. Since it was the first day of military training, the tasks were not too heavy, just standing in military posture and basic physical training, which involved running 2 or 3 5-kilometer laps. Of course, this was easy for the students of the mecha department, but for the slightly weaker students in the logistics department, it was a huge challenge. As Gu Mingyue was running, she suddenly realized that it seemed she was the only one left next to the instructor. When she looked back, everyone else was panting their faces pale. Ah, what? She seemed to have been maintaining a steady pace. How could this happen? Meanwhile, the new students from a mecha department had already lapped them, and as they passed, some in their group looked over with disdain. Gu Ruan was one of them. However, Gu Ruan seemed to have suddenly improved her physical fitness, as if she had taken some medicine. Normally, she should be tired by this point in the run, but today she still looked spirited. The moment Gu Mingyue made eye contact with Gu Ruan, she felt a great malice in her gaze. Like a snake, beautifully patterned yet highly venomous, capable of delivering a fatal blow. Gu Mingyue shrugged it off as if she hadn't seen it. After all, no matter how venomous a snake is still just prey. There are many days ahead. Let's see how she strikes back. Chapter 258 Counterattack. However, Gu Mingyue did not expect that Gu Ran would dare to openly provoke a conflict between the two majors on the very first day. As Gu Ran ran over, she casually said, "Which department is next to us? Why are they running so slowly?" Her words sounded light and casual, as if she was just making small talk. But her voice was just loud enough for both departments to hear. The students, filled with curiosity, couldn't help but struggle to maintain their expressions. Everyone who could get into the Imperial First Military Academy was a top talent. Although they might be slightly lacking in physical fitness, they were still competent in other aspects. However, when the mecha department student heard this, they felt that they were indeed the strongest among all the freshman majors, the ace. So, they held their heads high, and although they didn't say anything, the disdain and contempt in their eyes were clearly visible. Gu Mingyue glanced over. Her side, which had originally been friendly and harmonious, saw her classmates' faces turn even paler after Gu Ran's comment. Sigh. Well, it was indeed Gu Ran. Even seemingly innocuous words could stir up such a storm. Truly a heart of a snake and scorpion. Gu Mingyue looked at Gu Ran, who appeared calm on the surface but had a proud and flaunting look in her eyes. She said, "Oh, aren't these the proud children of the mecha department? How come they're only a lap faster than us? That speed is not impressive." Gu Mingyue's words were quite skillful. One must know that when arguing with others or getting into a conflict, one should never admit or explain what happened on their side, but rather firmly retort back. The students of the mecha department had never been spoken to like this before. Their faces turned red with frustration, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say, and they continued to pick up their speed. This group of students ran desperately, not thinking about the many training sessions that followed. Most of their stamina was wasted on competition, and it wasn't until they finished their second lap that the mecha department students came back to show off. Gu Mingyue didn't waste any time while they were running. She led everyone to adjust their pace, regulate their breathing, and learn how to conserve energy for the end. It must be said that Gu Mingyue's strategy was very effective. Although the logistics students were physically weaker, they felt a surge of determination and continued to run following Gu Mingyue's method. As they ran, they broke through their limits without feeling so exhausted. In contrast, the mecha department, although they had finished their running training early, were now panting heavily and couldn't even stand straight. When the teacher in charge of evaluating the results came over and frowned, he said, "What is going on with your mecha department this year? You're so weak. It's just a 5-kilometer run. Why are you panting like this? Look at the logistics students next to you. They've finished too, and they're not gasping for breath like you are." The mecha department students were speechless. "This is outrageous. How can each be like this? Sobi. They finished their run long ago. Why did the teacher come to evaluate so late? When they were still catching their breath, the logistics department had already finished. They were about to go crazy. But they couldn't really explain the situation. It felt like making excuses. The mecha department students looked at the logistics department with even more hostility. Meanwhile, the logistics students realized that although the mecha department was indeed the pride of the academy and seemed the strongest at this moment, they were all freshmen. Who was afraid of whom? They were just paper tigers. Soon it was time for lunch break. Teacher Wu sent an address to Gu Mingyue's light brain, indicating her to go there. At this moment, some logistics students were eager to be friends with Gu Mingyue. Wow, this girl is beautiful and cool. Who would want to be friends with someone like her? One girl approached and asked, "Would you like to join us for some nutrient solution? I heard our department has a variety of flavors, and the textures are all different." Gu Mingyue generally wouldn't refuse a girl's invitation. But she had something else to do today, so she responded, "Can we do it tomorrow?" She smiled, and her beautiful and slightly aloof face instantly bloomed like spring flowers. The girl who had mustered the courage to invite her was dazzled by the smile. Sobi, how can she be so pretty? And she looks a bit familiar. Where have I seen her before? But she couldn't recall at the moment. And Gu Mingyue had already left for the address given by Teacher Wu. The other students who had just failed to gather the courage to approach Gu Mingyue were now surrounding the girl. What did that girl just say? She is really so beautiful, and she was willing to help those of us who run slowly, running little by little, and teaching us breathing techniques. She is so nice. The girl was also excited and said yes. She stands up so gently. Sob, sob, sob. I feel like I'm going to fall in love with her. Right? Right? She doesn't seem to have any airs about her at all. Gu Mingyue was unaware that her future classmates were already enchanted by her. When she went to find the teacher, she was still wondering what could be so important that the teacher wanted to call her out during the military training break. However, upon arrival, Gu Mingyue realized that things were not as she had imagined. There was nothing special at all. It was simply to take her out for a meal, and the table was filled with delicious food from a takeaway shop they encountered. Teacher Wu and the others did not have training tasks that morning. Such things like watching the running were usually left to the teaching assistants, many of whom were senior students. They come to guide the juniors in training for academic credits. The main characters had a small room outside the teacher's office. When they saw Gu Mingyue arrive, the teaching assistants from the mecha department immediately recognized who she was. Because during the last off-campus competition, they all talked about a particularly beautiful girl who had outperformed several of their senior students at the competition and won decisively. Since then, the mecha department had been circulating a blurry half-body photo of her. They could only see her high ponytail, the sharp angle of her jawline, and her beautiful long eyelashes. Although it was a bit blurry, it didn't diminish the impact of her stunning beauty. They didn't believe it. How could a beauty be so strong? They must have exaggerated. Chapter 259. The mecha competition is confirmed. Gu Mingyue had rushed in without paying attention to the curious and probing gazes of the senior students outside. Their eyes were filled with inquiry, curiosity, and a hint of excitement. At that moment, Gu Mingyue's attention was completely captured by the table full of dishes in front of her. Although they were leftovers, she wasn't tired of them yet. However, this situation further solidified her intention to cook for herself at the military academy. But with military training starting soon, she probably wouldn't have much time to cook. So she'd have to make do with something simple. After Gu Mingyue started eating at the table, she overheard a conversation between Teacher Wu and Teacher Sun that left her stunned. A few casual remarks from the two teachers were so shocking that she nearly dropped her chopsticks, just as she picked up a piece of beef. She heard Teacher Wu say, "By the way, once that matter is settled, they can all participate in the competition together." Teacher Sun nodded silently, looking as if he was fully aware of the situation. Gu Mingyue wasn't initially curious, but seeing their calm demeanor made her think it wasn't a big deal. So she casually asked, "What competition? Is our military academy holding a competition again?" Teacher Wu smiled mysteriously. "Are you sure you want to know? If you want to know, you have to participate." Gu Mingyue perked up at the mention of participation. It didn't matter. She would join if required. However, she was eager to find out what was so secretive. With a sense of curiosity, Gu Mingyue heard a bombshell drop. From now on, students from other departments could also participate in the annual mecha competition, and since she had already agreed, she was expected to participate, which would require some training beforehand. Gu Mingyue. Wow, is there such a thing? If Gu Mingyue had really gone to the mecha department, she would definitely have wanted to participate. But now that she was in the logistics department, she wanted to keep a low profile and pass her military academy life quietly without drawing attention. She didn't want her life disturbed by seeking the limelight. Gu Mingyue hesitantly said, "Can I not participate? I'm not really interested in mecha anymore." This was, of course, a lie. She still had a strong interest in mecha, but she simply didn't want to stand out because of it at the military academy. Teacher Wu widened his eyes, looking a bit fierce. "No way. You already promised me. Hurry up and get ready. It's just 2 months after military training." Seeing Gu Mingyue still somewhat reluctant, Teacher Wu unleashed a big incentive. The first place comes with rewards. The reward is S-class mecha parts, which sell for over 100 million outside, and they're quite core components. Even if you have 100 million, you might not be able to buy this part. Once this was said, Gu Mingyue felt a shameful stir of excitement. Indeed, most mecha could be bought outside if they weren't of high grade. However, high-grade ones had to be military exclusive, which couldn't be bought no matter how much money was thrown at it, and there was no chance for negotiation. Gu Mingyue thought for a moment and agreed. Oh well, just consider it in addition to her studies. Study is study. Who is afraid of what? After all, besides cooking, her only hobby was playing with mecha, so she might as well indulge her interest. Once she came to this conclusion, Gu Mingyue continued to eat her meal calmly. As expected from a takeout place, the quality is guaranteed. The black old Q beef tasted just as good as what she made herself, and it captured some of her essence. Gu Mingyue happily ate while listening to Teacher Wu praise the deliciousness of the food. Teacher Wu and Teacher Sun were discussing the details of the mecha competition when Gu Mingyue said, "Teachers, aren't you being too secretive? Maybe it's better not to let me know." Teacher Wu and Teacher Sun exchanged glances and smiled. Teacher Sun directly said, "Xiao Mingyue, you're overthinking it. The details we're discussing will eventually be known to all students. The true nature of the competition would be revealed on the field, and it was a bit too early to discuss it now." Seeing that the teachers didn't seem to mind, Gu Mingyue continued to eat quietly, listening to their conversation. After they finished eating, she tidied up the table and was about to leave. Teacher Wu patted Gu Mingyue's shoulder and said, "By the way, some of our mecha department students might come to challenge you later. If you're willing, accept. If not, just brush it off. It's not a big deal." Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyue suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. How could it be that the last competition with those senior students from a mecha department made them remember her? They wouldn't come looking for trouble with a mere logistics department student, would they? Never mind. She would just pretend she knew nothing when the time came. If there was a contest, she would find a way to avoid it. However, Gu Mingyue didn't expect the trouble to come sooner than she thought. The moment she stepped out of the teacher's office, 4 or 5 tall, impressive individuals surrounded her, each exuding an air of superiority. However, the expressions on these seniors' faces were curious rather than intimidating. Gu Mingyue obediently waved her hand to greet them. "Hello, senor. Is there something you need?" After asking, she quietly waited for their response. To her surprise, these seniors didn't follow the usual script. Instead, they stood beside her, opened their holographic screens, and began comparing and pointing. "Are you sure it's her? I feel like it might not be." "Impossible. It's definitely her. Just look at that profile. So beautiful from this angle. Absolutely her." Gu Mingyue couldn't see the content on their screens, so she curiously asked, "What are you looking at?" The seniors enthusiastically shared their holographic display, and Gu Mingyue saw her own photo, which was blatantly displayed on their screens. This. Chapter 260. Calm and compose. Gu Mingyue. The more urgent the situation, the less one should panic. Gu Mingyue maintained her composure thanks to her strong psychological quality. She smiled calmly and said, "This clearly isn't me, right? My nose isn't that straight, and my jawline isn't that sharp, is it? Well, thank you, seniors. I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I must be on my way." Gu Mingyue spoke nonsense with a serious demeanor, showing no signs of guilt. And at that moment, the seniors were indeed deceived by her. The seniors instinctively parted to create a narrow passage, and Gu Mingyue seized the opportunity to slip away, leaving only her back to them. It must be said that Gu Mingyue was quite fast, for just as her figure disappeared, the seniors suddenly turned around, feeling as if they had been tricked. It was clearly one person. How could they have believed her so easily after what she said? Sigh. The junior is simply too impressive. Surrounded by so many of us, she still managed to lie with such calmness. Her psychological quality is simply extraordinary. Now I somewhat believe that this junior can take on 5 or 6 at once. Forget it. Our school is not that big, so there will definitely be another chance to meet her. And didn't they say she would be our mecha department junior? We could just ask in the freshman group to find out, right? She's so beautiful that someone must remember her, and then we could just go to her dormitory. This suggestion received unanimous approval from everyone. Although dorm visits are not something one can do casually, it's still good to ask first and see if there are any arrangements later. The seniors thought of it and acted on it. asking in the freshman group in a roundabout way if anyone had seen a beautiful junior. It must be said that everyone yearns for beautiful things. And soon the handsome guys and beautiful girls of the mecha department were picked out. The seniors were stunned when they received the list because the junior they were looking for was not on it. This is not scientific. How could such a pretty junior not be included in the selection? One senior tentatively asked, "Is there really no handsome guy or beautiful girl left?" The person responsible for collecting information replied with calm certainty, "There really isn't. This is the first-hand information I got. It must be the most complete list of handsome guys and beautiful girls." The senior. Okay, there must be some mistake. Gu Mingyue was unaware of how much effort these seniors had put in to find her. She had practically run back just to avoid their curiosity and interactions. After thinking carefully in her dorm, Gu Mingyue decided she could not continue like this. She must have a simple and ordinary college life. The feeling of being pursued and cornered was too strange. However, to avoid being easily discovered next time, Gu Mingyue decided to wake up early before school to disguise herself, slightly downplaying her excellent bone structure so that people wouldn't immediately notice her outstanding appearance. Back in her room, Gu Mingyue started putting on makeup since she had an afternoon of training ahead. She even used a setting spray to make it waterproof. When Gu Mingyue arrived at the training ground that afternoon, the senior who had dragged her to lunch almost didn't recognize her. "Ah, beautiful senior. Why do you look so haggard after just one lunch?" Although she was still pretty, she lacked the stunning aura from the morning. Seeing her expression, Gu Mingyue knew her plan had worked. She smiled and returned to the team. Sure enough, during the subsequent training, everyone seemed to maintain a bit of distance, or rather, they weren't as eager to strike up conversations with her anymore. Gu Mingyue felt much more relaxed and slipped away again when the military training ended in the afternoon. Since she had decided to participate in the mecha competition, it was better to attend the mecha classes properly. Although there were no formal mecha classes yet, there were still relevant materials in the library that she could look up. Gu Mingyue really enjoyed this seemingly tedious content, as it was a challenge for her, but also a very rewarding experience. After all, how joyful it is to feel that knowledge is becoming more abundant. Soon, the days passed quietly. The first week consisted of basic training, teaching everyone the fundamentals of obedience and instructions. In the second week, the training difficulty began to double, introducing many new and exciting projects. The only thing Gu Mingyue did that weekend was bring her little bear over. The little guy, upon seeing Gu Mingyue, ran around like a little mouse, darting from east to west and circling the entire room before finally taking a short break. Even the little robot, Xiaoqi, who had been following Gu Mingyue in her mind, couldn't take it anymore. If only his bionic body could come in. He would definitely want to be with Mingyue too. While Gu Mingyue was out walking the little bear, enjoying her happy evening, the seniors from the mecha department found her again. However, upon seeing her appearance, they were uncertain if she was indeed the person they were looking for. It seemed like her, but also didn't. Ugh, where on earth is that beautiful and capable junior? It's as if she has evaporated from the world. Gu Mingyue had already become quite adept at playing innocent, putting on a clueless expression when the seniors approached, accompanied by, "Hey, don't block my way to dinner." The mecha department seniors persisted for a week, but were unable to find her or any leads, and eventually had to give up. Forget it. It seems they are fated to have no connection with the junior. That weekend, Gu Mingyue decided to make more delicious food. She didn't want to exhaust herself and then still have to cook. That would be a tragic situation. While twirling a pen and jotting down recipes for the next week on paper, Gu Mingyue suddenly realized that this plan wouldn't work. Since she was already full, her mind couldn't think of anything tasty. Only when she was hungry could she know what she truly longed for. Gu Mingyue simply put down her pen, planning to cook whatever she felt like later, but the midday break was still very short, so preparing ingredients in advance was also very important. Chapter 261. The little friend who came to the door. So, when someone heard that there were beauties in the logistics department, everyone rushed over to see the excitement. However, after watching, they realized there were no beauties at all. Everyone looked normal, and none had particularly stunning appearances that would catch one's eye. After Gu Mingyue finished her makeup, her looks were not quite similar to when she was a model, and she usually didn't go around proclaiming herself as one. Over time, fewer and fewer people came to find her. However, This didn't mean that Gu Mingyue had no friends. On the contrary, because of her low profile and reliability, many found her suitable as a friend, and she exhibited strong leadership abilities. Like during the previous running event, where she led everyone to persist. Now that everything was on track, Gu Mingyue could begin her school life at her own pace and according to her own plans, such as the meal prep she had been doing. Actually, sometimes cooking didn't take long at all, but the prep stage could be quite time-consuming. For example, washing and cutting vegetables, then classifying and organizing them. Gu Mingyue was also quite talented in preparing dishes, especially with the space button she had, maximizing the freshness of the ingredients. For instance, root vegetables could be cleaned, peeled, and cut into slices or chunks ahead of time, like potatoes, sweet potatoes, and lotus roots. Many other ingredients, like garlic shoots, could be chopped into small pieces and tossed into a portable space. Meat dishes often required marinating or some preliminary processing. For example, Gu Mingyue enjoyed preparing minced pork or beef in advance, so when she wanted to eat dumplings, she could wrap them easily. Besides pork and beef, Gu Mingyue had also prepared many steaks and lamb chops previously. These were quick dishes. Once she returned from school, she only needed to fry them a bit before eating. After preparing these, Gu Mingyue also handled some chicken and duck, like deboning chicken thighs to make chicken fillets. She had a large assortment of vegetables ready, but hadn't taken too much time. In fact, she had prepared meals for the entire upcoming week in just about an hour. This ensured that every meal would feature the freshest food. Gu Mingyue glanced at the sky and felt it was about time to start making dinner. She thought about what she wanted to eat today and suddenly realized she was craving something crispy, fragrant, and meaty. Fried dumplings? No. Fried chicken? Too greasy. After thinking for a while, she remembered what she really wanted: fried lotus root boxes. Imagining the crispy, fresh lotus root slices filled with well-seasoned, fragrant meat filling, wrapped in a soft and elastic batter, the thought alone made her mouth water. The moment she thought of fried lotus root boxes, her previously lackluster appetite underwent a significant change. How could she not be hungry? With lotus root boxes, her appetite was awakened. Just as Gu Mingyue was about to officially start cooking, she suddenly thought that she could also make an eggplant box while frying the lotus root boxes. After all, whether making one or two, it was the same process, so why not make a bit more at once? The preparation for both dishes was quite similar, consisting of vegetables wrapped around meat and then deep-fried. Even the batter used was the same. As Gu Mingyue simmered millet porridge in the pot, she began to prepare the filling. Just as she was about to start, there was a knock at the door. Glancing at the messy table, she didn't have time to tidy up and went straight to open the door. The moment she opened it, she saw a familiar face. Wasn't this he? Gu Ran's good friend? Huh? Why did she suddenly come over at this time? Since there were quite a few people in the logistics department, split into several classes, Gu Mingyue hadn't really noticed where he was before. Unexpectedly, she had come directly to find her. Gu Mingyue had a good impression of he. She was just a silly and innocent girl. Although she had a bit of trouble reading people, she was generally quite nice. However, at that moment, he stood frozen at the door. Where was her beautiful big sister? Why did it seem like a pearl had gathered dust? He was indeed well protected by her family, somewhat straightforward, and she directly asked, "Sister, are you sick?" "You don't look too." Well, Gu Mingyue nearly burst out laughing. Who was this silly girl? She was just too honest. Gu Mingyue smiled and waved her hand. "I'm fine. I just don't want to be famous in the department." Although he was a bit too honest, she was foolish. Upon hearing Gu Mingyue's words, she immediately realized what was going on. The young girl's fair face turned bright red, feeling very embarrassed. How did she earn the right to be so open with the beautiful big sister? Clench her fists. "Don't worry. I will help you keep a secret." Seeing her serious expression, Gu Mingyue couldn't help but laugh. This little girl was quite adorable, completely different from Gu Ran's cunning nature. "Did you come to find me for something?" Gu Mingyue asked with a smile in her eyes. He then remembered the reason she came over. Her cheeks flushed a bit. "I heard you live in this dormitory and wanted to ask if you'd like to have dinner with me tonight." She hesitated, but then gathered her courage. "I'm one of the top contestants in the recent cooking competition. I can cook really well." Gu Mingyue couldn't help but chuckle, but still feign surprise. "Oh, really? Then why do you want to invite me to dinner?" Sure enough, The young girl's face turned even redder, but her eyes sparkled. "I want to be friends with you." Gu Mingyue smiled, "All right." She said it very calmly, and he had already prepared for the possibility of being rejected. Hearing Gu Mingyue agree, her eyes widened in shock. Gu Mingyue didn't give her time to daze. She simply returned to her room, brought the prepared ingredients with her, and locked the door. Seeing the pile of food materials in Gu Mingyue's hands, he was a bit shocked again. Gu Mingyue, shall we go? Didn't you want to invite me to dinner? How about I contribute a dish too?" He nodded vigorously. Yay! She didn't expect she would actually get to eat a meal cooked by the beautiful sister herself. Chapter 262. He and Gu Ran's friendship is about to shatter. Although Gu Mingyue wanted to keep a low profile, it didn't mean she didn't want friends. Having friends meant she could enjoy lively company. Moreover, after observing for a few days, she found that everyone in the logistics department was very nice. She wondered if it was because they preferred stability that they chose logistics. In any case, everyone appeared calm and composed. If the mecha department was the king of competition, where everyone fought hard for rankings, then the logistics department felt like a retirement home. Everyone was like, "Sure, that's fine, whatever. Competition? Just put in some effort to show up. Why compete so hard when they couldn't even go to the battlefield?" In the end, everyone was just doing experiments in the back, competing with each other. What if they broke the experimental equipment? Gu Mingyue loved this atmosphere. It was incredibly comfortable. Having such classmates in a military academy was truly rare. So, after understanding the style of everyone in the logistics department, she was ready to make friends. She certainly didn't want to find a bunch of competitive friends. Life was already exhausting enough without adding more troubles for herself. As for they had met before, and Gu Mingyue still remembered the seriousness of this little girl on the competition field. Of course, she could be friends with her. So, while he felt like she was dreaming, Gu Mingyue calmly brought ingredients to her dormitory. He also lived in a single room. But since she didn't bring a pet, there was no garden. It wasn't until he opened the door that she realized what had just happened. Not only did she bring a beautiful sister back to her dorm, but the beautiful sister also brought a bunch of ingredients to cook together. What a wonderful thing this was. If this had happened before, he would have immediately contacted her good friend Gu Ran. But she quickly remembered Gu Ran's prejudice and targeting towards Gu Mingyue. So, he pushed her thoughts aside. Forget it, let's wait and see. Besides, Gu Ran had recently been looking down on others a bit. Although it was just a little, he had already sensed it. That silent but clear feeling was like a knife slowly cutting at their friendship. Even the strongest friendship couldn't withstand such a test. As soon as he thought of Gu Ran, she immediately recalled her recent behavior. Initially, he wanted to invite Gu Ran to eat with her. But when she went to the mecha department, those students were all tall and looked down at others. Although Gu Ran had a smile on her face at the time, her words were still very hurtful. Our mecha department has extra training after military training. I'm really busy lately, so I won't join you for dinner. That was one thing. Although it was a bit sarcastic, he could still tolerate it. Who would have thought that Gu Ran would add, we are already in military school. You could try to make friends with people from your department. At that moment, other students around Gu Ran asked, "What department is that girl from?" Gu Ran seemed to find it hard to say. "Oh, she's from the logistics department." That dismissive tone made he almost unable to believe that the person in front of her was her longtime friend. Not long after hearing this, the mecha department students showed expressions that were half smiles, half mocking. "Oh, from the logistics department, huh? TSK. Can logistics even be considered military?" "Exactly, that's just too much." People flocked together, and things clustered together. These words were light, but when he heard them, it felt like a heavy hammer dropped in her heart. What was wrong with the logistics department? The logistics department was also something she earned through her hard work. Moreover, only the top 5 in the competition had the opportunity, and the logistics department had a significant role on the battlefield. They were responsible for various food supplies and water sources. Sometimes they even had to use mental strength to assist the soldiers officially participating in the competition. The things they had to learn were not much less than those in the mecha department. However, at that moment, he said nothing and calmly left. But when she left, her eyes were filled with tears, feeling like she no longer recognized this childhood friend. He pulled her thoughts back from that humiliating day and looked at the smiling, beautiful sister in front of her, feeling recharged. Oomph. The mecha department definitely didn't have a treasure like Gu Mingyue. She was happy in the logistics department. Let those mecha department ugly creatures complain all they want. Gu Mingyue had no idea that in just a few minutes, this little girl had gone through so much in her heart. At this moment, she looked at Hee, who was as clean as an unused stove. What do you want to invite me to eat? Hee came to her senses and pulled out a bag of frozen dumplings from her fridge. Hee, this is my goddess's dumpling recipe available on the market. I learned it from her, made a lot, and I think it tastes pretty good. How about we eat this today? Gu Mingyue had a bad feeling. Your goddesses? Hee didn't notice Gu Mingyue's hesitation. Of course, it's Yugong. I love her. Woo-woo. She's both beautiful and good at cooking. I heard that my goddess's villa has started welcoming guests recently. At this point, he was almost about to cry. It opened on the day of my school start. Woo-woo. I can't experience it. I envy those who can go. Gu Mingyue held back her laughter. This was the first time someone confessed to her face-to-face. It felt quite magical and interesting. Gu Mingyue coughed lightly. Then you can go during the holidays. He clenched her little fists. Yeah, I've already made a reservation. I can go then. Mingyue, do you want to come with me? Gu Mingyue didn't expect this little girl to stick to her like a piece of sticky rice cake. She couldn't help but chuckle, but still agreed. Sure, let's go together. However, about the dumplings, let's eat a little less today. I want to make lotus root patties, which should also be delicious. Hee's eyes lit up at the mention of a dish she hadn't tried. And like a little rabbit, she buzzed around Gu Mingyue. Hey, what's a lotus root patty? Is it delicious? How do you make it? Gu Mingyue hadn't realized that this little girl actually had a bit of a chatterbox side. It's delicious. Just follow me, and we'll make it together. He nodded, very excited. She was so happy. She really loved cooking now. The logistics department is the best. Gu Mingyue simply started teaching her from the first step. Come on, let's mix the filling first. We need to add a bit of water chestnut. Chapter 263 Perfect Lotus Root Box, that's right. The lotus root box made by Gu Mingyue is definitely not an ordinary lotus root box. It must have the best taste and texture, with every detail taken care of. For example, since the lotus root box is deep-fried and can be greasy, the filling inside must be a bit refreshing. Adding some water chestnuts to the filling can instantly neutralize the slight greasiness of the batter with its crisp and juicy texture. When Gu Mingyue skillfully handled the water chestnuts, he was left in a daze watching her. Ah, why are the movements of this beautiful young lady in front of me so professional? Who is the one actually participating in the competition? He couldn't stand it anymore and decided to give it a try herself. Seeing her eagerness to learn, Gu Mingyue agreed and handed the kitchen knife to the young girl. Confident, he thought she had trained enough and considered herself at least a semi-professional, capable of doing a decent job. However, reality dealt her a huge blow. When she reached out with the knife towards the water chestnut, she couldn't cut it at all, and it rolled away. This is ridiculous. Gu Mingyue crossed her arms, smiling as she watched her struggle with the water chestnut. It wasn't until Yi was about to cry in frustration that Gu Mingyue stepped in, ready to explain the essentials of cutting vegetables. It turned out that when cutting root vegetables, one must be steady and cannot just use the knife directly. They need to secure the little thing first before applying force. Moreover, the force shouldn't come solely from the hand, but rather the wrist connected to the forearm and upper arm working together to make the movements look clean and efficient. This way, the cut water chestnuts would be uniform in size, each one juicy and tender. After watching Gu Mingyue's technique, he, still half in disbelief, tried again with her newfound knowledge, and it was as if a door to a new world had opened. It really worked well. No longer would she face the embarrassing situation of having everything roll away. He instinctively picked one up and was about to taste it when Gu Mingyue quickly stopped her. Gu Mingyue explained that vegetables grown in water should not be eaten raw, as they could harbor parasites, which could harm the body. He was startled. She had thought she knew a lot about food, but now realized that not only freshwater fish, but also freshwater vegetables should not be eaten raw. This truly opened a door to a new world. She sighed, noting that she would remember this next time. Seeing her hurriedly set down the water chestnut, Gu Mingyue began teaching her how to prepare the filling. It's important to know that there are many nuances to making the filling. For instance, once you choose a direction to stir, You cannot switch to another direction midway, as this would cause the filling to become loose instead of compact. The texture of the meat filling would not be particularly good, losing its elasticity. In addition, Gu Mingyue shared some little secrets on how to eliminate the fishy smell from a meat. He felt her worldview shake. She had thought her previous culinary skills were real, but it turned out there was so much knowledge just in making the filling. However, even though he didn't know before, she was inherently talented and intelligent. So after Gu Mingyue explained it once, she could grasp it immediately and replicate it. As he learned, she was in awe of Gu Mingyue's methods, feeling as if she were dreaming. She had originally planned to show off her cooking skills, but ended up being the one humbly attending class. When it was time to fill the lotus root boxes, he was shocked to see that the hollow lotus root slices could actually hold the pork. After being coated with batter and deep-fried, the aroma was incredibly sweet. The fried lotus root made even the neighbor's kids drool. He felt that she was only a step away from being tempted to take one. Just then, Gu Mingyue said, "Oh, we still have another dish to finish." Oh my, there's more. But she felt that this lotus root box was enough to enjoy for a long time. She didn't need any other dishes as long as there were lotus root boxes. However, out of curiosity about what other fun creations her new friend could make, she did not refuse. What followed truly shocked he. It turned out that eggplants could also be made into stuffed, deep-fried delights, and it seemed that the taste was not inferior to the lotus root boxes. With two people working together, the entire process didn't take long, only about half an hour, and both the lotus root boxes and eggplant fritters were freshly made, steaming and even sizzling on the surface. He couldn't help but swallow quietly, and after realizing what she had done, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Gu Mingyue naturally noticed her reaction and found it a bit amusing. All right, it's time to eat." As Gu Mingyue spoke, she opened the rice cooker containing the porridge, which had become wonderfully creamy, with each grain popping like popcorn, creating a delightful texture. The rich aroma of rice porridge spread throughout the room. And Gu Mingyue had also pickled cucumbers that were refreshing and clean, perfectly balancing the greasiness of the lotus root box. A bite of lotus root box, followed by a bite of cucumber, and finishing with a sip of porridge. This life was something even a fairy wouldn't trade away. He felt as if she were back in the culinary competition arena, still the little contestant being overshadowed. But at that moment, she had no extra thoughts to ponder those matters. She just wanted to quickly taste how captivating the delicious dish she had made herself was. He reached for the lotus root box, but the next second she stopped. No, her hesitation was too obvious, and Gu Mingyue noticed it. He chuckled, "Haha, just wait a moment. Let me take a picture first to post on our school's forum and make them jealous." Chapter 264. Let's cause some trouble. Gu Mingyue thought for a moment. Eating this light brain is like eating a smartphone from her previous life. Ha. The little girl is quite interesting. Gu Mingyue wouldn't refuse such a simple request. He was very quick in her actions, taking several videos at a 365-degree angle to ensure that the food was recorded in its most perfect state before she started using her chopsticks. After he took a piece of lotus root sandwich to her plate, she adopted a very sincere attitude, clasping her hands and softly murmuring, "It must be delicious. I put in so much effort. If it's not good, I'll cry for you." He felt her voice was very small, but in fact, Gu Mingyue heard it clearly. What to do? It's a bit cute. However, lotus root sandwiches must be eaten while hot, so neither of them delayed and quickly began to enjoy the delicious food. Gu Mingyue took a sip of millet porridge, which was still a bit hot at first, but quickly cooled down, filling her mouth with the fragrance of rice. It must be said, no wonder sick people can only drink millet porridge. This is the best for nourishing the stomach and health. After feeling comfortable from the drink, Gu Mingyue reached for the eggplant box, which she actually loved even more than the lotus root box. Because after the eggplant is fried, it's soft and wraps around the filling, and the first bite is simply delicious beyond words. The soft and hot eggplant, slightly scalding on the tip of the tongue, is simply the most beautiful thing in the world. The meat filling inside is also very chewy, and occasionally you can bite into crushed water chestnuts, and after biting, the scalding juice flows down. How to say, this dish perfectly matches what she wants to eat right now, and after finishing one eggplant box, she felt just a little greasy, and a perfectly sized cucumber could come to solve this problem. Sometimes, It's not necessary to have big fish and meat to eat well. This simple method, as long as it's made with care, can also bring extraordinary comfort. At this moment, he finally got to eat. Her first choice was the lotus root sandwich because she simply couldn't resist this porous root vegetable. And indeed, the moment she took a bite, he felt like her entire life was complete. The lotus slices were crispy, and she could even hear the crunching sound when she bit into them. The meat inside had a rich texture, without any fishy taste, just a pure fragrance. Occasionally, biting into a water chestnut felt like receiving a little gift, bringing extra surprises. The more he ate, the more addicted she became, feeling that the full plate was not enough for her alone. However, she had to admit that she overestimated her appetite. After finishing the third lotus root sandwich and the fourth eggplant box, he felt like she was about to choke on her food. However, even though she was already this full, she still wanted to have one more. Gu Mingyue saw her eating like a starving ghost, wanting to eat another after finishing one, and promptly stopped her behavior. Freeze it and put it in the fridge, take it out tomorrow, and heat it in the oven. You can still eat it. Let us call it a night. You see, you're already full. At this moment, he felt as if she had just woken from a dream. What kind of foolish things had she done in front of a friend she had just met? Eating so much and still wanting to continue. What a brainless operation. He nervously picked up a napkin from the table, elegantly dabbed at the oil on the corner of her mouth, and then carefully smiled. I'm not usually like this. Please don't judge me. Gu Mingyue. She had seen enthusiastic diners, but never one so enthusiastic. It's okay. Next time if you want to eat something, just come find me and I'll make it for you. He nodded desperately like a little squirrel. I won't be so embarrassing next time. After eating and drinking enough, the two chatted casually for a bit, and Gu Mingyue chose to go back and rest well. After all, the formal military training was starting tomorrow, not just simple physical training. He slumped on the sofa, hugging her little belly, feeling that she urgently needed a digestive tablet. At this moment, she happened to be browsing the military school's forum, seeing everyone talking about various things. Tomorrow we start training. I'm worried about some students from certain departments. What will they do? Exactly. Our mecha department is of course looking forward to it. But some people might not be as excited as we are. He saw this news and felt her anger rising, as if she had returned to the time when she went to find Gu Ran. Damn it. How could their logistics department be underestimated again? It was really frustrating. Clearly, they were also very capable. Each profession has its expertise. Don't they understand? He was very angry. And not only that, she had great organizational skills. With a twinkle in her beautiful big eyes, she came up with an idea. She would make the logistics department the envy of all students in the school. And he immediately acted on her thoughts. She first sent a message to Gu Mingyue, asking if the recipe could be shared or if there was a patent they could purchase. After receiving a positive reply, he bought the recipe and called her good sisters from the logistics department whom she had recently gotten to know. Gu Mingyue was a bit curious about what he was up to. However, the little girl was acting mysteriously, as if she was going to give her a surprise. So Gu Mingyue simply let her do her thing. After gathering her good sisters, he personally taught them how to make lotus root sandwiches. At first, everyone thought he was joking, but when they saw her movements were so standard, they started taking it seriously. After hearing about He's plan, everyone began to unite against a common enemy. Yes, they absolutely could not let the mecha department be so arrogant any longer. The military emphasizes cooperation. How could there possibly be a real military without the logistics department? If they continue to look down on them, then all the delicious food the logistics department made would have nothing to do with them. They would eat it themselves. Everyone quickly reached an agreement and began to seriously learn how to make lotus root sandwiches with He. It must be said, they really started to look quite proficient. Each lotus root sandwich was round and plump, very sincere. He watched everyone working hard and further perfected her entire plan. She ran to the military school students forum and posted a thread. Delicacies from the logistics department. 1. Chapter 265. Jealousy and envy caused by lotus root sandwiches. The popularity of this post was not initially very high, but he, being wealthy, directly granted empathy permissions for this post. In the military school forum, opening such a post with empathy requires a lot of money. Basically enough to cover the membership fee for a premium website for a year. However, he certainly didn't care about such small change. This amount was nothing for her. She directly posted the lotus root sandwich she made, and after applying a warm-toned filter, it looked exceptionally sweet and delicious. Moreover, the aroma was also enticing. He even cut the sandwich in half, revealing juicy and tender filling that looked incredibly appetizing. At first, no one paid attention to the logistics department's posts, as it was the least prestigious on the military forum. Everyone's focus was on the mecha department's posts, where impressive operations brought excitement. As for the logistics department, no one cared about them at all. Such a small and unnoticed organization had no standing among them. However, there were still a few idle people who, after finishing the mecha posts, found nothing fresh and decided to check out the logistics posts. These individuals felt a sense of superiority, thinking that their attention to the logistics department was a favor. But the moment they opened the post, no one could laugh anymore because the sandwiches looked incredibly delicious. And if just looking at them wasn't enough, the aroma was an assault on their senses. Those delightful flavors seemed to invade their nostrils incessantly. This scene began to repeat in countless student dormitories. What is this? Why does it smell so good? I suddenly feel so hungry. What is the logistics department doing? I clearly had 2 cans of nutritional fluid for dinner, but why am I still so hungry? It feels like more than just stomach hunger. It's a gnawing kind of hunger. How infuriating. Sobi. Do any of you have friends in the logistics department? Explain to us what this is. Oh, this. We don't hang out with the logistics department. Exactly. They always end up at the bottom of the rankings during training. Playing with them would be embarrassing. Whatever. I'll just drink another can of nutritional fluid. Maybe this is just someone else's appetite. I don't understand, but I feel it's unnecessary. We're exploring the universe. Why should we be controlled by such lowly desires? Exactly. With this time, I could read a few more pages of a book or quickly improve myself. That's right. He saw all these comments on the military forum. Although they seemed fierce and indifferent to the delicious lotus root sandwiches, in reality, they were all paper tigers. Their tough exterior hid a jealousy that was almost palpable. How sour. One could only wonder whose vinegar jar had been overturned. He chuckled to herself, working faster and faster as she prepared a large batch of lotus root sandwiches, which she stored in her space. Her classmates had also become adept at the process. With many hands, the work went quickly, and they prepared a lot of delicious food. After explaining her plan in detail, he got ready to let everyone leave. Before she left, she took out a bunch of packaging boxes, allowing everyone to pack some food to take home for their late-night snacks. Everyone was overjoyed after working hard all night. Almost everyone who left Hee's home had a noticeable smile on their faces and carried a white plastic box, with a delightful aroma wafting from them. They all felt a sense of harvest joy. How wonderful it was to possibly avoid drinking nutritional fluid late at night, with so much delicious food to eat. One must know that one could eat at least 10 or 8 lotus root sandwiches without getting tired of them, only wishing their appetite were bigger. Thus, everyone drifted into sweet dreams, enveloped in a fragrant aura. Soon, the next day arrived. In the morning, Gu Mingyue thought about what surprises the day might hold while attending military training. However, when she reached her squad, everyone seemed normal, with no unusual behavior. Yet, each person's smile seemed a bit brighter than in the past few days. Gu Mingyue was curious and turned to see Hee's smile, which resembled a little fox's. It was clear she was hiding something. Gu Mingyue decided not to ask and simply blinked. She figured she would find out eventually. At that moment, Hee could hardly contain her excitement. The morning passed uneventfully, and for some reason, the mecha department seemed to show them a bit more respect lately and didn't come around to annoy them. However, this superficial calm was soon shattered. During the usual lunchtime break, the instructors distributed nutritional fluids, which were typically bland and sticky. But this time was different. Everyone not only received nutritional fluids, but also another food item, with each person holding an extra white box. From the outside, the box looked ordinary, but it exuded a mouth-watering aroma that made everyone's stomachs growl. The mecha department, adjacent to the logistics department, had their eyes fixed on them, with fiery gazes from those pampered elites. The smell was so familiar. What was it? Those with good memories immediately recalled the post they had seen on the forum the night before. Lotus root sandwiches? One mecha department scholar blurted out. only to be surrounded by curious classmates who eagerly asked what lotus root sandwiches were. Caught off guard, he had to quickly say, "You all go check that post. I've shared the link in the group." Everyone clicked on the post, and then they shot envious and resentful glances at their own team. How infuriating. These lotus root sandwiches were just too delicious. Chapter 266. The Mecha Department is dazed under the envious and jealous gazes of the Mecha Department students. The Logistics Department members uniformly opened their lunchboxes, and the aroma of fried food wafted through the air. The scent of a lotus root fritter alone was explosive, and when countless fritters were gathered together, it was like a little bomb. It must be said that fried food tastes exceptionally good, with an enticing aroma that could make one lose their appetite for anything else, especially when it is freshly made and well-preserved in the space. The flavor is incredibly rich. The Logistics Department students were particularly mischievous. They would usually eat quietly, but to tease the Mecha Department students, they purposefully made loud, crunching noises while eating the fritters. The crisp sound when their teeth met the batter was like a symphony, making it hard for anyone to resist. As the outer layer was bitten through, the fresh scent of lotus root and the rich flavor of the meat filling burst forth. Gu Mingyue was enjoying the show next to them when someone handed her a box with a smiley face drawn on it. She looked up at he, who waved at her and pointed to the little box. Gu Mingyue opened it. Not bad. This lotus root fritter was quite well made. The batter was neither too thick nor too thin, just as she had emphasized before, and the lotus root inside was cut evenly. After taking a bite, while the meat filling was still a bit soft, it was commendable for a beginner. Moreover, the seasoning was excellent. Gu Mingyue gave Yi a thumbs up to show her approval. Yi had been a bit anxious about receiving Gu Mingyue's affirmation, feeling that she might be overestimating herself, thinking her first attempt couldn't be that great. But now, seeing Gu Mingyue openly agree and recognize her efforts, He felt like she was on the right track. Her confidence soared, and the fritter in her hand tasted even better. But in reality, it wasn't just her confidence. The fritter truly was delicious. Glancing at the mecha department beside her, everyone was so envious that their eyes were practically popping out. To make matters worse, even the instructor in charge of the logistics department had a fritter in hand. The instructors would sit together during lunch, and, among them, the logistics instructors had to show off a bit. One of the logistics instructors, surnamed Xie, had already begun his bragging. "Oh, our logistics students are such considerate little cotton-padded jackets," Instructor Xie said deliberately as he bit into a fritter, and the nearby instructors could feel the warm, fragrant juices splattering on their faces. This was simply bullying at its finest. The flavor of the juices was incredibly moving. Why can't our students learn from the logistics department? Look at the treatment they get, and then look at us. The mecha department teachers were increasingly dissatisfied with their foolish students who only knew how to cause trouble. The scene was overwhelmingly in favor of the logistics department, which had previously been inconspicuous, now becoming the focus of attention for all faculty and students. Fortunately, the portions of the fritters were not large, enough for each person to have two, so this torment for them did not last long. However, the psychological pressure and memories it brought were long-lasting and indelible. With snacks as a supplement, the logistics department students were invigorated and motivated during their afternoon training. In contrast, the mecha department students felt dispirited, their eyes filled with dissatisfaction and longing. They wanted to eat too. Soon, it was evening and everyone dispersed. However, on the surface, they all returned to their dorms to rest and prepare for evening classes, while in reality, they were up to various activities. For instance, the mecha department students had created a little group chat and were furiously discussing. "I'm so mad. What is the logistics department eating? Why does it smell so good? Is this allowed? Can we report them?" Report? Did you not see that the logistics instructors are eating too? Clearly it's allowed. Everyone chimed in with their thoughts. Still, one student remembered the saying, "Know your enemy and know yourself," and suggested, "Classmates, let's first figure out what's going on. Let us see if the school is testing the logistics department. Maybe we'll get to eat too in the future, right?" What this person said made a lot of sense to everyone, so they began to take the initiative to find out what was happening. However, it must be said that the mecha department students were quite proactive. Someone to ask someone in the logistics department whom they had only met once for details. He didn't want to keep it a secret either. It wouldn't be fun that way. She enjoyed watching them feel envious and helpless. Soon, the mecha department students learned that it was all thanks to a girl who had participated in a cooking competition and got accepted. Gu Mingyue had mentioned that she didn't want to be famous at the military academy, so he cleverly kept the spotlight on herself. The mecha department students, who had gathered intel, were all feeling incredibly defeated, crying, "How could this happen? Why doesn't our mecha department have talents like this? Is it too late for me to change departments?" While some were envious, others were driven to madness with jealousy. "Look at you losers. Do you come to class every day just for a bite to eat? Can't you just buy what you want? Are there still any takeout shops? Are you stupid? Who can order takeout except the instructors? Exactly, it's impossible to get." The mecha department quickly descended into chaos, with multiple factions forming within. Of course, none of this concerned Gu Mingyue and her friends. He discussed with everyone and decided to embark on a 30-day challenge. Before their military training ended and they headed into the deep mountains, they would cook a little gourmet dish every day. Just thinking about these 30 days made he feel happy. Chapter 267. Starting the 30-day challenge together that night, he went to find Gu Mingyue again. The little girl, dressed beautifully, knocked on Gu Mingyue's door and revealed an excited smile. Mingyue, seeing her excitement, Gu Mingyue knew that the little girl had gained quite a sense of accomplishment in her culinary skills. "Are you happy?" Gu Mingyue asked with a smile. He nodded vigorously. "Of course I'm happy." Seeing those arrogant prodigies show expressions of jealousy and envy, but not being able to say it out loud, is just too satisfying. And it's not just me. Everyone is really happy now. We're all motivated and want to give them a little stimulation over the next 30 days. Gu Mingyue was also very pleased, as it was evident that the seeds of culinary skills were truly sprouting here. The previous cooking competitions, although popular, only brought joy to a small number of people. Many were just after the final prize. But now, things were completely different. Everyone was genuinely finding joy in this. And this joy would create an intrinsic motivation for them to continue. For Gu Mingyue, this was more important than anything else because she didn't want to see a gap in culinary skills again after disappearing from the galaxy. Naturally, she was happy, so she asked He what she wanted to do today. He shyly fiddled with her fingers. I wanted to ask if you have any recommended menus. The ones we can find online seem pretty ordinary, and I don't know if you have anything non-commercial we could use." Gu Mingyue thought for a moment and realized that many of the menus she had uploaded to the Star Network were indeed a bit too extravagant. They didn't quite fit their current situation, where everyone was exhausted from classes and military training, trying to squeeze out some fragmented time to cook. However, Gu Mingyue did have some suitable dishes in mind. She thought for a moment and listed a long string of dish names: oyster omelet, teppanyaki noodles, pan-seared steak, siumai, bibimbap, fried skewers. Before Gu Mingyue could finish naming the dishes, he was already in a flurry, taking out a pen and paper to frantically jot them down, but she couldn't keep up. Wah. Mingyue, slow down, I can't write it all down." He bit her pen in frustration. Gu Mingyue looked at her with amusement. "I'm just telling you for now. We'll go over the specifics together later. It's just one dish a day, right? Just make sure to prepare the ingredients in advance." He nodded vigorously, indicating that she had remembered. Then she excitedly asked Gu Mingyue, "So what are we making tonight?" Gu Mingyue glanced at the time on her light brain and saw it was getting late. They were about to start their evening class, and after that, they would only have half an hour of free time. So they needed to compress the cooking process as much as possible. After thinking it over, Gu Mingyue decided that a Western-style simple meal would be more suitable. "Let's make steak with boiled broccoli tomorrow." He nodded. "I'll go talk to the teacher in advance to get the ingredients. I can get them right away, and we can start cooking right after class." She agreed, and everything went as peacefully as on countless previous nights. The topic of their class that evening was about dealing with dark energy, and Gu Mingyue studied earnestly. She noticed that the content in the textbook was somewhat outdated. The efficiency of the teaching methods was not the highest and wasted a lot of mental energy, while the amount of dark energy eliminated was rather minimal. Gu Mingyue made a mental note of this issue, thinking it would be better to bring it up with the teacher later. It wouldn't do to let the students continue learning from such outdated material. Soon, the class ended, and then he called her, but the little girl's voice sounded a bit flustered. "Oh no, Mingyue, The teacher told us that the ingredients she sent over haven't been purified for dark energy, and we have to do it ourselves. What are we going to do? There's not enough time. Gu Mingyue thought for a moment. Indeed, the textbook's method would take at least half an hour, but if she used her own method, it could be done in just 5 minutes. Of course, if someone's mental strength was too weak, they might not be able to sustain it for a few minutes. But the efficiency would definitely be much better than the current one. Gu Mingyue reassured the panicking little girl. Leave it to me. Just bring the ingredients over, and I'll teach you a quick way to purify them. He felt like her emotions were on a roller coaster. One moment she was feeling down, and the next she realized, the beautiful sister could solve her worries. Wow, beautiful sister, what a rare little fairy. I'm so happy to meet her. He had no doubts about the feasibility of Gu Mingyue's words. She trusted her 100 because Gu Mingyue had a quality about her that made people feel particularly at ease. Feeling extremely secure, he quickly went to do what she needed to do. She immediately contacted the classmates who were interested in participating in the cooking, and out of 10, about 5 wanted to come. After checking the classrooms assigned by the logistics department, he found that they could indeed accommodate that many people. So she called all the interested classmates over. When Gu Mingyue arrived at the classroom and saw so many people, she was also taken aback. He smiled. Hello, everyone. This is my external aid sister who came first. She has a special method for handling dark energy. And today, she will help us deal with the dark energy in the beef. The logistics students had some impression of Gu Mingyue. She was the one who led their logistics department out of trouble during the conflict on the first day, so everyone was very friendly, tapping their desks to welcome her. Gu Mingyue wrote her method on the blackboard, explaining the theoretical basis for it, and then let the students try it out. To be honest, most of the students were initially skeptical. They had just attended a class on dark energy purification, and the process was incredibly complicated and time-consuming. So when they heard Gu Mingyue's new method, they didn't pay much attention. Chapter 268, Let's Purify the Dark Energy Together, however. After Gu Mingyue explained her theory in a simple and clear manner, most of the students showed expressions of disbelief. How could this be? It sounded somewhat plausible, as if there were possibilities for realization. At this moment, Gu Mingyue said she would demonstrate for everyone. She first tried to see how it should be done, and many sensitive top students closed their eyes to observe the food in front of them with their mental power. They were almost shocked to drop their jaws because, within a second, the dark energy of the food actually disappeared. After Gu Mingyue purified the dark energy, she remained calm and composed, not even breathing heavily. She appeared very ordinary, and then signaled everyone to try it for themselves. Some students became excited at this moment because they realized this was something that would overturn everyone's imagination. Wow, if this really works, they could rewrite their textbooks. He was momentarily shocked. She initially thought that Miss Mingyue had some special mental power that was particularly strong, which allowed her to solve this problem quickly. Unexpectedly, she had a special method. It is known that finding a special method is much harder than having strong mental power. Therefore, he quickly seized the opportunity to try it herself and found out that this was indeed true. The dark energy, which usually required a lot of mental power to clear, was now as obedient as a little lamb. In fact, it was even more obedient than a little lamb. It almost disappeared with just a poke. He was so shocked that she almost jumped up. Those who had been observing before saw the incredulous expressions of the first few who tried it and realized that this didn't seem to be a joke. It was something that really happened. So everyone, driven by curiosity, tried it themselves and found that the dark energy they cleared was indeed several times more than before. Wow, this was unbelievable. At this moment, Eve forced herself to remain calm. It seems we can clean all of this up within 5 minutes. That's really good. The other students from the logistics department also understood the urgency, and everyone unanimously agreed that they should quickly prepare the delicious food and store it in the space. Otherwise, if they missed this half hour, they wouldn't be able to continue, but the purification of dark energy could still be tried more in their rooms. Gu Mingyue emphasized the key points of frying steaks several times, and then taught everyone how to make fragrant crispy fries and tender stir-fried broccoli. To be honest, although the logistics students were not physically strong, their minds were always very active. Basically, every step Gu Mingyue mentioned was easily understood and extrapolated by them. This made their progress very fast, and within just half an hour, they had already prepared all the food needed for tomorrow, all clean and free of dark energy. Seeing that everyone was doing well, Gu Mingyue greeted he and left. However, she didn't leave empty-handed. She took 2 portions of food with her. She planned to give a meal to the little bear when she returned at night. As for the remaining portion, of course, it was for Xiaoqi. Although Xiaoqi was not physically present and couldn't eat, it would be fair to neglect him just because he couldn't eat. She definitely had to prepare a portion for him as well. Xiaoqi's main consciousness was with Gu Mingyue, so he could see clearly what Gu Mingyue had prepared for him, and he was very touched. Although the main consciousness in the optical brain would restrict some of Xiaoqi's actions, he still felt that being able to stay by Mingyue's side was the most important thing. If he couldn't eat for now, then so be it. It was okay, there would be a day when he could eat. When Gu Mingyue returned to her dormitory, the little bear was indeed waiting eagerly. The little guy didn't know why. Even after having so many meals, his body hadn't changed at all. He was still small, like a cotton candy made of clouds. Moreover, the little guy's fur was always thick, possibly due to living in the polar regions. But it always carried a refreshing scent of the snowy plains. So when the little bear pounced on Gu Mingyue, it felt like a soft ice cube was rushing towards her. Gu Mingyue was knocked into an embrace by him. She simply reached out to pinch the soft flesh on the back of his neck and lifted him up, saying, "Do you still want to eat? I specifically brought you delicious food. If you're this fierce, I might just cut back on your meals." The threatened little bear immediately became meek. He raised both paws and covered his little ears, pretending to surrender, his fluffy little ears trembling. Gu Mingyue's plushy-loving nature was activated again. How could he be so cute? So cute it was almost unfair. Gu Mingyue rubbed the little bear a couple of times and then said to him, "All right, get down, we're going to eat." The little bear waddled in a bouncy manner, and when he couldn't keep up with Gu Mingyue, he would drop to all fours. The round little guy was simply adorable. Gu Mingyue smiled as she watched him, nearly dying of laughter. He was so eager for food. She placed his portion in front of him, and the little bear immediately dove in, starting with the steak. The steak was tender and juicy, not all hard to chew. The little bear couldn't stop eating. Gu Mingyue playfully poked the broccoli beside him and asked, "Why aren't you eating this?" The little bear glanced at it with great disdain. He didn't want to eat grass. The little bear's expression of disdain was almost full now. This little guy was quite picky. Gu Mingyue persistently held up the broccoli to his mouth. Even if he didn't like it, he still had to give his host some face. The little guy reluctantly ate the broccoli, then stuck out his little tongue to express his dislike for the taste. Gu Mingyue didn't push him, and instead placed the fries in front of him. Although this was also a vegetable, it was much more acceptable to eat, and the little bear was particularly fond of it. It smelled delicious. It even had a hint of oil. Very nice. Seeing the little bear eat so happily, Gu Mingyue felt more than 70 sure. Tomorrow, the students from the mecha department were going to have a tough time. There will be a good show to watch tomorrow. Chapter 269, A Day in the Life of the Logistics Department Instructor Gu Mingyue is actually someone who fears chaos in the world. But she has been hiding this interest well until now. Just by looking at her attitude towards Gu Ran, one can tell that Gu Mingyue is someone who harbors a bit of mischief. With anticipation for tomorrow, Gu Mingyue falls asleep. The next day, her expectations are indeed met. This morning's training involves a field exercise, meaning they have to run several dozen kilometers in the wild. After a long morning, everyone is exhausted. But the nutritional supplements provided by the military academy are only the basics, enough to restore physical strength. However, these supplements do not alleviate any soreness in the body, nor do they invigorate the spirit. They're just the most basic kind. So when a logistics team suddenly starts distributing delicious food, the mech department resting nearby is filled with envious glares. How infuriating! What is this delicious food, and why aren't they getting any? This time, the fried steaks and French fries are simply irresistible, especially the solid piece of meat in the steak. Even if the mech students had never eaten meat before or watched a competition, their craving for meat is ingrained in their genes. At this moment, everyone is exhausted, and then the aroma wafts through the air, creating an indescribable mix of pain and happiness. The happiness is, of course, brought by the food, while the pain comes from not being able to eat it. It's visible and tangible, yet out of reach. The logistics team appears calm on the surface, but internally they are thrilled. Their late-night efforts to prepare delicious food were not in vain. Every effort has its rewards, and because of the presence of French fries, this time the logistics instructors are tragically robbed. Hey, that French fry looks really good. Give me one. No way. The logistics instructor is trying hard to protect his food, but it's quite difficult. It's not his fault for not trying hard enough. The enemy is simply too cunning. Several instructors tested the waters and immediately understood the other side's intentions. 2 instructors pinned him down, while the other 2 snatched away half of the fries. After each taking one fry and licking their fingers in satisfaction, they let the overwhelmed logistics instructor go. The logistics instructor. These bastards. Although he is cursing them, the other instructors continue to act shamelessly, even commenting on the fries. Delicious, really delicious. How can this be so fragrant? Crispy on the outside, soft on the inside. How is this achieved? Ah, what a pity. They didn't grab enough. If only they could have taken a bit more. Hearing these wolfish comments, the logistics instructor quickly brought out his remaining food and turned to the other side. Fortunately, his steak was still intact and had not been taken away. He was terrified that he might not get to eat it today. The logistics instructor carefully cuts into the steak. The beef, freshly taken from storage, still retains that warm, just cooked feeling, and the crispy exterior reveals a tender pink inside. Juices are flowing out, making it clear how delicious the meat is without even needing to taste it. The logistics instructor approaches the steak with the utmost reverence, then puts it in his mouth. The sensation of his teeth sinking into the meat and the satisfaction of his tongue touching it is blissful. Meanwhile, those who are still reminiscing about the delicious fries realize that this beef is an even better treat. Should they go steal a bite of meat? If they steal the meat, they would feel guilty, but if they don't, they feel uneasy in their stomachs. Oh no! The instructors exchange glances and see the conflict in each other's eyes. Life is just too hard. So, a few instructors decide to abandon their dignity today. At worst, they could return and supplement their own salaries for it. Like hungry tigers, they pounce on the logistics instructor. Just as the logistics instructor finishes a bite of steak and is cutting the remaining steak into pieces, he ends up giving all of it to these bastards. The logistics instructor. If looks could kill, these bastards would have died hundreds or thousands of times. And those instructors who manage to snag a piece or half a piece of beef are equally astonished. This meat is just too delicious. It's not that they are exaggerating. They train every day, and the only joy in life might just be that short period of rest for dreaming. But now, they suddenly discover that eating can bring such joy. Who can resist that? In the end, the logistics instructor is left staring at the remaining bit of broccoli with tears in his eyes. These damn bastards. They are all carnivores, knowing that vegetables aren't that tasty and don't smell good, so they leave the vegetables behind. The logistics instructor looks at his half portion of fries and a full serving of vegetables, sighs, and decides to continue eating. Having something is better than nothing. But it's so frustrating. The logistics instructor thinks about it. Things can't continue like this. He needs to ask the students organizing this event if they can make things a bit friendlier towards him. Eating in an environment surrounded by wolves every day is likely to cause indigestion. Moreover, these wolves would snatch away all the best food. Isn't that too much? The survival environment is becoming increasingly difficult. However, he didn't expect that. These damn people not only want to steal his food, but also to argue about work. After a tiring day, the junior logistics instructor is suddenly summoned by his superior. Upon meeting, the superior asks, "Is the logistics department hard to manage?" The logistics instructor is puzzled. No, who says the logistics department is hard to manage? The logistics team is clearly a bunch of little angels. They train obediently every day and don't cause trouble. Plus, they often bring all sorts of delicious food. You can't find such little angels even with a lantern. How could anyone say the logistics students are hard to manage? That is simply slander. The junior instructor is confused. At this moment, he still doesn't know what is going on. Chapter 270. Let's start negotiating properly, however. Soon after, the little coach received a reply from his superiors, and it felt like a bolt from the blue. The leader, with a smiling face, dropped a bombshell. Your colleagues all say you're working too hard and insisted I advise you to rotate your work. Each person should handle a different specialty every day. That way, it's fair and just. The logistics officer felt as if he was dreaming. How could such an outrageous scenario occur? This was equivalent to directly depriving him of his food privileges. If it were on a rotation basis, who knows when it would be his turn to enjoy the delicacies again? This simply cannot happen. But with the leader saying this, the curious officer, who was just a senior student, had no way to refuse and could only force a smile through his pain. All right. The leader was very pleased with his employee's hard work and decided to encourage him. Good young man, get to work quickly. Your future is bright. And your colleagues are so nice to you. You should be grateful. Hearing this, the logistics officer was furious, almost ready to jump up. What do you mean by gratitude? He didn't want to be grateful. But since the leader had said so, there was no choice but to accept it. The logistics officer accepted it with tears in his eyes. He had to go ask this group of good friends what they were thinking. After sending off his leader, the little logistics officer angrily marched to the dorm of the others. He pounded on the door, shouting, "Open the door! Open the door! I know you're home. How dare you do this? Since you have the ability to take my job, then have the guts to open the door." He knew he was acting irrationally, but he couldn't help it. It was infuriating. Thinking about the delicious lotus root slices he had just eaten and the one bite of steak he had, the officer felt like the most miserable person in the world. If he hadn't experienced such delicious food, he wouldn't be longing for it now. But now that he had tasted it, to be deprived again was the greatest punishment. After half an hour of knocking, no one opened the door because the other officers knew their actions were indeed questionable, so they all hurriedly fled. This made him even angrier. The little officer, filled with rage, decided to hide near the dorm, quietly waiting. Sure enough, after his voice disappeared, he heard whispers inside the dorm. Did he leave? One person quietly asked. Everyone felt guilty. They knew what they had done was wrong. But the temptation of the food was just too great, so they even adopted a cautious attitude like spies, trying to avoid being discovered by their comrade. However, they didn't expect that their comrade would even learn to lie in wait for his opportunity. The little officer secretly waited nearby, and when everyone opened the door, he dashed in like a rabbit and caught one person a punch. Damn it, you guys are such bastards playing dirty behind my back. But to be honest, hitting is a sign of love. Despite the bickering, they still considered each other comrades. They didn't hit too hard, but even without serious blows, everyone ended up with a few bruises and a bit of red on their lips. Those who felt guilty didn't dare to fight back, only trying to protect their heads and faces from being hit too badly. All right, don't be like this. Didn't we agree to share blessings and bear hardships together? Look, you've enjoyed yourself for a day and a half. It's our turn now. Hearing this, the little officer felt even more aggrieved. He had only enjoyed it for a day and a half. Just a short day and a half. Sigh, why does time pass so quickly? After a chaotic battle, everyone finally calmed down. At this moment, each person bore a few bruises, but they could sit together calmly and begin to talk. So, how can you forgive us? One officer took the initiative to soften and proposed a cooperative condition. The little officer's eyes sparkled, and he suddenly came up with a new idea, putting on a pitiful expression, and said, "How about this? You all have to give me 1/3 of your meals every day so I can taste it. If you do that, I won't be angry with you anymore." No, 1/3 is too much. I can't accept that. It's too harsh. If we give you 1/3, we want to have enough to eat. The person who raised the issue immediately rejected the proposal. The little officer responded, "Then I have another suggestion. How about this? Can we ensure that each officer has food? If that is possible, I won't compete with you anymore. But you have to negotiate with the logistics students." Several officers initially wanted to outright deny it, but after thinking it over, they suddenly realized that this might actually solve some problems. Plus, this way, everyone could eat well without needing to fight over food. The senior officers quickly recognized the feasibility of this idea, and they began discussing who would be responsible for negotiating with the students. Thus, the matter was settled, and the only question was whether the logistics students would agree. When who was in charge of this matter in logistics, received the teacher's attention regarding consumption, her first reaction was panic. Could it be that cooking couldn't continue? However, when she read the specific contents of the email, she suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, even feeling a bit of pride. Oh my, this is truly unimaginable. I never thought that one day these officers would not seek anything from us. He felt like laughing heartily for 3 minutes. Moreover, this matter wasn't too complicated. They just needed to prepare a few more servings, as there were many officers, and they didn't use too many ingredients. However, he, being from a family of merchants, had a sharp business mind. After realizing this, she decided to leverage this situation to benefit their logistics department. Chapter 271. Reaching an agreement in negotiations, he did not immediately respond to the teacher's message, but she quickly went to discuss with her classmates. The fact that the teachers were asking for help indicated that they were ready for negotiations, and they couldn't afford to be at a disadvantage. The classmates proposed a variety of opinions, some of which were not very feasible, but after he consolidated their ideas, she came up with the following points. 1. Students from Mecha department should no longer act so arrogantly. If such behavior occurs, the leading teacher on that day will not have food to eat. 2. The teacher's meals will be exactly the same as theirs, and an additional 10 portions will be provided each day. If any students want to eat, they can purchase through the teachers, but the final price needs to be returned to the logistics department as unified income. 3. If there are any competitions in the future, the logistics department needs to receive training comparable to that of students from other elite majors. The third point was added by the students as a precaution because they had heard many stories about the school from senior students. The logistics department, being relatively weak, was not particularly well regarded and was often marginalized. Many activities requiring long training times, such as shooting and operating mechas, were only briefly visited without any real training, which was quite unfair and filled with bias against the logistics department. However, the logistics students had long been under this bias and did not see it as a problem. However, he and her group of classmates were like fearless calves, unafraid of tigers, daring to challenge authority. After discussing this idea, he organized the wording and shared the logistics department's thoughts with the instructors. The instructors, who had been eagerly waiting, were rendered speechless upon seeing the message. The second point posed no issues, but the first and third points directly exposed the hierarchy and discrimination within the military academy. Among the instructors, some came from the logistics department, and as people who had worked hard there, they resonated with the issues raised in these 2 points. Which logistics student had not been underestimated? During her efforts, he had often heard others say that logistics students lacked ability and talent. But is that true? It is similar to gender stereotypes. It is just another stereotype that everyone has accepted as normal. The logistics instructor blinked, suppressing the memories and pain that had been stirred. She surveyed the surroundings. Surely, you all wouldn't be unwilling to meet such basic demands? Everyone was aware that throughout their academic careers, the logistics department had been subjected to various criticisms. But does that truly represent the logistics department's shortcomings? No. It only indicates that the educational resources for the logistics department have not been as concentrated as those for combat fields. If they were, could they not also cultivate a few champions? Everyone exchanged glances and agreed. Well, change starts with them. After settling on this, several instructors immediately replied to he. They were concerned that if they replied and the students did not have time to cook, they would miss out on delicious food tomorrow. Delicious. It absolutely cannot fly away. They just wanted to train like the mecha department. How hard could it be? Let's get to work. In the military academy, slacking off was not an option, but striving hard was a simple task. He and her classmates were very happy upon receiving the news, especially looking forward to the opportunity to provocatively confront the mecha department during training tomorrow. After getting the confirmation, he immediately sought out Gu Mingyue to learn how to prepare the dishes for tomorrow. Upon hearing he chattering like a little bird about her clever negotiations with the teachers, Gu Mingyue looked at her with a hint of pity. This silly child, probably still unaware of the hardships that life would bring them. But it's okay. They chose this path and would surely be able to happily accept everything that was to come. Gu Mingyue decided to teach her a more delicious and impressive dish. It had to have a strong flavor and be aromatic. After some thought, Gu Mingyue chose to teach he how to make roasted chicken. A whole plump chicken was placed in the oven, turning until the skin was golden and crispy while the inside remained tender and juicy. When paired with fragrant fried potatoes and her special mayonnaise sauce, it would be irresistible even enticing those from the mecha department and the far-off ground combat department. Of course, the roasting process took time and required marinating beforehand. After Gu Mingyue explained this, he confidently assured that it was no big deal. It's fine. We can leave one person in the studio to watch the fire while everyone else can go back to rest. Once she was determined, everyone got to work. Only more than half of the logistics department students had participated in the previous activity, but today, nearly everyone who was free showed up. Those who missed the last session learned a new method of energy removal through explanations from friends, and everyone was excited. Countless chickens became their practice tools. By the end, everyone felt more adept at managing their mental energy. Some already strong in mental energy felt they had made further progress, as if they had broken through a limit. The step of preparing roasted chicken also amazed many. It turned out that so many ingredients were needed for the sauce. Soy sauce, cooking wine, and finally, after air drying, a layer of honey was brushed on. No wonder the food they had eaten a few days ago was so delicious. The preparation process was so complex, proving that the taste matched the intricate craft. Everyone was full of enthusiasm and determined to make this roasted chicken delicious as well. After going through all these complex tasks, they began to skewer the chickens and send them into the oven, which used charcoal from fruit wood, ensuring that the finished roasted chicken would carry a rich, fruity aroma. It was exceptionally exquisite. As the roasting process took a while, most students needed to go back to wash up and sleep, so they reluctantly left the classroom, taking 10 minutes to walk away while looking back. They were so excited for tomorrow. Chapter 272. Roast chicken worth 20,000 star coins that night. He was alone in the room, waiting for all the roast chickens to be ready. Once they were done, she took them down one by one, cut them in half, and placed them in a thermal container. She also picked out some of the previously fried French fries and put them in as well. A perfect serving of roast chicken and fries was ready. Since time was tight this time, he decided not to prepare any vegetables and simply placed this particularly meaty dish into her space. The next morning, everyone in the logistics department was spirited as they headed out for training, their energy levels as if they had been pumped up with adrenaline the night before. The students from the mecha department were truly astonished. They didn't understand. Even though everyone had trained hard and was exhausted, looking as if they could barely make it back to the dorms, why did the previously weak logistics department seem to have recovered so much better? Moreover, the logistics department appeared particularly lackluster last night. They had left the training base looking pale, as if they could hardly crawl back to the dorms. So how had they changed so much overnight? Seeing the mecha students' astonishment, he felt very pleased. At that moment, a young and brash student from the mecha department couldn't hold back and sarcastically mocked, "The logistics department is really impressive, eating and drinking well every day. No wonder they seem more energetic than us." As soon as this boy finished speaking, the instructor standing not far away heard him, glanced at the logistics department, then at this foolish student in his team. He immediately rushed over and slapped the boy on the head. "Do you understand what it means to unite as classmates? Do you know what kindness is? Do you understand respect?" After this long string of questions, the boy who had just spoken was left dumbfounded. He touched his head where he had been slapped, looking completely confused. What was going on? Why did their instructor seem so fierce today? He hadn't even spoken loudly. Why did the instructor care so much? Previously, they had behaved like this, and the instructor seemed to have turned a blind eye. After dealing with this foolish boy, the instructor looked at the logistics department again. Seeing that everyone was relatively calm, he felt more at ease, knowing that today's delicious meal should be fine. Not bad. Meanwhile, the boy who had been slapped was still looking around foolishly, completely unaware that he had been used as an example to warn others. Sigh. The instructor couldn't bear to look at him any longer. What was the use of being built like a muscle-bound athlete if one's brain wasn't sharp? After this little scene, the morning training went surprisingly smoothly. When the two departments met, everyone focused on themselves, and no one dared to speak disrespectfully again. During the lunch break, the students from the mecha department once again discovered their worst fear had come true. The logistics department had prepared delicious food again, and it smelled so good. The scariest part was that not only were the logistics students eating, but their instructor had also gone to get a portion. Previously, the logistics department had sat a bit far from them, so they could only smell the aroma without seeing what it actually was. But today, every instructor had received food, And they weren't sitting together during the lunch break. Instead, they carried their meals over to their respective teams. Because they were closer this time, most of the students could clearly see what the logistics meal was. The golden roast chicken was still steaming, and the fries beside it were also hot and fragrant. The instructor directly tore off a chicken leg from the half chicken, and the juices burst forth. He even savored the crispy bones, crunching them with a delightful sound, as if it had a unique flavor. The oily juices dripped onto the fries, and the instructor picked up a fry, dipped it generously in mayonnaise, and the sweet, fragrant taste was truly tempting. The nearby students could no longer suppress their salivating desires, with gulping sounds rising all around. At this moment, the instructor pretended to notice them and smiled, asking, "Do you all want to eat? It seems I have an extra purchase quota. You can bid for it. Whoever offers the highest price, I'll buy a portion for you." Those who had previously looked down on the logistics department now scrambled to bid. They were practically fighting over it. Those who usually held their heads high were now exceptionally generous. 1,500 star coins, 2,500, 3,000, 10, 0, 0, 0. The instructor initially laughed, but as the bids kept rising, he could no longer smile, as the prices were becoming too high, almost equivalent to half a month's salary for him. Just for this meal. Well, it seemed that those who could afford mechs were indeed wealthy. The instructor thought about his meager salary and fell silent. However, he didn't let them continue to raise the bids indiscriminately. When the amount reached 20,000 star coins, he promptly called a halt to this mini-auction. The student who first shouted the bid of 20,000 was grinning from ear to ear, looking extremely pleased. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Kujia! Didn't you say in our dorm that you would never eat anything from the logistics department? You wouldn't even eat it if it was delivered to you. So why did you spend 20,000 cash to buy something from the logistics department today?" The exposed friend did not panic at all. "Oh, did I say that? I can't remember. One can be invincible if they have no shame." The student who had loudly questioned him was now at a loss for words. What could he do when the other was so shameless? The instructor rolled his eyes as these little brats took their cash to find a logistics department and bought a meal. After receiving the food, the student named Kujia's first action wasn't to taste the delicacy, but to excitedly carry the delicious food over to Guran. He had had his eye on this slender, beautiful girl who looked like a white lotus since the day of their admission. However, she seemed to have a good relationship with everyone and only surrounded herself with particularly impressive individuals. Now that Kujia had finally caught this opportunity to show off, he naturally seized it immediately. He smiled a bit foolishly. To be fair, Kujia was a good-looking guy, but he was clearly not within Guran's range. When Guran saw Kujia walking towards her, her sense of superiority truly began to swell. Chapter 273. The Turncoat Kujia. Guran chuckled to herself. Her charm really is strong. Students from ordinary nouveau riche families like this one, she didn't even bother to flirt with them. Yet here they were, rushing towards her. Of course, Guran didn't lack these tens of thousands of star coins, but the feeling of being adored like a star surrounded by the moon was something else. Especially now, in a military academy where everyone was very strong, being pampered by the strong felt much better than being pampered by the weak. Naturally, Guran wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal her sense of superiority. She acted as if she hadn't seen anything and continued chatting with her friends. At that moment, Kujia had already walked up to her. What was a boy in love like? His face was flushed, almost dripping with blood, completely different from his previous arrogant demeanor. He even stuttered a bit, saying, I just bought some food. Do you want some?" Guran knew very well that she couldn't accept this, but that didn't stop her from showing a smile like a pure white lotus. "I won't eat it. I've already switched to nutrient solution, so I don't need any other energy intake. You can share with your friends. Don't worry about me." Kujia was almost enchanted by her smile. He thought his goddess was the most beautiful person in the world. Moreover, she was so considerate, not taking advantage of others. Where could he find such a good girl? After seeing his expression, Guran knew she had captivated another suitor, and one who was completely infatuated at that. Kujia walked away like a wandering soul, and after he returned, he looked at the food box in his hand with a hint of melancholy. Alas, he still couldn't deliver the food to his goddess. Guran continued to smile like a white lotus, unaware of the worldly affairs. Many students from a mecha department witnessed this scene. Some sensitive ones felt that something was off. Others, less perceptive, thought Gu Ran was quite nice and easy to get along with, not taking advantage of her classmates, being friendly, and genuinely kind. However, the sensitive ones felt something was strange, even if they couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, so they stored the thought in their hearts for later. Gu Mingyue didn't pay attention to what was happening in the mecha department. If she had seen it, she would have immediately realized it was just one of Gu Ran's little schemes to establish her image as a pure white lotus, rising unstained from the mud. Meanwhile, the boy who had just walked back like a wandering soul opened his food box, and the strong, domineering aroma that wafted out made him completely forget his earlier intention of sharing this delicious food. In that moment, Gu Jia suddenly felt a surge of emotion. It was a good thing he hadn't given his food away. He suddenly felt a little reluctant, as it smelled really good. The others, who had initially relished in his rejection, suddenly lost their sense of schadenfreude when they realized they were the ones to be pitted. They didn't have such delicious food. The pure aroma, filled with the flavors of grease and meat, was uplifting. Gu Jia was not insensitive. He noticed the hungry gazes around him and realized how attractive his delicious food was to them. However, this was something he bought, and since his goddess didn't want it, he couldn't share it with others. Gu Jia immediately followed his instructor's example and tore off a chicken leg. The first bite he took was of the chicken skin, which was perfectly roasted to a crispy crunch, bursting with flavor. He instantly felt the savory taste on his lips and teeth. Various spices danced on his tongue, absolutely perfect. And the meat? For some reason, it was incredibly addictive. After one bite, he simply couldn't stop devouring the chicken leg until it completely disappeared. Gu Jia was completely unaware of how he was eating, now succumbing to an unconscious temptation that surpassed even the most professional foodies. The other students who had gathered around to watch couldn't help but sadly notice their own swallowing frequency increasing. The most terrifying thing wasn't a food broadcast. It was a food broadcast right in front of them, while they had nothing to eat. Gu Jia was so engrossed in eating that he cleaned the chicken bones spotless, leaving no shred of meat or even a bit of crispy bone behind. It wasn't his fault. The chicken was marinated so well that even the bones were flavorful. If the bones were any crunchier, Gu Jia would have suspected he could crunch them down and swallow them. After all, they were all in good physical shape, and such bones could easily be digested. Just as he was savoring the moment, he suddenly noticed the cold fries he had set aside. Initially, he looked down on such starchy foods, thinking they couldn't compare to meat. But now, with nothing else to eat, he reluctantly started munching on the fries. By this time, the fries had cooled down a bit and weren't as tasty as when they were fresh out of the fryer, but they were still full of greasy goodness. Though the fries weren't as crispy, their softness was still delightful. Gu Jia widened his eyes and began to question his life. Why did this taste even better than the meat? To him, the chicken meat was like giant, fun new toys, while the fries felt like indispensable little parts of the toys. Gu Jia even started wanting to befriend those in the logistics department. They managed to create so much delicious food. It was simply too blissful. Suddenly, he remembered the disparaging posts he had made about the logistics department. Gu Jia felt a sense of dread. No way. He needed to delete all those posts today and replace them with compliments for the logistics department. Finally, after savoring the last bit of flavor from the chicken bones, Gu Jia felt invigorated and ready to throw himself into the afternoon training. Chapter 274. The forum begins with flattery, however. Classmate Gu was unaware that her current behavior had already been observed by her goddess. Gu Ran had previously hoped that this boy would give her something, and after being rejected, he would share the delicious food with the classmates around her. In that case, she could continue to play the role of the White Lotus while still enjoying the delicacies herself. But who would have thought that the boy would just take the food back and eat it himself? The most infuriating part was that he was eating so heartily, looking like a starving ghost reincarnated. Gu Ran's little plan completely fell flat, and she was outmaneuvered by this boy. His enjoyment of the food made Gu Ran suspect that he was doing it on purpose, making her regret not accepting it. But now, even if Gu Ran regretted it, it was too late. The delicious roasted chicken was already reduced to a few skinny bones, and the fries were completely gone. This situation was quite absurd. to the point that Gu Ran couldn't manage her expression anymore. She showed a hint of surprise and disgust. Sensitive students who had been paying attention to Gu Ran's expressions finally realized why they felt something was off earlier. Gu Ran had previously seemed too perfect. Perfect like a doll, like someone who would never make a mistake. However, such a perfect doll could not possibly exist in real life. At that moment, they finally saw the true side of Gu Ran's heart. Although it was only for a brief second, everyone immediately recognized that something was wrong with this person. She was very deep and could really put on an act. Those with a sixth sense, like little beasts, immediately decided to keep their distance from Gu Ran. Such a person was truly terrifying. At that moment, Gu Ran still didn't realize that she had already revealed her true self in front of some classmates. Meanwhile, the lunch break had ended, and the instructors were all full of energy. Although the students who had consumed the nutritional liquid had regained their strength, they still lacked enthusiasm. After all, prolonged high-intensity training was a significant test of one's mental state. It wasn't enough to just have their physical strength restored. However, those who had eaten food clearly had a much better spirit than those who hadn't. No one seemed to notice this at the moment. After the afternoon training ended, the logistics students happily left, their faces beaming with smiles, a smile that came from being respected. Today, no one from the mecha department dared to criticize them in front of them. In fact, many mecha students who had previously looked down on them deliberately approached with smiles, asking if there were ways to purchase food from them. The treatment was completely different, a complete turnaround. When the logistics students were busy preparing tonight's feast, the Military Academy's forum was already buzzing with excitement. The extra 10 meals released by he acted like bait, attracting a whole bunch of big fish. Some instructors didn't even set limits on how much they could spend, and one department's box meal sold for as high as 100,000 star coins. Everyone was still young, full of energy, and had a competitive spirit. Whoever spent the most money was the most respected. Of course, some instructors set the price quite harshly at just 10,000 star coins. Regardless, many were willing to share. The chicken they bought was directly shared with their classmates. This situation allowed many people to finally taste what the logistics department's food was like. As a result, many students who had tried the food began posting on the internet, completely changing their previous disdain and becoming fans of the logistics department. Oh, help. This is the best thing I've ever eaten. How can something this delicious exist in the world? What kind of gods are in the logistics department? What kind of heavenly days are they living? And look at us, spending so much money just to get a tiny bite. I'm really crying. My military academy life is all about painful training, while others get to train, eat, rest, and enjoy happy training. This is simply not the same thing. It's infuriating. How can the world be like this? So unfair? At that moment, I just want to ask, is it too late to befriend the logistics department folks now? Oh my God. I suddenly discovered an astonishing fact. Isn't everyone supposed to be resting now? Why aren't the logistics people posting? If you don't post, how can we be friends? Is the person above a bit silly? The logistics folks are busy making delicious food right now. So what is the point of us chatting here? Diligent people get to eat, while we, the lazy ones, can only watch tomorrow. Just a little secret. I know some wealthy folks are already gearing up to snatch tomorrow's food. Wow, friends, you're not going to raise the price directly to over 100,000 star coins, are you? That is too shocking. Let us all take it easy. You can tell the person saying this hasn't tasted today as delicacies. That roasted chicken is so aromatic and juicy. It's truly worth more than 100,000 coins. Just being able to eat it is already a huge blessing. Many who had tasted the food described each dish as heavenly, sparking curiosity among countless students. This led many who originally had no intention of buying to consider trying it out. They thought they might as well join the bidding tomorrow. Meanwhile, the logistics students at the center of the discussion were all attentively listening to Gu Mingyue explain the recipes. Gu Mingyue was in a particularly good mood today. Seeing the mecha department students scrambling for food, she decided to make something even more delicious tomorrow, but not too overtly delicious. She planned to prepare some subtler dishes. After some thought, Gu Mingyue decided to make something she hadn't made before, but was also very tasty. Large, juicy lamb shao mai. In fact, shao mai had many varieties back on ancient Earth. For instance, in the south, there were glutinous rice shao mai filled with pork cracklings or various mushrooms. In the north, particularly in Inner Mongolia, lamb shaomai was most common, with thin skins and large, juicy fillings. There, shaomai wasn't sold individually, but by weight. And what shocked Gu Mingyue the most was that their weight was based on the weight of the shaomai skin. Chapter 275. The luck game begins. Lamb shaomai go. This means that if you tell the boss you want 2 liang of shaomai, they will prepare 2 liang of shaomai wrappers for you to wrap on site. And the lamb inside will be very ample. The final shaomai will weigh over a pound. It can be said to be very honest. Gu Mingyue thought for a moment. The process of making shaomai is indeed very meticulous. Not only does the meat filling have to be well blended, but it also requires special sesame oil. Gu Mingyue had already prepared all the necessary ingredients in advance. Seasonings must be prepared ahead of time, or it would be amusing if you couldn't get them when you needed them. After handing the remaining shopping list to Hee, she quickly bought fresh lamb legs. The little girl looked eagerly at the upcoming shaomai, too excited. She had never eaten such food before, although she had tried roasted chicken and beef. Those were very simple cooking methods that beginners could easily master. Gu Mingyue was indeed very serious. From cutting the lamb to wrapping the shaomai and finally steaming it, every little trick and timing was perfectly grasped by her. After demonstrating, she looked up and smiled at her classmates around her. Did everyone learn it? The classmates who had been listening intently were almost captivated by her smile. Oh my, the external helper invited by He looked just like them, but when she smiled, she was so charming. No, it wasn't just the smile. Every move she made felt particularly captivating, as if she was born to be a beauty. Everyone was almost mesmerized. This daze wasn't just from her beauty, but from a kind of dazzling aura. It was like the beauty that could bring an impact in the desert. Many people, struck by this smile, began to doubt their own aesthetic judgment. What was wrong with them? They didn't like the beautiful Gu ran from the mecha department. How could they find this logistics girl so attractive? Was it because the logistics girl was in the same major as them? They speculated again and again, being drawn in. Damn, this woman was just too charming, sob. Watching her slender fingers grasp the large kitchen knife and swiftly cut the fresh lamb into appropriately sized pieces, then chop the scallions. The contrast between her snow-white fingers and the vibrant green scallions was truly aesthetically pleasing. Gu Mingyue was completely unaware that even though she was disguised, she was very attractive to others. After making a meal, she had attracted countless little fans. Under Gu Mingyue's diligent guidance, every logistics student who came over had learned how to wrap lamb shaomai. Everyone was doing it quite well. Next was to boil water and steam the lamb shaomai in a large pot. You should know that as long as the lamb is handled well, the aroma is incredibly appealing. So when everyone opened the pot lid, they were almost overwhelmed by the fragrance. How can there be such a fragrant and steamy dish? Even before eating, it already felt amazing. Gu Mingyue wasn't done yet. Eating shaomai without a dipping sauce will be a bit of a waste. She prepared a bowl of soy sauce and vinegar and placed it in front of everyone. You can try it. Generally, you first eat a shaomai plain, then dip it. The taste is very good. But remember to be careful of the meat juices inside the shaomai. They can be hot. The classmates around had been staring at the delicacy for a long time. This lamb shaomai, although not as stimulatingly fragrant as roasted chicken and steak, had much more depth of flavor than those two foods. First, there was the aroma of sesame oil with a slight spiciness that felt like little chili peppers dancing on the tongue. But it wasn't too intense. Then came the broth from the lamb shaomai. That rich aroma could almost bury a person. The slightly hot broth smoothly rolled down the tongue into the stomach, like the warmest hug in winter. By the time everyone tasted the lamb, they were completely amazed. There was not a hint of fishiness. Instead, the lamb had a milky fragrance, like a satisfying combination of meat and cheese. And before they could fully appreciate the delight, the fragrant scallions started to subtly showcase their presence, cleansing the greasiness from their mouths. It made them feel like they could eat 10 more. If it weren't for everyone remembering they had to bring some to the training ground tomorrow, they would have loved to eat all of it today. So rich and delicious. After eating one without dipping sauce, then grabbing another dipped in soy sauce and vinegar, they discovered the door to a new world. The difference in taste was surprisingly huge. Isn't this a bit strange? Soon everyone packed up and returned to their dorms with satisfied and expectant hearts. How wonderful! Previously, they had heard upperclassmen say that military training was particularly tough, and they were almost scared, but they didn't expect life to be so happy now. It felt like living in a honeypot. As they happily returned to their dorms, some students with sharp ears heard, "The logistics students are back. Wow, today is even longer than before. What were they doing? It must be some new delicious food again, Sai. No matter what delicious food it is. I must have share tomorrow. My wallet is already itching to spend. Umph, it must be a share for me too. Me too, me too." Everyone started to chatter like elementary school students. The next day, those who tried to throw money at getting the delicious food were stunned by the instructor's actions. The instructors smiled, looking overly happy, but their words were particularly cruel. "Come on, today, delicacies are obtained by drawing lots." When the words drawing lots came out, the crowd erupted like a frying pan, everyone in disbelief. Is it really like this? Drawing lots, doesn't that mean money can't buy it? What a terrible rule. What are these non-lucky people supposed to do? Everyone looked at each other, realizing they were now in a competitive relationship. If someone else buys it, then theirs is gone. Everyone immediately jumped to sign up, surrounding the instructor tightly. Go! They're delicacies. Although they still didn't know what they were going to eat in the end, they were sure it wouldn't be disappointing. The instructor then announced the price, 20,000 star coins. This price was the lowest from yesterday. Conscience. Chapter 276. Social death for two people. The price was set by their logistics department themselves. They didn't want to seem like they were squeezing money from students of other majors. 20,000 star coins was a big deal for those who came here to study, so almost everyone signed up. When the particularly wealthy Gu Mingyue wanted to show off his financial strength again, he found that everyone seemed able to buy it. His advantage disappeared just like that. This was truly a humiliation. However, he had no choice but to obediently comply, as the instructor was still present. If he wanted to stir trouble, he had to consider whether he had the ability to do so. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the lottery draw began. Everyone watched as the instructor pressed the lottery button, and this time lucky winner. It turned out to be Gu Mingyue again. Gu Mingyue's expression, the expressions of those around him, winky face, is there something wrong with this lottery? How could it be like this? This guy Gu Mingyue had already snatched the 20,000 star coins first yesterday with his hand speed, and then the auction ended. Unexpectedly, today he won the draw again. This is too absurd. Gu Mingyue proudly walked towards the instructor. His good friends behind him shouted, "Instructor, next time in the draw, those who have already won shouldn't be allowed to participate again." Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyue stumbled and nearly fell. His group of friends was really good at digging pits for him. How could he have such friends? The instructor pondered for a moment and agreed that this would indeed be fairer. As for Gu Mingyue, he could only feel like crying without tears. But fortunately, he bought delicious food again today. Gu Mingyue's steps were incredibly fast, as if someone was chasing him from behind. Meanwhile, Gu Ran, who was far back in the line, was already considering what to do if Gu Mingyue offered her food again this time. Should she accept it? It was truly a sweet burden. If she accepted it, it wouldn't be good. But if she didn't, she was very curious about what today's delicacy was. Sigh. She didn't know if Gu Mingyue could understand her meaning. However, to Gu Ran's shock, after Gu Mingyue received the delicious food, he directly sat back in his seat and began to enjoy it. Gu Ran? What's going on? How can someone be so inconsiderate? Clearly, he was so eager yesterday to give her all the food, but today he showed no intention at all. This. Gu Ran was nearly furious. She glanced at Gu Mingyue, who was happily eating, and almost doubted her own eyes. How could someone be like this? Moreover, this time the delicious food was served one by one. Why couldn't he just let her taste one? At this moment, Gu Mingyue was unaware that his actions were making his goddess so dissatisfied. In fact, he thought much about it. Mainly, the roast chicken he had eaten last time was so delicious that he subconsciously didn't want to share the good food. So after getting the big lamb shao mai this time, he told himself that since the goddess didn't want it yesterday, she definitely wouldn't want it today either. So he just ate himself. After thinking this way, Gu Mingyue enjoyed his delicious food today with a clear conscience. Wow, this lamb shao mai is really too delicious. Eating big bites of meat feels incredibly satisfying. And the more he ate, the more fragrant it became. The more he wanted to eat. Gu Mingyue devoured all the food at a speed like a whirlwind, then leaned back in his chair, satisfied, and burped. So satisfying. It was fragrant and not dry. Although yesterday's roast chicken was delicious, it was a bit too choking, and the fries were enjoyable to eat. But they left him very thirsty afterward. However, today's lamb shao mai had none of these shortcomings. It was simply 2 words, satisfying. Meanwhile, all the students from the mecha department looked at Gu Jia with envy, jealousy, and hatred. This guy was eating so deliciously that they were all tempted to drool. But it was food he bought with his own money. They couldn't stop him from eating, right? Guren also kept staring at Gu Jia. Really? The killing intent in her eyes was about to burst out. She really wanted to eat. Why was this person so clueless? At this moment, a full and satisfied Gu Jia raised his eyes and happened to meet Gu Ran's gaze. From his angle, it seemed like his goddess was gazing at him affectionately. Those watery eyes seemed to contain so many emotions and words a goddess wanted to say. Who could withstand this? Gu Jia immediately imagined 1,000 episodes of drama. For example, how they fell in love, or how their future child would inherit whose surname, or when they got old, which planet they would choose to settle down on. In a flash, Gu Jia had thought of so much. Then he couldn't help but smile and walked up to Gu Ran. Gu Ran looked at his beaming face and felt like she was going to explode with anger. What kind of brain circuit did this person have? He probably had no hope, right? Luckily, Gu Ran still remembered the persona she had maintained, not revealing any flaws, and kept a very calm smile. However, her words became much more distant. Classmate Ko, what do you want from me? Gu Jia was startled back to his senses by Gu Ran's melodious voice. Regaining his rationality, he rubbed his hair and said shyly, I just saw you looking at me, so I came over. Gu Ran? How can there be such a shameless person? Other students around them shot meaningful glances. Wow, there's another show to watch. It's very exciting. Gu Ran really had to take a deep breath to hold herself together, revealing a polite smile. Did you see wrong? Gu Jia still hadn't realized what he had done wrong, and said with righteousness, Impossible, my eyesight is 5. 2. I can see a bird flying in the sky. Gu Ran. The surrounding students let out good-natured laughter. But to Gu Ran, this laughter felt like a detestable mockery. Was everyone watching her make a fool of herself? Watching her embarrass herself in front of her pursuer and numerous classmates? Gu Ran suddenly hated the person who originally brought out the delicious food. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't be here embarrassing herself now. Gu Ran suppressed the chaotic thoughts in her mind. She revealed a proper smile. I was looking at the food. It looks really delicious. I'll see if I can win it tomorrow. Only now did Gu Jia realize what kind of mistake he had made. He actually didn't give food to the goddess. What kind of fool was he? Social death happened in an instant. Chapter 277. Best friends fallout. Gu Ran and Gu Jia were surrounded by many classmates. Although no one spoke, the curiosity and desire to explore in their eyes were unmistakable. At that moment, Gu Ran was extremely angry. She didn't want to be famous, but not in such a bizarre way. The impact this would have on her military academy life was enormous. In the future, whenever people thought of Gu Jia, they would immediately think of her. Gu Ran was furious, but she couldn't show it. If she got angry, the fairy-like image she had maintained would be ruined. She could only tell herself to endure for now and find out who was behind this delicious mess later. Gu Ran brushed Gu Jia off and then sat back in her seat, appearing very calm. Seeing that there was no excitement left to watch, everyone fell silent. As they had training in the afternoon, if they didn't take a break now, they would suffer later. Later that evening, Gu Ran indeed began to investigate. Since starting school, she hadn't actively contacted Hee. But today, in order to figure out how everything had happened, Gu Ran lowered herself for the first time to reach out to Hee. She thought Hee was just a logistics student, and the gap between them was vast, so there was really no reason to keep in touch. However, it seemed necessary to maintain some relationship now. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to find the right person for information. With that in mind, Gu Ran sent Hee a message. She was expressionless while typing, but the message was quite cute. Well, Hee, how have you been lately? We in the mecha department have training outside of military training too. It's so tiring. When Hee received this message, she was busy preparing food for the next day. They had recently become addicted to cooking because it felt so rewarding to make delicious food. Watching those strange ingredients transform into tasty dishes brought a sense of accomplishment that was hard to find elsewhere. Today, they were challenging a dish of spicy human squid tentacles. Since everyone had been training hard, the entire logistics department decided to make healthy, high-protein food. One student suggested squid tentacles, thinking they would be chewy and satisfying. Gu Mingyue couldn't help but salivate at the mention of this ingredient. The best squid tentacles she had ever eaten were by the seaside. The grilled flavor had a unique wildness, and when sprinkled with cumin and chili sauce, it was simply astonishing. However, this time they didn't have a grill, so stir-frying would have to do. The special structure of squid tentacles allowed them to absorb the flavor of the sauce well, with each tentacle locking in the taste. When he received Gu Rant's message, she was washing the squid tentacles, her hands all sticky with water. However, when she heard that distinctive notification sound, she knew it was from Gu Ran. He immediately put down what she was doing to reply. Although she disagreed with Gu Rant's attitude towards Gu Mingyue, Gu Ran was still an important person to her, a friend she could trust with her life. However, Gu Ran clearly didn't think the same way. He comforted Gu Ran a bit, saying she was working too hard and that the mecha department was really strict. But Gu Ran quickly lost patience with the small talk and directly asked, I heard that many people have been enjoying the delicious food made by your logistics department recently. Do you know who organized it? He initially wanted to excitedly say it was Gu Mingyue, but then she thought about it and realized there seemed to be some friction between Gu Ran and Mingyue, so it was better not to mention it. So he simply replied, it's me. I saw everyone training so hard, so I suggested we all pitch in. What? It was actually he. If it had been organized by someone else, Gu Ran might have just asked and left it at that. After all, if she didn't know the person, she might only cause some trouble for them in competitions across different majors. But if it was he, that was a completely different story. Didn't he say she would always put Gu Ran first? So why hadn't she thought to send her a portion of the delicious food they made? Although a meal outside already costs 20,000 star coins. It couldn't compare to what he had given her before. Gu Ran felt a mix of emotions, with the most prominent being anger, an unparalleled anger. In her heart, he was her possession. How could she do this? She suppressed her rage and held on to a bit of her anger, using a PUA tone to start questioning How could you do this? Aren't we best friends? Why didn't you tell me about the delicious food? If I hadn't asked you today, would I have never known that the person making the delicious food is my best friend? Gu Rant's barrage of questions stunned he. Looking at the words on her holographic screen, he suddenly began to doubt if she was illiterate. Otherwise, how could her usually open-minded, easygoing friend suddenly blame her? Moreover, he felt particularly wronged. She had messaged Gu Ran first. She asked Gu Ran if she had time, but Gu Ran hadn't replied. He waited for a long time without a response, so she simply forgot about it. After all, once they started cooking together, he became very busy. She had endless tasks every day, talking to Mingyue, negotiating with instructors, and dealing with suppliers. There was just so much to do. If this had happened before, he might have accepted Gu Rant's words and apologized. But now, after interacting with so many people, he had grown and could see who was genuinely kind. She fired back, you feel wronged? I'm the one who's wronged. I asked if you wanted some, and I sent you a message. Did you reply? You didn't reply. And now you want to turn it around and blame me? Gu Ran, are you serious? The more he spoke, the more wronged she felt, as if she were being deeply misunderstood. She cared about Gu Ran, but every time Gu Ran came to her, it seemed to be to pick a fight. Who could tolerate that? She was furious. Gu Ran had been waiting for he to admit her mistake, but she didn't expect he to get angry too. This was something she hadn't anticipated. Gu Ran became even angrier, but couldn't think of a rebuttal. So she pretended not to see and entered a state of mutual Cold War. Chapter 278. The opposition between the logistics department and the mecha department. He angrily turned off her light brain. As she did so, she began to doubt her life. Damn it, was that gentle and friendly Gu Ran all fake? He couldn't figure out which was the real Gu Ran, so she simply chose not to think about it. She continued to rub the squid tentacles in her hands with great force, wishing she could wash off all the slime completely. Gu Mingyue noticed He's unusual behavior, but said nothing, silently noting the incident in her mind. It was truly remarkable what could make such an optimistic and naive girl so angry. Soon, the entire training room was filled with a smoky haze. The aroma of garlic, onions, and ginger being stir-fried was incredibly rich. It was like the most beloved food, even though very few people actually like ginger and garlic. However, it was rare to find someone cooking without them. Once the wok was heated and the delicious aroma wafted everywhere, everyone could start cooking the cleaned and drained squid tentacles. The sizzling sound of the high-protein tentacles touching the hot oil was simply delightful. Soon, chili sauce and cumin were added, and a pot of spicy cumin squid tentacles was ready. The bright red color was extremely appetizing, not to mention the unique fragrance. Gu Mingyue was still not satisfied. She decided to teach everyone how to make steamed buns. To be honest, squid tentacles paired best with steamed buns. The rich wheat flavor, combined with the spicy and numbing squid tentacles, and the crispy sweetness of the onions in between, was simply wonderful. The process of making steamed buns wasn't particularly difficult, but also not easy. It mainly tested patience. If one was too impatient and put the dough to steam before it had risen, the result would be dreadful. The steamed buns would end up hard and inedible. However, under Gu Mingyue's careful guidance, everyone quickly learned that haste makes waste. But even with a teacher to guide them, the steamed buns everyone made still turned out to be quite peculiar. They varied in size and weren't complete circles, each one uniquely ugly. Fortunately, since the fermentation time was sufficient, even the oddly shaped buns were sweet and delicious. Gu Mingyue quietly left again, keeping her contributions in the shadows. However, upon returning to the dormitory, she received a piece of news. It wasn't anything new. To those classmates, it might be entirely new information. But Gu Mingyue had known it long ago. This year, the logistics department could also participate in the mecha training and selection. However, the elimination criteria were very strict. If they fell slightly behind the pace, they would face elimination without any chance for reconsideration. Despite such harshness, everyone was still exceptionally excited. The students in the logistics department were naturally happy and thrilled. For them, this was a sudden piece of good news. However, for the students in the mecha department, this news might not be so welcome. No way. The logistics department can also participate in mechas? I can understand if the closed combat department has this opportunity, but is there really a need for the logistics department to be involved with mechas? Exactly, this is just too ridiculous. Is the logistics department planning to supplement us with mechas? It's utterly meaningless. Everyone truly looked down on the logistics department, even though they had recently introduced countless delicious foods and persevered through all the training. However, everyone only dared to complain anonymously. After the students in the logistics department saw everyone's messages, they were furious. If you look down on our logistics department, then you can completely stop eating the food we prepare. Exactly, each of you picks up a bowl to eat, then puts it down to curse us. If the forum were real name, we could add you to the blacklist and refuse to sell to you. Seeing these angry messages from the logistics department, the mecha department fell silent. They genuinely adored the food from the logistics department. Those dishes were their salvation here. But what if the logistics department really participated in the mecha competition and surpassed their students? Then there would be no place for the mecha department to hide their faces. All this pressure stemmed from their own insecurities. Just like in ancient Earth, where women were completely barred from participating in lion dance, said to be a male-only tradition. Yet, after forming an all-female lion dance team, the talented girls garnered more awards and honors in 1 year than the boys did in 10. All the discriminatory voices from the outside world should never be believed. They often come from those who are incompetent and resort to suppressing others from the beginning. This phenomenon is also true in cooking. Many men, who dare not do any housework at home, claim that cooking is a woman's job, insisting that real men cannot do it. But once being a chef becomes a way to earn money and gain fame, they say women can't handle the spatula, and such honorable tasks should be left to them. These two entirely different attitudes only illustrate male cunning. When there are benefits, they rush to claim them. When there are none, they cast the matter aside. Gu Mingyue learned something from this phenomenon. Never do something without benefits. Many men like to say women are materialistic. But isn't the pursuit of money and happiness something every human does? The reality is even more absurd. Most of the true materialists are men. They are keen on gambling, relying on their families, demanding houses and cars, and if they don't have them, they say they won't be able to marry without a house. They criticize women for being materialistic, but refuse to put their wives' names on the property deed. And the mecha department now resembles the men of ancient Earth. They've been pampered for so long that they begin to think it's normal for all resources to flow toward them. Conversely, the logistics department is awakening little by little, realizing how ridiculous this inequality is. It's too early to say anything now. We'll see each other on the competition stage. I guess not many from the logistics department will last until the end of the competition. Exactly. Just wait and see how they overestimate their abilities. Chapter 279, Internal Test Account. Everyone in the mecha department spoke with an air of superiority. Their condescending and self-satisfied demeanor was simply too ugly. The rest of the mecha department remained silent. But wasn't that a form of tacit approval? The logistics department was filled with pent-up frustration. This anger wouldn't dissipate anytime soon. While they were busy frying squid tentacles, their minds were preoccupied with the upcoming mecha competition. Everyone weighed this matter heavily in their hearts and thought about it all night. The next day, the members of the logistics department looked like they had been through a storm. Each one had huge bags under their eyes, looking utterly drained. They exchanged knowing smiles, all aware of what was troubling them. Gu Mingyue initially didn't understand why her classmates looked like they had pulled an all-nighter, but after hearing snippets of their conversations, she quickly pieced everything together. It turned out to be about the competition. The mecha competition was both challenging and simple. Since it had always been regarded as a high-end event, everyone thought mecha was extremely difficult. However, in reality, what everyone lacked was just diligent practice. Often, most of us don't push ourselves to the limits of our potential. Gu Mingyue planned to study the mecha competition carefully after today, hoping to rally her classmates for some last-minute preparation. The logistics department was much more efficient, and during the lunch break that day, the instructors had good food, but the extra 10 portions had completely vanished. The excited students who had prepared their star coins to buy food that day were left dumbfounded. What? Their money? Their food? Where had everything gone? Some bolder students even went to ask their instructors why. The instructors glanced at them without saying a word, but their eyes seemed to convey 3 words: big fools. The instructors certainly knew the reason. It was because the students from the mecha department had been ridiculing the logistics department online. This incident had escalated so much that the entire instructor team could hardly bear to look at it. Wasn't this just bullying honest people? The logistics department worked hard to prepare delicious food. What had they done to provoke you? In the competition, it would be about strength, and there was no need to ridicule them in advance, letting you act up. The instructors sneered inwardly, watching the students' expressions gradually turn to stone as they began to lose hope for life. This group of kids had certainly not faced enough hardships. The members of the logistics department were not rabbits. Even if they were rabbits, they would bite when provoked. Those students who had lost their dreams began to drool watching the big steamed buns and fried squid tentacles that each member of the logistics department had. Oh no, today's meal looked too delicious. The aroma of the big bun was wafting over to them. Moreover, the spicy and fragrant squid tentacles looked incredibly tasty. Help! All they could do was inhale the aroma and silently gulp down their nutrient solution. Damn it, this nutrient solution tasted bland. How could anyone like nutrient solutions? At that moment, some students, feeling increasingly angry, began to vent their frustration online. Why didn't the logistics department make even 10 extra portions of food? I have a bold guess. Is it because of what happened on the forum yesterday? Forum? What happened on the forum yesterday? Didn't your dorm lose power yesterday? You didn't know about such a big thing? A well-meaning student recounted what had happened, and, as expected, they saw the explosive reaction from their classmate, WC. So, it was because of this I was wondering why the logistics department suddenly didn't make more food. But we can't be blamed. It's the logistics department that's too petty. Wow, how shameless. ISN, this like slapping someone and then complaining they didn't offer the other cheek for you to slap? Exactly. What a domineering statement. I'm from the closed combat department. I support the logistics department doing this. I'm from the literature and history department. I support it too. I'm from the military medical department. I support the logistics department. It's not that the logistics department wasn't well liked. It was that everyone had had enough of the mecha department as bullying. Although they were indeed strong, that didn't give them the right to humiliate others at will. It wasn't until this moment that the mecha department realized no one was supporting them and began to feel a bit flustered, realizing that their actions had indeed angered many people. However, it was completely impossible to expect the mecha department to apologize. They were truly stubborn. But everyone no longer cared about the mecha department's attitude. They just wanted to get back at them. Everyone had their own ideas. And the logistics department was the first to act. The mecha department watched enviously as the logistics students dipped their fragrant big buns in sauce and enjoyed them. The contrast was simply too stark. Some moderates from the mecha department were almost driven to madness. They had never thought the mecha department was the best. Yet they had to suffer alongside those who did. Oh no, this was so unfair. But regardless of how the mecha department felt, the members of the logistics department had finally vented their frustration. After the day's training ended, they received news that the school would soon be prioritizing virtual mecha training. This had originally been an exclusive privilege for mecha department students, but now would soon be open to everyone. It would all depend on individual initiative. After this virtual training, some theoretical knowledge would also be released for everyone to study. The instructors from the mecha department would also have to answer questions for all participating students in the competition, ensuring transparency and fairness. As soon as Gu Mingyue returned to her dormitory, she played catch with the little bear for a while before receiving a message from Teacher Wu. Along with it was an internal test account for mecha training. Xiao Mingyue, come play. We got the programmers to create a ranking system, and the training has a game-like ladder activity. Everyone can see their own rankings and others' rankings, but all information is anonymous. Only the department is public. So, how about you try the internal test first? Gu Mingyue definitely wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. With such an interesting event and the internal test account right in front of her, she had to go. Chapter 280. The shocked seniors. Gu Mingyue first sent a message to thank Teacher Wu, and then she eagerly opened the internal test account. After a brief experience of weightlessness, she opened her eyes to a dazzling scene filled with a cyberpunk aesthetic. In this scene, Gu Mingyue spotted a familiar face. Well, not exactly a familiar face. It was the kind-hearted older brother she had met while mining on a mining planet. However, this older brother was now dressed in the instructor's uniform of their military academy, appearing a bit more approachable. It was obvious that this was just a holographic projection, not a real person waiting there. The older brother began their lesson for the day. The first lesson was something Gu Mingyue didn't expect at all: the use of mental strength. The holographic projection started to speak confidently. Mechas had actually gone through many generations of iteration. The very first mechas were operated entirely via keyboard. This meant that many actions or behaviors had to be controlled using the keyboard. While this allowed the mechas to move, there were two significant problems. One was that the operation of the mecha required very high skills from the mecha pilots. The pilots needed to have extremely fast hand speeds to control the mecha's movements. The other problem was that, no matter how fast a pilot's hands were, they were still human. Humans inevitably make mistakes or exhibit various errors. However, these mistakes were genuinely unavoidable. Over the long process of mecha iteration, engineers gradually abandoned the keyboard operation method and focused more on connecting the mecha directly to the brainwaves of the pilot. At that time, humanity discovered mental strength, which opened the era of mental strength mechas. Nowadays, the operation of mechas is primarily based on mental strength. So the power and agility of mental strength largely determine the flexibility of the mecha. Therefore, the training for the first lesson was focused on mental strength. However, the military academy probably considered that students from other majors besides the mecha department would also participate in the training. So this mental strength training was designed to be quite engaging. It started with mini-games that involved using mental strength to touch specific spots and accurately express what one wanted using mental strength. After that, the difficulty was gradually increased step by step. After completing the first lesson, Gu Mingyue was curious enough to try the held difficulty. It must be said that held difficulty was indeed something. Even Gu Mingyue was sweating by the time she finished. After completing it, Gu Mingyue felt as if she had walked a circle on the edge of her limits, and her mental strength had improved. The improvement may not have been significant, but it was still quite good. It's important to note that enhancing mental strength is not as simple as increasing physical strength. It requires gradual accumulation over time. Or, One must be daring enough to challenge their limits every time. After all, Gu Mingyue's strong mental strength was a result of her life-and-death struggles on the garbage planet when she was just a child. Feeling exhausted, Gu Mingyue logged off directly to get some well-deserved rest. Adequate sleep can help improve the recovery of mental strength. After Gu Mingyue logged off, a new name suddenly appeared on the large screen in the virtual mecha training ground, which was synchronized to every account. 1. Logistics Department. My little bear is the cutest. Yes, this was a name Gu Mingyue had just given herself. Just a second before entering the virtual training ground, she had been playing with her little bear. Once inside, she couldn't help but remember the soft feel of the bear, so she simply decided to use it as her nickname. But Gu Mingyue wasn't the only one with an internal test account. Many senior mecha students and teachers who had close connections also received this internal test account. They naturally already had accounts, but it was interesting to try something new. However, no one expected that they would be crushed by a first-year student from the logistics department. It's worth noting that although the mental strength training was scheduled for the first day, it didn't mean it was the simplest. In fact, seemingly simple tasks could truly reveal a person's abilities and fundamental skills. At this moment, the seniors were all left with question marks on their faces. This was absurd. How could that little girl from the logistics department be so strong? She directly outperformed all of them, seasoned veterans. This couldn't be right. Everyone's competitive spirit was stirred up. Originally, these seniors didn't have much fighting spirit, but being overshadowed by a first-year student from the logistics department was still not a good look, so they were all gearing up to improve their rankings. Then they entered the virtual training ground. They were tortured by the mini-games to the point of exhaustion. Finally, they gasped for breath and checked the rankings. Well, they were a staggering 100,000 miles away from first place. This was a bit too humiliating. They didn't believe it. Everyone felt like their confidence was being crushed beyond recognition. It was just ridiculous. How could this happen? Some seniors, not believing in evil, tried a few more times, but the distance to the first place record remained far, as if it were a horse that could never be caught up with. It was too damaging to their self-esteem, and they were on the verge of losing it. Meanwhile, some crafty seniors had already secretly gone to ask their teachers. Of course, these seniors were the bold type, willing to challenge their teachers directly. Teacher Wu, do you think this logistics department account is a fake one you created to scare us? Isn't this putting too much psychological pressure on us? Teacher Wu initially had no idea what they were talking about. After some back and forth, he finally understood. He checked the back end. What fake account? This was clearly Gu Mingyue's personal account. Once Teacher Wu realized this, he sternly educated his students. What are you talking about? Do you think your teacher is that kind of person? This account is real. We didn't tamper with it. That logistics student earned this herself. Teacher Wu explained, but the students still didn't believe it. One couldn't blame them for their disbelief, as the data was indeed a bit astonishing. Why did a first-year student have the impressive data that this group of seasoned military academy veterans had failed to achieve after years of training? Teacher Wu found it amusing that the students were skeptical and decided to pull up Gu Mingyue's training video, edited it for privacy, and sent it to them. Open your eyes and take a good look. She participated in hell mode. Chapter 281. Let's have a midnight snack originally. The students from the mecha department felt that their teacher was deceiving them, but after watching the video, they sensed something was off. It didn't seem like a scam. They couldn't continue discussing the matter. After all, this junior sister was participating in a hellishly difficult challenge. One skeptical senior sister insisted on trying herself, and then she opened the hell difficulty training and got thoroughly beaten up. The hell difficulty truly is not something ordinary people can handle. It is extremely difficult, requiring a very high level of mental strength and mastery over it. At this moment, Teacher Wu felt quite pleased. Mingyue had brought him more recognition. With Mingyue around, he could easily suppress the arrogance of the mecha department. These troublesome kids always thought they were exceptionally talented, not realizing that there are greater heights and stronger individuals outside their realm. The senior students asked Teacher Wu if this video could be shared externally. After thinking it over, he asked Mingyue. Gu Mingyue was completely indifferent, as her face had been blurred in the video, and even those close to her wouldn't recognize her. After receiving her permission, Teacher Wu suddenly had a brilliant idea to add a video at the end of the ranking, allowing everyone to pay to watch it. This way, anyone want to learn a bit could repeatedly analyze and study by watching the video. Teacher Wu thought he was a genius with such great ideas. Meanwhile, the programmers at the military academy were bustling about working on the virtual program. Gu Mingyue, on the other hand, was content to stay in her room playing with her little bear. To be honest, Gu Mingyue felt that something might be off with the little bear's condition. The little guy's appetite had increased significantly recently. He was consuming as much food as a fully grown adult, but now his appetite had reached that of 2 to 3 adults. Gu Mingyue couldn't help but suspect that this little guy might be starting a second growth phase, transitioning from a juvenile bear to an adult one. However, Gu Mingyue only had this suspicion with no evidence. If she wanted to confirm it, she would have to take the little bear for a checkup. Fortunately, there was a veterinarian at the military academy, but appointments had to be made in advance. However, Gu Mingyue's schedule was nearly full, and the only time available was next weekend. So for this week, she decided to let the little bear eat whatever he wanted. After all, he might just be growing. Nobody should let the little bear go hungry. Gu Mingyue watched as the bear lay on the ground, grumbling and rubbing his belly, knowing that this little guy was pretending to cry for food again. Initially, Gu Mingyue wanted to take some of her hidden snacks in her space and give them to the little bear, but then she realized that she felt hungry too. So, she decided to make something delicious for everyone to share. Gu Mingyue placed several photos in front of the little bear, allowing him to choose what to eat. The photos included honey cupcakes, honey roasted meat, and various hot dishes. She had to admit that the little bear was quite greedy. He stretched out his small but thick bear paw and tapped on all the photos. Gu Mingyue couldn't help but laugh at this little creature. Even though he didn't look big, he had a lot of ideas. When asked to choose one, he selected all of them. But there was nothing to be done about it. The little guy actually chose everything. Gu Mingyue simply picked what she wanted the most. What she truly wanted to eat was honey roasted meat, but not just any roasted meat, rather roasted chicken wings, with a bit of lemon as a perfect complement. This was like a snack, while the main dish could be a pizza. Gu Mingyue noticed that the little bear had a sweet tooth, so she decided to make him a Hawaiian pizza. Although making pizza looks difficult, it's not particularly hard in practice. As long as the dough is kneaded to the right consistency and topped with the simplest cheese, it won't turn out bad. And not to mention, Gu Mingyue was using the best ingredients, the finest pineapples, the best flavor, the best ham. Everything put together could not possibly taste bad. Both dishes could be made with just an oven, and Gu Mingyue just happened to have a small oven with her, making it easy to cook in her room. The little bear watched as Gu Mingyue started from scratch. He saw the chicken wings in the oven transform from pale and unappetizing to golden and crispy, with a sweet, crunchy shell that looked delicious. The little bear could hardly contain his desire to drool, but he still maintained his composure, covering his mouth with his paw after swallowing a few times. Oh my, the smell coming from the oven was too wonderful, and on the lower rack, a large Hawaiian pizza was slowly rising. As Gu Mingyue made the pizza base, it was filled with cheese, so after baking, that part would stretch and ooze. Just thinking about it was like concentrated milk. It was particularly enticing and felt exceptional. The little bear hadn't had a midnight snack in a long time. Since Gu Mingyue started school, her meals have been very regular, so the little bear had no choice but to follow her schedule. Tonight's extra meal was indeed a rare treat. The little bear was overjoyed. While he eagerly awaited, Gu Mingyue stood by the oven, waiting for the perfect moment to take them out. At this moment, Teacher Wu was urging the programmers to finalize the internal testing accounts. He thought of Gu Mingyue's excellent performance and the various delicious foods created by the logistics department students recently. Suddenly, he had an idea. Could it be that the logistics students were crushing the mecha department in terms of mental strength? Teacher Wu pondered for a moment and indeed thought there was a possibility. After all, the guys and gals in the logistics department also needed to use mental strength to purify food. Having trained so much, they might actually have particularly strong mental strength. However, Teacher Wu was just enjoying the spectacle. He loved this healthy competition and wanted everyone to compete vigorously. He just wanted to hurry back to his virtual little whip and urge these little fools to grow up quickly. Chapter 282. Rankings are really important under the urging of Teacher Wu. The students really worked overtime to revise the new program. It was indeed a real burning the midnight oil situation. However, As soon as this new app was released, it immediately received unanimous praise from everyone. And those who had intended to sleep found themselves wide awake. Oh my gosh, what have I discovered? What did you discover? Can you not speak in half sentences? It makes it hard for us to understand what you're talking about. It's like you're speaking in code on the forum. The student who was scolded didn't get angry. Instead, he directly shared the links to several virtual training sessions and said, "The school just sent an email saying this is where we'll be doing our mech virtual training from now on. Didn't you all check the messages?" I thought everyone knew. In fact, many students hadn't seen this message, as they had all washed up and were ready for bed. Who would check their inboxes at that hour? However, many were proactive. Upon seeing the post in the forum, they immediately put down their toiletries and logged into the virtual training website. They were amazed by the site's unique design. Many of the training programs that seemed exclusive to the mech department before were now accessible to everyone, allowing anyone to click in and participate in the training. Many students immediately began their first challenge, which was a test and training of mental strength. This test didn't take too long. If one just wanted to experience it, a few dozen minutes would suffice. However, the ranking system was truly addictive. After many students completed their first test, they opened up to check the rankings. They were genuinely shocked to find that the top rank was held by a logistics student. That's right. Teacher Wu had maliciously instructed the programmers to retain the data of Gu Mingyue and the previous beta testers, allowing everyone to view it simultaneously. The young and spirited students were unable to sit still upon seeing that the first place was actually a logistics student. Oh, this is outrageous. They had previously mocked the logistics students, and now the top rank was held by them. Was this just slapping them in the face? Meanwhile, the logistics students were actually quite exhausted at that moment, having just cooked a meal and returned to their dorms with no energy left. So when they saw that the first place was a fellow student, they smiled happily and went to bed. However, they could sleep soundly, while others were completely unable to do so. What the hell? Did you see that ranking? The only thing on my mind right now is outrageous. I think it's outrageous too. I even suspect that the logistics student collaborated with the teachers to prank us, but then again, the teachers wouldn't need to go that far. I'm so shocked I could throw up. How can this be? Are there no students in the mech department? Friends, if you have any sense of pride left, don't sleep tonight. Get up and help me boost the rankings. We can't let that person stay at the top. Let us go. I'm waking up the other 3 students in my dorm. Let us all boost the rankings. If one of us can surpass them, that's enough. This is about our honor. No one could drop the ball. This is too important. Opportunities are only given to those who are prepared. Let us get ready tonight so that tomorrow's humiliation will be a thing of the past. The overly passionate students seemed to be energized, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Meanwhile, Gu Ran had just finished her evening routine, applied an expensive face mask, and was about to drift off to sleep when her roommate called her awake. Initially, Gu Ran was quite unhappy and was about to explode in anger. But after hearing her roommate's words, she became interested. This was a perfect opportunity to show off. If she could defeat the logistics student at the top of the ranking, she would definitely steal the spotlight. Everyone in the mech department would remember her. Gu Ran sat up straight in bed, revealing a determined smile as she declared that she had to participate. That night became an insomniac night for the mech students. Sleep? They had no idea what sleep was. They just charged ahead. Many students, after their first attempt, glanced at the rankings and points, only to find they were still far from first place. Doubting themselves, they made a second attempt, but after the second try, they realized there hadn't been much improvement. What is this feeling of despair? This is what despair feels like. Many mech students tried 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times before they finally broke down, crying on the forum. Help! Why does the distance to first place feel further than Tang Sung's journey to the west? It feels like an insurmountable task. Humans are inherently stubborn. Some only turn back after hitting a wall, while others keep running into it. They tried again. Among the honest group was Gu Ran. She was also quite frustrated. She had thought this was not too difficult, but once she actually tried, she realized it was truly hellish difficulty, impossible to beat. Even if she barely managed to pass, the points gained were still too low. The distance between her and first place was incredibly far, a fact that this proud girl could not accept, and she was determined to close that gap. So, This ordinary night felt like a nightmare for the mech department, as if they were wide awake yet living through a nightmare. The next day, Gu Mingyue and her logistics friends got ready as usual, looking energized as they set off. On this day, all the unsafe people they encountered on the road were from the mech department, with hardly any exceptions. Almost all the mech students wore expressions of resentment and secrecy. Their dazed looks reminiscent of someone who had just been beaten up only to discover their assailant was a primary school student. And they couldn't even beat this primary school student. The logistics students initially didn't grasp what was happening, but later realized that this group of fools had probably stayed up all night just to challenge the rankings. TSK, I wonder who's South in first place now? Chapter 283 Opposition. After the logistics department stopped providing delicious food, the mecha department felt very desolate and unhappy. But they still had a little bit of pride in their hearts. After all, at that time, they thought they were capable, so even if the logistics department was unhappy, they could only use some small tricks to make them uncomfortable. However, things were completely different now. None of the mecha department students could defeat a single logistics department student. What a shameful humiliation. They would lose face when walking around the military academy. As a result, these students became like little wet chicks, unable to speak, and the arrogance they once had was completely gone. Moreover, the situation was worsening during the day. Originally, not everyone knew about this incident, but someone posted a screenshot on the school forum. Thus, everyone found out that a logistics department student had defeated all the mecha department students, and reportedly did so with a particularly high score. The training that morning seemed peaceful, but it was actually like the calm before a storm. By noon, during the lunch break, the logistics department students had already begun to enjoy their delicious lunch, while the mecha department students sat dejectedly nearby, looking rather unhappy. They were all holding their breath, and after finishing their nutrient solution, they had nothing to say, just sitting there in silence. However, while they were feeling down, did other students from different majors allow them to stay gloomy? Everyone was waiting to see their jokes. I'm dying of laughter, friends. Look at the expressions of that group of proud students. They look just like wet, feathered chickens. Every day they strut around as if the entire military academy couldn't contain them. Friends, I just empathize with the logistics department students. It felt amazing. What a rare, face-slapping scenario. What should we do next? Continue to watch the tiger fight from the mountain? Let's just watch. It feels like this matter can't just end here. I estimate the following plot will be even more exciting. At this moment, everyone in the logistics department was seriously enjoying their lunch. The menu they received today included the late-night snack made by Gu Mingyue, which consisted of delicious grilled chicken wings and Hawaiian pizza. I must say, both of these dishes had sweet flavors, making people feel very cheerful. Coupled with the news about the mecha department, it made them even happier. The grilled chicken was juicy with every bite, and the taste was like honey. Since it was baked in the oven, the honey was slightly caramelized, but this char added a unique flavor that made it even more delicious. The Hawaiian pizza was something special. It was different from regular savory pizzas. It was topped with sweet pineapple and sweet ham slices, along with plenty of cheese. Eating it could quickly trigger dopamine secretion, making one feel happy. He, while eating, secretly ran to sit next to Gu Mingyue, nibbling on chicken wings with grease all over her face, eager to share some joyful gossip. The little girl babbled about everything she knew, and both of them found it amusing. After listening to the gossip, Gu Mingyue suddenly said to Yi, "Actually, we in the logistics department have a bit of an advantage because we often use mental strength, and our control over it has reached a relatively high level." He thought this made a lot of sense and nodded vigorously, her ponytail almost leaving a shadow. She quickly understood Mingyue's meaning and clenched her little fists, determined to rally everyone to actively participate in that competition. Perhaps they could even step on the mecha department students. Just then, he finished the last piece of Hawaiian pizza, took out a wet tissue to wipe her hands, and then like a little rabbit, she ran out to share this idea with her friends. After all, their lunch break was short, and they needed to make the most of their time to accomplish these important tasks. When everyone heard what he said, they all thought it made a lot of sense. Indeed, if they could all achieve good rankings, then the mecha department would truly have no face left. Although they had lost interest in everything else, they were still quite interested in making the mecha department students embarrassed. Thus, The mecha department students were unaware of the challenges they were about to face, while the entire logistics department was already mobilized. That evening, everyone in the logistics department didn't go to prepare delicious food, but rushed back to their dorms to log onto the virtual training on their light brains. Missing a meal wasn't a big deal, but gaining face earlier made a huge difference. Being able to show off in front of the mecha department a day earlier would be too enjoyable. And it must be said, they really did it. After a week of high-intensity mental strength training, everyone in the logistics department had mastered their mental control to perfection. Not to mention this simple training. Even if it were hellish difficulty, a few top students from the logistics department dared to challenge it. Indeed, some people cleared the first hellish difficulty stage. Although there were only a few, they were quite impressive. Meanwhile, the mecha department students, during their training, looked up and were nearly driven to despair. Originally, only one logistics department student was ahead. Now there were 4 or 5 ahead of them. Isn't this just like revenge that hasn't succeeded, with their enemies growing stronger? Mecha department. Did you see? This ranking is just too funny. This recent drama is really entertaining. I feel like we can let the logistics department students pilot mechas directly. Everyone had their own opinions, and while it didn't seem like they were mocking them, their words made the mecha department students feel embarrassed. Of course, out of the top 10, the logistics department surprisingly occupied 5 spots. Teacher Wu also saw this ranking. He originally thought it would be great if the logistics department could secure 2 or 3 spots in the top 10, but he didn't expect them to give him such a big surprise. Really great, ha ha ha. Tonight was another sleepless night for the mecha department. Meanwhile, Gu Mingyue focused more of her energy on making delicious food. She wanted to finish it quickly to reward her classmates, so she could spend more time participating in virtual mecha training. As the name suggests, her only requirement for today's food was that it had to be quick. As for what could be faster than noodles, Gu Mingyue thought for a moment and decided to make a big pot of noodles and a big pot of toppings, so they could directly eat them when they went to the training place tomorrow. She decided on tomato beef. This dish is delicious and suitable for all ages. Basically, no one dislikes tomato beef. Just think about how wonderful it would be when the tomatoes are simmered into a sweet and sour thick soup, combined with the tender beef. Eating it would be simply fantastic. At this moment, locking in a mouthful of noodles covered in the sauce, life would be completely without regrets. Gu Mingyue thought more and more that it was particularly beautiful, and then she started to make it. The process of making this dish is really very simple, and it can basically be completed in less than 10 minutes. The tomatoes can be sent to the machine all at once, which saves some manual labor for the remaining parts, and the fatty beef can also be directly thrown into a big pot to blanch, removing some blood before taking out to wait for later use. After that, just heat the pan, add oil to stir-fry the tomatoes until fragrant, then add hot water, and briefly cook the fatty beef, and it can be considered done. As for the seasoning, just add a little white pepper, because after adding white pepper, the soup tastes warm, making people feel like they're sweating, but it's not too spicy. The flavor of the fatty beef is so rich that Gu Mingyue, who was not hungry at all, felt her stomach grumbling with desire because of the aroma. The little bear waiting beside her was not shy at all, directly pawing the floor to indicate that he also wanted to eat. Gu Mingyue simply prepared 2 bowls of tomato fatty beef first, and then bought another bowl, which had a small lump of cooked noodles in it, and finally sprinkled a little chopped green onion and cilantro on top for flavor and decoration. The little bear was extremely happy. He originally thought Mingyue might not share with him, but unexpectedly, he really had a portion. He loved eating the food that Mingyue made by hand. After finishing, he felt his stomach warm, and it seemed like an unknown energy was flowing through him. The little bear stretched out his paw to firmly place the bowl of noodles in front of himself. Then he stuck out his little tongue to touch the soup. Hiss! Hiss! It was still a bit hot, so he had to blow it cool before eating. The little bear blew on the noodles like a fan, and soon the small bowl of noodles had cooled down enough to eat. However, the little bear was also a picky eater. He first tasted a spoonful of the soup, and after his little tongue rolled the delicious broth into his mouth, he was satisfied. So delicious, so delicious. The soup was so tasty that the little bear's ears perked up, moving like 2 little fans on his head. Gu Mingyue saw him enjoying the food and took a bite herself. It really tasted good. The tomatoes had released red oil, fragrant and delicious. At this moment, Every crease of the fatty beef was wrapped in a bit of soup, very satisfying to eat, and the noodles were chewy and refreshing. After Gu Mingyue finished her bowl, she found that the little bear had left half of the noodles in his bowl, but he had already finished all the fatty beef. Gu Mingyue tugged at his little ears. "TSK, why are you being picky?" The little bear shook his head and had to finish the remaining noodles. The little guy, now full, obediently found a corner to stay in and digest. His little paws rested on his belly, and when she looked over, it looked like a small lump of white like cotton. Gu Mingyue was utterly charmed by him. Gu Mingyue then took some time to play with the little guy before turning on her light brain to prepare for today's training. Since the first mental training session was almost over, her training today was to directly use the mecha. In fact, this year's training competition was something Gu Mingyue had been looking forward to for a long time. She had wanted to use the mecha for a long, long time. The mechas of the empire are also classified into levels. For example, the best is the 3S level, followed by the others. The ordinary students like them can only use the lowest D level. The mecha used in the previous competition with Coach Wu was also D level. The advantage of this level of mecha is that it is relatively easy to operate. The higher the level of the mecha, the more complex its functions and the more difficult it is to operate. Therefore, this level of mecha is also the first one in the entire mecha training, helping students quickly familiarize themselves with mecha operation. Gu Mingyue's task today was to be trained in using this technique, and after familiarizing herself with some small tricks, she would undergo training in speed and accuracy. The entire mecha training process actually only lasts 30 minutes. This time sounds short, but beginners need to repeat training continuously. Generally, beginners need a whole day to fully digest the knowledge from these 30 minutes. However, Gu Mingyue was certainly not an inexperienced novice. She had basically understood the mecha in just 15 minutes. After all, Gu Mingyue had tried piloting a mecha before with Coach Wu. Moreover, Xiaoqi had found the disassembly diagram of this model online, so Gu Mingyue was very familiar with it. She spent almost 15 minutes mastering the operation of this mecha. After that, Gu Mingyue dove straight into the helm mode training of the mecha. This helm mode was very difficult, and the difficulty was completely different from the previous mental training. Almost everywhere was filled with meteorites and lasers flying in from unknown directions. A moment of inattention could lead to destruction. In fact, even someone as skilled as Gu Mingyue felt a bit nervous while operating it. Many meteorites flew past the mecha's surface, making Gu Mingyue feel like she had to focus intensely. If one could view the recording at that moment, they would see that this mecha appeared very agile, almost as if it could predict the incoming speed and timing, narrowly avoiding all attacks. In the end, although it looked very dangerous, the entire mecha had not even a scratch. Chapter 284, Mecha System. I want to go to after Gu Mingyue came down from the virtual training ground. She felt as if she had just been pulled out of the water. Her previously strained mental energy finally able to relax for a moment. However, she had to admit that the process of operating the mecha was really quite enjoyable. It had been a long time since Gu Mingyue felt this rush of excitement, that invigorating sensation where every cell in her body was filled with energy, ready to face unknown challenges. She let out a sigh of relief and recalled her recent battle against the meteor. Although about 70 to 80% of her maneuvers were quite perfect, the remaining imperfections led to her feeling flustered and weak. Gu Mingyue casually tossed her hair, beads of sweat glistening on her cheeks, making her look particularly vibrant and full of life. After some thought, she set a training plan for herself, deciding to train a few more times in hell mode during her free time every night. Moreover, what she had just accomplished was merely the basic operation of a D-level mecha, and there were nearly 20 different models of D-level mechas alone. Not to mention, the lowest level of mechas included various types, such as light, medium, and heavy models. Each mecha's operation was incredibly complex and completely different from others. If someone could master all the mechas, they could essentially hold a captain's position in the military. As Gu Mingyue studied and planned her future, she hummed a cheerful tune. Today, she received a message from Xiaoqi. "Mingyue, you can check the leaderboard at your military academy from time to time. It's full of your rankings." Gu Mingyue had been extremely busy lately, with various tasks piling up, leaving her no time to visit the forum. Now, she wanted to relax a bit after concentrating so hard. She was truly exhausted, not just mentally, but physically as well. Taking a little time to unwind seemed like a good choice, so Gu Mingyue opened the military academy forum. Who is this mysterious person? They've already reached the second level of hell mode. How are they so formidable? Didn't we just finish training today? They actually have the energy to challenge the second level. I just want to sleep when I get back, but this amazing person can continue choosing this. What kind of spirit is this? My goodness. Can everyone be so extreme? I think the big shot is probably calmly continuing their next study session. But the mecha students might not be so calm. They'll probably be rushing around trying to keep up with the records, but it seems they can't even refresh successfully. As a spectator, I just want to say that the big shot is awesome. Currently, the online chatter was overwhelmingly one-sided, and the mecha students were not happy at all upon seeing the current situation, prompting them to start rebutting from different angles. What's the use of being slightly better in virtual mecha training? Exactly, if their physical fitness can't keep up, they might not last even a few seconds in an actual competition, right? Use your brains. How could there be such an amazing person? It probably just looks impressive. Their physical fitness might really be lacking. You all trying to defend yourselves is so funny. Everyone was quite generous with their sarcasm, as this self-justification was rather pitiful. Gu Mingyue watched them bicker like a bystander, enjoying the spectacle as they berated each other. Xiaoqi asked Mingyue, I don't really understand why you like mechas so much. Why not just expose that annoying Gu Ran and go to the mecha system? That's your acceptance letter. You should definitely go. Gu Mingyue didn't expect Xiaoqi to ask such a question, but she was more than happy to explain. Xiaoqi, do you know what it means to first suppress before promoting? There's also a saying, if God wants to destroy someone, he will first make them mad. In the dimly lit dorm room, Gu Mingyue's face shone like a piece of exquisite jade illuminated by moonlight, revealing a flawless side while hiding a cold and ruthless side in the darkness. Gu Mingyue never considered herself a good person, nor did she think entering the logistics department was a loss of face. It was merely the first step in her grand plan. After all, she still held leverage over Gu Ran, with evidence of his crimes securely in her hands. She hadn't played her trump cards yet, so how could Gu Mingyue let this game end so blandly? Gu Mingyue smiled as she explained the meaning of her words to Xiaoqi, who quickly grasped her intentions. He understood, but Mingyue, how will you get to the mecha system later? Transferring within the Imperial Military Academy is a serious matter. No one would agree to a transfer unless there is a compelling reason, and the school leaders certainly wouldn't approve. However, Gu Mingyue remained calm. She reminded him with a smile, have you forgotten there is a mecha competition coming up? If I win first place, don't you think the school leaders will be shocked and come to inquire about the details? Gold will shine wherever it is. They won't let me stay in the logistics department for too long. After hearing Gu Mingyue's explanation, Xiaoqi finally understood the entirety of her plan. I see now. Then Xiaoqi asked Gu Mingyue why she insisted on participating in the cooking competition. Gu Mingyue replied, of course, it's to establish a legitimate standing at the Imperial Military Academy. Otherwise, Gu Ran could turn the tables on me, and right now, he has no chance to do so. Xiaoqi was completely convinced. Oh, I see. Gu Mingyue was full of energy. Ha ha ha. So just stick with me. We'll move forward together, grow together, and reap the rewards together. Later, I'll get you a better body so you can taste flavors more clearly. Xiaoqi was so moved he almost cried. Mingyue was truly wonderful, and he loved her for a lifetime. The night quickly passed, and the next day, after disguising herself, Gu Mingyue went to the training ground. Although it looked quite different from before, one thing remained unchanged. The mecha department's appearance was still somewhat haggard. After 2 nights of insufficient sleep, even the physically superior mecha students couldn't hold out any longer. Moreover, the psychological blow was particularly significant. They felt as if no matter how many sleepless nights they endured, they could never catch up to that genius. However, today the instructor's expressions were noticeably more serious, appearing very fierce, indicating that new regulations and requirements had come from above. One instructor's booming voice rang out. After so many days of training, we are now going to have a full military competition, and the content will be close combat techniques that you are about to learn. A stir went through the crowd. Oh my gosh, are we finally going to fight for real? Although weapons couldn't be carried, hand-to-hand combat was still very exciting. They just weren't sure how the competition would be conducted. Oh my gosh, is everyone participating? I don't want to compete. Whoa, I'm a newbie. Can I just go ahead and surrender? The crowd below was buzzing with discussions, making the military training ground as chaotic as a vegetable market. The instructor immediately became displeased. What are you all talking about? Do you want to come up and say something? The instructor shouted. The students below quickly quieted down and gradually began to listen to the instructor's words. The competition rules were quickly sent to their personal terminals, and everyone could check the specific information through their holographic brains. Then everyone realized that time was very tight. They had only a few short days to participate in training, and after these days, they would start a continuous comparison within and between groups. The internal comparison meant that each major needed to select the 10 most outstanding students. Only those students would move on to the next round of competition, which meant competing against everyone from other majors. The instructor's eyes widened, and he suddenly showed a half-smile expression, saying that the results of this competition would be linked to the mecha competition. Upon hearing this news, the scene erupted in an uproar. The previously unhappy mecha department suddenly perked up again. This was the best news they had heard recently, because everyone knew that the logistics department consisted of individuals who were not physically capable. Not that they were completely incapable, but they simply couldn't compare to the mecha department, whose members had physical qualities strong enough to take on a tiger. If this were added to the assessment, then the mecha department would surely win. The mecha students, who had been feeling very down due to the virtual mecha training, were now all smiles, looking as if they had just achieved something great. Meanwhile, the logistics department members didn't say much, but their faces clearly showed a bit of unhappiness. The annoying mecha department was getting cocky again. Gu Mingyue glanced at the mecha department next door, whose heads were held high, practically taller than swans, and decided that they needed to learn what it meant to be humble this time. They began training in the morning, focusing on various grappling techniques and combat methods. Gu Mingyue carefully observed and felt that the differences from the ancient earth techniques weren't very significant. Some movements were even incomplete and lacked strong lethality. Gu Mingyue's combat experience was trained through practice. The reason she was so strong in actual combat and managed to survive on the garbage planet was closely related to the foundation she built in her previous life. It's worth noting that in her past life, all her free time was spent either cooking or exercising, and the exercise was not merely cardio. It involved various forms of boxing and fighting. Some of the techniques Gu Mingyue learned were quite devious, such as directly attacking a male's groin or similar moves. Although these techniques were very underhanded, they were undeniably effective. She had seen some overly ambitious robbers wanting to rob her and ended up severely injured. The robbers, that's right. Now, thinking back, the most effective moves she learned were actually those of jiu-jitsu. As long as she touched the corner of someone's clothing, they would immediately lose their resistance, and the next moment they'd find themselves dizzy and lying on the ground. Not to mention that jiu-jitsu has countless techniques that can overcome strength with flexibility. For example, there's the rear naked choke and the flying armbar. These techniques can render an opponent completely powerless in the blink of an eye. Many men in ancient Earth thought this was unreliable. They believed that women, with their inferior physical strength, couldn't possibly compete with men even if they had skills. However, in reality, as long as these techniques are mastered, a girl could easily take down a man weighing 2 to 3 times her own weight. In fact, women have no need to worry about facing seemingly fierce men. There's no need to run. As long as they learn these techniques, the one lying on the ground will definitely be him. Gu Mingyue reflected on her years of practical experience and those special techniques while observing the instructor's teaching methods. The instructor indeed seemed to be putting in a lot of effort, but the logistics students often looked a bit confused while watching the training, as these were things they had never encountered before. For these logistics students, the military training was probably the most physical activity they had ever done, let alone these special combat techniques. Gu Mingyue kept this in mind, and when the instructor called for one-on-one training, she began to secretly guide He. He obediently recorded everything Gu Mingyue said. With a few small adjustments to her movements, he felt like something was completely different. For instance, The rear naked choke was simply wrapping her right arm around the enemy's neck and then using her left hand to pull through with force, making the opponent's face turn red and swollen. The lethality was enormous. He's cheeks flushed with excitement. She eagerly learned a few more moves from Gu Mingyue, practiced a bit to ensure she had mastered them, and then happily said goodbye to Gu Mingyue to find others for practical training. Chapter 285. Gu Ran's plan. He cheerfully went to find her other familiar friends to train together, but she wasn't very confident in her own skills. She first chose a female friend with a similar build to herself. The two of them could be said to be evenly matched, and in fact, He's smaller frame was slightly weaker. However, with the guidance of a renowned instructor, this training session was much simpler for He. After carefully observing, He noticed her friend's momentary mistake and immediately took action. She counterattacked in a precise manner as taught by Gu Mingyue, actively creating a naked chokehold. The girl on the opposite side felt as if she had suddenly fallen to the ground, staring up at the ceiling, completely unable to react to what had just happened. The next second, she felt her breathing becoming rapid and difficult. Unable to fight back with her remaining strength, she could only desperately tap He's shoulder, trying to get her to release her. After He let go, she had some doubts about herself. Was that fluid series of movements really done by her? Meanwhile, the girl she had just released was coughing and gasping for air. This scene went unnoticed by the coach, as He and her friends were standing in a very secluded area. Once the girl regained her breath, she gave He a thumbs up and said, "That was tough, but don't try that on me again. You should challenge those guys instead. If you can take them down, I'll learn from you. If not, I'll have to find something else to learn." Now, he was bursting with confidence, feeling that she could definitely do it. So she went to find a slightly weaker male classmate. Of course, He's confidence was built up little by little. She felt she wasn't quite ready to directly challenge the bigger guys yet. The process with this male classmate was no different from the previous one. He thought that even though he was skinny, he still had some muscle and couldn't he possibly be taken down by a girl. Unexpectedly, as he approached, the next second before the boy had time to think, he was pulled down to the ground. He once again scored a KO against her opponent. This time, there were slightly more onlookers, and everyone witnessed the process. However, it happened so quickly that many people didn't feel it was real, and some even laughed loudly at the boy. No way, how can you be so weak? You can't even beat a little girl. Oh my goodness. Exactly. Our is pretty, but there's no need to go easy on you. It's obvious to all of us. The boy, humiliated by his defeat, was even more furious at being accused of being given an easy match. He wanted to put up a fight, but he never even got the chance to respond before he was already lying on the ground. He's confidence was particularly strong now. She felt she could take on 10 people by herself. Everything that had just happened greatly boosted her confidence. So everyone she defeated lined up behind her, eager to see how she would continue to showcase her prowess. He began to challenge more difficult male opponents. And indeed, as long as she could quickly execute her attack and establish a naked choke hold from the start, almost no one could escape. At this point, the commotion finally caught the attention of the coaching staff. One of the instructors curiously observed for a while before coming over to talk to He, saying he wanted to give it a try. Although he was bursting with confidence, she still didn't feel ready to face the coaching staff. However, there was a small part of her that was eager to give it a go. This match between instructor and student naturally attracted countless spectators. He carefully set her stance, but this time she made a mistake while attempting to establish the naked choke. The instructor immediately seized on this error, and this time it was he who ended up on the ground. Although she fell hard, she still smiled, thinking it was already quite an achievement to spar with an instructor, and she felt honored. Moreover, she thought that achieving this level without much training was quite impressive. The instructor also felt that he performed very well. It's important to note that a girl with such thin arms and legs, who looked like she had no combat power, could accomplish this was really commendable. After considering, the instructor asked if he would be willing to share her method. He thought for a moment and said she would tell the instructor her answer tomorrow. Of course, he just used this as a way to defer the question. Mainly wanted to ask Gu Mingyue for her opinion since this technique was taught to her by Gu Mingyue. After the training session ended that morning, he took her lunch and ran to find Gu Mingyue to chat. He suddenly exclaimed, "It's really strange, Mingyue. You're so amazing. Why haven't we heard much about you before? It seems like you only got a little attention from a fashion show. But I feel like that's just because of your beauty." At that moment, Gu Mingyue had just taken a bite of noodles and almost laughed out loud upon hearing He's heartfelt question. This girl is so sincere. It's really hilarious. After finishing her flavorful noodles, Gu Mingyue finally had the mood to respond. "I just simply didn't want to draw too much attention. Sigh. I prefer to quietly do good things by myself." He didn't understand. She was born in the spotlight and didn't feel much about seeking attention. If she could stand out, she would. If not, she wouldn't force it. Gu Mingyue looked at her confused expression and ruffled her hair, saying, "Don't think too much about it. Everyone has different personalities and lifestyles." Unable to comprehend, he decided to ask, "So, if I'm not afraid of drawing attention, can I take on these tasks in the future and do those good things for you?" Gu Mingyue thought for a moment and realized that it was indeed possible. This was feasible. She really needed a spokesperson at school. And now seeing that little had strong organizational skills, she felt confident in handing it over to her. Gu Mingyue nodded in agreement, thinking this was truly a win-win situation. He's identity allowed her to be close to a group of people, while Gu Mingyue just wanted to smoothly get through her time at the military academy. If one day it was discovered that she was the one secretly pushing things along, then it couldn't be helped. For now, Gu Mingyue still needed to remain a bit low-key until she was certain she could deal with the hidden threat of Gu Ran. When he heard that Gu Mingyue was willing to share this, she was very happy, as she now had a strong sense of collective honor. Just thinking about how they would have frequent interactions with the mecha department or other majors made her anxious. She didn't want the logistics department to lose too badly. With these combat skills, perhaps they could even win first or second place. Of course, he knew that right now, she only had a perfect vision. But even if it was just an idea, it already filled her with motivation. So the two of them were happily slurping noodles here, planning to share these techniques with their classmates in the afternoon. As Gu Mingyue enjoyed the delicious noodles, she also thought of several particularly suitable moves and techniques. After finishing her meal, Gu Mingyue shared her ideas with He. He demonstrated a few moves and felt that their impact was quite significant. She was excited and went to participate in the afternoon training. Meanwhile, the other students from different majors, sitting a little further from the logistics department, couldn't help but sigh, as this meal was just too delicious. The tangy smell of tomatoes and a hint of the rich aroma of beef were spreading everywhere. Most importantly, the flavor of the noodle broth was rich, and the appearance of the noodles was also very appetizing, making it particularly enticing. A few people internally exclaimed, "Why do we feel like the nutritional drinks we just had were pointless? They didn't stave off hunger at all." Sigh. Who can come to rescue them? They wish they could avoid being so close to the logistics department at noon. It's simply a form of torture. It's really no different from the top 10 tortures. However, no matter how much they lamented, the instructor didn't care. After all, the instructor always had delicious food, and the portions they received were quite generous. The food prepared by the logistics department today seems really good. Are there any friends nearby who could describe the taste for us? Or share the feeling? Wow, friend upstairs, you really have guts to ask for shared feelings. It seems you don't know that those of us sitting close are about to cry, hungry and craving, yet can't taste this deliciousness. It's agonizing. Exactly. Isn't being narcissistic like this a bit much? Does anyone really not want to live well? Isn't living good? Who can help me share feelings? I'll give you 1,000 star coins. Great job. Let me handle this. Step aside. I got this. Don't fight me. I'm sitting the closest. Suddenly, the mood shifted. Everyone was desperately looking for shared feelings, and many people on this forum caught a whiff of the delicious food, causing their stomachs to rumble in unison. It's not their fault that their resistance was low. The aroma of the food was just too rich, the scent of tomatoes lingering at the tip of their noses. Sigh, for the 10-0-86 time, why didn't I apply to the logistics department back then? If I were in the logistics department now, wouldn't I be able to taste this delicious food? Sigh. What's embarrassing is that I don't have a good friend in the logistics department. If I had a good friend there, wouldn't I be able to eat this food now? At least she could share a bite with me. The person who posted this might not have thought much about it, but when Gu Ran saw the post, she was really furious. Well, She actually has a good friend in the logistics department, and her friend is one of the organizers of this event. But now she is unwilling to reply to messages and is giving her the cold shoulder. The more Gu Ran thought about it, the angrier she became. Plus, she felt that he was really being inconsiderate. How could this happen? When did the problem arise? If he knew what her former best friend was thinking at this moment, she would probably be infuriated as well. However, he wasn't intentionally giving her the cold shoulder. She was simply too busy. Every day, she not only had to participate in virtual mecha challenges online, which she really enjoyed, but also had to organize everyone to cook, prepare materials, and communicate with people. Moreover, if Gu Ran knew that her former best friend as current best friend was actually her rival, Gu Mingyue, she would probably be really furious. Gu Ran forcibly suppressed her thoughts. She was determined to make more excellent friends. Then he would be envious and jealous. Gu Ran actually had some candidates in mind. She had been observing her classmates around her and had indeed noticed some clues. The reason Gu Ran could keep up with training was not because she was particularly outstanding, but simply because she had tried a new experimental potion before entering military school. This potion could make a person's physical condition appear dramatically improved. However, it also had a slight side effect. It made one more irritable. Nevertheless, Gu Ran was very good at controlling herself, and she hardly revealed this side effect. Although she returned to her dorm every day and smashed several things, during the day, Gu Ran could remain calm. She noticed a very low-key girl in their team who was actually wearing royal attire. It didn't have tags, but the quality was excellent. For example, her light brain looked ordinary, but was actually very powerful. Gu Ran knew this because she had previously researched the clothing and styles of royal family members. Gu Ran had been maintaining her friendly and approachable persona. She finally decided to get to know this royal member of unknown identity better. However, Gu Ran was very astute. She knew to be cautious and not reveal her ulterior motives. No one likes to make friends with someone who has an agenda. And for her, it was a piece of cake. Chapter 286. Overwhelming battle. Previously, Gu Ran had been waiting for an opportunity, and that opportunity finally arrived this afternoon. The training intensity today was quite high, involving sparring sessions where a moment of inattention could lead to serious injuries. Although Gu Ran appeared to be fully focused on her training, her peripheral vision was constantly on a girl not far away. She kept an eye on that girl and only moved closer when she saw her suddenly fall and cry out in pain, just like everyone else. Then it was Gu Ran's time to shine. She first thoughtfully called for the school nurse and personally escorted her classmate away, then reassured the boy who had been sparring with the girl. Her actions were seamless and natural, as if she was simply managing relationships among classmates. Even the instructors nodded in approval, recognizing her talent for management and leadership. Gu Ran successfully made an impression in front of everyone, and the girl's attitude towards her improved significantly, showing a willingness to let her get closer. Gu Ran smiled, concealing her achievements as she returned to the group, waiting for the afternoon training to continue. The logistics department also began rigorous training, with everyone eager to learn this new method quickly to showcase their skills in the upcoming competition. It must be said that effort also depends on talent. Some people progressed remarkably fast, showcasing great strength and precision, while others struggled to make any progress. Gu Mingyue, however, was not anxious. She remained calm. Soon, the day for the internal competition in the logistics department arrived. Almost everyone was eager to demonstrate their abilities. At this moment, Gu Mingyue removed the heavy gravity ring she had been wearing on her arm, weighing a full 20 kilograms. Indeed, a fully packed suitcase also weighs about 20 kilograms. But Gu Mingyue had it strapped to her arm. This was one of Gu Mingyue's unique little tricks. After all, weights only increase gradually, allowing her body to adapt. As a result, her speed and strength would significantly improve, akin to constantly lifting weights. Of course, this type of training was extremely challenging, not just physically, but also mentally. Many could manage to persist for a day or two, but very few could maintain it daily, as consistency was crucial for effectiveness. Gu Mingyue was such a determined individual. She never set high expectations for external matters or others, but always set increasingly higher standards for herself, honing her skills day by day. While others were preoccupied with how to strike their opponents, Gu Mingyue was troubled by how not to exert too much force to avoid injuring her opponent. Soon, the internal selection began, and Gu Mingyue smoothly advanced through the rounds. Her opponents barely had time to launch their attacks before they found themselves on ground. That was too quick of a loss. Everyone was quite intrigued by this girl. From behind, she was stunningly beautiful, although not breathtaking from the front. She was still a beauty. However, on the competition stage, she was even more impressive, swiftly taking down her opponents with a combination of strength and grace. Her opponents would realize they had lost within just a few seconds. In the final match, Gu Mingyue fought with great enthusiasm against the strongest boy in their logistics department, who was physically fit enough to almost qualify for the mecha department. Fighting someone who looked so tough was quite enjoyable for Gu Mingyue. She didn't have to hold back much strength and could unleash half of her power. It was as if every punch landed solidly. If it weren't for maintaining his image, the boy would have called for a stop in the 5th minute of the match. But with so many people watching, he hesitated and chose to endure a bit longer. As a result, Gu Mingyue only grew more excited, hitting harder while not exhausting her energy at all. By the 10th minute, the boy could no longer hold on and had to raise his hand in surrender. Gu Mingyue, slightly disappointed, withdrew her fist. Her stamina and energy seemed to have significantly increased. The surrounding instructors were left dumbfounded. As senior students, they had never witnessed such a display. Her punches were more formidable than those of many who had undergone years of professional training. She could easily be sent to the battlefield to tear through enemies. Where did this fierce girl come from? This was incredibly impressive. They had never seen anyone so strong. The senior students were left in awe, thinking that if they stepped up, they might not stand a chance. In the end, those eager senior students decided to train a few more times first, ensuring their stamina could keep up to avoid embarrassment in front of their juniors. Otherwise, it would be too humiliating. Just then, it was time to end the session, and they announced the dismissal. Everyone began to leave the training ground. Gu Mingyue, with a light step, was eager to teach everyone how to prepare delicious food today before heading to the virtual mecha training. She had her eye on a heavy-duty mecha that had exceptionally powerful firepower, essentially a meat grinder on the battlefield. However, this mecha was very difficult to control, requiring a person to focus on dozens of tasks at once. Even for Gu Mingyue, this mecha was quite alluring. At that moment, the instructors also left in small groups. As Gu Mingyue breezed past them, she overheard a few remarks. "Wow, did you see that girl today?" "Yes, I did. I think she could sweep through all the freshmen." "Forget the freshmen. I think she could take us all out." A confused instructor asked, "What are you talking about?" Everyone chuckled, but fell silent. Chapter 287. The change of Little Bear. The one asking the questions was an instructor from another major. However, the instructors from the logistics department only smiled and remained silent, presenting an air of mystery as if they had some secret weapon. Indeed, having such an impressive student brought glory to their logistics department. However, they naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal their trump cards to the others, so everyone kept their lips sealed and said nothing. At this moment, Gu Mingyue had already run off to prepare today's meal. Her plan for today was to make something quick to eat. Since most students were spending their time training, they obviously didn't have much time to eat slowly, so Gu Mingyue intended to help them out. Today, she decided to make a thick-cut sandwich. After filling it with plenty of ingredients, it would be satisfying to eat without taking too long. Moreover, this dish wasn't particularly difficult. Even the least talented students could learn it quickly. In fact, everyone could later make their own delicious meals for breakfast or dinner. Gu Mingyue first demonstrated how to make it, focusing on the special treatment of the bread, which needed to be pan-fried with butter until both sides were crispy and golden while still soft inside. The bread already looked very appetizing at this point. Butter itself has a rich dairy flavor, and anything cooked with it becomes even more aromatic. Not to mention, Gu Mingyue added a bit of minced garlic to the butter, creating a garlic-infused butter. The sizzling hot butter was truly enticing. After preparing the bread, the next step was to make the soft scrambled eggs. There's a secret to making soft scrambled eggs. Add milk and a little butter along with a pinch of salt for seasoning. This way, the eggs become smoother and softer, resembling creamy clouds. Another important characteristic of soft scrambled eggs is that they must not be cooked for too long. The ideal texture is slightly runny in the center. After finishing the eggs, all that was left were the ingredients, which could be added according to personal preference. For instance, girls generally like to add a slice or two of bacon and some thinly sliced avocado. These are basic combinations, yet they create a satisfying and unbeatable meal. After Gu Mingyue finished her demonstration, she listed the available ingredients for everyone to choose from. Then, a student approached He to ask if she could privately purchase some ingredients to try making them herself. After discussing with Gu Mingyue, He agreed to the proposal because Gu Mingyue wanted to normalize cooking and encourage everyone to enjoy making delicious food. He was delighted that everyone could now have a wider variety of meals. Initially, He wanted to rally everyone to cook together for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But she realized that this wasn't very feasible since training was already very demanding and many couldn't spare more energy for cooking. So, they decided to focus on lunch. But now some students felt that as long as they enjoyed their meals, they would naturally include breakfast and dinner in their plans too. This brought about not only practical benefits, but also envy from others. Excitedly, those students shared this new information with their classmates and friends. They agreed on a schedule for who would cook breakfast and dinner on which days, so it wouldn't take too much time away from training. Watching the spirited students team up, he felt it was incredibly fun that everyone was so enthusiastic about food. Thinking back to her days of drinking nutritional liquid every day, she felt it was quite remarkable that she had managed to endure that phase. Now, she realized it was no different from being in prison. Back then, changing flavors was a big deal. Unlike now, when she could enjoy a variety of delicious meals every day without repetition. Remembering the thick egg rolls she made for breakfast that morning, she suddenly felt hungry again. She rubbed her belly and decided to treat herself to a late-night snack. The lemon-flavored chicken wings that Gu Mingyue had made before were pretty good. After Gu Mingyue finished everything, she calmly returned. For her, nothing was more fun than the mechas. Upon returning to her dorm, the first thing she did was fill Little Bear's food bowl. Because Gu Mingyue was in a hurry to go to mecha training today, she didn't prepare anything special for Little Bear, just something simple to tide him over. Little Bear looked at the bear food and fresh fruit in front of him, feeling that his treatment had significantly declined. Not knowing why, he decided to circle around Gu Mingyue, hoping to get more delicious food. However, Gu Mingyue truly had no time to prepare anything for him. She even casually ate a sandwich for her own dinner. After sending Little Bear away, Gu Mingyue took out her gear and prepared to enter the virtual training arena. The school had given her an extra piece of equipment, which she had been treating as surplus. Today, that extra piece was sitting by her feet. So, when Gu Mingyue connected to the training arena, Little Bear glanced at her and then at the equipment, deciding to put his little bear head inside the helmet. Gu Mingyue didn't notice this scene. She was already immersed in her world of heavy mechas. However, a new world had opened up for Little Bear. At the moment the helmet connected to him, Little Bear felt as if he had been dreaming for a long time. When he opened his eyes again, his previously innocent and pure gaze was gone. Instead, he now had a fierce look in his eyes. Little Bear, no, he could no longer be called Little Bear at this moment. What appeared in the virtual training arena was a tall, broad-shouldered, handsome man, the Federation's marshal, Ling Ji. He was remarkably young, having achieved the rank of marshal at the astonishing age of 30. Many of his peers were still just ordinary majors at that age. Ling Ji glanced at his surroundings, and suddenly, memories of the past few months as Little Bear flooded into his mind. Collapse. Chapter 288. Marshal Ling Ji's dilemma. The problem is that anyone in this situation would be overwhelmed. Ling Ji is someone who came from the federal kindergarten. He has been raised by the Federation since childhood without parents, although there was a long period in his early years when he resembled a polar bear. That time was so brief that Ling Ji himself doesn't remember it. However, he has now regained a portion of his memories from that lost time. Thinking back to the memories of himself throwing tantrums and go to great lengths for a bite to eat, he feels utterly embarrassed. Is this something a dignified federal marshal should be doing? The pale face of the Federation is now tinted with a faint blush. Truly furious to the point of blushing, Ling Ji wants to force himself to forget that segment of memories. But how can it be so easy to forget? Yet now, his mind is filled with the beautiful face of Gu Mingyue, along with the delicious food she provides for him every day. Reflecting on the delicacies he has enjoyed recently, Ling Ji's Adam's apple unconsciously moves, These are flavors he hasn't tasted in over 30 years of living in the Alliance. It's important to note that in the current fast-paced warfare, everyone relies on nutrient solutions, trying to minimize mealtime as much as possible. After recovering his memories, Ling Ji clearly discovers that consuming the food personally prepared by Gu Mingyue allows his body to recover noticeably faster. Moreover, it seems to enhance his mental strength to some extent, although this improvement is so subtle that many might overlook it. As the marshal of the Federation, Ling Ji quickly regains his composure, suppressing the embarrassment and frustration, and begins to seriously contemplate the events of the past period. He is now uncertain whether he can retain his memories after exiting the virtual mech training. If he can maintain his memories, he could easily find an opportunity to send a message to his subordinates and wait for them to come and bring him back to the Federation. As the marshal of the Federation, Ling Ji takes a quick glance around and is certain that this virtual training ground is highly professional, belonging to a military academy or similar institution. Such places have the strictest information control, making it difficult to obtain information or send messages from the outside, as they are highly confidential. However, since he is already here, Ling Ji calmly chooses the highest difficulty level and begins his training. It must be said that a marshal is indeed a marshal, although he hasn't trained in a long time. He can easily get the hang of this basic type of mech after a brief familiarization. His training account is nameless, just a blank state without any ranking. Otherwise, if people saw a new competitor shooting straight to the top, they would likely be shocked and suspect a system bug. So, in this unmonitored space, Ling Ji begins to fully unleash his abilities, moving gracefully like a dragon, every action filled with power and beauty, almost glowing. However, the difficulty level is still too simple. After all, this system is designed for military academy students, which is somewhat easy for someone like him, who has fought through various battlefields and crises. At times, he can't concentrate fully, as Gu Mingyue keeps appearing in his mind. This leads to a new wave of embarrassment mixed with an indescribable emotion, almost as if he feels guilty. But he can't help but think about how Gu Mingyue used her beautiful hands to caress his ears, lift him up, and even touch noses with him. These memories are too intimate. This makes Ling Ji feel a bit hard to accept, or rather, unreal. As a man who has been single for 30 years, Ling Ji has never experienced this racing heartbeat feeling, as if adrenaline and dopamine are being released wildly. He had faced a Zer Queen before and had never felt this tense or surprised. If he ends up as a little bear without memories, then it wouldn't matter. But if he retains his memories and realizes he has to have such intimate contact with Gu Mingyue, Ling Ji feels a bit awkward and a hint of indescribable anticipation. After thinking this, Ling Ji decides to stop avoiding in the virtual space. Yes, he suddenly realizes that the reason he is hesitant to leave the virtual space is that he is avoiding what it would be like to return to his own body. He worries about this and that, ultimately still concerned about how to interact with Gu Mingyue. Ling Ji's gaze turns a bit sharper. He absolutely will not avoid any situation. After making up his mind, Ling Ji immediately exits the virtual training ground and returns to his own body. The moment he returns, he realizes that he can indeed bring his memories with him. However, being trapped in a childlike body with those memories is still a bit overwhelming. Is this not like an old cucumber painted green, trying to look young? He is a man in his 30s who has fought through various hardships, yet he has to continue living in a body that looks like it hasn't even reached 5 months old. It's truly a bit beneath him. He really can't handle this. Now, the little bear has a very anthropomorphized expression of entanglement on his cute face, looking quite distressed. Just then, Gu Mingyue finishes her training, takes off her helmet, and prepares to shower and sleep. Tomorrow will be another fulfilling and energetic day. After showering, Gu Mingyue comes out wearing a slightly revealing nightgown. Because she has just bathed, the disguises she had on her face have disappeared, returning to her previous fair and tender appearance. With skin so smooth, it seems almost poreless. She looks just like a lotus flower after the rain, untouched by dust. Additionally, the nightgown she is wearing is a bit short, exposing her straight and long thighs, looking both beautiful and firm. Meanwhile, the little bear, who usually loves to come over for a hug after she bathes, is curled up in the corner, covering his eyes with his paws, as if to say do not peek. Gu Mingyue finds it amusing, When did this little guy become so particular? He hardly seems like himself. Gu Mingyue decides to walk a few steps faster and scoops the little guy up. Ling Ji, help me. Chapter 289. The game between the little bear and Mingyue. When the girl just finished her bath, her whole body was enveloped in a fragrant scent. And this embrace was incredibly soft and warm. How could Ling Ji, who had been entangled in iron and blood, ever experience such softness? As a marshal, he had always been held up by the entire Federation, but he himself was truly deserving of it. Almost every war he fought was a life-and-death struggle, and he was expected to lead everyone to find a way out. However, this also meant that Ling Ji had never experienced any softness before. Generally speaking, his life was spent either dealing with cold, unfeeling mechas or facing exceptionally fierce opponents. Everyone valued and respected him, but no one would have such intimate contact with him. They would all feel that it was an insult to their marshal. Of course, Gu Mingyue had no idea that her silly little bear had already awakened its memories. At this moment, she was still immersed in the joy of cuddling with the fluffy little creature. This was a day for a plush toy lover, for plush toy enthusiasts. No matter how difficult the day had been, whether they had been scolded by their boss or encountered strange people, returning home to hug their furry friend made them feel as if they had just taken a drug, revitalizing them completely. Gu Mingyue was feeling this way too. She had just been thoroughly beaten in the virtual mecha training ground. The virtual heavy mecha was incredibly difficult to operate. Even a slight lapse in concentration would cause the heavy mecha to stop functioning. There were often instances of operational failure due to the sheer number of internal components in the heavy mecha. After being thoroughly exhausted, Gu Mingyue needed something soft to heal her, and the fragrant, soft little bear was her first choice. Feeling down? Just rub the bear's ears, and her mood would improve significantly. Feeling physically tired? Burying her face in the bear's soft belly would make her feel less tired. Gu Mingyue had done just that before. Whenever the pressure built up, the little bear became her stress relief machine, and this little creature always obediently complied, never resisting, even humming contentedly when its ears were pinched. However, today, this little bear was clearly different from before. Today, the little bear had its own thoughts. When it was embraced, it was stiff all over like a piece of wood, completely unlike its usual soft belly that was easy to squeeze. Gu Mingyue initially didn't notice, but when the bear's resistance became too obvious, she finally let it go and looked at the little bear with slight suspicion. Hey little bear, what is wrong with you today? Why are you being so disobedient? You never resisted me like this before. Ling Ji, in his original form, could not speak, so his face turned red with embarrassment. If it weren't for the thick white fur covering him, he would have been utterly humiliated. After all these years of facing wind and rain, when had he ever encountered such a situation? He truly didn't know what to do at this moment. Ling Ji extended his paw to rest on Gu Mingyue's shoulder, firmly rejecting her further approach, and this time, Gu Mingyue finally respected his wish and did not insist on hugging him again. All right, I'll respect the bear's wishes. If you don't want to be hugged, then fine. Gu Mingyue pretended to generously give up the idea of hugging the little bear. Upon hearing her words, Ling Ji felt a sigh of relief. Finally, he didn't have to endure this kind of torture anymore. Well, it wasn't exactly torture. It was just her overwhelming, sincere love that he found a bit hard to adapt to. It felt intimately familial. However, Ling Ji was obviously too early to feel happy. Gu Mingyue was not someone who would easily give up. She was merely retreating to advance, looking for another way to get the little bear to take the initiative to approach her again. And this method was naturally very simple: food temptation. Thinking of how the little bear reacted to food before, Gu Mingyue felt that her idea had a high chance of success. So, Gu Mingyue simply stopped trying to hug the little bear and went straight into the kitchen of her dormitory to make a little bear bait. It was called bear bait, but in reality, it was just a mix of things that she thought the little bear would like to eat. Gu Mingyue thought for a moment, and the first thing that came to mind was honey. No bear could resist the temptation of honey. The second would be fruit, as a little bear particularly loved all kinds of fresh fruits. Gu Mingyue decided to make a sweet and sour fruit salad first. The good thing about this was that it didn't take much time. Just cutting up the fruit and mixing it with honey would create a perfect dessert. Gu Mingyue chose the little bear's favorite fruits: apples, pears, peaches, oranges, grapes, watermelons, and tropical mangoes. After cutting them into uniform square pieces, she sprinkled them generously with honey, maple syrup, and a little sweet and sour powder. This could be described as a sweet attack. The fruits were sweet and crunchy, the honey was fragrant and sweet, and the sweet and sour powder added a hint of sourness that was particularly appetizing. This fruit mix was a bit too sweet for Gu Mingyue, but the taste was just right for the little bear. Gu Mingyue had made it specifically for the little bear. However, this time she was very cunning. Instead of directly putting it in front of the little bear, she found a spot not too close nor too far from it, sat comfortably, and picked up a small fork to skewer a piece of fruit. This piece of fruit was evenly coated with sweet honey and sweet and sour powder, looking shiny and particularly tempting. Gu Mingyue didn't eat it, but brought it close to her mouth, glancing at the little bear with a very discreet movement. The little bear, not Lingji, the marshal, naturally noticed Gu Mingyue's intentions. After all, coming from a martial background, he was very sharp about such gazes. However, his body was constantly thinking about how to rush over to eat. This thing was too delicious. Don't wait any longer. If he went over now, presented his little bear paw, and let Mingyue give it a squeeze, he could eat it. Lingji had never realized he actually had a talent for gluttony. What an unimaginable thing. He struggled to avert his gaze, trying not to be tempted by this. But it was too difficult. He felt the sweet aroma all around his nose. He wanted to eat so badly, sob, sob, sob. Chapter 290, Losing Face as a Bear. Every sweet molecule in the air is clamoring about how delicious this fruit salad is. At this moment, Lingji has a very secret thought, one that he doesn't dare to tell anyone. That is to say, he wishes he had never regained his memory. If he were just a simple bear, wouldn't he be happily running to get something tasty without any psychological burden? But now that he has his memories and knows who he is, he can't do things like before, without any shame or regard for his dignity. Lingji awkwardly extended his other paw to cover his little nose, so that he couldn't see or smell the temptation, which finally made it less overwhelming. He never knew that a man as resolute as he could have such a comically awkward moment. However, he never expected that, even with his eyes and nose blocked, he could still hear the sounds of fruit and honey. Gu Mingyue, seeing the little bear, decided to tease him and took a bite, exclaiming, "Wow, this apple is really sweet. It's both sweet and crunchy. The texture is amazing." One bite and the juice is already overflowing, and the honey on top is especially fragrant, not overpowering the fruit's sweetness at all. And right next to Lingji's ears was the sound of the apple crunching. He could really tell that the apple was very crispy, indicating it was fresh and delicious. Unable to resist, the little bear's throat involuntarily rolled, which Gu Mingyue noticed. Gu Mingyue chuckled. She didn't mean to tease him, but the sight was too funny. This little guy was using all his willpower to resist the delicious temptation. What was he even thinking? Moreover, it seemed like he was seriously trying to resist. Gu Mingyue decided not to argue with him. What was the point? This little guy would still want to eat. She took the fruit and walked over to the little bear. Then, when he wasn't paying attention, she directly stuffed a piece of fruit into his mouth. At that moment, Lingji had no idea what was happening. He just felt a sudden chill in his mouth and started chewing unconsciously. Oh, this seems to be a pear, so crunchy and juicy. The richest flavor danced on his tongue, a sweet and sour taste with a hint of plum fragrance. Delicious. After a couple of chews, as he was about to swallow, he realized what had happened. The little guy put his paw down, his round bare eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that he had given in so easily. Boo-hoo. He, the dignified marshal of the Federation, actually couldn't resist the temptation of a bowl of fruit salad. Was that reasonable? Wasn't that a bit unreasonable? However, no matter how unreasonable it had happened. Lingji decided to just let it go and actively wanted more delicious food, but at that moment, Gu Mingyue started to take advantage of the situation. Gu Mingyue opened her arms, smiling at the little bear, and said, "Do you want to eat sweet fruit and sweet honey? If you do, come over and give me a hug, just like you used to." The unclear words reminded Lingji of how he used to act when he had lost his memory, cuddling, rolling around, and exposing his snowy white belly. This woman was really shameless. He had regained his memory and was no longer that clueless little bear. How could he still do something so embarrassing? Ling Ji hesitated for a moment. Gu Mingyue didn't rush him, just smiling as she watched him struggle in front of her. Gu Mingyue said, "There are still so many delicious things to eat every day. Are you really not going to eat any? Let me think about what delicious food I'll make tomorrow. It seems like tomorrow will be honey bread, sweet with a crispy caramel bottom and soft, milky bread on top." Ling Ji, slurp. I really want to eat. The marshal silently brainwashed himself, telling himself that he was just a little bear, an ordinary little bear, a little bear who loved delicious food. It's not strange for a little bear to eat good food, right? Of course not. A little bear can eat delicious food. Although Ling Ji had repeated this in his mind countless times, he still couldn't suppress his physiological reaction. His face turned red, and his ears flushed. If it weren't for the thick bear fur, he would probably look like a pink little bear. His pride made it hard for him to accept his current behavior. But the tempting aroma lingering at his nose made him abandon his dignity. Ling Ji told himself to just enjoy these last 10 days, or half a month. Once he got the light brain, he would immediately send a message to his subordinates in the Federation, and he would quietly disappear from the Empire in 10 days or half a month. By then, no one would know he had such an embarrassing time as a bear. Thinking of this, Ling Ji suddenly felt he had no psychological burden. He would just enjoy these last few days of happiness. Having convinced himself, Ling Ji quickly ran to Gu Mingyue and hugged her arm tightly. Gu Mingyue felt her arm being enveloped by something soft, warm, and heavy. She didn't expect the little bear to be so easy to coax. She had thought he would be rebellious for at least a week. But a bowl of fruit salad made him surrender. This little guy lacks determination. However, Gu Mingyue didn't hold it against him and simply handed over the fruit salad, and the little bear began to eat eagerly. Ling Ji was almost brought to tears by the deliciousness. Wow, the apple is so good. The pear is so good. The peach is also delicious. The mango is even better. Finally, there was just a little honey and dried plum powder left at the bottom of the bowl, and the little bear extended his tongue to lick it clean. After finishing, his little belly was bulging out like a small ball. Ling Ji didn't pay attention and ended up eating too much, feeling uncomfortable in his stomach. Gu Mingyue couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. This little guy ate like there was no tomorrow, completely oblivious to whether he was full or not, just devouring everything. Gu Mingyue had to gently rub his belly to help him digest, and finally, feeling a bit better, Ling Ji realized what foolish thing he had just done. He felt like a complete bear failure. Once again losing face. Chapter 291. The Embarrassing Mingyue. However, since he had already eaten, Ling Ji had no way to make up for it, so he simply decided to consider himself an ordinary little bear. Is it wrong for a little bear to eat? Is it wrong for a little bear to eat a lot? He was just a little bear, and he didn't understand all these twists and turns. Ling Ji had completely given up on his dignity. Anyway, no one recognized him, so he could do whatever he wanted. So it was just a bit embarrassing, really. However, after Ling Ji finished eating and was full, he didn't show any more embarrassing behavior. He simply hugged his little belly and hid in the sleeping area that had been arranged for him at the beginning. It's not easy to be a little pet and just eat and wait to die. Gu Mingyue glanced at the time. It was almost her usual bedtime, so she decided not to continue to fuss over the little fat bear. The next morning, Gu Mingyue went to school according to her plan, leaving the little bear in the room as usual. Ling Ji woke up particularly early that morning, basically waking up as soon as he heard some noise from Gu Mingyue preparing for training. He didn't linger in bed like usual. However, he pretended to still be asleep, secretly opening one eye to observe Gu Mingyue's movements. Gu Mingyue didn't notice this little detail and thought the little bear was just like usual, enjoying his sleep. After adding some fresh fruit to the little bear's food bowl, she hurriedly left. The moment Gu Mingyue closed the door, Ling Ji almost leaped up from his blanket like a dragon tail flicking, then scampered over to the computer that Gu Mingyue often used and turned it on. Ling Ji skillfully bypassed the military school's firewall and the built-in functions of the computer, confidently sending a message to his subordinate. I am at the Imperial 1st Military Academy. Maintaining my form, hurry over. Do not let others notice anything unusual. Ling Ji was very careful. He only sent this message to his most trusted subordinate, and then immediately took action to erase all traces of his presence on the internet, shutting down the computer and restoring it to its original state. He didn't even search for any information about himself after going missing. Ling Ji was very worried that if he overstepped, his whereabouts might be discovered by some clever light brain. However, he had just figured out the firewall of his computer, so it shouldn't have those special capabilities. Just as he sent out the message, Ling Ji felt as if he had let something go, yet it also felt like he hadn't, which made him even more anxious. As a marshal of the Federation, Ling Ji was very good at sensing his own feelings and those of his enemies. So he paused to perceive the flow of his emotions. Ling Ji realized that he felt relieved because he knew he would soon leave Gu Mingyue and return to his normal identity and life path. But that little bit of reluctance was genuinely there. The source of this reluctance was the good food and Gu Mingyue's gentle companionship he had experienced all this time. Although Gu Mingyue hadn't accompanied him much before entering the military academy, after entering, there was a segment of high-quality companionship every day. The kind of life where he didn't have to think about external matters was truly joyful. However, now that happiness had a time limit, perhaps only 10 days or even less. Ling Ji was very aware of his subordinates' abilities. With the negotiation skills of a Federation soldier, they could basically get in touch with the Empire by the second or third day and kind of pick him up. While thinking about this, he suddenly realized something. What would happen to Gu Mingyue after he left? Would she soon face the news of his departure? If one day she woke up and suddenly found that her little bear was gone, would she be devastated? Ling Ji thought for a moment and then got up to walk back to the computer, sending another message. Bring a real polar bear cub, just like I had when I was a child. After sending this message, Ling Ji erased all traces of his presence online again. Then he drooped his head and walked back to his blanket. Sigh, if he left, he would at least leave Gu Mingyue with a real little polar bear. As a thank you for taking care of him for so many days, Ling Ji inevitably started to feel emo, looking like a cotton candy about to melt, completely lacking spirit and drooping. He, the dignified marshal of the Federation, had never felt this miserable. What he didn't know was that Gu Mingyue, whom he thought was in the dark, had already figured it out within 5 seconds of his message being sent. At that moment, Gu Mingyue was on her way to training when her light brain suddenly emitted a special alert sound. This alert sound had been prearranged with Little 7. If someone invaded her computer, it would use this special sound to alert her. So when Gu Mingyue heard this alert sound, she was momentarily stunned, but quickly continued on her way, just glancing down at her light brain, rapidly connecting with Little 7 for information, and then she froze. Gu Mingyue felt as though she couldn't comprehend the text in front of her. What was all this? What does maintaining form mean? Why was the recipient a Federation military number? And the next message was even more outrageous. Bringing a little polar bear? Little 7 intercepted both messages and did not send them out. Gu Mingyue felt her hands and feet sweating. A very special and outrageous guess appeared in her mind. Could it be that her little bear had some extraordinary background? Gu Mingyue called out to Little 7. After she sent the message, she felt as though her throat had been sandpapered. It was so rough. Little 7, understanding Gu Mingyue's intent, quickly searched the internet and presented the information he found to her. Gu Mingyue felt like she wanted to sleep. The information in front of her left her speechless. She really didn't know what to say. How could the little bear she casually picked up be the marshal of the Federation? Looking at the photo of the missing marshal, tall and imposing, handsome and striking. How could he possibly have anything to do with her little bear, who only knew how to eat? But the evidence was now right in front of her, leaving her no choice but to believe it. And Gu Mingyue quickly thought of the little bear's abnormal behavior last night. She suddenly realized, did the little bear recover its memory last night? Damn! Thinking about how she was dressed lightly and even forced the little guy to hug her, Gu Mingyue felt she could no longer stay on Capital Star. It was time to change planets and start anew. Chapter 292. The last 10 days before departure, especially when she thought of the little bear's resistance. She couldn't help but grab it and give it a good roughhousing. Gu Mingyue felt that she was really bold and reckless. Sigh, as expected. A forced fruit isn't sweet. She shouldn't have forced it. Gu Mingyue looked at her own hands with regret, lamenting how she couldn't resist back then and insisted on competing with the little bear. Now, look where that got her. The little bear suddenly transformed into a marshal of the Federation. Isn't this damaging the friendship between the Empire and the Federation? If someone were to interview Gu Mingyue and ask about her current feelings, she would probably say that her only feeling was regret for not having acted differently back then. She shouldn't have indulged herself so much after picking up the little bear, thinking she had gotten a pet. Sigh. What if the little bear? No, rather. What if the Federation Marshal's subordinates come, and she ends up being sent to the Federation as an apology, cutting her military academy life short? Gu Mingyue pondered on her way to school. After all, she was fearless in most aspects, but she really feared this awkward scenario. Just thinking about it made her feel embarrassed. However, Gu Mingyue soon realized that perhaps she shouldn't think of it this way, because it seemed that the Empire's marshal had no intention of seeking revenge. On the contrary, the little bear looked a bit guilty. Gu Mingyue suddenly had an epiphany. This situation was not only awkward for her side, but also very awkward for the Federation's marshal. Since both sides felt awkward, if they tacitly agreed not to bring it up again and not to be as close as before, this matter could just pass. However, after discussing with Xiao Qi, Gu Mingyue decided they shouldn't be too obvious in their behavior, to avoid exposing the fact that they had intercepted the marshal's information. At this moment, Gu Mingyue felt a slight melancholy in her heart because she realized she would no longer see her little bear again, the one that would act cute, play tricks, and show her its belly. Sigh, so sad. But it was at this moment that Gu Mingyue realized something was indeed off. If she were raising a real polar bear, how could it have been so well-fed and cared for so long without growing at all? That was illogical. However, now that there was an explanation, everything that seemed illogical became very reasonable. Alas, it was just a pity that for such a long time, she had completely failed to realize this. Or perhaps Gu Mingyue subconsciously pushed this thought aside, unwilling to contemplate it. Gu Mingyue felt her mind was very chaotic, so she simply shook her head, tossing all her thoughts behind her, and then began to focus on the upcoming training. During the training, Gu Mingyue was quite focused, but at lunchtime, she instinctively thought of the little bear. I wonder how it's doing in its room? Since she had left in a hurry, she had only left some fruits and vegetables for the little bear, which were unprocessed. Thinking that the little bear was actually a marshal, Gu Mingyue felt that the things she had prepared seemed a bit informal. But since it was already like this today, she decided to let it go and prepare a bit more delicious food for him tomorrow. As Gu Mingyue thought, she took out her lunch for the day, thick bread filled with tender eggs. Since she had consumed a lot, she made two for herself, one with bacon and eggs, and the other with egg and shrimp. She had to admit both were delicious, especially the combination of tender shrimp and smooth eggs. Moreover, the outer layer of bread was also fantastic. It was baked with butter, giving it a rich, milky aroma. And the crust was crispy, but not too hard to hurt her delicate mouth. Gu Mingyue quickly finished the two sandwiches and thought about how she might not have much time left to spend with the little bear. So she decided to make his meals better in these last few days as a silent apology. Sigh. Thinking about it made her feel that she couldn't indulge in playing with the little bear's fluffy ears as much as she wanted, which left her a bit disappointed. She was a genuine plushy lover, particularly fond of all sorts of cute, fluffy animals, but she had never encountered the right one before. After meeting the little bear, she had thought it would be a family member accompanying her for life, but she never expected it to be a marshal. Well, it's better to part ways than to try to keep up appearances. They were really not on the same path. However, Gu Mingyue wanted to do her best to make these last few days free of regrets and leave a good impression on both sides. Sigh. It was time to test her acting skills again. How could she make the whole process feel both natural and grand? Gu Mingyue asked Xiao Qi, "What do you think I should do? If I were to prepare a few dishes every day, it might not be suitable, but it also feels a bit dismissive." Xiao Qi had never dealt with such matters before. He hadn't expected that the seemingly clumsy little bear, who only knew how to act cute to grab Gu Mingyue's attention, would actually be the Federation's marshal. But Xiao Qi instantly felt a sense of urgency. Xiao Qi searched for photos of the marshal online, and he looked particularly handsome and valiant, the kind of person adored by countless girls. For some reason, Xiao Qi felt particularly disheartened. His processing center told him that he was feeling anxious, but he didn't know why. Just then, Gu Mingyue asked him a question, and Xiao Qi had to address that first. "Why don't you tell him that you're designing a new menu for the restaurant, so you need to try out some dishes?" This excuse shouldn't sound too strange to him. Gu Mingyue thought for a moment and realized there was indeed a high possibility of making that happen. It was a reasonable explanation. So, Gu Mingyue decided to adopt Xiao Qi's suggestion. Now, there was another question. What delicious food should she prepare for dinner tonight? Since the little bear was leaving, she had to make it a bit more formal and visually appealing. She still needed to think it over. Gu Mingyue pondered for the entire afternoon, nearly making a mistake during her training. Fortunately, Gu Mingyue had a quick reaction speed, preventing the mistake from becoming too obvious, and she quickly caught up with the pace of the group. As the training was about to end, Gu Mingyue finally decided that tonight she would prepare a grand Japanese meal. Chapter 293. Japanese cuisine feast. Speaking of which, Little Bear, as a polar bear, should particularly enjoy eating fish and meat. However, Gu Mingyue had completely overlooked this characteristic of Little Bear before, only cooking what she wanted to eat without considering his diet. Now that she thought about it, Japanese cuisine should actually suit the taste of the little polar bear quite well. To be honest, there's nothing particularly difficult about Japanese cuisine. It mainly tests knife skills and the precision of cooking rice. Gu Mingyue simply spent a lot of money ordering a variety of high-quality fish from outside, such as bluefin tuna, yellowfin tuna, and particularly excellent salmon. These are just the most ordinary sashimi. She also bought a lot of polar sweet shrimp, deep-sea crabs, and squid and octopus. Originally, Gu Mingyue had planned to cook together with everyone, but she had to take a day off. Although he didn't know why, she readily agreed. They had already learned to make many dishes and could just cook by themselves this time, without Gu Mingyue's help. By the time Gu Mingyue returned with a pile of fish, Marshal Ling Ji was already shocked. However, Ling Ji was very clear about the role he needed to play as a little bear, so after a moment of psychological preparation, he abandoned his pride and ran over. He hesitated for a moment, but still reached out his paw to hug Gu Mingyue's calf. If someone were to interview Gu Mingyue about her thoughts at this moment, she would probably have said 3 words, too scared to move. If it really were a little bear, Gu Mingyue would have already ruthlessly begun to play with his soft, white ears. But now that Gu Mingyue knew that the one hugging her leg was the marshal of the Federation, her mischievous thoughts completely vanished. She truly didn't dare to move at all. Should she hug him back? Gu Mingyue hesitated for a moment, thinking that her performance couldn't differ too much from before. Otherwise, the sensitive marshal would surely notice something was off right away. With this thought in mind, Gu Mingyue gritted her teeth and stomped her foot, putting the fish she was holding aside, then naturally squatted down to pick up Little Bear. Oh, Little Bear felt so good to the touch. He was like a large plush toy, and his thick fur carried the scent of Gu Mingyue's body wash. The whole Little Bear was just so soft and sweet. What a treasure of the human world. Gu Mingyue simply didn't want to let go. At that moment, she even forgot that she was not just holding an ordinary little bear, but the marshal of the Federation. Unable to resist, Gu Mingyue opened her mouth and playfully bit Little Bear's ear. Little Bear's ear really did have a great texture. Gu Mingyue reflected for a second, feeling like a pervert, but she couldn't help wanting to cuddle and be close with Little Bear. Who could resist such an adorable creature? As for the Marshal Ling Ji, being hugged, he initially felt he had crossed a line of his conscience. But he didn't expect this woman in front of him to be so excessive. It was one thing to hug him, another to rub him, but she even bit his ear. Didn't she know that the ears of all small animals are particularly sensitive due to the various nerves? How outrageous! Ling Ji wanted to curse, but inevitably felt his ears turning red. This woman with no boundaries. But why were his ears so red? And why was his whole bear feeling so flushed, as if he were about to ignite at that moment? After indulging in Little Bear for a full 5 minutes, Gu Mingyue reluctantly let go. Sigh. She really didn't want to part with this little guy, but it couldn't continue. Little Bear had just shown his claws on her. If it went too far, the marshal might get angry, and once he returned to his original form, he would be the first to come and deal with her. Gu Mingyue reluctantly released her embrace, leaving a space for the almost suffocated Little Bear. Ling Ji felt that his brain could no longer think. All he could recall was the warm, soft sensation on his ear and the fragrance of the girl. What kind of torture was this? He was a marshal. Why did he have to endure such treatment? After satisfying her craving for fluffiness, Gu Mingyue entered the kitchen with the various fresh seafood she had brought back, ready to start making dinner. To be honest, Japanese cuisine doesn't take much time. You just need to cut things well and arrange them nicely. The only time-consuming part for Gu Mingyue was steaming the crab and making takoyaki from the octopus since it needed to be cut into fine strips. Additionally, Gu Mingyue specially prepared a wasabi soy sauce, ensuring it wasn't too spicy but just right. Then she took out the pickled ginger she had made earlier. These slices were particularly thin, but when eaten, they had a spicy yet refreshing taste, especially since the color of this ginger was very misleading. A lovely pink that looked just as beautiful as cherry blossoms. After preparing these little things, she quickly started cutting the salmon and bluefin tuna. Bluefin tuna is divided into 3 parts: otoro, fatty belly; chutoro, medium fatty; and akami, lean, classified according to their fat content. Each of these 3 types has a different flavor, but the one thing they all have in common is that they are all delicious, even though the taste experience is different. The most fatty part, otoro, is rich and oily, giving the sensation of eating ice cream from the ocean. In contrast, akami is slightly sour but sweet on the finish. Gu Mingyue carefully plated each detail of the sushi and sashimi, arranging them beautifully like a world-renowned painting. Next to it, she placed a small dish with 6 perfectly round takoyaki, topped with bonito flakes that seemed to dance. Next to that was a small plate of crab, half of its shell removed, with tender meat displayed vibrantly. And beside it, there was an exquisite plate of polar sweet shrimp, which had been cooked immediately after being caught and then frozen, tasting particularly fresh and sweet now. Once Gu Mingyue had finished everything, she placed Little Bear in his designated seat and cheerfully said, "Now, let's get ready to eat." Ling Ji had never seen such a grand display. Though he had eaten delicious food before, it had always been dish by dish. This felt like a grand military review. Little Bear was completely at a loss for where to start eating. Chapter 294. Enjoying a feast, even though the little bear didn't know how to eat. Gu Mingyue would teach him. She first picked up a perfectly shaped sushi and placed it in front of the little bear, then demonstrated for him. She dipped the fish side of the sushi into the prepared wasabi soy sauce and took a bite. Yes, when eating sushi, you shouldn't dip the rice side into the sauce because no matter how tightly the rice is pressed, it will fall apart when dipped in soy sauce. However, if you dip the fish side, the whole sushi remains intact when it goes into your mouth without any loss. Gu Mingyue took a bite and chewed slowly. Her expression wasn't exaggerated, but it was clear that she was enjoying the process. After all, Gu Mingyue's first sushi was salmon. The salmon itself is very rich in fat, practically melting in the mouth, requiring little chewing. When the fat bursts in the mouth, a hint of greasiness is neutralized by the wasabi soy sauce, and then you can slowly savor the slightly sour taste of the vinegar in the rice, along with a hint of sweetness. After finishing the salmon sushi, she picked up another piece for the little bear, who mimicked her actions. However, Gu Mingyue didn't expect that the little bear, who liked everything and especially sweet things, couldn't handle spicy food. The little bear made a big effort to dip the sushi in soy sauce, taking a huge bite, and then immediately started sneezing. The spiciness of the wasabi is not something everyone can handle. It can be quite overwhelming, and first-timers might end up in tears. When Gu Mingyue saw the little bear sneezing, she realized something was off. She thought to herself that he couldn't eat rice, couldn't handle spicy food, and had dipped so much soy sauce. Was he pushing his limits a bit too much? Normally, Gu Mingyue would feel sorry for the little bear, but knowing he was the marshal of the Federation made it hard for her to feel sorry. After all, a big man can't be as cute as a little bear. So while the little bear was sneezing and shaking his head from the spiciness, Gu Mingyue secretly had Xiao-Qi take a few photos to save. These could come in handy as leverage against the marshal in the future. After laughing at the fluffy little creature in the photos for a while, Gu Mingyue went to get her freshly squeezed fruit juice for the little bear. After gulping down several sips of the sweet mango juice, the little bear felt like he had come back to life. The taste was simply intoxicating. Ling Ji had never experienced such a trial. It was even scarier than facing an enemy, because he had no idea how to defeat the flavor in his mouth. Gu Mingyue smiled and handed him another cup of juice, this time not mango juice, but sour plum soup, which was both sour and sweet, perfect for easing the spiciness. This time, Gu Mingyue decided to keep the wasabi soy sauce far away, so that the little bear wouldn't be overwhelmed again. While not dipping the sushi in soy sauce might make the dish's flavor slightly less authentic, it still allowed one to enjoy the pure taste of the fish, which was also good. However, the little bear was not an ordinary bear. Beneath his soft and cute exterior was the resolute marshal of the Federation. It was impossible for the marshal to be defeated by a little spiciness. He had to face the challenge and overcome his weakness, as that was what a soldier should do. So the little bear stretched out his paw, his eyes firmly telling Gu Mingyue that he wanted to eat more. He was truly very persistent. Gu Mingyue initially didn't want to give him more, but seeing his determination, she decided to go along with him. Thus, Gu Mingyue prepared another serving of wasabi soy sauce similar in spiciness to the last one and placed it in front of the little bear. The little bear was very determined, directly picking up a piece of sashimi with his little paw, dipping it into the wasabi soy sauce, and resolutely putting it in his mouth. If the marshal's human form had made such a face, everyone would have associated it with words like tragic and heroic. But now, this expression of determination was on a soft, white little bear, completely losing any sense of heroism. What remained were words like cute and adorable, perfectly matching the little bear's expression. Although the little bear was mentally prepared, he was still overwhelmed by the spiciness. He felt the heat from head to toe, almost ready to blow his nose. The little bear chewed, and although it was very spicy, he could taste the sweetness of the fish. He even began to feel that the spiciness wasn't so scary after all. It was slightly addictive. The marshal, holding back the urge to sneeze and wipe his nose, ate several pieces of sashimi dipped in wasabi, and then he discovered he had opened the door to a new world. It seemed really good. He could now handle the spiciness, and it felt like a different kind of stimulation. The spiciness of wasabi and chili were two different varieties. But it must be said that once adapted, both gave a very pleasant feeling, an exhilarating pain. Seeing the little bear eating in such a frenzied state, Gu Mingyue quickly reached out to stop him. Don't eat so fast. There's still plenty of delicious food left. How about a crab leg? You can have it yourself. Ling Ji reluctantly put down his paw that was reaching for the sashimi and looked at the crab leg set aside. The crab leg was indeed very plump. The snow-white, tender crab leg exuded the freshness of the sea. It must be said that such fresh seafood is already great with just a light steam. But Gu Mingyue had also prepared a special sweet vinegar for eating crab today. This sweet vinegar would elevate the flavor of the crab meat. Moreover, the taste of this vinegar was subtle and wouldn't overpower the dish. It would only complement the deliciousness of the crab meat. After mimicking Gu Mingyue and savoring a crab leg, the little bear's round eyes were filled with astonishment. So delicious. This flavor has activated something deep inside me. Lingji suddenly recalled how, during his time in the Federation's kindergarten, he longed for something fresh and sweet. However, such things didn't exist in kindergarten. So all he ended up with was a bottle of mushy nutrient liquid. But now he finally knew what he had wanted to eat back then. It was his innate desire for seafood, especially the freshest deep-sea seafood. This was engraved in the genes of a polar bear. Chapter 295. Set sights on a good seedling. Ling Ji never expected that a small obsession from long ago would be realized today, and so perfectly without a hint of deviation. He felt a bit touched, but in his current bear-like state, he couldn't utter any words. He could only suppress his embarrassment and nuzzle his round, fluffy bear head against Gu Mingyue for her to pet him. After realizing that the soul inside the little bear was Marshal Ling Ji, Gu Mingyue was actually hesitant to act recklessly. However, with the little bear taking the initiative to show affection, she naturally wouldn't miss such a great opportunity and immediately reached out to have some fun. Why not touch it? Who would pass up such a good chance? After enjoying the playful moment, Gu Mingyue remembered that her goal for making delicious food today was to give the little bear a perfect final few days of memories. So, she reached out again to offer the little bear an octopus ball, saying, "Try this, it tastes really good. I think you will definitely like it." Lingji didn't notice any difference in Gu Mingyue's attitude, as she had always been good to the little bear. So, the little bear simply opened its mouth wide and gulped down the octopus ball that Gu Mingyue had handed over. This octopus ball was indeed very delicious. Mingyue wasn't lying at all. The first thing he could taste was the octopus ball, with the bonito flakes on top being fresh and melting in his mouth. Then he could savor the aroma of the special mayonnaise that Gu Mingyue had made, which was sweet and flavorful. The little bear particularly liked sweet flavors, and this really satisfied his preferences. He could enjoy the soft texture of the octopus balls and the sweetness of the vegetables. And the octopus inside was also sizable, giving a delightful, chewy sensation. The batter for the octopus balls was specially prepared, becoming crispy after being cooked in the machine, with a little bit of fluidity, warm and comforting. After finishing one, the little bear felt it wasn't enough and stared longingly at the 5 remaining balls on the plate. Gu Mingyue then gave him 2 more, keeping 3 for herself. So delicious. Even without any extravagant dishes, it felt exceptionally tasty. As Ling Ji ate, he began to feel a sense of regret, realizing he might never eat something so delicious again. Alas, it was truly sad. Just as the meal was nearing its end, Ling Ji suddenly felt something was off. His previously stable mental energy began to operate rapidly, as if stimulated, and with each cycle, it seemed to strengthen a little. It's known that the increase of mental energy is extremely difficult, a matter that countless scientists have studied but failed to achieve. How could such a significant change happen just because of a meal? Yet, despite Ling Ji's disbelief, the operation and increase of mental energy within him was undeniably real. However, after a while, he stopped eating, and that bit of mental energy's self-rotation and increase disappeared. But everything that had just happened felt so real, not like a figment of his imagination. Ling Ji was starting to doubt life. Was it because the food he ate today was special? Or was it because the person who made it was special? The little bear stared at Gu Mingyue with round eyes. Gu Mingyue didn't understand why the little bear was looking at her like that, eyes wide open without blinking, as if gazing at some treasure. However, even if it was time to say goodbye to the little bear, Gu Mingyue wouldn't spend her training time in the virtual training ground. Hey, after all, no matter how cute the little bear was, it couldn't compare to the mechas. The little bear was unique, but mechas came in countless varieties. Each one could bring a brand new experience and excitement, something the little bear couldn't match. So, Gu Mingyue finally rubbed the little bear's round head and happily went to begin her training plan for the night. Ling Ji also didn't cling to Gu Mingyue any longer. Instead, he hid in a corner, starting to ponder the question. What exactly just happened? Why was there such a miraculous occurrence? He had 2 guesses. One was that the food they ate today was special, and the other was that Gu Mingyue was remarkable. However, if it was the latter reason, Ling Ji almost wanted to take Gu Mingyue back to the Federation with him when he left. What a significant seedling this was, full of potential and capable of bringing endless surprises. Alas, it was a pity that she was from the Empire. If only she were from their Federation. Ling Ji's eyes now revealed great regret and reluctance. He didn't have time to feel embarrassed about his gluttonous performance today. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to turn this good seedling into one he could take back to the Federation. To be honest, this was indeed very difficult. Since he discovered Gu Mingyue was a good seedling, didn't the military academy of the Empire know? Of course they did. Alas, it was truly sad. What could be more sorrowful than having a good seedling that wasn't from one's own home? At this moment, Ling Ji was caught in a dilemma. Just then, the distant Federation finally received news from their long-missing marshal. When Ling Ji's subordinates received the news, they could hardly believe their eyes, suspecting it was a prank. Their marshal had been missing for so long, and everyone had lost hope. The morale of the entire corps had plummeted. But now, this news was like an injection of adrenaline. They reviewed the 2 pieces of information, and the marshal's subordinates were very sure that such news could only have been sent out by their marshal personally, due to certain details. The instructor was incredibly excited. He immediately gathered all of the marshal's most trusted subordinates. After a collective meeting, they decided to rush to the Empire with all their might and handle the transfer matters along the way. The long silent corps finally became lively at this moment. The atmosphere was festive, as if it were New Year's. Their marshal, were finally coming home. However, what these subordinates didn't realize was that their marshal at this moment was somewhat reluctant to return, as there would be no more delicious food once he was back. The subordinates, upon learning that their marshal was currently just a cub, were filled with heartache, unaware of how much suffering their marshal had endured in the Empire. Heartache. Chapter 296. Battle. Ling Ji, now in the form of a small polar bear, didn't know how to express his thoughts, so he just rubbed his belly, planning to hint at things once he returned to his human form. At this moment, Gu Mingyue was fully immersed in her training for the day. Whenever Gu Mingyue went to train, the little bear felt very lonely because there was no one to play with him. Although Ling Ji believed he was very powerful and didn't need company, seeing the empty room still left him feeling a bit hollow inside. Moreover, he was soon going to leave, and for some inexplicable reason, he wanted to spend more time with Gu Mingyue. He didn't know why he felt this way. It was just a feeling, reluctant to part. So, Ling Ji cautiously glanced around. After confirming that no one was watching him, he lifted his chubby leg and took a step toward the training room where Gu Mingyue was. After that step, it was as if he had opened the door to a new world, and he continued to waddle over. He then watched Gu Mingyue from outside her training pod. The little bear felt as if he had been enchanted. Gu Mingyue was unaware that a little creature was spying on her. When Ling Ji saw how serious Gu Mingyue was, he thought for a moment and ran to check the helmet, intending to see if he could connect to Gu Mingyue's training arena. To his surprise, he could. So, Ling Ji simply created an NPC character for himself to appear in Gu Mingyue's training pod. At that moment, Gu Mingyue had just finished a battle and was taking a break when Xiaoqi suddenly reminded her that there was a second person in the training pod. Gu Mingyue was momentarily taken aback. Where did this second person come from? After thinking it over, she realized it was that little bear. Since the little bear had come over, Gu Mingyue decided to pretend she didn't know and treated it as a regular NPC. Gu Mingyue didn't know what the little bear was thinking, not only unafraid of being exposed, but also coming right to her. However, she thought about it. After all, he was a marshal of the Federation, and his mecha skills must be exceptional. Maybe she could secretly learn something from him later. With that thought, Gu Mingyue became interested and immediately started another match. This time, the disguised NPC bear also got into the spirit of things, quickly getting into another mecha and joining in on the assault against Gu Mingyue. Although calling it an assault might be a bit strong, the reality was that 4 or 5 advanced mechas were surrounding and attacking Gu Mingyue's mecha. Gu Mingyue's heavy mecha was inherently less agile, making it difficult to dodge attacks. Therefore, turning the offense into defense was a good choice to gain some initiative. At first, Ling Ji didn't use all his abilities because he thought there was no need to be too cautious against an ordinary college student. However, he gradually realized that something was off. Gu Mingyue had an exceptionally strong learning ability. As soon as she made a mistake once, she would immediately correct it and never let that mistake happen again. Because of this, there was a feeling of being gradually pressured when fighting against her. Of course, Gu Mingyue's maneuvers were still somewhat inexperienced, but they had already far exceeded the level of a new student. Ling Ji couldn't help but feel multiple times in his heart that would be great if she were a prot-G of the Federation. After a while, Gu Mingyue, using the firepower of her heavy mecha, had already damaged the other combat mechas to a half-destroyed state before slightly easing up. She communicated with Xiaoqi in her mind, feeling that their little bear didn't seem to be putting in much effort. Xiaoqi had been monitoring and analyzing the situation, so it quickly got the answer. The little bear had only come to play and hadn't shown his abilities. Gu Mingyue simply shrugged and set the matter aside. However, soon the situation changed because Gu Mingyue noticed that the difficulty of the opposing robots was increasing during her training. And it was just the mecha controlled by Ling Ji that was strong. All the mechas were strong. At first, when Gu Mingyue went in, she was caught off guard by these mechas. Their fierce moves were aimed directly at her life. These mechas were truly ferocious, not at all resembling the training mechas prepared for military academy students. However, after the initial panic, Gu Mingyue was instead driven by this fierce momentum, feeling her combat awareness and desire flourishing. Almost under a net of attacks, Gu Mingyue maneuvered her mecha to find one of the few openings. But this opening wasn't enough for Gu Mingyue to secure victory, so she had to unleash her firepower and go on the offensive. Gu Mingyue could hear the virtual mecha constantly sounding alarms, with its damage level reaching 30%. If it exceeded 50%, the mecha would basically be in a scrap state. Gu Mingyue needed to seize the moment, observing carefully to discover which mecha Ling Ji was controlling. And then she charged over like a bolt of lightning, using her last remaining weapon to destroy the core power unit of that mecha. Although Gu Mingyue lost this match, she felt it was a very exhilarating fight. Ling Ji, whose core power system had been directly destroyed, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This girl truly had great talent. Not only her combat awareness, but also her willingness to fight boldly and her carefulness. After finishing this match, Gu Mingyue felt very satisfied and decided to treat the little bear who had been helping her improve. It's worth noting that although the little bear had been enjoying good food recently, he had never had the treat of a late-night snack. Gu Mingyue, now in high spirits, decided to prepare a simple and quick meal to reward the little bear. This barbecue was not the kind found on the streets of ancient Earth in Huagua, but rather the Korean style. The marinated pork belly and fatty beef, paired with onions and garlic, wrapped in lettuce, were grilled. In fact, during her time on Earth, the Korean ethnic group in Huagua was particularly good at making this kind of barbecue. The beef, marinated slightly with onions and spices, tasted great when grilled. Gu Mingyue thought that this must be something the little bear would love, as he was an undeniable sweet tooth. And this kind of Korean barbecue had a sweet flavor from the marinade. Chapter 297. The heart-throbbing little bear, while Gu Mingyue was busy marinating meat and preparing the grill. The little bear obediently lay beside her, watching her scurry about. At first, Ling Ji didn't realize that Gu Mingyue was preparing a late-night snack for him. But when the fragrant white beef fat began to sizzle on the grill, he finally understood. It seems like there will be something delicious tonight. Ling Ji instinctively reached out his little paw to pat his belly, only to sadly discover that as a cub, he was a bit too chubby. If he remembered correctly, he didn't have a belly when he was younger. He had been training since childhood, and even during his growth phase, he had several abdominal muscles. But now, all his 8-pack abs had merged into one large belly. This is outrageous. How can this be? Ling Ji thought to himself. Perhaps he should eat a little less for tonight's late-night snack. Otherwise, when his subordinates come and pick him up and find out they've brought home a chubby cub with a full belly, what would happen to his face as a marshal? Thinking of this, Ling Ji quietly walked to the training room where there was a simple treadmill. Like a panda, he climbed up to the phone stand with all 4 paws, exerting a lot of effort, and finally managed to haul his chubby self onto the dashboard. He then switched on the jogging mode and slid down as if he was on a slide. Throughout the process, this little bear was very self-reliant and didn't seek anyone's help at all. When Xiao Qi first saw him, he wondered whether to help him turn on the treadmill. But seeing how hard he was trying, he pretended not to notice. Meanwhile, after Gu Mingyue had laid out a table full of delicious food, she turned around to find the little bear was gone. Following the puffing sounds, she went to the training room and found this little guy running wildly on the treadmill. Although his speed wasn't fast, his little bear face was full of determination, as if he was determined to slim down today. Gu Mingyue almost laughed out loud. She didn't expect the raw materials marshal to have such a side. He was quite fierce when beating people in the virtual space, but outside of it, this chubby little ball had high standards for his figure. Gu Mingyue suppressed her laughter, put on a very amazed expression, and then began to praise the little bear wildly. Wow, my goodness, little bear is really full of ideas now, actually working out crazily. Oh, don't exercise too much. Our cub is just cute when he is chubby and round. Upon hearing Gu Mingyue's words, Ling Ji froze for a second. But he wasn't a real cub. If he were a truly ignorant cub, he would have given up on exercising long ago. Why bother exercising? Isn't it comfortable to just lie down? But then he thought about having to return to human form later. What if those big bellies came back with him? The marshal captured by the Federation's reporters would be round and chubby. That would be so embarrassing. No, he must exercise properly and absolutely cannot give up. So the little bear put on a serious bear face and went all out on the treadmill, even quickening his pace. However, from Gu Mingyue's perspective, it looked like a round, fluffy little cloud running on the treadmill, its short legs flailing about. The whole scene looked very serious, but was actually filled with humor and cuteness. If this video were posted online, people would probably be asking what color sack this little thing liked. Gu Mingyue cleared her throat a couple of times to steady her tone and said calmly, "In that case, I won't disturb your workout. I'm going out to eat delicious food. Don't restrain yourself too much." Gu Mingyue really turned around and left, starting to grill outside. When the hot iron plate touched the meat, it made sizzling sounds, and the moment the oil burst forth, a wave of aroma filled the air. Especially since Gu Mingyue had specifically taken some crisp lettuce to wrap around a bite of mixed rice. Placing 2 thin slices of garlic on top and adding a piece of grilled meat dipped in sauce that was sizzling with fat. After wrapping a lettuce roll, Gu Mingyue intentionally ran over to the little bear's treadmill. As the little bear panted and ran, she took a big bite of the lettuce roll. The fresh vegetable aroma mixed with the savory sauce of the rice, plus the garlic and meat scents, all burst forth. The taste was so stimulating and delightful. Not to mention Gu Mingyue. Even a human could smell how delicious it was. The little bear's sense of smell was even sharper, and at that moment, the lettuce roll in his mind was like a small mountain of meat, incredibly tempting. Ling Ji raised his paw to cover his mouth, determined not to let the saliva flooding his mouth spill out. The little bear was using all his strength to resist the temptation of the beautiful meat. Gu Mingyue quickly finished the lettuce roll and ran out to wrap another one. This time it was filled with sizzling, fatty beef, slightly charred, making it extra crunchy and delicious. Gu Mingyue deliberately said loudly, "Wow, this tastes so amazing. Whoever doesn't eat this will regret it all day. You should eat this meat at night. Only then will you have the energy to sleep well. Otherwise, you might even wake up hungry in your dreams." The little bear felt so wronged at this moment. Ling Ji had never experienced such grievance in his life. Can he endure this? He absolutely could not. So Ling Ji sped up, running desperately to finish his 10 kilometers before Gu Mingyue brought in the fourth lettuce roll. Since he had already exercised, he could eat something delicious. Eating after working out would mean no calories. The little bear quickly jumped off the treadmill and started circling around Gu Mingyue's feet, grunting as he extended his paw, trying to grab a lettuce roll. Seeing her plan succeed, Gu Mingyue smiled, and her smile was like spring flowers blooming, especially beautiful. The little bear was mesmerized. For a moment, he forgot to wave his little paw. Wu Mingyue, so beautiful. Ling Ji had never felt his heart racing like this, as if there were butterflies fluttering in his stomach, making him feel particularly flustered and excited. What was wrong with him? Chapter 298. Gourmet Blind Box. Ling Ji was not a fool. Although he had never been moved in his life, he had seen others' moments of infatuation and their descriptions countless times. It felt exactly like his current mood. Indeed, no matter who it is, once they are moved, there is no escape. Ling Ji hesitated for a moment, unsure if he was infatuated with Gu Mingyue or with her continuous offerings of food. Maybe both. There was no little bear that could resist Gu Mingyue's charming smile and her culinary attacks. Ling Ji was eating the fragrant lettuce wraps prepared by Gu Mingyue while contemplating what he should do next. He had always thought that his life would be dedicated to military service and had never considered his emotional issues, let alone his first infatuation being with a girl from another country. The vast chasm between them could rival the asteroid belt in the galaxy, hiding countless pitfalls. The moment Ling Ji confirmed his feelings, he realized that he would face many challenges in the future. But there was nothing to be done about it. This was something he willingly accepted. He even prepared himself mentally for the fact that Gu Mingyue would never like him. Oh no, that definitely wouldn't happen. Gu Mingyue already liked him a lot. Ling Ji thought about what would happen after he returned to his human form. He might not have the same treatment as now. So he decided to throw his shame out the window and started to act cute and seek cuddles. Under the witness of Gu Mingyue and Xiao Qi, the little bear completely abandoned his pride, finishing his meal while blinking his beautiful eyes at Gu Mingyue. Those sparkling eyes could easily captivate anyone's soul. All little cubs grow up very well, sporting innocent and adorable faces that attract adult affection. The little bear grew especially well, truly super cute, with big blinking eyes, ears, and fluffy limbs that could hug people's legs. Gu Mingyue was still thinking, this is the marshal from the neighboring federation, a marshal. But no matter how much she warned herself, she couldn't resist the charm of this soft, adorable little creature right in front of her. Gu Mingyue admitted that while wrapping delicious food for the little bear, she couldn't help but sneakily pet his ears as a reward. The white bear's fur felt so good. The hair on his ears was incredibly soft and didn't prick at all. Gu Mingyue even mischievously pinched his ears, watching as the blood vessels inside turned red. The little bear turned into a mix of white and pink. While being petted, the little bear sighed inwardly. Alas, there are only a few days left. It feels like his happy days are about to disappear forever. Meanwhile, Gu Mingyue was also feeling very regretful, although she didn't know when the Federation's army would come to pick up the marshal. She had a feeling it would be in the next couple of days, and she felt a bit reluctant about it. This was her first time having a little cutie that belonged to her, and she hadn't expected that this little cutie was nothing like she had imagined. Both the person and the bear carefully and discreetly sighed. However, they both knew this matter was non-negotiable. It was impossible for a marshal from the Federation to stay in the Empire forever. As Gu Mingyue wrapped more and more delicious lettuce, from sizzling fatty beef to chewy squid tentacles to oily pork belly, each dish had a different taste but was equally delicious. The little bear was about to eat himself into a big mixed pattern. Gu Mingyue sighed, regretting that her happy days might soon come to an end. After they finished their late-night snack, Gu Mingyue lay on her bed, contemplating what delicious dish to make tomorrow. It wasn't that Gu Mingyue only thought about eating. She just really wanted to leave perfect memories for the little bear. And human memories, to put it simply, are formed through the five senses. When it comes to food, it can bring visual, olfactory, and gustatory shocks, with colors, aromas, and flavors all together, truly evoking memories. Gu Mingyue happened to have a lighter training intensity recently, as the military school was focusing more resources on virtual training grounds, meaning everyone trained according to their own initiative. So before the military school officially started the competition, Gu Mingyue still had a lot of time to think about what delicious food to make. Once the offline battle for the competition began, it wouldn't be so easy anymore. But by then, the little bear would probably have already left. Thinking about the Korean barbecue they had tonight, Gu Mingyue suddenly had an idea. Why not make bibimbap tomorrow? It was also very portable. But it was getting late, so Gu Mingyue sent the bibimbap recipe to their logistics department's internal group. So anyone who wanted to learn could make it themselves, and Gu Mingyue would also make a portion to bring along. Yes, after a few days of adjustments, everyone in the logistics department started to have a new way of doing things. It wasn't just about making food together, but each person could choose what they wanted to eat from the recipe to make. This greatly enriched the lunch menu every day and also reduced He's workload. Organizing everyone to make things together was quite labor-intensive, and He had already felt a bit stretched with her responsibilities. After Gu Mingyue proposed this suggestion, she happily accepted it. Now the instructors' meals were also very diverse. Every day when they received their food boxes, it felt like opening a blind box, not knowing what deliciousness was inside. However, the good thing about this blind box was that no matter what was inside, it was especially delicious because it was all made according to Gu Mingyue's methods, so it couldn't go wrong. It should be noted that in the ancient Earth, there were many adjustments, but often the value of the items inside was lower than the price, lacking the excitement and joy of unboxing. Initially, the instructors were not very happy, as their food was different from others. Later, they discovered it was truly a benefit. This way, they could enjoy many different kinds of delicious food during lunch. For example, if someone got a hamburger, they could trade a piece of it for a fried chicken leg. Isn't that delightful? It was absolutely delicious. Chapter 299. Make Gu Ran dizzy because there are more instructors. If anyone is really not fond of the blind box they draw that day, they can exchange it with others. Generally, everyone is quite happy after exchanging. This adds a bit of fun to lunch every day. Meanwhile, many students from the mecha department, who were eagerly watching, are now also getting restless. When the logistics department made their items together before, they were not in a position to buy, but now that everyone can prepare delicious food, they can seize a relatively weak logistics student and take them down one by one. After establishing a good relationship, wouldn't that mean there's food to enjoy? Those who can get into the Empire's top military academy are not fools. Everyone quickly thought of this method, and the logistics students actually acquiesced. After all, they had made the mecha students envious for so long. It was time to share some sweetness. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if they really turned against each other. So now, the logistics students have found their second job. Some people will prepare an extra portion of food every lunch and wait to sell it. Since the logistics students started this side job, their status in the military academy has skyrocketed, like a rocket shooting straight into the sky. This is necessary because everyone wants delicious food, but those willing to sell it are still relatively few, making it a seller's market. If one wants to buy good food, they need to build good relationships with these big shots. Suddenly, the logistics department found themselves very popular, regardless of whether they knew the people on the road. As long as someone saw the logistics badge, they would show a very friendly smile and take the initiative to greet them. It was so friendly that it made one wonder if they were students at the military academy or instructors. The next day, when Gu Mingyue went to training again, Little Bear stayed home alone. Of course, his lunch was the stone pot bibimbap that Gu Mingyue had prepared in advance, placed within his reach. After arriving at the training ground 2 months later, they began today's training at the instructor's signal, which included physical training, long-distance running, frog jumps, and squats. These are all basic exercises and pose no significant difficulty for Gu Mingyue. Of course, all the students in the logistics department could hold on. And who knows if it was because they ate purified food daily, but everyone's physique had improved to some extent. Soon it was noon, the liveliest time of the day, with various transactions happening in inconspicuous corners. At this moment, the most unhappy person was probably Gu Ran, who was at the center of the mecha department's attention. Ever since Gu Ran fell out with Hee, she publicly declared that she would never eat food from the logistics department, insisting on maintaining a frugal lifestyle and would absolutely not indulge in outside food. Indeed, a group of people was persuaded by Gu Ran's statement. They felt she was right. It should be this way. How could they eat food? The most important thing for military students is to save time and devote all their time to training. Thus, a group of people gathered around Gu Ran, firmly rejecting food. However, Gu Ran herself really wanted to eat. She just put on a proud facade to make her logistics friend Hee feel guilty. So when she casually glanced at Hee from the logistics department at noon and saw that she actually brought a portion of scallion oil noodles with a fragrant fried egg on top, Gu Ran was about to go crazy. What is wrong with Hee? Why hadn't she taken the initiative to bring good food over and wanted to reconcile? That bowl of scallion oil noodles looked so delicious, and the roasted, crispy scallions seemed to have an exceptionally good texture. Gu Ran could hardly contain herself. At that moment, something even harder for her to accept happened. Gu Ran watched as her most disliked person, Gu Mingyue, walked over to Hee, and they were laughing and chatting, looking very close. In that second, Gu Ran felt a surge of anger rise within her. She felt a sense of betrayal, as if something she loved dearly had been taken away by someone else. Yet, Gu Ran hadn't particularly cherished her friendship with Hee before. Of course, this might just be a simple desire for control, a subconscious reaction after feeling attacked. Soon, Gu Ran discovered something even more infuriating. Hee actually shared a large portion of her scallion oil noodles with Gu Mingyue, looking at her with starry eyes. Waiting for feedback, Gu Mingyue also generously shared her well-mixed, appetizing stone pot bibimbap with Hee. Exchanging food is such an intimate act. How could Hee be with Gu Mingyue and exchange food with her? This was too detestable, truly too detestable. Gu Ran suddenly stood up in anger, causing the other mecha students surrounding her to be puzzled, even startled. One clever student guessed a thought. Is our little goddess suddenly angry because she can't stand them spending so much time eating? After hearing this, the others felt enlightened. Yes, that makes so much sense. It's outrageous for them to waste their precious youth time on this. Let us go train. When the competition comes, we'll catch them off guard. And today, as competition came particularly quickly, as it was the first match of offline combat, which could also be considered a warm-up. The competition was close combat without any terrain, directly taking place on the arena. So everyone seized the last bit of time to participate in training, wanted to cram a little at the last minute. However, the logistics department was not in a hurry at all. They were leisurely enjoying their food. After all, once they were full, they knew how delightful that feeling was. Plus, feeling full made them feel energized. Sharpening the knife doesn't delay the cutting of wood. And they didn't mind a few more minutes. As this perfect lunch came to a close, everyone finally welcomed the afternoon's close combat competition. Chapter 300. The competition begins. Although the afternoon melee competition was organized somewhat hastily, it was complete with all the necessary elements. At this moment, the top 10 competitors from each major had been selected, just waiting for the elimination rounds to begin. The military academy had over 10 departments, each with many specialized fields. Yet only a little over 200 participants were eligible for the final competition. While 200 might seem like a lot, it was just a small fraction of the new students at the academy, but for the elimination rounds, this number was still quite substantial. Thus, the rules were set to allow for a random draw, with 2 people battling against each other until the final 25 were selected. Although this format was not particularly fair, It added a lot of fun and was quite fitting for an event held during military training breaks, allowing everyone to relax a bit. Soon, everyone was called to the largest playground, where a massive area was set up with 100 competition platforms arranged like stars. The contestants had already been assigned their opponents randomly. The first 2 rounds of the competition were not particularly thrilling, merely reducing the number from 200 to 100, and then from 100 to 50, progressing very quickly. After all, the military academy had many strong individuals, and the top 10 from many majors might not even compare to the ranks of dozens from other majors. By the time they reached the last 25, only Gu Mingyue and one other person from the logistics department were left standing on the platform. The mecha department had 5 remaining, while the ground combat department had 4. The ratio of remaining competitors made it quite clear what the strength ceiling was for each major. Aside from these 2 elite majors, only 2 others from the logistics department remained in the competition. Although the mecha department often acted quite arrogant, they did have the credentials to back it up. As the people from the mecha department watched the scene unfold, they couldn't help but feel a bit smug, their eyes constantly glancing sideways, unable to hide their expressions. In contrast, the logistics department, whom they looked down on, remained very calm, fully aware that during the selection process, their department had a significant advantage. Gu Mingyue had performed exceptionally well in their internal competition, effortlessly securing her position, which made her seem particularly formidable, with much more potential yet to be tapped. At this moment, the logistics team was cheerful, even thinking that their Miss Mingyue might bring home a gold medal. Gu Mingyue herself felt that she hadn't fully exerted herself in the earlier rounds. Although her opponents were somewhat competent, they were still lacking in many aspects. Especially recently, she had been training on virtual matches and had endured quite a bit of hardship. Though she had struggled at times, she now stood out significantly. Gu Mingyue's reaction speed was not far behind that of the top students at the academy, as she had learned her skills in combat from the ground up. However, with Ling Ji's help in recent days, her combat awareness and reaction speed had improved dramatically. To her, the speed of these military academy students now seemed sluggish, full of openings that she could exploit at any moment. As they entered the final 25, since there was an odd number of participants, one person would randomly draw a bye and advance without a match. Gu Mingyue lazily stepped up to draw, thinking she would likely have to fight again, but it would be good for her to gain more practical experience. To her surprise, she ended up drawing the only bye, so she calmly waited in the preparation area for the next chance in the round of 13-7. Unexpectedly, this unique bye also fell to her. Gu Mingyue. The audience. The instructors. The instructors were truly speechless. If they weren't so sure that there was absolutely no cheating, they might have begun to question their own lives. The only 2 matches that had a bye and direct advancement happened to fall to the same person. What a coincidence. The logistics team was nearly laughing themselves silly. They had just seen another competitor from their department eliminated due to a minor mistake, and while they felt some regret, they had not expected Miss Mingyue to smoothly advance directly to the finals, securing at least a top 10 finish. The logistics department's luck was simply too good. Ha ha. If it weren't for the competition setting, they would have laughed out loud. Meanwhile, the mecha department, who had been flaunting their superiority, now wore less favorable expressions. Only 7 competitors remained on the field, 2 from the mecha department, 2 from the ground combat department, 1 from the command department, 1 from the analysis department, and lastly, the laid-back Gu Mingyue. Many people in the audience murmured about the unfairness of the situation. The instructors naturally heard these comments, but chose to ignore them. To be honest, luck is also a part of strength. Sometimes, the difference on the battlefield can be just a bit of luck. Timing, location, and human factors all fall within the realm of luck. With 7 competitors left, the elimination format was no longer in play. Each person would compete in 6 matches, earning a point for each win, losing a point for each loss, and draws not counting. This round-robin format was a significant test for the competitors, as everyone started off strong, but as the matches progressed, their stamina would dwindle. At that point, it would be more about skill than mere physical prowess. To ensure fairness, competitors should have been given nutritional fluids between matches, but since this competition was not very formal, there were no substantial logistical supplies. Having watched Gu Mingyue coast her way into the top 7, someone finally remarked, "Well, Now we're really going to fight for real. Some people might end up with a negative 6 points. Oh, that would be so embarrassing. After saying this, they intentionally shot a sideways glance at the logistics team, hoping to see if they picked up on the implied meaning. However, the logistics team was currently enjoying snacks: grilled sausages, fried squid, fried chicken, and French fries. Chapter 301. Gene-enhanced potion. Ever since the logistics department had various recipes, everyone's love for cooking had reached a peak. Especially today, knowing there would be a competition to watch. The students, after a bit of creative brainstorming, presented the current scene. They pulled out snacks from their usual recipes that were suitable for making treats. It's worth noting that dishes like fried squid and grilled squid were very popular snacks back in ancient Earth, perfect for watching TV dramas or while out shopping. However, these delicious foods were simply too unfair in the eyes of the sour-faced guy. He wanted to instill fear in others, but when he turned around, he realized the clown was actually himself. This was such a blow to his confidence. He neither had the luck of Gu Mingyue, who could effortlessly rise to the top and earn a great name, nor the shamelessness of those spectators from the logistics department who brought out such tasty snacks. What a disgrace. Now, the audience near the logistics department was filled with the aroma of food, with the scent of barbecue and frying wafting through the air, and if you sniffed closely, you could smell various meats. The person who had spoken earlier now felt like a kid without money at an aquarium, surrounded by other kids, each holding a delicious snack, feeling envious, jealous, and quite indignant. One of the spectators from the logistics department, noticing his little expression, kindly raised his hand with a fried squid and asked him, "Do you want some? Come, 45000 star coins. I'll give you a fresh fried squid." Sour-faced guy, are you actually doing business? This is ridiculous. Sour-faced guy, all right, here, S10,000 star coins. Give me a skewer of fried squid and another of grilled squid. Spectator, got it. Here you go. After receiving his fried squid, the sour-faced guy took a furious bite, as if venting his anger. He then discovered that this thing was incredibly delicious. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a particularly bouncy texture. The seasoning sprinkled on top was magical, sweet, sour, and spicy, with a hint of fruity plum aroma. This 10,000 star coins was the best money he had spent recently. Alas, he should have bought a bit more save. But unfortunately, he didn't have a storage button, making it inconvenient to store. After finishing the large squid in a few bites, he took a bite of the grilled squid. I must say, the grilled flavor was even more delightful. The spiciness of cumin, the heat of chili, and the fragrance of scallions danced wildly on his tongue. He was almost too distracted to watch the competition, only wanting more delicious skewers to fill his stomach. However, at this moment, his classmates around him became excited, their eyes fixed tightly on the competition scene. He diverted some of his attention and was shocked to find an astonishing matchup. Gu Mingyue and Gu Ran were actually competing. One was the effortlessly winning girl from the logistics department, and the other was the battle goddess from the mecha department who had climbed up through her abilities. Wow, this match had no suspense whatsoever. What was there to watch? Just wait for a round of applause for the mecha department later. Then he noticed something was off. Why was this match so intense? The two were exchanging blows back and forth, and it even seemed somewhat evenly matched. No way, no way. How could something so absurd happen? Was the battle goddess from a mecha department holding back? Or was the laid-back girl from the logistics department hiding her true strength? At that moment, an instructor kindly began to provide commentary. Now let us take a look at the combatants on Arena 1. Our mecha departments, Gu Ran, and logistics departments, Gu Mingyue. They are currently exchanging attacks. I must say, while Gu Mingyue appears to be defending with every move, she is actually flawless. Now, let us look at Gu Ran from the mecha department. Her moves are sharp and full of aggression, but sometimes offense can expose one's weaknesses, and right now, Gu Ran seems to have forgotten that her lower body is her weak spot. Gu Mingyue seizes the opportunity to counterattack. The battle between the students was described by the instructor in such an intense manner that it felt like a life-and-death struggle. Meanwhile, the classmates who had been focused on eating finally put down their food, stood up, and began cheering for their favorite competitor. The noise from the audience was a distraction for Gu Ran. Every time she launched an attack, she had to expend some mental energy to ensure her moves were graceful and elegant. In contrast, Gu Mingyue appeared relaxed and showed no signs of weakness. Gu Mingyue's movements, while seemingly light and beautiful with no offensive power, were akin to a cat teasing a mouse. Gu Randinti initially realized this, but when she did, she was shocked to find she seemed to have no room for a counterattack. But that was impossible. She had spent a fortune on gene-enhancing fluid in the black market. After all, she felt particularly upset after losing to Gu Mingyue in the previous match at the training ground near her home. Unable to accept this reality, she researched in the black market for ways to improve her physical fitness. However, gene-altering potions were banned substances and were rarely seen even in the black market. Gu Ran poured a lot of money into acquiring a small vial, said to have leaked from a military laboratory. This potion seemed capable of directly enhancing a person's physical attributes, with potential for ongoing development in the future. Of course, with potential benefits come risks. Since this potion had not undergone sufficient clinical trials, its risks were still unknown, and no one knew what kind of effects it might bring. However, Gu Ran couldn't afford to think about that now. She needed to shine in the mecha department. After taking the potion, Gu Ran indeed experienced a significant boost in her physical abilities. She could now easily run the 10-kilometer and 20-kilometer distances. But why in this competition was she still being overwhelmed by Gu Mingyue despite having defeated 99 of her mecha department classmates? What went wrong? She needed to go home and get another gene-enhancing potion. Chapter 302. He discovered the alter ego. However, even if Gu Ran wanted to inject herself with a gene modification serum right now, it was no longer available. Gu Mingyue's attacks became increasingly fierce, leaving Gu Ran overwhelmed, feeling that her reaction speed couldn't keep up with her opponent's strikes at all. Yet, Gu Mingyue still left her a bit of room for counterattack, preventing Gu Ran from losing so decisively. It was as if a mischievous kitten was playing with a mouse, clearly capable of a lethal strike, but choosing to drag it out. At first, Gu Ran didn't realize it. But when she saw Gu Mingyue's expression and the faint smile at the corner of Gu Mingyue's mouth during their exchanges, she finally realized she had been played. She had actually been outsmarted by someone from a trash planet. Gu Mingyue's talent was so good, even able to handle things so effortlessly. But she acted so submissively in the Gu family. Wasn't this clearly to deceive them? Gu Ran suddenly felt that something was off. Could it be that Gu Mingyue had even more hidden abilities? This thought flashed by, and Gu Ran resolutely rejected it. Gu Mingyue had already stolen enough of the spotlight, participating in modeling competitions and military uniform design. If someone relied solely on their looks, Gu Ran could accept that. After all, relying on looks was still a sign of incompetence. But when she realized Gu Mingyue's actual strength was so high, an immense fear surged in Gu Ran's heart. Of course, she forcibly suppressed this fear. Impossible. Gu Ran thought Gu Mingyue couldn't possibly be stronger. Her close combat skills might just be a coincidence. Even if they weren't, Gu Ran's plan was already in the final stages. As long as she found an opportunity, Gu Mingyue would fall into a bottomless abyss from which she would never escape. Gu Ran decisively admitted defeat. Since her concession was straightforward, Gu Mingyue let go. The mecha department students below booed, as they hadn't expected their highly anticipated goddess to lose so easily, and it seemed she had no power to fight back. This was quite a blow to them. Previously, they had been boasting, but now they had lost their bragging rights. After all, they prided themselves on how skilled their mecha department was. But now their best had been defeated by someone who appeared to be slacking off, which was quite a slap in the face. The next 5 matches were also without suspense, as Gu Mingyue floated through them, yet managed to secure victory in the end. Ultimately, Gu Mingyue received the highest score of 6 points. The logistics department cheered with delight. This afternoon was simply perfect for them, with delicious food and a championship win. The instructors clearly hadn't realized the final result would be like this. Aside from the first place, they had a rough idea of the rankings of the others. As everyone's videos were laid out, unless there was some special situation, they were all quite similar. They really hadn't expected the logistics department to have such hidden talents. Well done. After 6 consecutive matches, Gu Mingyue finally felt a bit satisfied. Then she realized she seemed to have inadvertently drawn more attention to herself. Oh well, it didn't matter. After all, it seemed Gu Ran was about to make her move. If Gu Ran started to act, it would definitely be a very attention-grabbing event. Gu Mingyue graciously waved to everyone below, then left the competition stage along with the others. However, Gu Mingyue didn't expect that just after leaving the stage. She was called over by a message. "Teacher Liu, you are Yugong, right?" Gu Mingyue. The alter ego was revealed too quickly, like a snowstorm. Oh, she hadn't expected that no matter how well she hid her identity, she couldn't hide it from military training. Gu Mingyue replied to Teacher Liu, and they arranged a time and place to meet, after which Gu Mingyue continued with the afternoon training, as it was better not to be absent. During the afternoon training, Gu Mingyue was the center of attention. Almost every classmate smiled and greeted her when they saw her, their expressions filled with genuine happiness and admiration. He was even more like a little bird, chattering around her, while Gu Mingyue was thinking about what to say when facing the teacher later. He suddenly expressed a bit of regret. "Sigh, I wonder where the goddess who came to this school with me is now. I've been searching for her for a long time, but I can't find her." Gu Mingyue initially didn't respond, instinctively asking, "Your goddess? Who is that? Is she someone you admire?" He nodded vigorously, her little face flushed. Yes, my goddess is Yugong. But she hasn't revealed who she is since entering the school. She probably wants a more stable school life." At this moment, Gu Mingyue didn't know what to say, and for a moment, she failed to manage her expression, which he happened to catch. He initially thought Gu Mingyue didn't like her goddess, but upon looking again, she realized the expression seemed to convey a mix of awkwardness and uncertainty about whether to speak or not. He covered her mouth, her eyes almost sparkling. "Oh my God, is Miss Mingyue who I guessed? Oh my God, you're not joking with me, right?" Seeing that he had seen through her, Gu Mingyue decided not to hide it anymore, smiling and nodding. "It is indeed me." He was so happy she almost fainted, not expecting her two admired sisters to be the same person. How could such a thing happen in the world? But he quickly calmed down, realizing that Gu Mingyue had hidden her identity because she didn't want everyone to know. He immediately swore to the heavens, saying she would absolutely not reveal Gu Mingyue's identity. Oh my God, no wonder Miss Mingyue always has so many strange and delicious recipes. It turns out she is the culinary goddess herself. He now felt as if she had been pursuing a star only to discover her neighbor was a celebrity, like a huge piece of pie falling from the sky. Chapter 303. A shocking discovery. Gu Mingyue was still a bit overwhelmed by the enthusiastic affection she received offline for the first time. However, she thought of it as a rehearsal for when she faced her teacher. Now, the time had come for Gu Mingyue to meet her teacher as agreed. So she had to say goodbye to He with a wave. He smiled, saying that she would definitely have sweet dreams at home. Gu Mingyue quickly walked to the designated meeting place and found a refined and easygoing man waiting for her there. The man was Teacher Liu, the military school instructor who had spoken on her behalf during the cooking competition. When they met, Teacher Liu first smiled and then patted Gu Mingyue on the shoulder. TSK. This little girl is not simple. You've kept me in the dark for so long. I saw you the day you came to report, but you look different from when you participated in the competition, so I didn't recognize you." Even someone as thick-skinned as Gu Mingyue felt a bit embarrassed to be called out, as she had intentionally avoided being recognized. However, Teacher Liu was clearly very understanding. Noticing her slightly awkward expression, he took the initiative to ease the situation, saying, "But I guess you didn't want to draw too much attention, so you hid yourself. That's good. I like humble and obedient students." Gu Mingyue smiled and asked, "Did you need something from me, teacher?" She got straight to the point because she knew that military school teachers were extremely busy juggling students, research, and various collaborations with the military, essentially doing the work of 3 people. It was unlikely that he simply wanted to meet her, the first-place winner of the cooking competition, without any other purpose. Seeing Gu Mingyue so perceptive, Teacher Liu stated his intention directly. "Our logistics department hasn't had fresh blood for a long time. The students here learn the same basic things day in and day out. But you're different. You can bring something new to our logistics department. So, I came to invite you to join our laboratory to further explore what food can offer beyond just nutritional solutions." Gu Mingyue was puzzled about what Teacher Liu meant, thinking that food and nutritional solutions both provided energy, so what could be the difference? Teacher Lu smiled mysteriously and handed Gu Mingyue a star-shaped key that contained her identity information, then led her to the most mysterious laboratory in the logistics department. This laboratory was located in the most central area of the logistics department. Behind an inconspicuous fire door was a mysterious elevator that went down to a floor without any numbers. Upon entering, her pupils were scanned for their iris, and her fingerprints were checked, along with the star key that Teacher Lu had given her. Gu Mingyue curiously observed all the facilities around her, which she had never seen before. After all, she had previously lived on a garbage planet that lacked such high-tech equipment. As they walked, some older students in lab coats greeted Teacher Lu and looked at Gu Mingyue with curiosity. Gu Mingyue smiled and nodded at each of them as a form of greeting. While walking, Teacher Lu introduced Gu Mingyue to various laboratories. The labs were divided into several main categories. Some focused on nutritional solutions, some on food, and others were mixed or collaborated with other specialties. Gu Mingyue quietly took mental notes as they reached the most critical area, passing through a strict security system. Only when they reached this place did Teacher Lu say to Gu Mingyue, "This is our most advanced laboratory. The latest data comes from you and your classmates." At first, Gu Mingyue listened attentively to Teacher Lu's explanation, but suddenly she was taken aback. How could the latest data be related to them? Teacher Lu smiled at Gu Mingyue and said, "You don't really think that the food you made hasn't caused a stir among the teachers, do you?" He raised his hand to open his holographic computer, displaying every type of food made by Gu Mingyue and her classmates from start to finish, and then called over a robotic assistant that brought a pile of food. These foods were all very fresh, clearly stored in a space button, and even labeled with the names of their creators. Gu Mingyue saw her name prominently displayed in shiny letters, standing out in stark contrast to the items made by other students. Gu Mingyue said, "Although I know my cooking is indeed delicious, I didn't expect to receive this much attention. It's a bit embarrassing," she chuckled. Teacher Lu glanced at her and said, "What are you thinking? Do you think we are paying attention to you just because your food is delicious? Of course not. When we were testing the food you made, we discovered an astonishing fact." Gu Mingyue listened intently, and what she heard next left her in shock. "Do you know that the food you made not only doesn't follow the energy standards, but also improves the efficiency of food conversion and carries a hint of special vitality?" Gu Mingyue, "Excuse me, are you joking? How could this possibly happen? Where is there such a thing?" Her shock was so evident that Teacher Lu was 80% sure that Gu Mingyue was unaware of the unique function of the purified food she had made. Seeing her disbelief, Teacher Lu pulled up a video on his holographic computer to show her. When it came to serious matters, Teacher Lu's tone became serious. "You can look at the markings here. We invited a volunteer to participate in the experiment, and after consuming your food, we observed changes in their body. You can clearly see that their mental strength experienced a significant fluctuation. Although this fluctuation was fleeting, it ultimately resulted in a slight improvement in their mental strength. This improvement, while very small, can only be detected with our most advanced instruments, but it carries significant meaning." Teacher Lu sighed, appearing both relieved and regretful. "However, the food made by others does not have this effect, so we want to know where the difference lies. This could potentially lead to a groundbreaking discovery that shocks the entire galaxy." Chapter 304. Gu Rant's little movements. Gu Mingyue originally didn't want to believe it, but the data printed in black and white was right in front of her, making disbelief impossible. However, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. She believed that the military academy would make even greater efforts to nurture her after learning this news, and it didn't conflict with her own goals. Teacher Lu was still explaining to Gu Mingyue the parts she needed to be responsible for, which overall meant that Gu Mingyue would spend 10% of her time in the laboratory. It must be said that Gu Mingyue was quite interested in the experimental equipment and instruments, as they were the most advanced technologies in the current interstellar era. During the era of ancient Earth, Gu Mingyue had not been exposed to such cutting-edge technology, but now, comparing it to her impressions, she could clearly see that interstellar technology had advanced by many levels. After Teacher Lu discussed the handover matters, Gu Mingyue received her laboratory key. When saying goodbye, Teacher Lu suddenly slapped her forehead, remembering something to tell Gu Mingyue. "By the way, since you are still a student, There will be certain subsidies for doing things beyond your academic year. The military academy can provide resources and funds to help students during this time. So you can send me what you need, and we will review it later. Teacher Liu raised an eyebrow. I saw your performance. Are you secretly working on mechas? Oh dear, you kids really can't resist such powerful things, but it's okay, go ahead. Our subsidies can provide you with parts, and they will all be S-level and above mecha parts. Gu Mingyue initially felt indifferent. She was more interested in the experiments themselves. However, upon hearing about this reward, her eyes suddenly lit up. Ah, isn't this just someone sending a pillow when you're sleepy? Gu Mingyue hadn't had much time to study mecha parts recently, but she knew that what the military academy offered would definitely be the best. S-level parts might exist on the black market, but they would come at a high price. If there was a legitimate way to acquire them, why take the wrong path? Gu Mingyue's enthusiasm was ignited by this. After they agreed on daily work hours and tasks, Gu Mingyue left the laboratory. However, she experienced another round of complicated checks upon leaving. The security system at the military academy was still very tight. As Gu Mingyue walked out of the building, her quantum brain suddenly received a message. Mingyue, hurry and check the forum. I feel something's off. The sender was He, and her tone was very anxious, with a link to the forum attached. Gu Mingyue clicked the link to see what He was talking about. Upon reading the content, the smile that had been in the corner of Gu Mingyue's eye faded a bit, replaced by a hint of sarcastic coldness. Sure enough, even if she wanted to keep a low profile, someone wouldn't let her. It seemed that someone who had been knocked down on the training field could no longer hold back. The forum was filled with posts asking about a beautiful girl who had recently entered the military academy, wondering who she was and if anyone had seen any particularly stunning classmates. The accompanying images were photos of Gu Mingyue modeling for Lung Xueshuan. In those photos, Gu Mingyue looked radiant, with every style suiting her perfectly. She was undeniably beautiful. And these posts weren't just one or two, but many individuals using different IDs, creating a large momentum. At first, everyone approached it with the mindset of admiring a beautiful girl, but the sentiment quickly changed. I don't think we have any girls like that in our school. Is your information wrong? How could such a beauty come to a military academy? What a joke, isn't it? Who bought the wrong army for this? How could there be people willing to pay attention to this at a military academy? Beauty? We care more about combat effectiveness. In addition to these voices, there were some dissenting opinions. Sigh, I'm just someone who has a rebellious nature. The more something is promoted, the less I want it. Although this girl is beautiful, isn't it a bit inappropriate to promote herself like this? I have no good feelings towards her. Various opinions gathered in the forum. Gu Mingyue was 100% certain that these marketing messages, which seemed to flood the screen like water army, were definitely not sent by her. So who else would care about this? Only Gu ran. It's well known that reputation and fame are very mysterious. Sometimes a person can be flawless, just like a perfect individual, yet still face much criticism. People don't believe in the existence of perfect individuals, which is why many marketing failures happen due to marketing being too perfect. Gu Mingyue naturally didn't worry about this, but she despised Gu Ran's underhanded actions in private. If there's something to be settled, let's just fight it out and you can pay the price you should pay. What kind of skill is it to secretly use tricks like this? Gu Mingyue thought for a moment and began reverse marketing. Nothing feels more satisfying than using someone's own tactics against them. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, is always the fairest way, although this method may not be legal. Since Gu Ran started marketing the videos from her previous runway show, Gu Mingyue decided to market the precious daughter of the Gu family. Isn't it just about throwing money? Who can't throw money to gather a group of water army? Just as everyone on the forum began to discuss whether military students should be this beautiful while also having combat effectiveness, they suddenly discovered that someone in the forum mentioned that the girl who was being crazily marketed was actually the little goddess of the mecha department sister. My goodness, this is great. This family has produced two precious daughters. The sister is beautiful enough, and the younger sister is strong enough. What a blessing. If my mom had two kids like this, she wouldn't be complaining about me every day. So boring, marketing precious daughters in school. We care about ability, okay? The military academy has many hidden dragons and crouching tigers, many of whom are more powerful than the Gu family, yet we don't see them showing off. Perhaps there are royals among us. Now that both have been dragged into the water, many people began to pick sides. Some said this was not marketing. Some said marketing was fine, and others insisted that marketing was wrong. Military students should devote all their time and energy to training. At this moment, Gu Ran was in her dormitory watching the forum. When she saw the shift in sentiment on the forum, she knew something was amiss. This shouldn't be happening. Her plan had been very meticulous, aiming to first elevate Gu Mingyue through public opinion and then let her fall heavily, creating a backlash that would lead to a physiological aversion to Gu Mingyue. Once this foundation was well established, everything Gu Ran wanted to do afterward would follow logically. However, Gu Ran never expected that her plan would suddenly fall apart halfway through. Moreover, there was another force that had drawn Gu Ran herself into this situation. But at this point, it was too late to pull back. At this moment, the only way to divert everyone's attention was to release something even bigger, so that the focus would shift away from her during this time. This way, the attention she received would decrease, and she would be in a safer situation. Gu Ran gritted her teeth, made up her mind, and decided to stick to her original plan. There was no room for regret at this point. She had to persist and move forward. Gu Ran's slender fingers danced across the keyboard, and soon many dialogue boxes appeared on her holographic device. After delegating her tasks, she crossed her arms and waited in front of the screen, looking sinister and ruthless. If it doesn't succeed, then it will be a sacrifice. There was absolutely no room for retreat in this matter. Oh my God, come and take a look at that marketing goddess. What does she look like now? Image 1, Image 2, Image 3. These pictures were all quite tricky, showcasing the worst angles. Although the shots were clear, for some reason, they felt awkward. The proportions of her body seemed strange, and Gu Ran's deliberately tan skin was highlighted by the poster. Friends, this is the beauty you all praised. And now she looks like this. Is it the environment of our military academy that doesn't nurture people? How can they turn a delicate flower into this? Isn't that a bit outrageous? Or were those beautiful pictures from before all fake, edited? Well, I'm starting to feel sorry for the beauty. I now suspect that this marketing wasn't released by the beauty herself. Otherwise, why would she look so pale and exhausted at the military academy? What does she gain from it? Damn, seeing the beauty's comparison photo reminds me of myself. Damn it, I feel like I'm not much better than her. No time for photon skin rejuvenation, no time to go out for beauty treatments. Every day is just training. I now feel like I've achieved a spiritual elevation, but a physical decline. No, everyone. Why is the person upstairs so excited? We've gone off topic and are having fun. If you look closely at how the beauty looks now, doesn't she look familiar? Isn't she the logistics girl who won first place in the competition that day? We just didn't pay attention to her face at the time. Things are getting ridiculous. So, is the beauty as combat power now exchanged for looks? So, does that mean the Gu family has 2 kids, one first and one second? Very well, this information on our military academy forum must not leak out. Otherwise, my mom will hit me and my brother hard again. What? Do you have a brother in school too? Yes, damn it. We both got eliminated in the internal competition. Well, I wish you peace. The funnier part was that the poster was recognized, as it's rare for both siblings to be in the same school. Being recognized was somewhat embarrassing, but it didn't have a huge impact. However, someone who knew them saw it and secretly sent screenshots from the forum to this person's parents. What happened next was too tragic to bear. At this moment, everyone's focus was still on Gu Mingyue and Gu Ran. So the sister is really impressive. She directly knocked her sister down in the competition. Hey, it's really strange. If the sister wanted to market herself, why not market herself as a warrior instead of her looks, since she doesn't have beauty anymore? Pfft. Upstairs. Are you polite? No. If you look closely at those photos, I checked. The sister's photos were all edited, her facial features were adjusted, so they look particularly strange. But in reality, her features are very delicate. It's just that her skin might be a bit dark now, and people can't really see it. Is that so? Then it's even stranger. Wow, our forum is really too chaotic right now. Why are there so many unidentified people posting inflammatory messages? Should we just disperse? Yeah. Alas, but the existence of the anonymous section still provides a lot of laughs. If there's no anonymous section in the future, it would really be boring. The discussions might have been seen by the management. They immediately issued a notice saying that the anonymous section would not be canceled, but everyone's post IDs could be checked in the back end. So they hoped everyone would be cautious about their online comments. It's not a lawless place. The small storm surrounding Gu Mingyue passed quickly. When Gu Mingyue returned to her dorm, she thought about it and decided that she shouldn't hide anymore. Even if she didn't want to, she was already in the spotlight. It would take time to conceal her beauty, so it was better to use that time to do something she liked more. She calmly made this decision that would make Gu Ran regret her past choices even more. At this moment, Gu Ran was in her dorm, furious, smashing everything on her desk that she could throw. She had put so much effort into rallying some students from the military academy to act as her online supporters. But why did the final result turn out like this? Everyone was more focused on Gu Mingyue, and no one paid attention to her. Even when mentioning her, it was just a casual remark. Oh, Gu Mingyue's sister. Gu Mingyue's sister? Ha! Gu Ran had never suffered such humiliation in her life. It was one thing to be called the daughter of the Gu family, but being referred to as Gu Mingyue's sister was something else. It felt as if she was only worthy of living in Gu Mingyue's shadow. Chapter 305. Omurice, fried pork cutlet, and curry. However, no matter how angry Gu Ran was, the facts of today couldn't be changed in the short term. Even in similar marketing situations, everyone seemed to prefer Gu Mingyue. Why? How could someone like Gu Mingyue be so beloved by everyone? Even though her current photos were ugly and dark, people actually felt more sympathy for her, thinking it was a result of military training. And despite her beautiful second-place finish, in everyone's eyes, she was just another face in the crowd. Gu Ran suddenly realized that she had underestimated her opponent. She thought she could stifle Gu Mingyue's advantages through public opinion, but instead, she had inadvertently increased Gu Mingyue's visibility and made more people like her. It seemed she needed to do something different. Next time, she had to be more ruthless and absolutely not give Gu Mingyue any chance to fight back. Gu Ran thought that tasting the bitterness of this failure just once was already enough. While Gu Ran was unable to sleep at night, Gu Mingyue was happily preparing a late-night snack for herself and Little Bear. Having received good news today, Gu Mingyue prepared an especially sumptuous meal. This feast consisted of many delicious dishes. Previously, when Gu Mingyue finished military training, it was already a bit late, so she usually just threw together vegetables, meat, and rice into a big stew. However, today she was in a good mood and specifically prepared several dishes. Not only were the dishes delicious, but they were also particularly visually appealing, such as the volcano-shaped omurice. Omurice is generally a sweet and sour dish that many people love for its rich egg flavor. However, making it in the shape of a volcano requires some skill. First, the pan must be non-stick. If it sticks even a bit, the egg wrap won't form properly. Secondly, when shaping the egg mixture with chopsticks, great care must be taken. Otherwise, the egg wrap will break or the egg mixture won't connect to the previous stir, making it impossible to shape. Gu Mingyue first prepared the fried rice for the omurice, remembering that Little Bear liked sweet flavors. She added a little sugar and plenty of sweet and sour ketchup in his portion. Additionally, she included a lot of sweet corn in both her and Little Bear's servings, delivering an indescribable satisfaction when the sweet taste mingled with the fried rice. Besides corn, Gu Mingyue also chopped up some finely diced ham and green peas to mix in. So, the flavor of the rice in the omurice was sweet, making one think of spring. When making the outer egg wrap, Gu Mingyue deliberately added melted but not hot butter to the eggs, giving the dish a rich buttery flavor. After finishing the omurice, Gu Mingyue felt it wasn't enough. After thinking for a moment, she rolled up her sleeves and decided to make a fried pork cutlet. The golden breadcrumb-coated fried pork cutlet was simply a delicacy. This time, Gu Mingyue also added a touch of creativity to the fried pork cutlet. She slightly shaped the pork cutlet, cut it in half from the side, and then used her handy little hammer to flatten the meat. The thinner the pork cutlet, the better it would taste when fried. When the thin layer of pork was coated in breadcrumbs and placed in hot oil, it emitted an irresistible aroma. Gu Mingyue also grabbed some potatoes, tomatoes, and curry cubes to simmer a rich curry sauce. Just as the curry sauce was finished, the fried pork cutlet was also ready. So, each person received a heart-shaped fried pork cutlet and omurice paired with curry, which was quite lavish. For the side dishes, Gu Mingyue prepared her previously made seaweed salad and spicy octopus. Both of these side dishes had been stored for a while and had a particularly fresh taste, with a hint of crispness and sweet spiciness. They paired perfectly with the rich omurice. Taking a bite of the omurice followed by a bite of the side dish was simply heavenly, and she could easily have another bowl. After preparing the 2 servings, Gu Mingyue placed one in front of herself and the other in front of Little Bear. When Little Bear saw Gu Mingyue return with a cheerful demeanor, he was curious about what made her so happy. However, in his current bear form, he couldn't ask, so he had to swallow his questions, feeling a bit wronged. Ling Ji was very aware that at this moment, he felt like 2 different people compared to his usual self. But it was fine. With only 2 or 3 days left, he could treat the current events as a wonderful dream. In this dream, he could do whatever he wanted without worrying about anything. Little Bear ran over to Gu Mingyue's side and rubbed against her. Gu Mingyue instinctively wanted to pick Little Bear up, but then remembered that this little guy was not just a bear, but also a renowned marshal who had defeated countless enemies in the neighboring federation. So, when she reached out, her hand hesitated for a moment. But soon, Gu Mingyue confidently extended her hand again, because Little Bear was just too cute. Thinking about it, a white, chubby bear with a little expression of concern. Who could resist that? Gu Mingyue certainly couldn't. Since she couldn't resist, she decided to just go with the flow. After all, she could hug, pet, and kiss her own little bear, and no one could say anything about it. Gu Mingyue unabashedly picked Little Bear up, nearly burying her entire face in his pure white fur. After rubbing against him several times, she finally let go, feeling satisfied. Gu Mingyue was very aware that her behavior was a bit strange, but she really couldn't help it. Little Bear was just too well-behaved and too adorable. After enjoying Little Bear's cuteness, she quickly called him over to eat. Come eat, come eat. This is the special love pork cutlet omurice I made today. You have to eat the egg while it's hot. This semi-set egg is the best. It's fragrant, sweet, and not fishy at all, with a particularly tender and smooth texture. Hearing Gu Mingyue's description, Little Bear felt like he was about to drool. It sounded so delicious. Oh no, he thought, tomorrow or whenever Gu Mingyue is cooking, he must stand by and watch how she makes food so delicious. Chapter 306, the upcoming biological weapon, of course. The most important thing for them right now is to quickly finish the steaming hot dishes in front of them. Little Bear started to enjoy the food by holding a pork chop that was almost as big as his face with both paws and gnawing on it. Although the pork chop looked large, it didn't actually have much meat because it was just a regular pork chop that had been flattened. So even though Little Bear seemed to be eating a pork chop bigger than his face, he wouldn't feel particularly full after finishing it. Just then, the omurice was right beside him, steaming and tempting diners to dig in. Little Bear quickly swallowed the tip of the omurice in one bite. The tip of the omurice had the most egg mixture, so Little Bear's bite was almost entirely egg. The aroma of the egg was different from that of the pork chop. The aroma of the pork chop was very aggressive, making one immediately think, this greasy thing must be delicious. However, the smell of the egg felt very comforting, akin to a warm bowl of soup in winter. Especially since Gu Mingyue had added a lot of butter while making the egg, this dairy product itself also carried a strong, milky fragrance. The combination of the creamy, oily, and egg scents created the most important component of the omurice. Little Bear, who was particularly inexperienced, felt as if he had taken a bite of a milk-flavored cotton candy. The egg, soaked with oil, became very fluffy and had an excellent texture. After eating the fried pork chop and the egg, it felt a bit greasy, so Little Bear directly reached for a piece of marinated octopus. The taste of the octopus, pickled with mustard, was spicy and stimulating, with a certain crunchiness that was hard to describe. It felt like his mouth had been refreshed after a storm. Little Bear rubbed his belly and found that he could eat a little more. Just as he was hesitating, everything was swept away, leaving only the lingering aroma in his mouth. At this moment, Gu Mingyue, unlike Little Bear who simply enjoyed the egg and the omurice, used a spoon to break the omurice bit by bit, then ate the rice wrapped in egg. I must say, eating it this way enhanced the layers of texture and made the flavor very rich, with a sweet and sour mix that was balanced by the rich, milky, and egg scents. Eating the fried rice inside also brought a strong sense of satisfaction, with one moment encountering a kernel of corn and the next a green pea. Even the pickiest child, who dislikes vegetables, would have to concede in the face of sweet corn and green peas. Moreover, the fried rice also contained savory ham, which was even more tempting, making one's fingers move rapidly. Gu Mingyue felt that the flavor of the omurice was slightly bland, so she scooped a spoonful of curry from a small bowl and added it on top of the rice. The aroma of the curry was irresistible, and it wasn't until Little Bear was almost done with his omurice that he remembered the existence of the curry. After taking a bite of the curry, he was filled with regret. He regretted not having rice with the curry earlier. This was way too good to eat with rice. The curry was fragrant and rich, with a special spicy flavor, and the potatoes inside were so cooked that they were almost mashed. The tomato that Gu Mingyue put in the curry had completely melted into the sauce, adding a sweet and sour taste to it. This combination with the curry was the most appetizing, but Little Bear had already finished his dinner, so he could only eat the curry plain. Seeing his slightly unhappy expression, Gu Mingyue rubbed the top of Little Bear's head and said with a smile, "Wait for me a moment, I'll cook you a pack of noodles, and you can mix it in to eat too." This time, the noodles Gu Mingyue was going to cook were not ordinary instant noodles or dried noodles, but udon noodles. These udon noodles had a chewy texture that paired perfectly with curry. In addition, Gu Mingyue thought about Little Bear's appetite and decided to fry him a large pork chop, completely covering a big bowl with it. When this freshly made curry udon was placed in front of Little Bear, he was shocked. He rubbed his belly, doubting whether he was seen as a huge rice bucket in Gu Mingyue's eyes. Could he really eat this much? The truth was a bit hurtful. He really could eat a lot. Ling Ji originally thought he wouldn't be able to finish, but as he ate, he realized that the big bowl was almost empty, and he only felt slightly full, maybe 8 or 9 parts full, not entirely full. Ling Yun felt that his recent ability to eat so much probably meant his body was recovering. This was originally a good thing, but he couldn't feel happy about it now, as the day his body recovered would also mean the day he would part from Gu Mingyue, and it was uncertain if they would meet again after this separation. Thinking of this, Ling Yun made a big decision. He gulped down a large amount of pure water and then climbed onto Gu Mingyue, rubbing against her legs and acting cute like a big bear cub. Gu Mingyue naturally knew this was Little Bear's way of expressing his reluctance, and she felt a little flattered. Sigh. She didn't want to party either. At this moment, with the countdown to their departure, Gu Mingyue estimated there were 2 days left. She wanted to give Little Bear the best experience during these 2 days, so she decided to pull out her big moves. Gu Mingyue thought about making a few special dishes each day and preparing a more sumptuous breakfast. This decision would undoubtedly affect Gu Mingyue's training time, but there were only a few days left to be with Little Bear. So after finishing dinner with Little Bear, Gu Mingyue prepared early for the ingredients she would need the next day. She took out a handful of verdant vegetables from the delivery box, which were none other than leeks, and the spicy smell made Little Bear stumble back. Ling Ji had never known he was actually picky. The moment he smelled that aroma, he wanted to run away. What a terrifying biological weapon. The smell was simply too strange. Little Bear refused to get close. However, just as Little Bear was refusing to approach, he suddenly heard Gu Mingyue say something that felt like being kicked off the edge of an abyss. "Oh, you don't like it? This is our breakfast for tomorrow." Ling Ji. Chapter 307. Chive Pocket's Little Bear felt helpless, but he couldn't resist. So he slumped back into his little den, turning his back to the outside world. If Mingyue really makes this for breakfast tomorrow, he absolutely won't touch it. There's no way he's eating this biochemical weapon. After falling into a sweet dream, he found that all his dreams tonight were about green chives sprouting faces and legs, dragging him around everywhere. This night of fleeing was even more dangerous than fighting the terrifying star beasts. What made him even sadder was that not only was he beaten up by chives in his dreams at night, but when he woke up in the morning, those chives had already been turned into food by Gu Mingyue and placed on the dining table. And even more frightening was that besides the chive-filled pastry, there was only plain congee to drink. Although plain congee was also delicious, especially when mixed with honey, making it sweet and tangy. Today, there was no honey, meaning that the congee could only be eaten with that biochemical weapon pastry. Who could stand that? Sigh. Little Bear was gloomy and slumped in his den, feeling too weak to even get up to eat. Gu Mingyue couldn't help but laugh at his appearance. What should she do if the child is picky about food? A good beating would solve it, but she couldn't bring herself to do that to the federal marshal. After all, this wasn't just a mischievous child. This was a genuine human weapon of mass destruction. Gu Mingyue had to use gentle methods indirectly. She picked up a chive pocket and cut it in half with a knife to show Little Bear the filling, saying, "Look at the fresh chives inside." Chopped and mixed with softened vermicelli, plus stir-fried eggs and shrimp to make a three-flavor filling. When a knife cut through the chive pocket, an indescribable fresh aroma began to waft through the room, with the freshness of the big shrimp from the sea, the rich fragrance of the eggs, and the most important chive flavor. After being prepared, the chives transformed into something extraordinary, no longer carrying the taste of a biochemical crisis weapon, but instead exuding a freshness as if it had risen from the earth. The flavor was truly hard to describe, both peculiar and pleasant, making one unconsciously want to smell it more. Little Bear, who wasn't very resolute to begin with, found it even harder to stick to his principles after Gu Mingyue's temptation. So he walked over to the dining table, looking very reserved, and sat down on his special chair. Gu Mingyue cut him a chive pocket and placed it on his designated plate, the portions still dripping with oil, and the outer skin seemed particularly unique. Fried to a golden crisp, Little Bear swallowed hard and reached out with his paw to grab half of the chive pocket. The moment his tongue touched the chive pocket, he knew he was in for a treat again. It was just too delicious. No one could escape the law of true fragrance, and at that moment, it took effect again. As he took a bite, the fragrance of the chives, combined with the aroma of the eggs and the tenderness of the shrimp, held a folk music concert in his mouth. This combination was incredibly harmonious and unforgettable. The outer skin was fundamentally different from dumplings or buns, particularly fragrant and chewy, not soft, but increasingly flavorful the more he chewed. After finishing that bite of the chive pocket, he took a sip of the thin congee, feeling warmth flow from his heart to his stomach. Gu Mingyue was pressed for time, no matter how delicious the chive pocket was. She had to finish quickly to attend military training. Before leaving, Gu Mingyue used some advanced interstellar technology to spray her mouth, and the special chive flavor vanished. Today, as Gu Mingyue left, she simply tied her hair into a high ponytail, making her look very clean and neat, with strands of hair slightly hanging down her temples, adding a touch of softness to her face. Her unadorned face, under the sunlight, looked as white as warm jade. She didn't need to be as beautiful as others. She had her own unique style of beauty. On the way, when she encountered acquaintances and waved at them, she was met with astonished expressions. "Ah, my goodness." However, Gu Mingyue was focused on getting to military training, so she didn't notice her classmates' reactions. When she met Yi on the road, Yi's reaction was quite normal. She had often sought Gu Mingyue late at night and had lost her resistance to her beauty, although she would occasionally be stunned by Gu Mingyue's looks from certain angles. At least she wouldn't be as surprised as others. Yi cheerfully greeted Gu Mingyue. "Wow, Mingyue, you finally decided not to hide today. You're definitely going to amaze a lot of people at school." Gu Mingyue smiled. "What delicious food did you make today? I'll trade you for the chive pockets I just made this morning. I don't want to cook for lunch." He was very excited. "Wow, great. Finally, there's a day my goddess can eat my cooking. Oh my, what an honor. Today for lunch, I made something simple, but I think it should taste good. I made the crepes you taught me." The crepes were a special treat Gu Mingyue had introduced to Yi, because Yi had expressed a desire for something like that, but didn't he know exactly what she wanted. Gu Mingyue decided to teach her this versatile dish that could be customized to one's taste, and Yi learned quickly. Gu Mingyue looked at the crepe she had wrapped in oil paper, feeling very satisfied. Who doesn't like smart and eager-to-learn students? A student like Yi, who could learn after just one lesson, was truly a perfect score. Gu Mingyue took the crepe, smiled at Yi, and handed over the 2 chive pockets she had packed in a container. "This flavor might be a bit strong or slightly spicy. I don't know if you can handle it. Just remember to rinse your mouth and use a freshener after eating." After hearing this, Yi wasn't scared at all. Instead, she appeared even more energetic, as if she was particularly interested in it. Chapter 308. The stars surrounding the moon. Gu Mingyue encountered few people on the way. But once she arrived at the military training ground, she was surrounded by students, and their shock was as overwhelming as a flood. Many began to doubt their own eyes, wondering if they had been blind before. How could they not have noticed such a beautiful beauty among the ranks? She was radiant like the sun. While many would use stars to describe a beauty, in truth, The light of stars pales in comparison to the brilliance of the sun and moon. When Gu Mingyue appeared in the entire venue, all eyes were drawn to her, like planets being attracted to the sun. She was stunning, not in a fragile way, but in a powerful and energetic manner. Many people are beautiful, but they can give off a hollow and empty feeling, merely being thin and pale without any personal charm or inner quality. Such people, no matter how beautiful, are like a beautiful skin on a lantern that can be easily blown away by the wind. However, Gu Mingyue was clearly not like that. She was more like a spokesperson for beauty, full of energy and strength, nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth. With her tall stature, beautiful face, and a layer of fine muscle, her beauty was truly explosive. Real beauty has always been associated with danger. Without a hint of danger, beauty loses some of its allure. At that moment, everyone firmly concealed their shock deep within and quickly turned to share their astonishment online, while the instructor had not yet arrived. Soon, the instructor approached. Noticing them standing dazedly in place without doing any warm-up exercises, and found it strange. "What are you doing? Why are you all just standing there? It's time to start training. Get back in line. We're going for a 5-kilometer run." As the instructor got closer and saw the stunning beauty, he was momentarily stunned, realizing why his students had appeared so distracted earlier. Although Gu Mingyue had removed her disguise, any discerning eye would recognize her as the girl who had won first place in a school competition. Before seeing her true appearance, everyone thought she looked haggard due to being worn down by school. But upon seeing her true self, the teachers felt perhaps she should have kept her disguise. Without it, the students were left speechless. However, this was merely a small episode in military training. Training continued as usual, and the intensity was no less than before. In fact, it was even more intense. The instructor believed that since the students still had the energy to gawk at the beauty, their potential had not yet been fully tapped. So he needed to increase the training intensity to the point where they wouldn't even think about observing beauty. Thus, the intensity of the morning training was completely different from before, directly upgraded from the difficulty of training new students to the level expected of first-year students at a military academy. Many students who struggled with physical fitness were exhausted. But even when they were tired, they still took moments to admire the beauty not far away. How could there be such a beautiful person? Just looking at her makes me feel like I can come back to life. Some students even manage their expressions in hopes of leaving a good impression in front of the beauty. After a chaotic morning of training, Gu Mingyue found a secluded corner to sit down and prepare to eat her lunch. However, today she was clearly treated differently than usual, almost instantly. The space around her was filled with people, everyone jostling to get closer to her. Gu Mingyue. She suddenly began to dislike Gu Ran even more. If it weren't for Gu Ran, she wouldn't have had to remove her disguise and wouldn't have attracted so much attention. Gu Mingyue clearly did not expect that her beauty would appeal to both genders. It wasn't just young men approaching her, but also many young women. The girl sitting closest to Gu Mingyue opened her lunchbox, revealing a homemade meal. "Would you like to try my lunch? I'll learn how to make these dishes from you. Although my cooking skills are definitely not as good as yours, I put my heart into it." Others quickly followed suit, inspired by her initiative. "I made lamb dumplings, chicken dumplings, pork dumplings, and beef dumplings. Mingyue, you have to try one." Gu Mingyue's eyes widened slightly. She had never tried chicken dumplings before. This was innovative, truly impressive. "I made the lotus root sandwiches and eggplant boxes you taught us, and they're really delicious. I even improved the fillings to include chicken and beef. Would you like to try?" Another innovation. "Mingyue, look at my fried chicken. I even made a sauce, one sweet and sour, and the other sweet and spicy. Which one do you like?" So strong. They even created Korean-style fried chicken with sauce. Indeed, after gaining a bit of inspiration, everyone began to get particularly impressive and innovative. Gu Mingyue had previously thought about why interstellar cuisine had not developed like ancient Earth, and she realized it was because people lacked that concept in their minds. Just like ancient Earth, China, Japan, and Korea, which are geographically close and have the necessary seasonings, the results were worlds apart. Chinese cuisine was simply superior. Even if given thousands of years, Japan would not be able to create the culinary delights of China. This was partly due to geographical differences, but more so because people were accustomed to sticking to conventions and remained comfortable within their cultural zones, making innovation even less likely. Gu Mingyue's presence shattered the comfort zone of these talented individuals, helping them discover that there was such a vast world in cuisine. Gu Mingyue's appetite was limited, so she could only smile and choose a few dishes that interested her. The flavors might need a bit more refinement, but she could sense their potential. Gu Mingyue smiled and thanked them, encouraging, "The flavors are great." The students who had been chosen to offer their food blushed. She is so sweet. She praised me. She has me in her heart. Whoa. Chapter 309 discussion on the forum. While the logistics department was holding a vibrant and warm physical exchange event, some students from other majors had started frantically posting questions on the military academy's forum. "I feel like I saw a beauty on my way to school today. Can someone tell me if I was mistaken? She was really beautiful. After being in school for so long, I finally saw someone who seems to have sprung up from my aesthetic preferences. She's just too stunning and full of life. How come I never noticed such a great beauty before? This shouldn't be the case. I'm the type who notices beauties at first glance wherever I go." Many people were chattering about the beauty they encountered that morning, while others, clueless, suspected that this was just another hype. The person being questioned was naturally unhappy about being doubted, but had no evidence to refute it. At this moment, a bolder individual took a risk and uploaded a side profile photo of Gu Mingyue on the military academy's platform. The risk was not exaggerated at all, as the current interstellar society places a high emphasis on privacy protection. If someone secretly took a photo of another person and posted it online, the consequences could be dire. However, the uproar caused by this photo was immense. It must be said that the person who took the photo might have been a bit flustered, resulting in a slightly blurry image. But even this slight blurriness did not diminish Gu Mingyue's beauty, which shone through like sunlight. "Oh my God, I'm sorry for my previous doubts. I know who this beauty is. Oh my God, if I say it out loud, you might all be shocked." Such tantalizing comments prompted countless people to urge for more information. Logistics department's Gu Mingyue. Just these 6 simple words silenced everyone who had been chattering, as they couldn't believe their eyes and even doubted if there was a name coincidence. "Wait, do we have 2 people named Gu Mingyue in our logistics department? Is this Gu Mingyue a new student?" The person quickly replied, their tone tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. "Nope. It's the Gu Mingyue from the logistics department who participated in the close combat competition and took first place in the whole school. It's also the Gu Mingyue who was recently questioned on the forum for hype. Kneeling in front of the big shot, oh my God. I had no idea the big shot was this good looking, so she was deliberately pretending to be ugly to avoid impacting our self-esteem. Right? I have to thank the forum for this. I now suspect that if nobody had exposed Gu Mingyue's previous modeling photos, she might have continued to hide. Sigh. Truly an outstanding person, excelling everywhere. Some even boldly asked, "Hey friends, is anyone interested in teaming up to go see the beauty? Wow, you must be the fearless one, huh? Isn't it okay to sneak a peek?" For a moderator, please be mindful of your words and actions, everyone. The internet is not a lawless place. And just a reminder, there are 5 minutes left before training resumes. The forum was filled with wails. The moderator clearly had a heart of stone. After issuing this warning, they banned several accounts that had made overly provocative and reckless comments. At that moment, Guran, who had finally managed to buy some food, was shocked to receive the terrible news that Gu Mingyue had actually shown her true self at school. Suddenly, Guran felt that the food in her mouth had lost its flavor. Previously, she thought Gu Mingyue was just pretending to be ugly, knowing she couldn't overshadow the true Gu family lady at school. But now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. It was simply because Gu Mingyue wanted to keep a low profile. For the first time, Gu Ran felt a deep sense of frustration, but almost immediately, this frustration transformed into a more sinister plan. She absolutely would not allow the situation to continue as it was. Just a few more days of patience, and everything would change. Gu Ran calmly withdrew her gaze, seemingly unperturbed, when a curious classmate who loved to stir things up suddenly asked, "Hey, Gu Ran, your sister is so beautiful. Why didn't we know before? You didn't tell us." Gu Ran felt that her ability to hide her anger had truly reached a level of mastery, as she wasn't even angry upon hearing this, and even felt calm inside. Thinking about how people praised her sister, only for her to be expelled from the military academy soon after, and possibly even lose her life, brought her a sense of satisfaction. Gu Ran gently picked a small tomato from her lunchbox and handed it to the person who spoke, her smile particularly gentle, showing no hint of malice, her demeanor as sweet as a small cake. You all praise my sister every day. I'm getting jealous. Although she claimed to be jealous, her expression showed no concern at all, so everyone just assumed her earlier comment was a joke and brushed it off, laughing it away. However, in a place where others couldn't see, Gu Ran's lips curled into a cruel and cunning smile, with a truly vicious plan forming in her mind. At that moment, Gu Ran's expression changed in an instant, so no one noticed anything odd. They all continued to crowd around her, asking for news about Gu Mingyue. Gu Ran seemed to have already concluded that Gu Mingyue would have almost no good outcome, so she generously shared everything she knew about Gu Mingyue without adding any embellishments. The classmates surrounding Gu Ran learned that Gu Mingyue had come from a garbage planet, but was soon selected by the top designer to be a model, achieving financial freedom almost immediately, prompting many university students to express envy. Wow, Gu Ran's sister is really amazing, truly self-reliant. Gu Ran smiled. Your sister is really beautiful. Sigh. The genes of the Gu family are just different. Gu Ran continued to smile, but secretly gritted her teeth. Hey, since you and your sister seem to have such a good relationship, could you invite her to our gathering? Gu Ran's smile remained intact, but inside she couldn't help but feel like cursing. She had thought her tolerance was strong, but she never expected these people to be so outrageous. Chapter 310. Special Gathering. Gu Ran had heard about this gathering, but she only knew about it through rumors, as not everyone could gain entry. Even someone of her status would find it difficult to get in. The Imperial Military Academy was filled with talented individuals, and the top students formed their own factions. After graduation, they certainly wouldn't go to the grassroots. Even if they did, it would only be a odd day of training for a few years before being directly transferred back to the military headquarters. Therefore, their promotion routes were completely different from those of ordinary students. However, the number of such individuals was very small, and almost all of them had top military backgrounds. Although the Gu family, where Gu Mingyue belonged, had some strength, it was nothing compared to those truly top families, akin to a small fish facing a whale, utterly incomparable. Thus, even if Gu Ran had heard about this opportunity, she wouldn't foolishly try to befriend them. Those people only made friends within their own circles. If someone from outside approached them, they would only be treated as a lackey. Therefore, Gu Ran wouldn't actively participate in such gatherings where she would be out of her league until she had fully demonstrated her own strength. However, she didn't expect to be invited to this gathering today because of Gu Mingyue. How infuriating! The difference between being invited and not being invited was enormous. An invitation indicated that this group of people considered her worthy of respect or worthy of friendship. Thus, those who were invited would not be treated like lackeys. But now, Gu Mingyue was the one deserving of respect. What was Gu Ran? Just a complimentary item. The person who extended the invitation was a very handsome young man with striking features and fox-like eyes, appearing particularly lazy and indifferent. However, Gu Ran knew through her channels that this person was Wan Lu, the brother of the Emperor's chief secretary. It's important to note that the Emperor's secretary is not the same as an ordinary secretary. They wield substantial power. Wan Lu also had the characteristics of the Wan family, being particularly calculating. However, his calculations were hidden, giving people the impression that he was carefree and didn't care about anything. In reality, he had a clear understanding of what should and shouldn't be done and to what extent. Gu Ran certainly wouldn't make an enemy of someone who could be a future ally. She smiled gently and readily agreed. After all, it was just an invitation for Gu Mingyue. What could be difficult about that? This could also conveniently set a trap for Gu Mingyue, killing two birds with one stone. Wan Lu smiled back, then turned and left to join his group. Gu Mingyue was still unaware of how clearly she had been arranged and what banquet she would be attending. She was still thinking about what delicious food to prepare for the little bear tonight. According to Shao Qi's precise calculations and the data obtained through the Star Network, the little bear's subordinates would arrive at the Empire in just 24 hours, and they would then handle the necessary procedures with the Empire. She might have less than 6 meals left with the little bear. The farewell was coming so quickly that it felt a bit overwhelming. Gu Mingyue regretted having to stay at the Gu family to dispel the thoughts of her family members, which had delayed her so much. If she had spent that time living with the little bear, wouldn't she have been able to enjoy many more days with him? However, since things had already happened, it was what it was. Gu Mingyue checked her food supplies and decided to use up the remaining vegetables and meat tonight, then start preparing some fresh dishes tomorrow. The best way to consume ingredients was either through hot pot or spicy stir-fry. Gu Mingyue had already made hot pot before, so today she decided to let the little bear experience spicy stir-fry. The afternoon training went by quickly. Gu Mingyue seized an opportunity when no one was paying attention to her and hurried to the laboratory. Today's experimental tasks were quite heavy, and she needed to finish quickly to return and cook. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and she completed all the experiments in one go. After recording the data, she could wait for the next experiment. The moment Gu Mingyue finished the experiment, she quickly tidied up the laboratory and returned to her dormitory like a returning swan. On the way, many people wanted to approach Gu Mingyue, but she just smiled and waved her hand, not accepting anyone's advances. After all, nothing was more important than going home to prepare delicious food to share with the little bear. No one could waste her time going home. When Gu Mingyue arrived home, she deliberately made a loud noise opening the door to give the little bear some time to prepare. Sure enough, when Gu Mingyue finally entered the room, the little bear was already standing obediently at the door. Ling Ji had actually sensed her footsteps the moment Gu Mingyue stepped into the dormitory building. He quickly cut off his communication with his subordinates, erased any traces of being online, and hurriedly groomed himself before standing at attention at the door. The two had developed a tacit understanding in another sense. After they met, Gu Mingyue first rubbed the little bear's head and then said she was going to cook something delicious. Today, the little bear was unusually attentive, almost always following Gu Mingyue around. Even when she went to wash her hands in the bathroom, he stood guard at the door. When Gu Mingyue began cooking, the little bear watched her with rapt attention as she performed what seemed like magic. After all, various strange foods began to emit a rich aroma after blanching. Normally, blanching wouldn't produce such a strong fragrance, but Gu Mingyue had specially dug out some fatty beef and lamb rolls from the fridge, which, once cooked, would smell incredibly rich. Additionally, Gu Mingyue used an air fryer to cook pre-marinated chicken wings to a crispy perfection. Although she didn't add a drop of oil, the air fryer forced the fat from the chicken skin, making it look glistening and crispy. Gu Mingyue also made meatballs herself, using the freshest fish and lobster she could find, adding a bit of starch to help them hold their shape, along with various seasonings. These meatballs were truly meaty. Since the little bear always stood beside Gu Mingyue with a serious expression, even trying to climb up high to watch her cook. Seeing his enthusiasm made Gu Mingyue wonder if the marshal was hungry. After she finished making a meatball and blanched it, she held it up to the little bear's mouth. The little bear, did he look that greedy? Not even half-finished products were spared. Chapter 311. Delicious spicy hot pot Ling Ji no longer dared to imagine what kind of image he had in Gu Mingyue's heart. How could he be so gluttonous? Even want to take a bite of the freshly cooked meatballs? He could wait. Fortunately, he was in bear form now. If he were in human form, the marshal would probably rush to the edge of the universe to love and fight with the star beasts for a lifetime. However, when he was in bear form, he could be justified in his actions. This might be called having the confidence of being favored. But since the freshly cooked, steaming meatballs were right at his mouth, there was no reason to let them go. So the little bear comforted himself and swallowed half of the meatball. I must say, the meatballs were vigorously mixed by Gu Mingyue, and their chewy texture could practically dance on the tip of his tongue. Gu Mingyue made 2 flavors, shrimp balls and fish balls. For the fish balls, she chose a mix of cuttlefish and white fish meat. Cuttlefish is naturally rich in gelatin, making it especially chewy, while the white fish meat carries a strong seafood flavor. The combination of these 2 types of fish meat can be described as a powerful alliance, bringing a completely different, fresh experience. When eaten, the special sensation becomes even more pronounced. The fish is sweet, tender, and juicy, as if giving the teeth a spa treatment. The shrimp meat is firmer and more delicious than the fish meat, making these meatballs incredibly satisfying. They don't even need extra processing. Just the freshness alone is enough to make someone dizzy with happiness. In an instant, Ling Ji was captivated by these delicious meatballs. He hugged a large meatball with his 2 paws and obediently nibbled at it. Meanwhile, Gu Mingyue officially began making the spicy hot pot. I must say, the preparation for the spicy hot pot only takes time at the beginning. Once you start cooking, it's not difficult at all. Just heat the pan, add oil, toss in the pre-made fragrant spicy hot pot base, stir fry until fragrant and dry, then add onions and ginger garlic to enhance the flavor, and finally throw all the ingredients in stir fry. However, during the cooking process, the spiciness of the hot pot base mixed with the fragrance of the onions and the intensity of the garlic exploded in the room. It was so fragrant. The little bear, while nibbling away, forgot about the meatball in his paws, fixated on the red and spicy hot pot in the pan. As Gu Mingyue was cooking, she cut the particularly large meatballs into smaller pieces, and now each piece had absorbed the broth, looking exceptionally tempting. Even more enticing than the meatballs were the slices of fatty beef, which glimmered as if coated in a layer of red gold. For vegetables, Gu Mingyue chose many crunchy and refreshing options to match the overall texture of the hot pot, such as asparagus and broccoli. When Gu Mingyue finished cooking, she brought out a large pot of vividly colored food that could make anyone's mouth water. The little bear was stunned by this grand way of eating. It was simply too extravagant. While the little bear was in shock, Gu Mingyue served 2 bowls of rice. This rice was made from the best Baijin rice, with each grain being plump and round, chewy and fragrant. To help with the spiciness, Gu Mingyue also made a small pot of tomato egg drop soup, where the red tomatoes had almost melted into every drop of broth, and the orange-yellow egg flowers floated gracefully in the soup. The green scallions as a garnish made this dish, which originally looked somewhat unappealing, exceptionally delicate. Although there was only 1 dish on the table today, the quantity was sufficient, and the variety of ingredients was abundant, including high-protein fish, eggs, shrimp, and plenty of green vegetables to provide vitamins, with the rice being the best source of carbohydrates. It was delicious, visually appealing, and nutritious, making it so good that one might eat too much and later need extra time to exercise off the excess energy. However, with Gu Mingyue's large amount of exercise every evening, she might even need a late-night snack. When it comes to delicious food, the most important thing is to enjoy the taste. Gu Mingyue and the little bear seriously bowed their heads to eat. The scene was as if they were trying to clear a small mountain made of meat and vegetables. The vegetables in the spicy hot pot were only briefly blanched, still crunchy and bright green. The broccoli was crisp, the mushrooms were juicy, and the asparagus carried the fresh scent of bamboo forests after spring rain, dancing between their lips and teeth. Gu Mingyue's favorite in the spicy hot pot was the potatoes, which had become soft and soaked up the broth without falling apart. The sweet potato starch added a unique texture to the hot pot. However, vegetables always played a supporting role in the spicy hot pot. The best tasting items were still the meats. The fatty beef had a good mix of fat and lean meat, making it tender and juicy, while the meatballs were chewy and spicy, and the luncheon meat left a lingering flavor, making one salivate, one bite after another, with breaks in between to enjoy a bite of rice, feeling the joy of the plump grains being crushed in the mouth. Hot and spicy. Even someone as tolerant of spice as Gu Mingyue had beads of sweat forming on her nose. But that was the charm of the spicy hot pot. It was so spicy yet made one reluctant to put down their chopsticks. All one wanted was to keep eating, devouring the deliciousness in the pot. The little bear, on the other hand, was crying from the spiciness, with tears filling its round eyes. In the past, Ling Ji would have thought this was a sign of weakness. After all, a soldier would rather bleed than cry. But now, Ling Ji was 100% certain that even the strongest person couldn't withstand this level of spiciness. It was as if it had directly spiced into the soul. If it were spicy and not tasty, that would be one thing, but this was both spicy and delicious, making it impossible to resist the pain and continue eating. A combination of suffering and joy, truly a major dilemma in life. Gu Mingyue couldn't stand seeing the little bear with tears in its eyes and serve it a bowl of soup. Drink some soup to ease the spiciness. But the little bear was very stubborn, afraid that drinking the soup would wash away the deliciousness in its mouth, so it refused to drink. Seeing that hard tactics didn't work, Gu Mingyue decided to take a softer approach. This tomato egg drop soup is particularly tasty. I added a few drops of sesame oil, It's both nutty and fragrant, simply a delicacy. As she spoke, Gu Mingyue shook the soup in her hand, and the aroma of sesame oil wafted through the air. Truly delightful. Little Bear. Darn it. Am I going to be hit with the "it smells so good" moment again? Chapter 312. Counting assets as expected. Little Bear was once again captivated by the light and delicious tomato and egg soup. The method for making this egg drop soup was very simple, but it was the original flavor of the ingredients, a gift from nature, that created this wonderful bowl of soup. Gu Mingyue rubbed Little Bear's round belly after he was full and satisfied, then went into her room, planning to check on something she hadn't paid attention to for a long time. Due to the busy schedule at the military academy, Gu Mingyue hadn't managed her properties since the day she enrolled. Everything had been handled by Xiaoqi. Gu Mingyue was quite confident in Xiaoqi, so she had left everything alone for many days. However, today she suddenly thought of asking about it, and Xiaoqi gave her a huge surprise. A row of bills popped up on the screen in front of Gu Mingyue, each entry clear and easy to understand, with the more important data highlighted in red. As Gu Mingyue looked at the string of zeros following these figures, she was shocked. She couldn't even comprehend how many zeros there were and what they amounted to. Xiaoqi, pleased to see Mingyue, who had always been so calm and composed, show such a shocked expression for the first time, happily transformed all the data into units of million star coins. But what was that 2-digit number before the millions? And it was about to break into 3 digits. Gu Mingyue mentally calculated. Dozens of million coins added up to hundreds of millions, and it was almost reaching 1 billion. Gu Mingyue was completely stunned. Xiaoqi, did I misread? Or is there something wrong with your system? Gu Mingyue's voice was filled with uncertainty and shock. Although Gu Mingyue's words were questioning, Xiaoqi was not angry at all. In fact, he felt a bit happy, knowing he could create such value from Mingyue. I didn't miscalculate. This data is real. Would you like to see your private account? The data there can't be faked, Xiaoqi said with a hint of pride. Gu Mingyue was even more shocked. She remembered that although the exclusive sales of those menus had been quite profitable, amounting to tens of millions of new coins, was this 700 million really real? Xiaoqi showed Gu Mingyue the strong support from everyone on the Star Network for that estate. Since the day it officially opened, not a single room had been empty. Whether it was the most expensive royal quality or a regular countryside experience, every room was fully booked. All the additional services were also widely enjoyed. Skiing, grass skiing, hot spring baths, delicious meals, and scenario games like script killing and werewolf killing were all popular. Everyone was having a great time. These activities weren't new before interstellar travel, but they were too scattered, so people couldn't enjoy them much. However, in Gu Mingyue's estate, it was different. They could do whatever they wanted. For example, if the male lead wanted to enjoy the hot springs, he could, while the female host could take the children skiing. They could even rent their favorite instructors at the ski resort. Gu Mingyue had, to a certain extent, boosted employment for replicants and stimulated the local economy. After all, the taxes Gu Mingyue paid were astronomical. Gu Mingyue glanced at the bills and calculated in her mind that this amount of money earned was far more than simply doing food delivery. Moreover, the return rate was also higher than just making food slowly, which Xiaoqi explained to her. It turned out that when people were having fun, they often had the mindset of, since we're here, we can't miss out, and if we don't eat, we'll lose out, spending extravagantly and being more generous than usual. Gu Mingyue understood, though it felt like she didn't fully grasp it. But it didn't matter. As long as they were making money, that was great. Gu Mingyue didn't hold back her words at all, saying to Xiaoqi, "You've worked hard." "Thank you, Xiaoqi." Xiaoqi calmly replied, "It's what I should do." But inside, he was overjoyed. Xiaoqi had gotten used to handling data, but hearing Gu Mingyue's praise made him particularly happy, like a child receiving candy for doing something good. Gu Mingyue smiled and said, "After we send Little Bear off, I'll make you something delicious during the holiday." Xiaoqi was even happier. However, he didn't know if he was more excited about Gu Mingyue making him food or about the annoying Little Bear finally leaving. This guy from a neighboring federation who had been mooching off them was finally going. He ate too much. Xiaoqi felt that Mingyue wouldn't be able to support him much longer. Xiaoqi was extremely happy, but he didn't know if he was jealous, which made him find Little Bear so annoying. However, since this bothersome guy was leaving, he could also show him a little kindness. After chatting with Xiaoqi for a while, he finally hesitantly said, "Mingyue, I prepared a farewell gift for Little Bear." Gu Mingyue slapped her forehead. Goodness. Even Xiaoqi remembered to prepare a gift for him, but she hadn't. What should she give him? Never mind. Let it be a collection of his happy memories during this time. However, Gu Mingyue was quite curious about what Xiaoqi had prepared, so she nudged him. Xiaoqi played dead for a while, then finally brought over the item he had prepared, joyfully presenting it to Gu Mingyue. Gu Mingyue looked at the ugly, cat toy-like thing in front of her and fell in a deep thought. After a moment, she said, "Xiaoqi, have you considered that he's not a little cat? He's a little bear?" Xiaoqi replied, "To me, he's no different from a mischievous little cat." Gu Mingyue found the gift a bit amusing, but decided to pass it on. She opened the door and walked out, shaking it in front of Little Bear, who instinctively reached out his paw to scratch it. Thus, the two began their digestion activity for the evening. However, it was mostly because they both ate too much for dinner, so Gu Mingyue was also lazy during the activity, while Little Bear instinctively just reached out his paw. They both carried out this digestion activity very perfunctorily, almost writing "I don't want to move" on their faces. In fact, Gu Mingyue lost interest in teasing him and simply stuck the cat toy onto a robotic vacuum cleaner, letting it take Little Bear for a spin around the house. As for her, she went to make dessert after cooking. Chapter 313. Smoothie. Strawberry flavor. Since I ate a bit too much for dinner, desserts like small cakes or peach blossom pastries, which are relatively greasy and heavy, are not suitable. Of course, it's not that these desserts are bad. They're just ideal for quickly replenishing sugar and fat to help one recover energy. But they aren't suitable for when you're already very full. And what could be better after a spicy hot pot than a delicious, icy treat? Gu Mingyue decided not to make ice cream today, but what she made wasn't too different from ice cream. She planned to make 2 small bowls of smoothie, one classic matcha red bean flavor and one refreshing strawberry yogurt flavor. The most important thing in a smoothie is the ice. It must have flavor. If the ice has no taste, it won't be enjoyable at all. Gu Mingyue had made this many times before, but it seemed to be the first time for Little Bear. Gu Mingyue decorated the 2 small bowls very precisely. When she placed them in front of Little Bear, he was stunned. Why did she give me a little mountain again? He thought, as he hadn't even digested the previous meat mountain he had eaten. However, Little Bear wouldn't give up any opportunity to taste something delicious. So even though his belly was already round, he happily ran over to Gu Mingyue's side, curiously examining the 2 bowls of smoothie. Underneath the matcha red bean, there was milk added. The smoothie was beaten to a slightly loose and fluffy consistency. Just tasting a bit, one could feel its smooth texture, like eating a piece of cotton that melts in your mouth. The matcha syrup mixed with the fluffy smoothie created a perfect taste sensation. In the mouth, this cloud-like smoothie transformed into a cloud made of sweet rain. Sweet and cool just right. After eating so much spicy food, they really needed something icy to cool down their mouths and stomachs. Gu Mingyue didn't add much sugar while making the smoothie. The syrup we checked only contained a bit of sugar to dissolve the matcha. The aroma of the matcha was very rich, and the deep green color looked especially nice against the snowy white smoothie. Around the edge of the smoothie bowl, Gu Mingyue added a ring of sweetened red beans. The sweetened red beans were the sweetest part of the smoothie, and eating them directly would be a bit too sweet. But paired with a lightly milky smoothie and slightly bitter matcha, it was just right. Gu Mingyue and Little Bear shared the small bowl of matcha red bean smoothie, both incredibly satisfied with the flavor because it was truly amazing. But now there was still 1 bowl of smoothie left. Little Bear, with his round belly, decided he wouldn't eat anymore and pushed the small bowl in front of Gu Mingyue. Gu Mingyue scooped a spoonful and stuffed it into Little Bear's mouth. The strawberry flavor. Oh my, it was even better. This portion was probably the pinnacle of sweet and sour. The strawberry sauce was not purely sweet. It retained the mouth-watering sourness of strawberries. The base of the smoothie was no longer made with iced milk, but rather frozen yogurt that was particularly rich and fragrant. If the fluffy ice in the matcha smoothie was a cloud, then here it was a vast cloud of sweet and sour flavor. After a long fermentation process, the milk turned into yogurt, and after freezing, it was blended into a fine and fluffy smoothie in a special machine. Each step of this process was crucial, adding a unique texture to the final product. Little Bear decided to stop resisting. After countless moments of realizing how delicious Gu Mingyue's food was, he understood he couldn't resist any of it. Little Bear dove into eating. The strawberry sauce even got on his beard, and he didn't notice. Once the smoothie was finished, the heat from the spicy hot pot had completely disappeared. The most amazing thing was that although he had been very full before, after eating 2 bowls of smoothie, he felt fine, as if he hadn't eaten to the point of being stuffed at all. Not bad. The next morning, Gu Mingyue woke up early, about an hour and a half earlier than usual, because she wanted to make something delicious for Little Bear again. It was now the last day predicted for their time together. Perhaps today Little Bear would completely leave, so she wanted to arrange everything perfectly. She treated every meeting and every meal as if it were the last. Thus, for breakfast on the last day, it had to be particularly sumptuous. Gu Mingyue ordered the freshest pork, with 3 parts fat and 7 parts lean, to make the best filling for buns. However, she was making a special kind of bun today, which could be called hot pot buns. This meant Gu Mingyue would melt the hot pot base and then scoop out the remaining red oil to mix with the filling for seasoning, resulting in buns that were rich and aromatic. The most time-consuming part of making buns is actually waiting for the dough to rise. However, Gu Mingyue believed in a lot of high-tech solutions. She had Xiaoqi find a temperature control machine that could help the yeast rise as quickly as possible, allowing her to obtain a batch of dough that had already been fermented. Making the filling was very simple. Just mixing in some fragrant ginger and scallion water would ensure the flavor of the buns was perfect. After Gu Mingyue chopped the pork filling by hand, every fiber was cut, yet tightly combined with the other parts. Finally, she repeatedly stirred the mixture in one direction until it was well kneaded, ensuring the steamed buns would have a firm and complete filling. When it was usually time to add water, Gu Mingyue added the prepared red oil instead. The spicy aroma instantly permeated every corner of the filling, soaking into every cell through the mixing process. The fragrance was already intoxicating when Gu Mingyue started wrapping the buns. Her speed was incredible. Those watching felt like her hands barely moved, yet she had already formed a small bun. She was so skilled that not a drop of the deep red oil leaked out. It was all perfectly contained within the round, complete bun skin. In addition to the red oil pork and scallion buns, Gu Mingyue also made a few vegetarian buns with zucchini and eggs. Although the ingredients sounded boring, they turned out to be vibrant and delicious. Little Bear, seizing the opportunity while Gu Mingyue wasn't paying attention, pinched off a piece of raw dough and flattened it into a pancake, trying to imitate her method of wrapping. However, in the end, his bun fell apart, covered in red, and he didn't manage to wrap it into a proper bun. When Gu Mingyue finished wrapping the buns and turned around, oh dear, where was her little white bear? Who was this little red thing in front of her? Chapter 314, Delicious Hot Pot Big Buns. Gu Mingyue looked at the little bear's already red paws and thought for a moment that maybe she should just tell herself, forget it. This little broken bear can't stay at home anymore. Just throw it out. This little bear had already been marinated in red oil. It really made her feel both amused and frustrated. But then again, you can't blame him too much. After all, he really wanted to help. Gu Mingyue took a few deep breaths to calm down and then tossed the little bear into the pet-specific bath box. And it was time for interstellar black technology to work its magic. Soon, a brand new little bear emerged from the bath box. However, when Gu Mingyue picked up the little bear and held it close, she still felt a lingering hot pot smell. It must be said that this little guy had truly absorbed the flavor. Gu Mingyue pretended to be disgusted and waved her nose, but her eyes were filled with laughter. Oh, I just want to ask, did a certain little bear throw himself into the pot to cook? Lingji. It was time for him to use his bear paw to dig out a 3-bedroom, 1 living room, big castle from the ground, and then hide inside, never to come out and do something so embarrassing again. You should know that he still had some lingering hot pot smell on him. He sigh. Never mind, there's nothing more to say. He brought this upon himself, and since he did it, he had to bear the consequences, but it was indeed a bit embarrassing. Gu Mingyue didn't continue to mock him, but in front of the little bear, she made the gesture of wrapping buns again and seriously told him, the failure just now may not necessarily be a technical issue on your part. While saying this, Gu Mingyue demonstrated her palm to the little bear, showcasing its dexterity. The little bear watched Gu Mingyue's fingers, which were as graceful as green onions. and for a moment felt as if he could lose himself in them forever. One excellent pair of hands. They could create countless delicious dishes, lift heavy mech weapons, and were so beautiful. Ling Ji hurriedly covered his slightly too obvious gaze and realized what he was thinking. No wonder he scolded himself for being so unambitious in his heart. So Ling Ji forced himself to focus on his own paws, looking at his furry bare paws with black pads, and he indeed felt somewhat comforted. If he turned into a human form, with the dexterity of his fingers, he could dismantle and reassemble all the most difficult weapons on the market in a minute. Amir Bun was nothing to worry about. The little bear's battered confidence and awkwardness finally diminished a little. He could do it again. The little bear watched as Gu Mingyue quickly used up the last bit of material. Gu Mingyue was very precise in measuring the quantity for making buns. By the time she finished, the filling and dough were used up perfectly, with not a bit left over. When these round and plump buns were steamed, the little bear could hardly distinguish which were vegetarian and which were meat-filled because they all looked so good. Even the meat buns filled with rich red oil didn't show any signs. The little bear watched eagerly as the buns in the pot began to swell, moving from a distance apart to crowding together. While the little bear was keeping watch over the pot, Gu Mingyue took out the pickled dishes she had prepared earlier and arranged them in a specially customized 9-grid plate. Old vinegar peanuts, mouth-watering chicken, Ningxiang chicken feet, pickled cucumbers, century egg tofu, vinegar stir-fried kelp, pan-fried eggs, 5-spice beef, and garlic pork. The 9 small dishes were neatly arranged together, and the contrasting colors provided a special visual delight. In addition, Gu Mingyue had also boiled a pot of millet porridge the night before. The thick porridge had a layer of firm rice skin on top, which would melt back into the soup when slightly stirred. Millet, being a whole grain, is far richer in nutrients than rice and does not raise blood sugar quickly, making it an excellent food for all ages. Moreover, this thick rice soup was once the first complimentary food for babies in ancient Earth, so it was the safest and most harmless. By the time these small dishes were on the table and the millet porridge was ready, the buns in the pot were also prepared to be eaten. Each round and plump big bun seemed to shine with a holy light under the illumination. Gu Mingyue, being such a good cook, often made sure she ate well, but sometimes after a long time without eating buns, she would particularly crave them, as if it was inscribed in her genes that she had to eat buns at least once a month, or she wouldn't be happy. Gu Mingyue took 2 big meat buns for herself, 1 vegetarian bun for the little bear, 1 meat bun, and 1 vegetarian bun, and they began their breakfast. To be honest, today's breakfast wasn't very lavish. Those small dishes were all prepared by Gu Mingyue and stored in her space button for emergencies. However, when they bit into the buns, they realized that this breakfast was actually very valuable. Ling Ji bit into a bun and was immediately conquered by the soft outer skin. He specifically looked down at the cross-section of the bun, which had a uniform honeycomb structure with a unique beauty, as if it was a natural creation. Moreover, he didn't know if it was the special structure, but when he pressed it, it left a handprint, which disappeared when he released it, returning to a plump white bun. It was simply magical. It was almost like some special molecular cuisine. The little bear took a shallow bite and didn't see the filling yet. When he took another bite, the filling wrapped in red oil appeared before him. The contact point between the bun skin and the filling was simply perfect. The red oil was shiny, and the bun filling had turned into a ball, looking delicious and juicy. This was a most perfect state of a bun. The skin and filling were separated. Eating such a big meat bun was the most satisfying. Even better was the red oil in the meat filling, some of which had already used out, slowly soaking into the bun skin, making it oily and particularly tasty. The little bear almost wolfed down 1 bun and then grabbed another bun from the table. Since all the buns looked the same on the outside, the little bear thought this one was also filled with red oil pork. However, when he took a bite, he realized something seemed off. Chapter 315. The arrival of the Federation people this time, the entrance was not filled with the aroma of fried oil, but rather the pure fragrance of vegetables and eggs. It's important to note that Little Bear was a true carnivore. Although there were vegetables in the spicy hot pot before, he would deliberately pick out the meat first, eating until he was about 70 to 80 full before touching the vegetables. However, the zucchini bun surprisingly made him feel that it was not much worse than meat, and instead had its own unique character. Eating it left a lingering taste in his mouth, and he even finished off the greasy red oil bun that he had eaten earlier in one go. Seeing Little Bear enjoying the zucchini-filled bun, Gu Mingyue added a little boneless chicken feet from the 9-plate cold dish selection and placed it on the bite mark that Little Bear had made on the bun. Try this way of eating. The combination of meat and vegetables is particularly refreshing, and the texture will be quite extraordinary, she said. Little Bear was half convinced, but as he recalled countless experiences of being pleasantly surprised by food, he buried any remaining doubts. After finishing this mixed-style dish, he was once again deeply impressed. It was really delicious, incredibly tasty. The boneless chicken feet were marinated in lemon, giving off a strong lemon fragrance, and were ice-cold, perfect for summer. In contrast, the bun had the aroma of the dough. When paired together, the crispy chicken feet on top and the chewy bun below created a perfect combination. When he started to feel a bit overwhelmed by the chicken feet, the zucchini with egg appeared just in time. Conversely, when he found the bun a bit too rich, the sweet and sour flavor of the chicken feet burst forth on his palate. Little Bear felt as if he was about to faint from happiness. Then he thought to himself, there were still 8 other side dishes he hadn't tried yet. Eating them one by one would be sheer bliss. However, just as Gu Mingyue was leisurely lifting her bowl of porridge, an urgent notification bell rang sharply, piercing through the air and directly into his brain. Gu Mingyue instinctively dropped her chopsticks, put on her hat, and quickly left. The entire process was as quick as lightning and incredibly natural, as if it had happened countless times before and was etched in Gu Mingyue's memory. Little Bear was still dazed, not quite reacting. But once he did, and after the emergency bell finished ringing, Ling Ji realized that this might be a sign that something was about to happen. And indeed, just as he had guessed, almost the very next second after Gu Mingyue left the building, Ling Ji saw his subordinates rushing in. Everything happened so fast that when Ling Ji's subordinates charged in, intending to rescue their unfortunate commander, they found him in the form of Little Bear, holding a bun in his left hand and sipping porridge with his right. The subordinates, although he was somewhat thick-headed, he could sense that something was off, as if there was an aura of killing intent. Moreover, it seemed perhaps, maybe, that the source of this killing intent was emanating from the Little Bear in front of him. Even the most oblivious subordinate realized that the Little Bear before them was their marshal, the one they had been thinking about day and night, whom they believed was living a very difficult life. But the intense aroma in the air was so enticing that it made their mouths water. How could this be the treatment of a prisoner? This was clearly the treatment of someone treasured. If this was what hardship looked like, then they won't live in such hardship every day. The subordinates had never smelled such an aroma before, so for a moment they were enchanted by it. And the first thing they said upon seeing their marshal was, "Wow, boss, you're actually eating alone without us. What is this? It smells so good. Can you share one with me?" Eating alone? Share one? This was a delicacy personally made by Mingyue. Wanting one was just a dream, and a beautiful one at that. Little Bear gestured with his paw, indicating for clothes, and then a subordinate, overcoming his embarrassment, produced the marshal's military uniform. Just then, in their calm gaze, Ling Ji transformed from a small, diminutive white bear into a tall, broad-shouldered, long-legged, slim-waisted handsome man, perfectly proportioned. Only at this moment did the subordinates finally find a hint of familiarity and reality. When they had just seen the cute little bear, they had almost succumbed to the impulse to pinch its face. Thankfully, reason had stopped them in time. Otherwise, if they had reached out at that moment, their claws might as well have been chopped off to feed the star beasts. As Ling Ji quickly put on his uniform, the group of subordinates knelt on one knee, their right fists thumping against their chests as they shouted, "Huya!" This was a unique greeting reserved for Ling Ji's troops, and only those they recognized and respected could receive it. At this moment, only Ling Ji in the entire Federation enjoyed this treatment. Even if the president of the Federation came, he would not receive such a high-level welcome. As they called out, Ling Ji raised his hand, and instantly, all the Alliance soldiers present fell silent in unison, as if they were all speaking with the same voice. This kind of tacit understanding and obedience could only be seen in Ling Ji's army within the Federation. Ling Ji patted the shoulder of an old comrade in front of him. "How have you all been while I was away?" Has your training fallen behind? With tears in their eyes, the subordinates replied, "Everything is well, but we have all missed you very much, fearing that you have suffered great grievances out there." Ling Ji fell silent. Ever since he became conscious, he had always been treated to delicious food and drink by Gu Mingyue. In the beginning, the meals were exceptionally good, not to mention the time he spent in the military academy, where every meal was personally prepared by Gu Mingyue, and his mental strength grew faster than if he had been on a rocket. This astonishing recovery and high-standard living conditions were unimaginable outside, although their army also had dedicated officers to take care of the marshal's daily life. How could that compare to Gu Mingyue's perfect cooking? So when faced with the genuine tears in his subordinate's eyes, Ling Ji suddenly found himself at a loss for words, as he felt that if he spoke carelessly now, it might come off as a bit too showy, as if he were flaunting his happy life during this time. How could this happen? Chapter 316. The little bear left Ling Ji, when separating from the little bear, had always been taciturn, rarely saying anything beyond what was necessary. He was concise, preferring to say one less word if he could. So after a moment of silence, Ling Ji only uttered a single word. His subordinates were almost moved to tears. Their great marshal, after enduring an attack and bearing all the brunt alone, managed to escape with his life and return to a childlike state. How much suffering must he have endured? Now, even when asked, he only responded with a faint hum. What a resilient person he was. How much had he shouldered and endured? Ling Ji, of course, was unaware that his subordinates were analyzing so much from a single hum. He inquired about the specifics, and they quickly held a brief meeting to confirm their departure time and how to conduct friendly discussions with the Empire. As Ling Ji looked at the departure time, which was less than half an hour away, he lowered his gaze. His thick eyelashes obscured his eyes, preventing anyone from seeing the fleeting regret and reluctance that passed through him. However, this moment passed very quickly, so even his sharp-eyed subordinates were completely unaware. Now, with his determination set, Ling Ji firmly declared 2 words, "Set off." Subsequently, his subordinates welcomed him back to their starship with the respect befitting a king. Their leader had once again returned to the vast sea of stars, ready to embark on a more glorious journey. However, since they were still on the Empire's territory, the entire welcoming ceremony was quiet and subdued. Even the marshal's starship quietly activated its stealth mode. Ling Ji returned to a familiar place, but felt a sense of unfamiliarity and discomfort for the first time. After pondering for a moment, he opened his light brain and contacted a special person using his identity. Focus on and protect Gu Mingyue, mission level S. Indeed, even in a time when the relationship between the Empire and the Federation was relatively good, people from both nations would certainly place spies on each other's territory. However, these individuals usually concealed themselves very well. They were often the most amiable people, unbeknownst to others about their true affiliations. Now, as the marshal, Ling Ji had only 10 spies he could contact directly, but each bore the most important responsibilities, serving as the Federation's eyes and ears on the front line. This type of contact was generally one way, meant to protect the spies lurking in another country. Therefore, their missions were at least S level or above, and Ling Ji placed Gu Mingyue's safety at the S level. Although, due to political reasons, he could not stay in the Empire for long. This was not where his mission lay. He hoped Gu Mingyue could safely achieve her ideals. As for their separation this time, he had no idea when they would meet again, but Ling Ji wished for Gu Mingyue to live a life of peace and joy. Perhaps Gu Mingyue would feel sad for a few days due to the little bear's absence, but it was better than dragging it out while leaving her with a shred of hope. After all, sometimes having hope could be more despairing than having none at all. The saying short pain is better than long pain held its truth. The urgent training was, of course, a green light given by the Empire to the Federation. Once the members of the Federation had left, this urgent training was canceled, and they had an extra morning of free time. During the process of participating in the urgent training, Gu Mingyue began to feel that something was amiss. This urgent training seemed particularly rushed. Even the instructor looked bewildered, ultimately leading them to perform only a bit of specialized training before sending them back. Gu Mingyue had a vague suspicion in her heart, and when she returned to her dormitory, looking at the empty room without the little bear, she felt a mix of emotions, some melancholy and a bit of reluctance. However, since this was an established fact that could not be changed, there was no need to dwell on this little sadness. After all, she was very busy and had many things to do. Gu Mingyue walked to the window, looking at the distant trees and training grounds, quietly bidding farewell to the little bear. Perhaps this was a final farewell. But as long as she had once experienced happiness and beauty, that was enough. At that moment, a message from Xiaoqi rang on her wristlight brain. Mingyue, I will always be by your side. Gu Mingyue smiled, radiant like a red plum blooming in winter. She knew very well that Xiaoqi would always accompany her. Yes, I will definitely go to the villa when the holiday comes. Let's have a good rest together. You've been exhausted lately. Okay. There were still 2 hours in the morning and 1 hour for lunch break, giving her a total of 3 hours of free time today. So, Gu Mingyue decided to spend this time in the laboratory, as the experiment she had been working on seemed to be nearing progress, and she could afford to spend more time on it. When Gu Mingyue entered the laboratory, she discovered that the machine, which had been dormant for a while, detected a substance today that could cause fluctuations and enhancements in mental strength. This opportunity was rare, and Gu Mingyue quickly focused her mind, wanting to extract this substance. However, the result was disappointing. Just as she was about to extract the material, it completely vanished in a thin air, leaving no trace. Gu Mingyue was not discouraged. After all, failure is the mother of success. Failing a few hundred times was a minor issue, and this helped her eliminate erroneous information. It was not until the afternoon training bell rang that Gu Mingyue finally emerged from her highly concentrated state. At that moment, she felt as if she had been pulled out of water, her whole body drenched in sweat, feeling more exhausted than during training. However, Gu Mingyue felt particularly happy because she had made some progress today and could clarify the direction of her future experiments. Gu Mingyue changed into a fresh set of clothes and took a shower in the exclusive rest area of the laboratory. When she walked out of the school building, she happened to see He, who was waiting outside, turning left and right. Gu Mingyue waved at her, and upon seeing her, He's eyes lit up, bouncing over like a little rabbit. Mingyue. Gu Mingyue greeted her, then noticed the girl had a slightly hesitant expression, as if she was struggling with something. Gu Mingyue raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is something happening that I don't know about?" He hesitated for a moment, then steeled her resolve and spoke about her troubling issue. Chapter 317. Sparks fly upon meeting with He's narration. Gu Mingyue finally understood what had happened. It turned out that Gu Ran had taken the opportunity during her break today to seek out He, and her tone was very earnest. She expressed that she had been dazzled by all the new experiences since entering school, which led her to neglect reaching out to He and Gu Mingyue. Therefore, she wanted to ask He if they could arrange a get-together for the three of them to chat and alleviate their misunderstandings. Initially, He firmly refused and did not want to deal with Gu Ran. However, having been friends for so many years, He had always been the one who invested more in their relationship. So when she saw Gu Ran, whom she had always viewed as a little pitiful and in need of protection, coming to her for help for the first time, He felt her heart soften a bit. Nevertheless, He remained clear-headed and understood that Gu Mingyue was currently in a precarious situation, so she did not agree to Gu Ran's request. However, He also felt that her childhood friend, who had grown up playing together, likely had no malicious intent. The hurtful things Gu Ran had said might have been thoughtless comments made without thinking. He was a very soft-hearted person, but also had her boundaries. She would not make decisions for Gu Mingyue directly, but she would try to facilitate a friendship between both parties. Since He was well aware that the relationship between Gu Mingyue and Gu Ran was not harmonious, she was conflicted about whether to inform Gu Mingyue about this matter. After hearing the full story, Gu Mingyue sneered inwardly for a moment. Indeed, Gu Ran couldn't resist making a move again. However, it was a good thing that Little Bear was no longer around, so Gu Mingyue didn't have to worry that her schemes would affect Little Bear. Gu Mingyue was curious to see what new tricks Gu Ran would come up with this time. After the previous public attack failed, Gu Ran had been quiet for a few days, but now she was starting to stir things up again. TSK, she truly never stops, always scheming against others. With her eyes lowered, Gu Mingyue made up her mind. Gu Ran should no longer stay in the military academy. She wouldn't give Gu Ran a second chance. However, Gu Mingyue was still quite curious about what Gu Ran intended to do. So she smiled and told He, of course, we can, but since it's her invitation, we'll wait for her arrangements. He was thrilled. Okay. He had always been the most naive one, thinking that this was Gu Ran's way of helping her find a way into the Empire's first military academy. Gu Ran had always appeared at various times when she was needed. He believed that Gu Ran's nature was not bad, and that she was a warm-hearted person. It was just that she had become a bit strange after entering the military academy. However, seeing her friend realize her mistakes, He was willing to reconnect and be friends again. Watching He happily tell Gu Ran about the meeting, Gu Mingyue began making thorough preparations. One must know that when facing a venomous snake, one cannot let their guard down, even if it appears frozen. A slight rise in temperature could awaken the snake from its stiff state, allowing it to strike back with its venom. Gu Mingyue first prepared ample raw materials, food, and water resources in her own space button, along with a high-quality protective gear. Although still within the military academy, Gu Mingyue had elevated her approach to several levels. Soon, she received news from He that Gu Ran had arranged to meet them today. That evening, He and Gu Mingyue arrived at the designated location, a room in the school's activity center. Gu Ran was placing takeout boxes on the table, all purchased from outside delivery shops. Since the school's delivery service could not bring food inside, this large spread must have taken a lot of effort from Gu Ran. Regardless, at least this apology seemed sincere and thoughtful. Upon entering the room, Gu Ran greeted them warmly, wearing her trademark smile, appearing quite friendly. She even eagerly led them to their seats and placed a small gift in front of each person. With her hands clasped, she put on a penitent expression. She cheerfully said to He, I was wrong. I've been too busy and forgot to consider your feelings. Can you forgive me? I promise I won't make the same mistake again. This statement was quite meaningful. Upon reflection, one could detect a heavy hint of green tea vibes, and it even subtly shifted some blame for their strained relationship onto He. It implied that He couldn't take care of herself and needed someone to look after her feelings, which made Gu Ran feel overwhelmed and drift away. Gu Mingyue listened intently from the side, almost sneering inwardly. This person's level was indeed high, using various verbal traps to mask her true thoughts and downplay her mistakes, even managing to turn the tables. Gu Mingyue had always disdained this kind of green tea behavior, and Navi had fallen right into this pit, starting to self-reflect. Well, I have my faults too. She was unwittingly drawn into it. Gu Mingyue couldn't help but feel exasperated. No wonder He had been so easily manipulated by Gu Ran over the years. It was related to her being a pure and simple-minded person who could easily be led astray. However, Gu Mingyue, prepared for a confrontation with Gu Ran, naturally wouldn't hold back and straightforwardly stated, if I remember correctly, didn't you two argue because she looked down on you for being in the logistics department? From my perspective, that seems unrelated to your need for someone to consider your feelings. What fault do you have? He was stunned. Oh, that makes so much sense. Yes. Their initial argument was precisely because Gu Ran didn't want her as a friend and even allowed her people to say some very hurtful things. Sometimes, verbal traps are so fragile. If not punctured, they can blind others indefinitely, but once exposed, they lose all power like a torn piece of paper. Finally, He turned her gaze back to Gu Ran, glaring at her in anger. Chapter 318. Stay calm and respond. At this moment, He finally realized what was going on. It turned out that Gu Ran was still here, treating her like a fool. Even if she was a person who could be easily manipulated, she couldn't help but feel a bit of anger. However, He was someone who loved fiercely and hated fiercely. So when she confirmed that Gu Ran didn't genuinely consider her a friend today and was subtly throwing barbs, she stopped holding back. What big request could our goddess Gu Ran have that she had to sweet-talk us while sneaking in her own agenda? Although He usually had a bit of a naive sweetness to her, once she figured out who her enemy was, she wouldn't continue to be fooled. She thought about how many years of friendship she had with Gu Ran, which had been completely ruined by her, so there was no need to show her any goodwill anymore. At this moment, He crossed her arms in front of her chest, her expression slightly scrutinizing, but mostly, her whole body was positioned in front of Gu Mingyue. He was a very innocent person, but she was also someone who clearly distinguished between love and hate. She was sure that if it weren't for her, Miss Mingyue wouldn't have to be troubled today. But who would have thought that after so many years of being best friends with Gu Ran, it would end up like this? Gu Ran raised her hands high, making a gesture of surrender. "Oh, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I didn't think before I spoke. Please forgive me this once." She wanted to downplay the situation. However, the friend who had been fooled many times before was not going to be deceived again this time. Instead, she firmly stood on Gu Mingyue's side. "You said you wanted to ease relations with us, but look at what you're doing now. There's not a hint of wanting to ease relations here." Why? Gu Ran sneered in her heart, thinking this person was too naive. Still asking why? Naturally, it was to trap them all. However, considering their years of friendship, it could be let go this time. Gu Ran leisurely started to clear the food from the table, revealing a friendly smile. "Why would I?" She suddenly raised her head, a slightly eerie smile on her face. For the first time, Gu Ran did not conceal her true thoughts in front of her enemy. She was fed up with being oppressed by Gu Mingyue. "Yes, I've said it. I want Gu Mingyue to never leave this room today, to be gone from my sight forever." Gu Ran's expression was extremely grim, completely contrasting with her usual soft and delicate image. This shocked He, who had grown up with her, because He had thought that no matter how bad Gu Ran was, she wouldn't harm anyone. But seeing her like this today, it seemed like a life-or-death situation. He turned back to look at Mingyue apologetically, but she was even more determined to protect Gu Mingyue. Just as she turned back, Gu Mingyue struck, delivering a chop to the back of He's neck, knocking her out, and then supporting her, placing her on a nearby sofa. The process was so quick that Gu Ran didn't even realize it had ended. At this moment, Gu Mingyue calmly said, "She has been your friend for so many years. If you can even lay a hand on her, don't you think you're a bit more beastly than a beast?" Gu Ran replied, "I can do whatever I want. She is a traitor to me. Why can't I kill her?" Gu Mingyue said, "You're quite straightforward, but I really don't understand how you can be so righteous. You took my admission notice and have summoned me countless times, yet now you act like you're the victim?" Gu Mingyue had been puzzled by this for a long time. It didn't seem to follow any normal logic. Perhaps she was used to being the perpetrator, so she didn't care what others thought. Gu Ran's expression momentarily showed discomfort, as she was poked at her sore spot. "So what? I'm the daughter of the Gu family. I deserve this treatment." Gu Mingyue suddenly understood. Her logic was that the strong were respected, and whatever the strong did was right. "Since you think that way, I have nothing more to say. What are you planning today?" Gu Mingyue always remained calm and collected when facing unknown challenges. This calmness, in Gu Ran's eyes, was a provocation, a challenge of looking down on her and seeing what tricks she could come up with. "I have no plans," Gu Ran said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Almost in the next second, the two began to fight, and it was hard to tell who struck first. It might have been simultaneous. As they fought, Gu Mingyue felt a bit surprised. She discovered that Gu Ran had made a significant breakthrough in strength, which generally shouldn't have been possible. Gu Mingyue had been training like crazy recently and eating well, but her physical abilities and techniques hadn't changed much. After all, many things required time to accumulate, and a sudden leap in physical ability and combat power within a short period was unlikely. Yet this unlikely situation was unfolding right before her eyes. Gu Mingyue cautiously continued to test her opponent, but the opponent seemed unfathomable, completely different from the combat strength she had seen on the arena before. Gu Ran sensed that Gu Mingyue was holding back, and her moves became increasingly fierce, almost overwhelming. Just then, Gu Ran suddenly switched to the offensive, drawing a dagger from her waist and forcing Gu Mingyue to the window. She violently opened the window and pushed Gu Mingyue out. Danger! At that moment, every cell in Gu Mingyue's body screamed danger. Gu Ran pushed her towards the interior, meaning that falling in that direction would not be outside the building, but into the building's courtyard. Gu Mingyue had come well prepared today, bringing a rope that could secure someone to the railing for emergencies. Therefore, she had no fear of falling from a height. However, what made her hesitant was that this space seemed to warp. It was as if a gigantic prehistoric star beast was hidden below. Chapter 319. The Mysterious Man. It must be said that at this moment, Gu Mingyue made a very bold and risky decision. She directly abandoned the idea of using the rope to hook onto the nearby mast and let herself fall. She sensed that if something went wrong at this moment, there would likely be very terrifying consequences. This fall could be described as quick, yet also slow. After about a few seconds, Gu Mingyue realized that she seemed to have escaped from the space that had made her heart race to the point of struggling to breathe. At this moment, everything around her was pitch black, and she could see nothing. Her falling speed was increasing, and she needed to slow down quickly. Otherwise, she would face the situation of turning herself into a pile of mush. In almost a second, Gu Mingyue had thrown out the things from her twisted space and grabbed onto a railing beside her, hanging upside down. At this moment, her eyes finally adjusted, and she could see that she was only a meter or two away from the ground. This meant that if she had delayed her decision by just a second or two, she might have already been dead. Gu Mingyue knocked on her light brain, but there was only silence. Xiao Qi did not appear. She lowered her head to check, and the signal here was 0, a strong shielding area. Damn it, Gu Mingyue cursed inwardly. Now, interstellar signal transmission no longer relied on wires or networks, but rather a type of wave that was omnipresent as long as there was air. So even in the most remote cities or areas, there would definitely be a signal. However, the fact that there was 0 signal here could only mean that this place had been artificially altered. And in the military academy, such a tightly protected area was certainly not a good place. There were places within the military academy that were not without tight protection. But that kind of protection was like what was in Gu Mingyue's laboratory, requiring countless iris verifications or other validations. But this place now was hidden away. Moreover, it was concealed right within the school's teaching building. Gu Mingyue had just felt like she had fallen into the 18th layer of hell. At this moment, Gu Ran was standing by the rooftop, looking down into the deep atrium. However, her gaze was deeper than the atrium itself. It was impossible to see the bottom at a glance. This place was one that Gu Ran had scouted for a long time, and she had received some help and information from the outside world before finally deciding to use this place as Gu Mingyue's burial site. According to Gu Ran's own investigation, there have been incidents long ago where students accidentally fell from the building and died. But the school had suppressed this matter at the time, only providing a vague answer. After that, Gu Ran could find nothing more upon further investigation. However, based on the information she obtained through her connections outside the school, there was definitely a very terrifying presence inside the Imperial First Military Academy, and it was very likely that the people there had been suppressing it. So although the information was not abundant, this was the most suitable place that Gu Ran had chosen. Gu Ran looked down with pity and then turned to leave. As far as she knew, there were absolutely no surveillance cameras in this teaching building, so everything was perfectly arranged. As for what would happen to Gu Mingyue, that was no longer something she could decide. Gu Ran left calmly. Her plan had just begun. She had realized that the previous attempts to get rid of Gu Mingyue had failed. Even public opinion could not be used, because Gu Mingyue was still alive. Now that Gu Mingyue should be thoroughly dead, she could start to tarnish her reputation. She wanted Gu Mingyue to be scorned even in death, to be pointed at and cursed. The corner of Gu Ran's mouth curled into a cruel arc. This was what she wanted. This was her goal to achieve, even if others might think her cruel. However, all those who blocked her light would meet a bad end. Although Gu Mingyue was unaware of many of Gu Ran's malicious thoughts, she knew that this was a very dangerous place, as she could clearly sense the aura of danger here. She leaned against the wall, slowly moving toward the direction where the air was blowing. In the deepest part of the area, Gu Mingyue saw an injured person. He was lying on the ground, almost lifeless. Gu Mingyue did not recklessly approach too closely, but instead called softly, "Who are you? Do you need help?" The man raised his head, and Gu Mingyue saw his green eyes like the purest gems. However, upon seeing his face, even someone as composed as Gu Mingyue couldn't help but have her pupils constrict for a moment. This face was too tragic, covered in many scars, each scar like an ugly tumor, making it impossible to see his original appearance. The moment the man saw Gu Mingyue, he suddenly lowered his head and shouted, "Get lost!" The voice was hoarse and heart-wrenching. Gu Mingyue stopped in her tracks. With that heart-wrenching shout, Gu Mingyue felt a kind of mental oppression, as if the person before her was not an ordinary individual, but a fierce beast. Her rational mind told her to slowly back away, but she couldn't bring herself to leave upon seeing the man's tragic appearance. Gu Mingyue's voice softened even more. "I fell down accidentally. Do you know how to get out?" When she asked this, she did not genuinely expect an answer. She just wanted to strike up a conversation with this strange person. Unexpectedly, the man lowered his face and pointed to the right. Gu Mingyue followed his direction and saw a very inconspicuous passageway, almost too small to be noticed. Gu Mingyue raised her hands, "Then I'll go over there." The man remained silent, still lying on the ground, his body trembling slightly. But soon he became stiff like a stone again. Gu Mingyue walked into the passageway. She held her breath and hid in the corner. From her vantage point, the man still lay on the ground, as if bearing countless burdens. For some reason, she felt a sense of familiarity with this man, along with an inexplicable wave of immense sadness that overwhelmed her entirely. Gu Mingyue had already seen the large door made of special materials at the end of the passageway. But at that moment, she suddenly didn't want to go. She wanted to stay and ask if the man needed help. The man could no longer sense Gu Mingyue's presence. He slowly sat up, his gaze still stubbornly avoiding the passageway. So good. She's doing so well now. Chapter 320. First confrontation. Gu Mingyue certainly did not intend to just leave like that because she knew very well that without understanding this place, she couldn't leave with peace of mind. However, the man at this mysterious location seemed to have no desire to deal with her, displaying a strong resistance and repulsion, as if she were some kind of monster. This was the first time Gu Mingyue felt such resistance from someone other than the Gu family. But it seemed different from the kind of resistance she experienced with her family. All the details here indicated that something was very off. Gu Mingyue was not someone who would dig deep into things. If this was just a dangerous place, that would be one thing. But now there was clearly another person outside who seemed to have been imprisoned for a long time, for both emotional and rational reasons. She couldn't just walk away and ignore everything. But for now, the first step was to get a little closer to that man and see what the reason was for him appearing to be imprisoned here. If this was the prison of the Empire's top military academy, then there was nothing to say. But if it wasn't, Gu Mingyue would do her best to get him out. Gu Mingyue glanced at the items in her space, which were still available to her. As long as the items inside could be taken out, it would be easier to handle. She had prepared countless delicacies in her space. Generally speaking, people would not strike someone who approached with a smile. If someone came over with a smile and brought delicious food that could soothe the heart, even the most guarded person would appear a little less stern. Gu Mingyue found her stock and decided on a treat that was most suitable for the moment, a bowl of icy, sweet yogurt with chunks of peach and grape. It was particularly refreshing. Although the flavor was not very strong, the sweet aroma of the fruit was almost overwhelming, especially in this small place. When Gu Mingyue took out the yogurt, the scent of milk lingered at the tip of her nose. Gu Mingyue lightly walked back, and when she was a certain distance from the man, she smiled and softly said, "Thank you for telling me the way out. This is some fruit yogurt. I wonder if you're interested in trying it?" The man was momentarily stunned, quickly turning around and exposing his ugly face to Gu Mingyue. The small bowl of yogurt in her hand smelled incredibly good. More importantly, this flavor was familiar to him, one he had tasted before. He had drunk countless yogurts, sweet or completely unsweetened, but no matter how he mixed them, he could never recreate this taste. Yet now, he was experiencing it again in this particularly dire moment. However, his moment of shock quickly passed, and he transformed back into a prickly persona, looking fierce, and even using his mental power to push towards Gu Mingyue. "I told you to scram. Can't you understand? Don't disturb me here. Just hurry up and leave." Gu Mingyue raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. Yet even so, she did not leave, but rather stepped closer, more resolute towards the man in the center of the cave. "I mean no harm. I just want to express my gratitude. If you take this, I'll leave, all right?" As she spoke, Gu Mingyue picked up a spoon and took a bite of the yogurt, indicating that it was harmless. The man lowered his gaze, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, but he seemed less fierce than before. Seeing that he might be softening, Gu Mingyue took another step closer and pushed the yogurt to a place he could reach. At that moment, she slowly retreated back into the passage, and the man looked at her, saying, "You could go now." Gu Mingyue complied without hesitation, retreating without saying a word and disappearing at the end of the passage, while the man withdrew his gaze. However, if Gu Mingyue were present at that moment, she might easily read the regret, reluctance, and relief in his naive and pure eyes. The man gazed longingly at the small bowl of yogurt, which had no extravagant embellishments, just slightly off-white with various fruit pieces. Yet the aroma had been a memory he recalled millions of times. About 10 minutes later, he finally picked up the small bowl of yogurt and tasted the perfectly balanced sweet and sour flavor on his tongue, along with the rich aroma of the fruit. More importantly, it contained a power that could restore his mental energy. He took just that one bite, and the green in his eyes deepened, with a strand of hair seemingly turning a hint of green. Although it was just a trace, it brought him a long-lost sense of ease and comfort. His entire body had already been thoroughly eroded by dark energy, constantly drilling into his bones, as if shouting, "I must kill you." The overwhelming dark energy had tormented him for ages, 10 years, 100 years, thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. He had endured it all. Almost every day, his flesh and bones were shattered and then remolded, only to be shattered again and remolded once more. If an ordinary person had to go through such an experience, they would likely die immediately, but he had to bear it continuously, never able to find relief. But it was worth it. He exchanged his suffering for what he desired most. That was enough. A hint of natural joy flickered in his green eyes, like the joy of nature witnessing the blooming and withering of flowers. The man scooped the yogurt clean, and a strand of his hair turned back from black to green. Just as he finished the bowl of yogurt, the hint of green quickly transformed back to black. Everything happened so quickly that it seemed as if it had never occurred. At that moment, the little bit of joy the man felt vanished again, leaving only boundless pain. He knelt on the ground once more, motionless, as immutable as a stubborn rock. Meanwhile, Gu Mingyue, hearing no sounds outside, once again concealed her presence and approached the entrance of the passage. She gently peered outside and saw the man lying still, seemingly in another state of sleep. Gu Mingyue didn't rush. She sat down and began to train her mental energy, letting it flow through her body repeatedly. This was the first time Gu Mingyue realized that her mental energy was not strong enough. When that man's mental energy pressed against her, it felt as if the vastness of the universe unfolded before her, making her acutely aware of her own insignificance. Now that she had reached this place, there was no way out. She might as well settle down and recuperate. Moreover, the most miraculous thing was that when she stayed near this man, the speed of her mental energy recovery and increase seemed to be faster than usual. Gu Mingyue thought to herself how delightful it was to feel this way, finding it quite amusing that this person's carefully crafted trap was just this simple. She had originally thought Gu Ran would have some more advanced items, but unexpectedly, it was still these lowly things. It would be better to let Gu Ran enjoy herself outside for a few more days. Once she got out, she could settle old scores and new ones together. Gu Mingyue closed her eyes and repaired her mental strength. After experiencing a certain growth, she finally opened her eyes to look at the watch in her hand, only to realize that a whole day seemed to have passed. She was already hungry. Although Gu Mingyue had experienced a flow state during her mental training before, it had never been as obvious and prolonged as this time. Therefore, this experience felt particularly meaningful. But Gu Mingyue wasn't sure if she would achieve the same effect. Next time, she fell into meditation. However, now was not the time to think about these things. The emptiness and burning sensation in her stomach felt like it would consume her. Gu Mingyue browsed through her space, and although there were many prepared dishes, she wasn't particularly interested. Instead, she took out a flint and the stove she had prepared to start cooking. Of course, she couldn't make anything special here. She simply boiled a bowl of snail rice noodles, extra spicy and extra smelly. Gu Mingyue wasn't mistaken. She did it on purpose. This time, she didn't want to go out actively. She wanted the men outside to speak up themselves. As Gu Mingyue started cooking, the rich and unique aroma of the snail rice noodles began to waft out wildly. The man outside smelled it and woke up from his long slumber. However, this time, upon waking, he realized that Gu Mingyue hadn't left yet. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry. It was important to note that this place was where he was being held, and any slightly excessive behavior could lead to immediate punishment by high-voltage electricity. So he spoke up, "Leave here quickly. This is not a place for you." Gu Mingyue replied, "Huh? I can't hear you. My pot is boiling over here. There are delicious marinated duck feet, sour bamboo shoots, fatty beef, shrimp, and meatballs in it. It's going to be so fragrant." The fierce look in a man's eyes was defeated by her list of dishes. Indeed, only Gu Mingyue could be this way in the world, calmly prioritizing eating in any situation, saying she would talk after dinner. Thousands of years ago, she was like this, and even now, in the interstellar era, she remained unchanged. However, the fleeting smile on the man's face was quickly replaced by an expression of enduring pain. He could clearly feel the dark energy within him becoming denser and more painful due to his lack of full resistance against it. Meanwhile, the aroma of the snail rice noodles in the air grew stronger, not just a simple special smell, but a mix of various meat scents. He knew what Gu Mingyue was doing. She always used this method to force him to express his demands. He also understood that if Gu Mingyue got any closer to him, it would become even more impossible for her to leave this place. But that couldn't happen. She had just enjoyed a few days of carefree happiness. He couldn't leave a girl like her trapped here. He pretended he didn't smell anything. Gu Mingyue noticed that there was no sound outside, and she really engaged with him. She added a bit of luncheon meat to the pot of snail rice noodles, and the aroma became even more intense. The man said, "Mingyue is still as naughty as ever." Gu Mingyue saw that this person was remarkably composed, showing no interest in eating at all, so she took the initiative to offer it to him. She prepared a large pot of delicious food in a clay pot, with various meats, vegetables, and rice noodles all jumbled together, creating an irresistible fragrance. Gu Mingyue brought the clay pot over and found that this time, the man did not refuse. He simply looked at her with a pair of calm green eyes. Gu Mingyue was the type of person who would not change once she had set her goal, and she was very determined. So, the gaze of his eyes meant nothing to her. It had no deterrent effect. She even smiled in a particularly standard manner, like a five-star hotel waitress, giving a sense of home care, her 8 teeth shining so brightly they could reflect light. "Come and try this. It's my ultra-luxurious version of snail rice noodles. Although it smells terrible, it really tastes great." Gu Mingyue winked at him. At that moment, the man said the first meaningful thing. "Aren't you afraid of me?" A hint of pain overflowed from his green eyes. Although he had never seen his current appearance, he had felt the lumps on his face, which were as grotesque and ugly as snakes and insects crawling on him. Sometimes he found that sensation particularly disgusting. But why could Gu Mingyue still not care about his appearance? He was at his ugliest, most broken, and most disgusting state. Yet, why did Gu Mingyue's expression remain similar to when they first met? Gu Mingyue initially didn't understand what he was saying. But when she noticed his gaze unconsciously looking away, she realized he was talking about his appearance. Gu Mingyue replied, "Maybe it's because there are so many plastic surgeons nowadays. If you're not satisfied with this face, you can always go out and pick a face you like. It's not a big deal." Gu Mingyue said this casually, as if it were not a significant matter at all. The idea that beauty fades is indeed very reasonable. To judge someone solely based on appearance, without knowing their inner self, is the most shallow and tasteless choice. Gu Mingyue smiled with her eyes curved, and even casually scooped some ash from the bottom of the pot to smear on her face, making her look equally frightening as the person in front of her. Now we are the same. Chapter 321. He made up his mind. Gu Mingyue's smile was so sincere and untainted. In fact, her face had been ground by the soot from the pot, making it look quite disheveled, but it couldn't hide the brilliance of her golden heart shining through. The man awkwardly turned his head away. He was on the verge of being unable to maintain this indifference, but there was no choice. He had to keep it up, because his existence was a huge risk for Gu Mingyue. He absolutely wouldn't allow any danger to be near her, even if that danger was himself. Seeing him firmly refuse, even having to turn his head to the other side to do so, Gu Mingyue felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the scene, as if someone had once resolutely rejected all the delicious food she had offered. But no matter how hard she thought, she couldn't figure out who that person could be, because she couldn't recall anyone from memory who didn't like her cooking or could refuse her delicious dishes. It was simply unbelievable. Even her former rival would pause the quarrel and say, "Let's eat this first and talk later," when faced with her food. Gu Mingyue didn't force him, but left the clay pot in front of him, stepping back a few paces to sit down in a slightly cleaner spot. She sat on the ground with a casual elegance, as if she were on a throne paved with gold and jade. Despite being dirty, she exuded no sense of destitution. instead appearing calm and composed as if she were at home. The man turned around, his expression showing no embarrassment despite the gravity of his official duties, and began to pick up chopsticks to eat. One should know that with a dish like snail rice noodles, just a little stir would release all the flavors from the broth, making it incredibly immersive. Gu Mingyue began her eating broadcast, although there was only one audience member. She took it very seriously. Slurping up the noodles was an immensely enjoyable experience. The slippery rice noodles, coated in rich broth, warmed her mouth and taste buds. The unique flavor of the sour bamboo shoots reached its peak, while the little peanuts occasionally added by the noodles were fragrant and crunchy. Gu Mingyue had even specifically added a fried tofu puff, which absorbed all the broth. Snail rice noodles might be the pinnacle of stinky and fragrant dishes. No one could resist that taste. Moreover, the little surprises hidden at the bottom of the noodles and broth brought different sensations, like the crunchy pickles and strands of wood ear mushrooms, not to mention the fatty beef and meatballs Gu Mingyue added. While eating, Gu Mingyue would occasionally express her thoughts on the flavors, fully immersing herself in the experience. However, she wasn't only focused on the delicious food. She also carefully observed the man's expressions and micro-expressions. Expressions can sometimes be misleading, but micro-expressions never lie. They're subtle reactions that people display before they are even aware of them. Otherwise, she wouldn't have noticed his rock-like profile and seen his throat move up and down. Good. She had hooked him. Gu Mingyue understood the right balance. Seeing that he seemed to be softening, she didn't linger nearby, but instead gave him a quiet environment to eat. She took her portion back with her. Not long after Gu Mingyue left, the man finally turned to look at the food placed on the ground. The clay pot still had its lid on. He remembered that this type of pot was particularly good at retaining heat. Once, when Gu Mingyue was sick and hospitalized, he made a tofu stew at home and brought it over in a clay pot. Although the flavor of that stew could only be described as passable, he would never forget the way Gu Mingyue's eyes sparkled as she looked at him and said thank you. He probably would never have the chance to cook for Mingyue again, but that was fine. She wouldn't have to suffer from the edible food he made. The man slowly turned to pick up the clay pot. He knew he shouldn't eat it, but he couldn't help thinking that this was something Mingyue had given him. So he couldn't resist touching it. It was like being addicted to something. There was no chance of escape. He opened the lid of the clay pot and slowly ate everything inside, leaving not a drop of broth. The feeling of fullness brought him a wave of relief. A small part of his hair turned green again, but it only lasted a few minutes before reverting to black. Perhaps it was because the ingredients in this snail rice noodles were plentiful, making the taste particularly good, and it had a great capacity to evolve dark energy. This time, his relaxation lasted longer, as if he were lying in a comfortable hot spring, sinking into a restorative sleep for both body and soul. However, this sense of relaxation was ultimately fleeting and soon disappeared. But even that moment of comfort was enough to satisfy the man. It was a joy he hadn't felt in tens of thousands of years, and Mingyue had once again brought it back to him, just at that moment. If the man made up his mind to send Gu Mingyue away, it was because he knew how despicable his heart was. If this happiness continued for a while, he might soon be unable to bear the loneliness and pain he had endured for tens of thousands of years. However, if he left here, it would bring unprecedented influence and threat to the entire starry sky and to Mingyue. He absolutely wouldn't do that. In fact, these painful days would last a long time, and that was worth it. As long as he could see Mingyue once in each lifetime, it would be enough, even if she completely didn't know of his existence. Even if she completely forgot all their past experiences, even if he had to endure unparalleled suffering. When a god's heart is moved, he must give his all. Stepping down from the altar, he would be spat upon by those humans who once revered him or endure heart-wrenching pain. For the first time, the man smiled, the flesh on his face trembling with the movement of his muscles, making his face appear exceptionally hideous and terrifying. But none of this could obscure the beautiful green in his eyes, a green as pure as the source of the world and the essence of life. Chapter 322. The Wave of Anger. The darkness before dawn at this moment. Gu Ran had already begun to methodically execute her plan, and the entire military academy was buzzing. This was because something shocking had appeared on the forum. Extra, extra. The so-called Gu Mingyue that you have been praising recently actually did not receive her admission notice through official channels. It is said that she snatched it from her sister Gu Ran. What the hell? This is quite a scoop. If this is true, then our admission system must have some issues, right? How could she manage to snatch the admission notice? Are you all stupid? You don't even know about this? It's already considered a hidden rule. If it's a family matter, there is a certain probability that the admission notice can be swapped. But as long as both parties keep it under wraps and everyone is aware, no one will interfere with it. What hidden rule? Why don't I know about it? Everyone discussing this, be careful. This is a taboo subject that cannot be talked about. Warning of expulsion. There were many who made jokes and played around, but more people were genuinely concerned about the incident itself. They wanted to clarify how such an outrageous thing could happen and be exposed. With such a big issue, the school would surely take action to protect its reputation and prestige. The school directly dug through countless regulations and found that this hidden rule was established when the school was founded, but unfortunately, it had been exploited by someone. The school immediately declared that this regulation would be banned and canceled to prevent such incidents from occurring in the future, seeing the school as proactive handling of the issue. The students' anger towards the institution significantly diminished. However, there was still one person who had not faced any backlash, namely Gu Mingyue, the beneficiary of the situation. This made everyone unhappy. If someone used such malicious means to enter the school, they must be expelled. This severely affected the reputation of their empire's top military academy, and they vowed to defend the glory of their school. Many students approached Gu Ran to ask her if there was any truth to the matter. They want to know if Gu Mingyue had intentionally swapped the admission notice with her. Surrounded by a group of people, Gu Ran looked pitiful, even a bit wronged and hesitant to speak. Don't be afraid, Gu Ran. Whatever you want to say, we will stand up for you. Yes, yes. If this really happened, we will definitely support you. Don't be scared. Gu Ran shed a few tears. After all, I'm not a biological child of the Gu family. When my sister came back, she said she didn't want to struggle during the holidays, thought the mecha department was too hard and tiring, and wanted to switch to the logistics department. She said logistics is very easy and doesn't require so much effort. I thought she was finally found back from the garbage star, so I agreed to her. I'm sorry that our family exploited a loophole in the school. Gu Ran was particularly skilled in using the art of language to describe a situation in a way that seemed completely different from its essence. So when she finished speaking, the surrounding young hotheads felt a surge of anger, each one boiling with blood, itching to find Gu Mingyue and teach her a lesson about the rules of the capital star of the empire. This is just too unfair. As a student of the mecha department, I feel humiliated. How could someone run away just because the mecha department is tiring? Why did she even apply to the mecha department in the first place? Someone actually knew the reason. Another classmate from the garbage star explained. In fact, we don't have mechas in our garbage star, but we can only apply to the mecha department. The school recruits us specifically because many of us have experience fighting against star beasts, which gives us an advantage. So we don't have recruitment for the logistics department. Then many students from remote star systems and the garbage star appeared, confirming this statement. Sigh. This made it even more credible. I feel ashamed for her. The military academy gave her such good conditions to study in the mecha department. Why would she give that up? And to swap with someone else? That's just too much. Exactly. It's despicable. Moreover, by doing this, she insults both the mecha and logistics departments. The logistics department is also hard work. How can she make it sound like they do nothing? One major characteristic of young people is that they easily get worked up. It seemed like it was time to seek justice. One by one, they became aggressive, ready to tear apart the person responsible for this incident. At this moment, Xiaoqi, who had been unable to contact Gu Mingyue, was also anxious. He saw through social media the various criticisms and clean insults directed at Gu Mingyue, feeling an unusual anger. However, he could do nothing. Without Mingyue's presence, he couldn't act on his own accord. This was the most basic control code of the quantum brain. Even though Xiaoqi was human, he could not break through it. Xiaoqi truly hated his own body. Why couldn't he stand up like a human and protect his family behind him? Meanwhile, more and more people were leaning towards earning points, even wanting to meet Gu Mingyue offline and confront her directly. At this moment, some rational individuals finally noticed that something seemed off. Gu Mingyue was someone who could achieve first place in close combat competitions. How could she be someone who shirked responsibility? Moreover, to be honest, everyone thought the mecha department was the top specialty of the military academy. How could anyone be willing to swap their admission notice for the logistics department? The logic of this situation just doesn't add up, and it exuded a strange vibe. Yet amidst the wave of voices, their little voices couldn't even create a ripple, let alone calm down those crazy individuals. At this moment, Gu Ran looked at the entire school rallying for her cause, and her visibility had increased geometrically over these past few days. Everyone who saw her looked at her with understanding, even with a hint of pity. That feeling of being the center of attention, like a star surrounded by the moon, had finally returned to her. Chapter 323. Wrongly accused and framed. Gu Ran has always been a person who is deeply vain, arrogant, and insecure at heart. So she feels no sense of crisis about everything happening now. She believes this is what she deserves. She should be the one receiving such adoration, being cared for by everyone. Therefore, she enjoys the love from others as if it were her due, even embellishing the character of Gu Mingyue as a lazy and despicable person. The opposing voices from the Military Academy Forum are unheard and unseen by Gu Ran. No matter what they say, Gu Mingyue is already beyond reproach. No one can come forward to prove her words false. Of course, just when Gu Ran was at her happiest, lost in her own pride, he finally spoke out. Previously, he had been knocked out by Gu Mingyue and was completely unaware of what happened afterward. So when she opened her eyes and found herself sent back to her dorm by security robots, she was truly bewildered. However, when she tried to contact Gu Mingyue, she discovered that Gu Mingyue was always offline. When she reached out to Gu Ran didn't respond to her messages at all, as if they had never been friends, as if that trip to the school's teaching building was just a dream. For it felt like waking up to a changed world, not knowing what had happened that day. However, she was a very resilient girl. Although usually a bit naive and innocent, she realized things were going badly when she saw Gu Ran starting to smear Gu Mingyue's reputation. Gu Ran was truly shameless. She bravely stood up and pushed the situation to another peak. I am He from Logistics Class 1, and I want to report Gu Ran. At that moment, the students at the military academy were like spectators in a marketplace. Anyone who was in training during the break was diving into the forum, eager to find out what was happening. He was quite straightforward, directly dropping the bomb. She stated that Gu Ran had invited her and Gu Mingyue to dinner, only to reveal her jealousy and disgust toward Gu Mingyue when they arrived. She even tried to get physical, but Gu Mingyue stopped her, and the next second, she passed out. He indicated that Gu Mingyue had gone missing after meeting with Gu Ran, and this incident must be related to Gu Ran. If it were anyone else making these accusations, Gu Ran might not have bothered to respond, as those would be lies. But with He making the accusations, the impact was significant. Moreover, Gu Ran didn't expect that He, coming from a business family and someone who understood the importance of self-interest, would actually stand up for Gu Mingyue, especially in such an unequal public opinion environment. Gu Ran didn't understand, but she didn't want to understand. She only wished to refute everything He said and continue sitting on her throne of being adored by thousands, enjoying everyone's blessings. Then a video appeared online, recorded by Gu Ran herself. In the video, the girl had tearful eyes, looking particularly innocent and pure, like a victimized little lamb. When Gu Ran cried, it was truly heart-wrenching, and anyone who saw it would feel immense sympathy. Not to mention, she choked up while saying, "I invited you for dinner, and I even bought food from outside takeout store, but you were the ones who came to me first." She sobbed, as if she had suffered the greatest injustice in the world. I said nothing. Yet you questioned me about why I didn't give Gu Mingyue an advantage during the recent competition, wanting to win. I was forced by Gu Mingyue to agree to let her win, and I was so scared afterward that I just went along with it. And weren't you my friend? Why did you only follow Gu Mingyue after school started, ignoring me completely? I wanted to find you, but you rejected me. Is it really like others say, that because Gu Mingyue is from a good family, you now think I'm unworthy to play with you and your family's daughter? The girl's voice was like a cuckoo's lament, each word dripping with blood and tears, and she brought up another matter. The entire video was carefully crafted to ensure that her pitiful state almost overflowed from the screen. Who could resist such a beautiful girl crying with reason? So, while the video was short, the amount of information and emotional impact it conveyed was substantial. He had never imagined that someone she had known for so many years, whom she considered a good friend, could be so lowly and unscrupulous, capable of resorting to any means. Gu Ran was truly a person with a filthy heart. Look at Gu Ran's distorted claims, how she placed such a heavy burden on both herself and Gu Mingyue, turning herself into a perfect victim. Even more infuriating for He was that Gu Ran audaciously claimed that Gu Mingyue achieved her top position through her own strength, saying it was Gu Ran who let her win. She even suggested that Gu Mingyue threatened her to get that top position. How ridiculous is that? Everyone knows Gu Mingyue had already beaten Gu Ran to the ground before entering school, and that time Gu Mingyue hadn't even used her full strength. He was present at that scene, so she remembered everything clearly, but now seeing Gu Ran spouting nonsense, she was incredibly enraged, not even knowing what to say. And despicable actions are the passport for the despicable. Gu Ran relied on her outstanding acting skills and shameless mentality to win everyone's trust, and no one doubted her. The students treated this incident as a way to showcase their kindness, and just as their confusion peaked, the school leaders finally noticed the chaos. When they learned that Gu Mingyue had gone missing in that teaching building, their hearts nearly jumped out of their chests. No way, no way. Things can't really get this complicated, can they? That would truly be the worst outcome. The previously indifferent school leaders immediately began sending people to investigate the matter. They indeed saw 3 people enter and 2 people exit, while Gu Mingyue seemed to have vanished within that building. Chapter 324. The school leaders are stunned. This is probably the most outrageous thing the school leaders have encountered this month. At this moment, the instructors Wu and Sun, who had been training outside, returned and were infuriated by the chaotic news they saw. They had carefully selected a promising student, only to see her ruined by someone like this, and her reputation tarnished as well. Instructor Wu, known for his fiery temper, slammed the table and glared with wide eyes, his brows furrowing in anger. He loudly questioned the responsible leader. Are you out of your mind? Do you know how important Mingyue is? Do you realize how strong her individual combat capability is? If you had seen her using the mecha, you would have been amazed. But now, such a promising student has encountered trouble, and you are only now reacting? Is this what you should be doing as school leaders? Wu's reprimand left no face for the junior leaders. The person in charge felt wronged. He had simply missed seeing something, unaware that such a big issue had arisen among the students. At this moment, he also felt a bit resentful towards a student named Gu Ran, who had just seen Gu Ran online slandering Gu Mingyue, which made him even angrier. He remembered Gu Ran from when she had come with Gu Mingyue. He had noted how poorly she performed back then. Although he hadn't paid attention to the close combat competition during military training, he was shocked to discover that the second-place winner was this poorly performing girl. A string in Wu's mind snapped. Something was off, and there must be a conspiracy behind it, perhaps an enormous one. Drawing on his years of intuition, Wu immediately sensed something was wrong and pressured the school leaders to investigate the matter thoroughly and bring Gu Mingyue back as soon as possible. However, the school leaders felt wrong too. What else could they do at this point? The student body was leaning towards one side in public opinion, and if they tried to reverse it now, it could affect the students' morale. The leaders subtly indicated that Gu Mingyue had voluntarily switched her admission from the mecha department to the logistics department, and now that all this was happening, it could be seen as her own doing. After hearing such nonsensical remarks, Wu became even angrier. He recalled Gu Mingyue's previous performances. She had trained even during holidays at his training facility, often pushing herself 2 to 3 times harder than ordinary people. There was no way she was incapable of enduring hardship. However, that information was Gu Mingyue's privacy, and Wu couldn't use it as evidence against the school leaders. Thus, they found themselves at a standstill. Wu had his demands, the leaders had their concerns, and the school needed to maintain stability. It was well known that these passionate young people in military schools could easily be suppressed, but they also had various backgrounds. Any missteps could lead to significant issues. Everyone had their considerations, making it impossible to resolve the matter quickly. At that moment, Lu, a logistics teacher who had been immersed in the laboratory, heard that Gu Mingyue had not shown up yesterday and curiously came out to see what was going on. He was greeted by a scene that raised his blood pressure, where a group of students was nearly incited to tear the military school's roof off by a clueless woman. Was this the quality of students at the military school now? It would be laughable if shared. Lu hurried to the school leader's office and saw Wu angrily slamming the table, but the leader seemed unable to resolve the issue. Lu overheard a junior leader, overwhelmed by Wu's questioning, finally blurt out a truth. You know where Gu Mingyue fell? It's the most secret place in our military school, and there's basically no chance of survival. Even if we verify her identity now, what is the point? She has gone. Let us just let it be and not bring shame to our school. Wu could not accept such a statement, but he also understood how terrifying the existence within the building where Gu Mingyue had vanished could be. His lips moved slightly, and despair washed over his face, making him look as if he had aged 10 years. Could such a potential leader for their military school have died so easily? A profound sense of insecurity and disbelief enveloped Wu, and just as he was about to accept his despair, he suddenly heard the sound of a door slamming open. Lu entered with a smile. You want evidence? I have evidence. Gu Mingyue didn't enter through that switched logistics admission. She came in through the event called on the tip of the tongue. Lu smiled, but the fire and determination in his eyes were glaring. The school leaders instinctively tilted their heads, then understood the implication of his words. If this were true, the situation would be much easier to handle, and they could even deal with that green tea girl whom they disliked. Wu felt a bit relieved upon hearing this, but he quickly sank back into despair. He muttered, loud enough for everyone in the room to hear, but what good is that? Our promising student has already vanished, and we couldn't even protect her properly in our military school. Wu's words pierced Lu's heart. Lu looked earnestly at the school leaders and recounted Gu Mingyue's achievements. When the leaders heard that the food Gu Mingyue made not only lacked dark energy, but could even enhance mental strength, they suddenly stood up, then slumped back in despair. It was over. If this were true, he might as well resign from his position, becoming a historical villain in the military school, condemned by future generations. The school leader popped a quick-acting, heart-saving pill in his mouth, trembling as he pointed towards the door. That girl cannot be kept. Chapter 325. The collapsing classmates. At this moment, the school leader was deeply pained. How could he not have discovered earlier that this missing girl was such a genius? Not only had she made achievements in Mecca, but she had also been earmarked as a future successor in the logistics department. No, or rather, she was very likely to be the foundation layer for the future. How could such a potential person, someone whose potential and talent had already been demonstrated, be so casually killed by a despicable fake heiress? Moreover, in such a vile manner. It wasn't just the school leader who couldn't accept this. The two teachers were also completely unwilling to face this reality. Coach Wu thought for a moment and said, Is there any surveillance footage inside that building? Let's see where she is now. We might be able to save her. The school leader covered his face and shook his head. The level of confidentiality in that place was something even a leader of his rank couldn't access. To him, it was also classified information. He only knew that the place was very dangerous, and that building was the only teaching building without cameras. Aside from that, he knew nothing. He suddenly glanced regretfully at his office, feeling sadly that he might only be a millimeter away from being laid off. Perhaps he would never see this office again. It was truly a pity. However, before he was laid off, he would definitely expel Gu Ran, the girl who had tarnished the reputation of their empire's top military academy, and make sure she could never return. Otherwise, he couldn't get over this mental hurdle himself. Thus, for the first time, the school leader adopted a very stern approach, directly contacting his subordinates to post everything they had investigated onto the forum, along with evidence and accompanying images. According to the school's official investigation, the admission notice for student Gu Mingyue has nothing to do with student Gu Ran. Gu Mingyue's admission notice was won through the competition Culinary Delights. However, our school's investigation found that Gu Ran's admission notice was actually obtained through her own hard work by Gu Mingyue on Garbage Star. The facts need no further clarification. Everyone can see for themselves. If you don't believe it, you can verify it yourself. Every piece of evidence from our school will be fully disclosed. Don't worry. We won't provide false testimony for anyone. The military academy's handling of the situation had been very prompt and proactive, so after looking at the evidence, it seemed that there was no indication of any forgery. Regarding the disappearance of student Gu Mingyue, the investigation is still ongoing. We need more evidence, and we hope that student Gu Ran can cooperate with our police and school leadership to uncover the truth. The underlying message in the school leader's statement was that Gu Ran was in deep trouble, and this matter was inextricably linked to her. Now was the time to confess for leniency. There was still a chance. Once this stern announcement was released, the entire military academy erupted. It was like a drop of water hitting a boiling pot of oil. My gosh, are you serious? People began to wonder if they didn't understand interstellar common language. So the current implication was that Gu Mingyue had done nothing wrong? Gu Ran was the one who had stolen someone else's admission notice, right? If I'm not blind and my IQ is normal, that's indeed the meaning. But this is really hard to accept. How could it be like this? I always thought Gu Ran was a particularly naive, fake heiress being bullied by the real heiress. I must have been blind. Woo-woo. Sigh. I felt something was off before. How could someone give up their admission to the mecha department just to seek comfort in the logistics department? Of course, I'm not saying the logistics department is bad. I just found the situation very strange. However, at that time, everyone seemed so passionate that they didn't consider whether this logic made sense. Sigh. I was one of those passionate people, and now, looking back, I realize I was both foolish and naive, manipulated without realizing it. I think Gu Ran shouldn't have come to our mecha department. She should have gone to the command department. Just look at her cunning tactics. That person has plenty of schemes in her heart. TSK. Not only can she manipulate people's hearts, but she can also be ruthless. It's a pity she doesn't go into command. Why come to the mecha department? She should just drop out and retake the exam. Such subtle criticisms felt satisfying to everyone. After all, one couldn't openly curse others on the forum. This was the only way to express their feelings. Many military academy students aren't stupid, but when they get heated, they can easily be led astray. Now, thinking back to how much effort they put into supporting her, they felt like their passion was wasted. Meanwhile, more people, in their anger, hoped for a thorough investigation of the matter. They suddenly realized they owed an apology to another main character in this public opinion center. If Gu Mingyue really passed away, then the negative karma they had created might take them several lifetimes to repay. I don't care about anything else. I just sincerely hope Gu Mingyue is safe, and when she returns safely, I will personally apologize to her. But friends, I suddenly discovered a problem. Did you pay attention to that announcement from the school? Gu Mingyue's admission qualification was obtained through the Culinary Delights program. What does this mean? It means Gu Mingyue must have been one of the top 5 contestants in that program. There are only a few people in the top 5. You can't mean that person, right? Oh my gosh, if it really is her, then I might as well die to atone. You know, I had a severe case of admission anxiety in the weeks before enrollment. I was always worried that once I went to the military academy, I might be at the bottom and wouldn't have a good development. But at that time, it was her from that show who saved me. Every dish gave me more hope and expectation for life, and my fear of school was alleviated because of her. I looked forward to seeing her at school in the future. When everyone was wildly criticizing Gu Mingyue, I didn't speak up, but I was actually leaning towards Gu Ran in my heart. Now thinking about it, I feel so guilty. How could I think like this? Many students shared this sentiment. The only joy they found during the carefree winter break was following the program Culinary Delights, and they were particularly focused on Yu Gong, who always ranked first. Now, the possibility that Yu Gong might be dead could tear their hearts apart, wanting to rush downstairs to Gu Ran's dormitory and settle the score with her. There was a moment of silence on the forum. Everyone was contemplating the seriousness of the situation until someone sent a message. I was so happy when I saw Yu Gong take first place. I was especially excited about possibly encountering her in the strongest campus in the empire. Although I didn't know who she was, the feeling of being able to see my goddess anytime and anywhere in life was truly wonderful. But now you tell me she is no longer here, and it is all because of that despicable woman's vicious tricks. I really can't stand it. I can't accept it. Why do such muddy people always have to pollute our bright moon? Don't be so agitated upstairs. Weren't there 5 people who got into our top school? Maybe Gu Mingyue isn't Yu Gong. Not her, even if it's not the case. A very excellent and impressive person has passed away, and we should always feel sorrow and mourn for her. Stop arguing, stop arguing. Let us calmly wait for the school's investigation results. However, no one expected that this time the solid evidence would come out faster than they imagined. And it did not come from the school, but from he. This time, he, with a choked voice, shared how she met Gu Mingyue, how they interacted, and the series of events that unfolded after Gu Mingyue revealed her true identity to her. Her eyes were red, but she was clearly holding back tears, maintaining a stable emotional state. This was completely different from Gu Ran's hoarse and somewhat dramatic crying. In fact, he's video was filmed very hastily, just using a regular function, and there was even a bit of blurriness at the back, but everyone was shocked by the news. They did not expect the solid evidence they wanted to come so quickly, without giving them any time or opportunity to think. It just hit them in the face so starkly and brutally. Actually, I should have thought of this earlier. So many delicious foods from the logistics department came from he, and Gu Mingyue had always been particularly close to her. Looking back, weren't these all clues? Why didn't we notice them at the time, and even thought there was nothing particularly special about it? Of course, besides this small group of students from the military academy who had seen the past on a bite of China, many others from remote areas without time for entertainment did not understand what was going on. Why did you suddenly start to turn against each other? Someone had released an ancestral video to the military academy forum, and it contained copyrighted content, but it was all made available for free. Those who had previously been confused became serious after seeing it. There was someone who could make such delicious food. The main point was that this person's every move, every gesture, carried a unique charm, as if they had complete control over everything, whether it was the ingredients or their knife skills. At this moment, everyone finally realized that although the person in the video did not look like Gu Mingyue, the essence was exactly the same, with no differences at all. Chapter 326. Gu Ran's desperate struggle, shock, astonishment, and rage. These three words could describe the current feelings of the military academy students. If previously they had entertained a notion of watching the drama unfold from the various rumors circulating on the forum, at this moment, that thought was entirely gone. They were utterly enraged. It was as if their beloved queen, whom they wanted to protect or deeply respected, had suddenly been harmed by someone else. Guilt and self-blame lingered in their hearts, as if they were uncontrollable. What was even harder for them to control at this moment was their inner fury. They really wanted to confront Gu Ran and demand answers right away. And at this moment, Gu Ran? She was completely stunned. How could Gu Mingyue's admission letter not have come from her? Why had it suddenly turned into something obtained from a past competition? And why hadn't she heard any rumors about it? With this, she had no room left to argue. Gu Ran had initially had the courage to expose this matter because it was a situation where both of them had exchanged their admission letters simultaneously. Both of them were at fault. As long as Gu Ran managed the public opinion properly, she could completely pin the issue on Gu Mingyue, just like she had done before. But now to be told that Gu Mingyue had prepared another backup plan well in advance to guard against her. Gu Ran suddenly felt like a clown being toyed with, and it was by someone she looked down upon. This humiliation, rage, and a looming fear of the future weighed heavily on Gu Ran's heart like a stone. People have 100 worries, and there must be one oversight. She had never anticipated that things would turn out this way. Looking at the current situation, it seemed that Gu Ran had no chance of turning the tables. All the evidence and solid proof had nailed her to the school's shame pillar, and at this moment, unless she could save the universe and eliminate dark energy from the world, there was probably nothing that could clear her name. Gu Ran was in a state of extreme madness, or rather, her brain was almost incapable of thinking about what to do next. Did she still have a chance for a counterattack? But before Gu Ran could think of a result, her dormitory door was pried open with a bang, and she could vaguely hear voices from outside. Was that woman living in this dormitory? Why wasn't she opening the door? If she dared to do these things, why didn't she dare to open the door? This was too infuriating. Gu Ran, come out. How can you be so vicious? Listening to the curses, Gu Ran felt as if her entire soul could no longer find a proper place in her body. Her brain was in utter chaos, thinking about how she had failed while also wondering how Gu Mingyue could be the Jade Bow. The thought struck her like a bolt of lightning. The Jade Bow. The first time she felt a hint of affection was for him. Gu Ran's expression twisted. It was hard to tell if she was laughing or crying. But she looked particularly pained and absurd. She had always been a scheming person, and even after realizing she was not Gu's biological daughter, her attitude towards Gu's son had changed somewhat. But was it love? Certainly not. Nor was it affection, just a simple desire to avoid harm. She needed the Gu family. She needed the Gu family as her ticket into the upper-class world. But now, everything was over. Her reputation in the imperial upper-class world would be gone. Anyone who valued their reputation would not choose to befriend her, and in high society, without those connections, she was nothing. Gu Ran had never imagined that one day her world and life would undergo such a drastic change. Where had she gone wrong? She had meticulously calculated every step to prepare for herself. How could it have gone wrong? Meanwhile, the cursing outside intensified, drawing in security robots to escort the troublemakers away. Although the school hated Gu Ran, there hadn't been a definitive conclusion yet, so they couldn't treat her like a criminal. Gu Ran, despondent, leaned against the door and slowly slid down to the floor, still feeling immense pain. Throughout her life, she had lived a smooth and happy existence, with everyone supporting her. Even her non-biological parents chose to cherish her after realizing they had no blood ties. Now, she even lacked the strength to despise Gu Mingyue. After some thought, Gu Ran suddenly realized there might still be a turning point in this situation. For now, everyone knew she had slandered Gu Mingyue, but no one had factual evidence to prove she had harmed Gu Mingyue. Then she still had a chance for a counterattack. As long as she didn't end up in prison, anything would be fine. After all, she couldn't escape expulsion now. Gu Ran proactively contacted the investigation team, looking into Gu Mingyue's disappearance, and cried uncontrollably, looking utterly pitiful. At first, the investigators were skeptical, but as Gu Ran's tears flowed, they began to feel a twinge of sympathy. With tears streaming down her face, Gu Ran said, "They say I have issues, that I'm too jealous of my sister. She has everything, the mech admission letter and the love of family, while I'm just an ordinary orphan. Even the love I have was taken from her. That's why I feel inferior." My mother felt sorry for me and exchanged the admission letter with me. The investigators paused and then repeatedly confirmed. "So your mother made you exchange the admission letters, not you taking them by force or swapping them on your own?" Gu Ran's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Yes, that was correct. She had intentionally said it that way. Her only way out now was to place the blame on the Gu family and assert her innocence, claiming she was merely a passive participant. That was the only glimmer of hope she could see. Surely, her mother, who loved her so much, would protect her. The head investigator and his colleagues exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. They felt that it was indeed a tragic misfortune, but one of the investigators, who was more rational, nudged his superior and handed over a small note. The note contained questions they had prepared before entering. Looking at the black and white records on the paper, the head investigator finally regained a bit of his rationality. Damn, Gu Ran was truly terrifying. She had maintained a tearful demeanor that almost fooled everyone who saw her. Clearly a serious issue. Yet she had managed to make it seem like she was the one being wronged. The head investigator decided to put on a special pair of glasses that could mask people's faces and continue the interrogation. Gu Ran was so furious that she felt like her teeth would shatter. She hadn't expected these investigators to be so cold and unyielding. She had even used a bit of her mental charm. What to do? What to do? Perhaps out of desperation, Gu Ran suddenly thought of a not-so-viable solution. As for Gu Mingyue's disappearance, I have nothing to say. Perhaps she simply fled the military academy? Don't doubt me. You should investigate her. Besides, that building is strange. Who knows if she got swallowed by it after I left? The head investigator felt that Gu Ran was the most difficult person he had ever dealt with. He couldn't hit her, couldn't scold her, and couldn't torture her. Yet he still had to extract some truth from her. It was incredibly challenging. The woman was as slippery as a fish. For a moment, the interrogation fell into a stalemate, and they had no choice but to let Gu Ran go back and wait for news, while they continued to investigate other details. When Gu Ran returned to her dorm, she felt like everyone on the street was pointing fingers at her. Some even looked so angry after seeing her that they wanted to rush over, only to be stopped by security robots. Gu Ran sneered. This group of useless people. She straightened her back and returned to her dorm amidst the crowd's insults, then messaged her family, acting cute and crying to her mother. This immediately softened her mother's heart. Don't worry, darling. Trust me, I will take care of everything. If this school doesn't work out, we can find you another military school. It's the same wherever you go. Her mother truly adored her in every aspect, leaving her with no worries at all. Gu Ran finally relaxed her heart, relieved that she had always worked hard and hadn't left her mother with a bad impression. Otherwise, she would have no one to save her at this moment. Gu Ran thanked her mother in her usual sweet, baby-like voice, adding a hint of a sob as she said, "I'm so glad to have you, Mom. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know where to cry right now." Her mother found this very endearing. By the way, I can have your sister come out to say a few words for you. If she speaks up, it should be fine, right? Gu Ran hesitated, not daring to mention that Gu Mingyue was already dead. Mom, you don't know, but my sister disappeared after meeting me. Maybe she's mad at me and plans to go missing for a while, so everyone hates me. It seemed like her sister had always complained about her, and Gu Ran really didn't dare to trouble her again. If I get the chance, I'll apologize to her. This is indeed my fault. If I weren't so useless, it wouldn't have come to this. Gu Ran spoke eloquently, twisting everything into a different story, but her mother had no doubts at all. Chapter 327. The Gu family's attitude even at this moment. Mom Gu was still scolding Gu Mingyue, feeling that this daughter was truly inconsiderate. How could she leave her sister alone to face the blame? It was really lacking in sisterly love. Gu Ran had always been so weak. How could she endure such treatment? Thus, Mom Gu approached the school leaders, saying that she wanted to exchange the admission letters for the two children, and that it had nothing to do with Gu Ran. It was simply because she felt Gu Ran was more suitable for the mecha department, and there was no melodramatic real and fake daughter nonsense involved. The school leader looked at Mom Gu, who seemed to take it for granted, and was at a loss for words. How could there be such a biased person in the world? That was a child she had given birth to, and she was so casually abandoned. The school leader finally couldn't hold back and exclaimed, "Why don't you care for such an outstanding child like Gu Mingyue, and instead lavish affection on Gu Ran, the fake daughter?" Mom Gu looked at him oddly. The school leader didn't know what to say because her expression showed such a lack of understanding that he began to doubt whether they were living in the same world. Gu Mingyue outstanding? Mom Gu felt like she had heard a huge joke. How was she outstanding? Was it because of Gu Mingyue's runway walk? That was just relying on her looks. Our Gu Ran is also very pretty. The school leader was exasperated. He hadn't even mentioned anything about runway shows. Why was this person speaking so off topic? Mom Gu, please don't change the subject. Do you really not know how outstanding Gu Mingyue is? Do you know who won first place in the show on the tip of the tongue? It's Gu Mingyue, and her talent in mecha is exceptionally good, far surpassing Gu Ran. Teachers from both the mecha and logistics departments are fighting to have her, but now, whenever Gu Mingyue and Gu Ran meet, she disappears. And we're scared it's because Gu Ran killed Gu Mingyue. Mom Gu was utterly stunned by what she heard. She even began to doubt whether her ears were working properly. What do they mean by Gu Ran killing Gu Mingyue? Her well-behaved and adorable little daughter, who wouldn't dare step on an ant since childhood. How could she kill Gu Mingyue? And claiming that Gu Mingyue was the first in that competition was even more absurd. How could someone who came from a trash star possibly have access to food production? So, Mom Gu thought the school leader was joking with her and waved her hand dismissively, saying, "What are you talking about, leader? Let us talk about serious matters next time. Don't tell jokes." The leader was speechless with anger. He had never encountered such an outrageous mother. He even doubted whether this mother really knew nothing and dared to come and support Gu Ran. The school leader couldn't argue with her. So he simply laid out all the evidence he had gathered recently before Mom Gu. At first, she had a smirk that carried a hint of disdain. But after going through all the materials, her expression froze, as if she had just gotten 10 years' worth of Botox. The school leader helplessly asked, "Can we have a proper discussion now?" Mom Gu remained silent, only moving her lips slightly, as she genuinely didn't know what to say. Everything was too surreal. So surreal that she questioned whether she had stepped out with the wrong foot this morning, whether she should have stepped out with the right foot instead. Otherwise, how could Gu Mingyue suddenly transform into someone who not only won first place in a competition, but also defeated Gu Ran in a military academy competition? It was as if someone had told her that the pearl she had always cherished was fake, made of fish eyes, and the real pearl had been tossed into the sea without her noticing. At that moment, Mom Gu didn't know what to say, as anything she might say would seem very strange. After all, if she continued to support Gu Ran at this point, it would appear somewhat mentally unstable, like a madwoman. But if she supported Gu Mingyue, it would seem like she was doing so for her own benefit, supporting whichever daughter performed better. Mom Gu had never faced such a difficult choice in her life. Both sides felt like slaps to her face. She maintained the last bit of her dignity as a wealthy lady and kept the stiff smile on her face, then said in a cold tone, "I need to go back and discuss this with my husband. Please handle everything as you see fit for now." After saying that, she decisively ended the holographic communication. Since marrying, she had focused on being a good wife and mother. Her biggest entertainment activity each day was playing mahjong, chatting with other wealthy ladies, and attending fashion exhibitions. Family was everything to her, so when her daughter was outstanding, Gu Ran naturally became her support. But now to be told that this support was fake, that it was gilded and hollow, it was of no support at all, and Mom Gu was already on the verge of a breakdown. After hanging up, she messaged Dad Gu and explained everything. Although there were some mixed-up words, she still managed to convey the gist of the situation. Then, as she anxiously waited for a response by her light brain, she thought, what to do? What to do? It felt like this situation would bring disaster upon the Gu family. With a daughter like Gu Ran and the things she had done, they would never be able to hold their heads high at any banquet in Capital Star again. Moreover, Gu Mingyue's situation was also very tricky. But that daughter was currently missing, and there was little chance of survival, so there was no point in worrying about her for now. At that moment, Mom Gu was filled with hatred. If only Gu Mingyue wouldn't return, then Gu Ran could honestly go to the logistics department without causing so much trouble. If it weren't for Gu Mingyue's presence, they wouldn't have harbored such bad intentions. All of this was Gu Mingyue's fault. Mom Gu scolded her newly found daughter in her heart multiple times, feeling unsatisfied. She even thought through gritted teeth that it would be best if Gu Mingyue were dead. If she were dead, they could still put on a loving facade. Otherwise, just looking at Gu Mingyue's face made it impossible for her to even pretend to be kind. About 2 hours later, Dad Gu finally replied, but the message contained only 5 words. "I'll be home soon." Mom Gu shivered at the sudden coldness of those 5 words. It had been a long time since she had seen her husband so angry at home, but she could still recall how fiery his temper had been when he was younger, even smashing tables in front of outsiders. Now, with such a huge issue at home, she didn't know how it would all be resolved in the end. Mom Gu waited anxiously, and finally, her husband returned. Dad Gu had a serious expression. "There is only one way to resolve this matter. We absolutely cannot stand in opposition to Gu Mingyue. On my way back, I have already contacted someone inside the military academy to investigate, and they have uncovered all the evidence in the forums regarding this. Gu Mingyue has done a lot of good things behind our backs." Although Dad Gu said this, the cold smile in his eyes was sharp, as evident as a knife. It was clear that any praise he offered was not genuine. Mom Gu also complained about Gu Mingyue. This child would only bring us trouble when she returned, hiding her abilities as if she were afraid we would harm her. Gu's mother blurted out this sentence, and then the room fell into silence. Because both of them thought of it. Isn't it true? They had snatched Gu Mingyue's admission notice. How could this matter be explained clearly? Gu's mother, feeling a bit guilty, added softly, as her parents, "We must be doing this for her own good. Look, she's going to the logistics department, which is a perfect match for her. Isn't it just right that she can cook?" If it weren't for her insistence on participating in that competition, everything would have been perfect. This child really doesn't understand. Gu's father said nothing, nor did he nod. He just silently puffed on his cigarette. The whole room was filled with swirling smoke. Gu's mother had always hated Gu's father smoking at home, but now she was as quiet as a quail, not daring to say a word. Just as Gu's father and mother were silent, Gu Ran called. She felt that something was off. If Gu's mother had already negotiated with the leaders, she would definitely have messaged her immediately to let her know that everything was fine and she could continue living in peace, but that hadn't happened. A strong sense of foreboding lingered in Gu Ran's heart, like crows cawing in the sky, making one feel anxious. Gu Ran forced herself to calm down, telling herself that the country would never abandon her, but that empty feeling was like a ghost. always following her. Gu Ran could no longer hold back, so she made this call. Gu's mother glanced at her phone, then at her husband, asking if she should answer this call. Gu's father silently took a long drag from his cigarette and exhaled a cloud of white smoke. Answer it. As soon as she picked up the phone, Gu Ran's tearful voice came through, trembling with emotion. Mom, what should I do? I feel like they are scolding me even more. You'll help me, right? Gu's mother looked very conflicted. After raising this child for so many years, her feelings were naturally very deep. Gu's mother really didn't want to give up on Gu Ran, but the situation now was that if she didn't give up on Gu Ran, the entire Gu family would be dragged down by her. She couldn't make a decision. Gu's father took over the light brain and looked at his pampered daughter crying on the video screen. He only said one sentence. The Gu family is Gu Mingyue's Gu family, not yours. Chapter 328. The incident occurs. Gu Ran felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. Although her father, Mr. Gu, rarely spoke at home, she could definitely feel his love for her, not to mention the money he had spent on her, which was indeed more than what he had invested in her brothers. Gu Ran had never doubted the love of the Gu family for her, but now, suddenly hearing someone tell her in such a cold tone that it was her father, who had always doted on her, it was just too much for her to accept. With a pale face, Gu Ran raised her head, revealing an expression of disbelief. Father, are you serious? Are you really going to abandon me? Don't you still consider me your most beloved daughter? Gu Ran was extremely flustered, nervous, and helpless, but her voice remained very weak, evoking a strong sense of protectiveness in others. Mrs. Gu could no longer bear to watch and turned her head away, as if feeling a bit guilty. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Gu Ran recalled that her mother had promised her something and immediately pressed her, though her tone still conveyed a sense of vulnerability. Mom, didn't you promise me that I wouldn't have to bear this alone? I know you still love me. I can't hold on much longer. Gu Ran cried heartbreakingly, looking utterly devastated, which made her appear particularly pitiful. Mrs. Gu's heart softened. She glanced at her husband, Mr. Gu, who showed a hint of reluctance this time. Fine. You have been our Gu family's daughter for so long. We'll take on this matter for you. However, whatever happens afterward, whether you do something or face punishment, has nothing to do with our Gu family. Do you understand? Mr. Gu said, and there seemed to be a sliver of familial affection in his words. But to Gu Ran, this little bit of affection was worthless. Who would want such false emotions that couldn't truly take responsibility? However, Gu Ran was someone who knew when to stop. She wouldn't continue to entangle herself further. If she did, she might lose even this small semblance of connection. So, even though she was internally cursing the Gu family, she maintained an outward appearance of being the beloved little princess of the Gu family, the innocent, pure, and kind little princess. As such, she couldn't harbor resentment against her family. Mr. Gu had finished smoking his cigarette and finally revealed his plans. You can no longer stay at the Imperial Military Academy. Your mother will handle the admission letter issue. You'll need to undergo an examination regarding Gu Mingyue's disappearance. If it turns out you had nothing to do with it, our Gu family will pay to send you to a remote star system. To Mr. Gu, this was already a display of kindness towards Gu Ran, but to her, it felt no different from exile. They simply wanted to prevent her from continuing her life on Capital Star. And without living there, she wouldn't have any opportunity to turn her life around. Naturally, Gu Ran could not accept such a life. But now that things had come to this point, she could only temporarily accept it. However, Gu Ran felt somewhat at ease in her heart. She believed that the school would have no concrete evidence proving that she had pushed Gu Mingyue. If that were the case, the worst outcome would simply be going to a remote star system. It wouldn't lead to imprisonment. Once she arrived at the remote star system, she was confident that with her capabilities, she would carve out a new world for herself, even if it would be much more difficult. Indeed, after sorting through all the logical connections, Gu Ran understood that the Gu family would still be able to help her in more ways, so she needed to maintain a good relationship with them. Even though their current attitude was ambiguous and unspeakable, she still had to seize every opportunity to protect herself. After coming to this realization, Gu Ran hid away the little bits of dissatisfaction and resentment from her earlier words. She had to keep a good backup plan for herself and absolutely could not make any more mistakes. Her life couldn't withstand a second error. Mrs. Gu, after all, still felt heartbroken for her daughter. Seeing Gu Ran silently shedding tears, she decided to take the initiative to handle the admission letter issue for Gu Mingyue. Thus, Mrs. Gu sent a message to the school. Upon hearing the employer's decision, the school leaders thought this woman really was not clear-headed. Even at this point, she was still shielding Gu Ran. Wasn't he that just asking for trouble for herself? However, Mrs. Gu added that if it turned out later that Gu Ran was indeed responsible for the incident, they would sever their mother-daughter relationship and let the school handle it. After hearing this, the school leaders felt that this couple still had some sense. They were not stubbornly pursuing a dead end, and there was still a chance for redemption. After confirming with the Gu family, the school released the Gu family statement on their official website. Based on our investigation into the admission letter issue, Mrs. Gu stated that it was her own decision and therefore has nothing to do with Gu Ran. However, the Gu family still feels uncertain about whether Gu Mingyue's death is related to Gu Ran, so we await further investigation. Once these two statements were released, those who saw them began to question if they were living in a starry universe. How could such a family exist? How could such parents exist? I briefly put myself in Gu Mingyue's shoes. If I were to see this news, even if I were dead, I would probably be so angry that I would rise from my coffin to demand an explanation. I now think Gu Mingyue has a good temper. With a family like this, even at this moment, they still lean towards Gu Ran. One can only imagine how they treated her normally. That's right. It must be something everyone can imagine, which is why Gu Mingyue achieved her accomplishments all on her own, without relying on the Gu family's influence at all. Thinking of this possibility, the sympathy for Gu Mingyue deepened, while the resentment towards Gu Ran intensified. A kind-hearted, outstanding girl who had climbed up from the most remote garbage star was being compared to a selfish, scheming woman from a young age. Naturally, people would choose the talented girl. Gu Ran frantically scrolled through the forum, reading countless mocking comments directed at her, seeing people joking and making memes at her expense. Why were these people so excessive? Had they forgotten how they once praised her as a genius girl? Had they forgotten how they once adored her? How could they change their faces to this extent in an instant? Gu Ran trembled with anger, stabbing Gu Mingyue with several more mental daggers. Even if Gu Mingyue were dead, she still felt unhappy. How could it be like this? This person was dead, yet she had dug so many pits for her. Gu Ran's jealousy and resentment grew like weeds. If Gu Mingyue were not currently missing, she would have wished to take them both down together. Gu Ran felt that what she had done was worth it. After getting rid of Gu Mingyue, she would no longer have that inner demon haunting her. Indeed, Gu Mingyue had become her inner demon. Just thinking about how Gu Mingyue would have greater opportunities for development made Gu Ran uneasy. Now that Gu Mingyue was dead, with no further chances for development, Gu Ran felt as if she had regained her inner balance. Gu Ran locked herself in her dormitory and calculated her gains and losses this time. After thinking it over, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Although things did not develop as she had imagined, it was still acceptable. The fact that Gu Mingyue was dead was enough to make her happy. It didn't matter that the Gu family and the school had abandoned her. She would make these people regret it when she slowly stood atop the peak of the empire. Those who betrayed her today would all crawl at her feet, weeping and confessing. Gu Ran had repeatedly dreamed of becoming the goddess of war in the empire. Admired by thousands, that dream felt so real as if it had actually happened. Gu Ran believed this was her prophetic dream, something that would definitely happen. She would come back. By then, she would be showered with love and honor, and these small matters could be easily washed away. She firmly believed that day would come. Gu Ran lowered her head and laughed eerily, her laughter growing louder, to the point where her roommate in the next room could hear her. Upon hearing the creepy laughter through the window, her roommate immediately ran to the forum to post a message. I suspect Gu Ran has gone crazy. I'm a classmate living right next to her, and with our windows open, I could clearly hear the laughter coming from her room. Wow, this description sounds terrifying. Is this person up to something bad again? She is really scary. Being able to manipulate a pair of adoptive parents to the point where they're still speaking for her, even now. I truly admire that. But is that laughter really happening? It can't be to the point of madness, right? Also live next to Gu Ran, and I heard that laughter too. It's really terrifying. Friends, can anyone host me for a night? I don't want to stay here anymore. Just then, a loud bang suddenly erupted from the already sealed teaching building. The tremendous roar echoed throughout the campus, disturbing everyone who was trying to sleep. Chapter 329. Vegetarian Feast. The source of this voice can be traced back to earlier events. Gu Mingyue had been staying in this dark and terrifying underground prison. But because of the man's company, she didn't feel that this place was too frightening. Instead, the man's unusual reactions made her more curious about this strange location. Therefore, Gu Mingyue's activities these past few days mainly consisted of cooking, meditating to increase her mental strength, and exploring this mysterious place. Besides that, Gu Mingyue's greatest joy each day was watching the stubborn man eat every bite of the meal she prepared. However, at this moment, Gu Mingyue was unaware that the man had already developed the idea of sending her away. He just couldn't settle down to make this very difficult decision. This choice was truly hard. As a human, one naturally craves warmth, and the same goes for deities. For him, who hadn't felt sunlight in a long time, Gu Mingyue was the glimmer of dawn that had re-entered his soul. Although Gu Mingyue couldn't bring about any significant change to his current life, even a little light was enough for him to continue persevering. However, such days would eventually come to an end. He couldn't remain happy forever. The man had already made a preliminary judgment about this matter, but he still hesitated to let Gu Mingyue leave so soon. It was already very late today. Very late. He couldn't delay any longer. His raven-like eyelashes obscured his beautiful eyes. As usual, Gu Mingyue brought the prepared meal to him. Originally, she wanted to wait and see the man's refusal, but unexpectedly, this time he began to eat in front of her. Gu Mingyue was a bit surprised, but more so, she was happy. It was like feeding a stray animal that had never allowed you to get close. After many days of persistence, the animal's attitude had softened. What a joyous thing that was. At least, Gu Mingyue was quite pleased. She simply sat cross-legged beside the man, watching his graceful and elegant eating movements. This man's elegance was different from that of Shao Qi. Shao Qi's grace was cultivated through royal upbringing. Although Gu Mingyue didn't know how Shao Qi exuded such a strong royal aura. However, the elegance of this man was ethereal and light, reminiscent of a spirit, carrying a divine grace. Even though his face was completely disfigured, the genuine aura he radiated with every movement was truly stunning. Watching him eat felt like witnessing an art form, a rare sight to behold. While eating, the man discreetly tucked his hair behind his ear so that Gu Mingyue wouldn't see the change in his hair color. "You should leave," he said coldly. His tone was not as fierce as when they first met. It seemed emotionless, yet Gu Mingyue sensed a resolute determination in those few words. It was as if a deity, devoid of emotions, spoke rules of the world with every utterance. Feeling his determination, Gu Mingyue didn't delay any further but smiled and said, "All right, then I'll trouble you later. But let's finish dinner together." Gu Mingyue had spent several days in this dark underground, yet her biological clock was precise, and she could always tell the time. The man silently finished the bite in his mouth, and his silence was an implicit agreement. Gu Mingyue smiled, feeling quite happy. After all, he hadn't left without a word like the little bear did. She took this tacit acceptance as a hint of the man's unspoken feelings. She blinked. "Then I'll go prepare tonight's meal. Wait for me." Although she didn't know how he would send himself away, Gu Mingyue wouldn't feel sad about this brief separation. As this place was at the military academy, unlike the distant Federation, she could come back whenever she wanted. Gu Mingyue had already planned that even if she left this time, she could come back to visit a friend whenever the opportunity arose. As for tonight's dinner, Gu Mingyue initially couldn't decide what to make, but after glancing at the man's ethereal and spiritual aura, she decided to prepare a vegetarian feast. He gave her the impression of a celestial being who didn't consume mundane food, yet he had eaten all the various dishes she had previously offered. To be honest, Gu Mingyue felt that vegetarian dishes suited his temperament the best. They were light and appeared devoid of any worldly heaviness, yet they could subtly soothe the heart. It was a natural and refreshing feeling, free of any pretense or greasiness. Gu Mingyue mentally drafted several recipes, such as Luohan vegetarian dish, sweet and sour eggplant, stir-fried lettuce, tofu casserole, and dry pot thousand-layer tofu. Among these dishes, some were particularly light, like the stir-fried lettuce, while others had a rich bean flavor, such as the tofu casserole. The Luohan vegetarian dish was hearty, containing not only black fungus, but mushrooms, carrots, snow peas, and fried tofu, but also water chestnuts. Many people believe that vegetarian food is synonymous with blandness, but is that really the case? Not at all. Vegetables come in so many varieties, far exceeding the types of meat, and each has its own texture. For instance, leafy greens are crisp, and when bitten, one can feel the fibers in the mouth. Root vegetables like potatoes and sweet potatoes have a soft and rich texture with a noticeable sweetness. Not to mention various aquatic vegetables like water chestnuts, which have high water content and a light, crunchy texture, akin to eating a large piece of ice, yet with more flavor than ice. All these combinations create a delightful experience. Each vegetable seems to possess its own spirit and soul, perfectly aligning with human preferences. Countless combinations together create a harmonious and delicious dish. It's worth noting that poorly cooked meat can have a fishy and sour taste, accompanied by the unclean flavor of blood, but vegetables are not like that. Even the most inexperienced cook couldn't ruin vegetables, as they are inherently sweet and fresh, with a natural flavor that captivates one's senses. For example, Gu Mingyue had seen someone cook meat without blanching it first, resulting in a dish that could only be called demonic cuisine. Anyone with a sense of smell and taste would find it unbearable. However, if one were to cook vegetables without blanching them, it would have a significant impact. In ancient Earth, one of the most important ingredients for vegetarian dishes was tofu, and there were various kinds, such as dried tofu after being drained or fried tofu skin, or simply delicious tofu itself. Tonight, Gu Mingyue planned to include all three types of tofu in her vegetarian feast, one being tofu skin, another ordinary tofu, and the third thousand-layer tofu. Each type of tofu had its own flavor. For instance, tofu skin had a particularly charming texture. Ordinary tofu was soft and easily absorbed flavors, while thousand-layer tofu had a bouncy QQ texture, each with its unique characteristics. If Gu Mingyue could choose for herself, her favorite would definitely be chiba tofu, especially when it's made into a dry pot. Sautéed with onions, then adding green peppers and chiba tofu, and finally drizzled with her beloved sauce. The resulting flavor is truly amazing, bringing with it a smoky essence from the big pot cooking. The most important thing is that after cooking, the chiba tofu emits a rich aroma, almost like meat, which is a very deceptive flavor that makes people feel as if they are eating meat. This is a great alternative for those who cannot accept purely vegetarian food. Another advantage of cooking vegetarian dishes is the speed. They generally do not require lengthy stewing processes. For example, in the dish Gu Mingyue plans to make today, only the braised tofu needs to be stewed, while the other dishes can just be stir-fried. If they are stir-fried for too long, the vegetables will lose their crunch. In contrast, meat dishes typically require a long cooking time before they can be eaten, making it unlikely to achieve the same speed as with vegetables. Especially since Gu Mingyue has already prepared all the vegetables in advance and stored them for freshness. She just needs to take them out and put them straight into the pot. During this afternoon, Gu Mingyue spent half of her time exploring this confinement area. It is dark but dry and clean. There are no strange smells. Instead, there is a faint hint of grass and trees, reminiscent of the scent of spring. However, what's fascinating is that Gu Mingyue cannot sense any mental energy fluctuations other than their own, as if there is no one monitoring them nearby. This is quite strange because if this man were indeed a serious criminal locked up here, how could there be no one specifically watching over him? But it seems that this is something the man will not tell her, so she decides to wait. After all, there will be plenty of opportunities later, and if necessary, she can just jump into the courtyard every couple of days. At this moment, the man has no idea what Gu Mingyue is thinking. If he did, even a celestial being would be infuriated by her. Chapter 330. Come out and inquire. Fortunately, the man did not know about this matter yet, so he could calmly wait for a while before sending Gu Mingyue out. As the dishes were finished cooking, Gu Mingyue glanced at them and decided it was almost time. She took out the most beautiful and finest plate from her space and served the dishes onto it. Gu Mingyue's tableware was all white porcelain, crystal clear, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to faintly glow. It was clearly not an ordinary work. She had made this set herself before enrolling in school. Only this kiln produced such a set, while the others had more or less some flaws, which Gu Mingyue smashed and buried. Now, these pure white, Immaculate plates were filled with various vegetables and tofu, some watery and some vibrant green, truly resembling a celestial feast from Yaoqi. Moreover, Gu Mingyue had prepared a special item. She took out a small lotus-shaped vessel from her space, which contained a piece of dry ice. Gu Mingyue cheerfully placed this by the dining table where they sat on the ground, creating a truly ethereal ambience. Gu Mingyue couldn't say she was fully satisfied. The time was too rushed this time, and she hadn't been able to prepare well. Next time, it could be even more grand. However, even so, it was already beautiful enough. The man quietly watched Gu Mingyue arrange everything, transforming the small space before him into a vibrant and fragrant setting. The peaceful atmosphere was somewhat at odds with the overall environment, yet it felt like a candlelight dispelling the eerie darkness of the night. The table was still steaming with hot dishes, looking incredibly delicious. The man did not hesitate and picked up his chopsticks to start tasting. He had to admit that each dish tasted exactly the same as he remembered, and the dishes on the table today were all ones he had seen long ago. It seemed to be an anniversary of their first encounter, when Gu Mingyue had prepared a full table of dishes. The tofu was as rich in flavor as today, melting in the mouth, leaving only warmth on the lips and tongue. The vegetables were just as crisp and had an excellent texture. The memories he had made Gu Mingyue forget were only remembered by him now. A sense of loneliness and reluctance that he had never felt before lingered in his heart. This was probably the last meal he would have with Mingyue. It was quite nice. The two of them had a very convenient dinner, especially the man, who almost finished the entire table of dishes bite by bite. After finishing his meal and putting down his chopsticks, he wanted to urge Gu Mingyue to leave. Suddenly, he saw Gu Mingyue pointing at his hair and saying, "So you don't have black hair after all. Your hair has turned green." The man looked up in surprise and glanced at his left shoulder. There, his hair, which had been entangled with dark energy like black flames, had returned to its original clean and clear state. It was a light green with a hint of jade-like luster. He had to say that the man with green hair looked even more extraordinary. This was the first time Gu Mingyue had seen it, but unfortunately, the man's face was ruined. If his face hadn't been damaged, how stunning would this scene be? Although there was a slight regret, Gu Mingyue did not hold back her compliments. "Your green hair is beautiful, just like jade." Gu Mingyue smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, and pointed to her own hair. "I wonder how I can get the same color?" This green was actually a manifestation of the natural power hidden within a man. Previously, that natural power had been compressed by dark energy to the point of being almost invisible, and only now did it reemerge. If others wanted to acquire the same green hair, there was only one way to obtain the natural power from a man. The only method to do that was through kissing or more intimate actions. In his previous life, the man had only seen Gu Mingyue's green hair for a second at their parting. That kiss was one of his pillars of support over the years. The man's ears turned red and quickly hardened his expression. Without saying a word, he pressed a button beside him, and the door opened in the distance. Gu Mingyue looked at the door and then at the man, feeling even more curious about the situation. However, since he had made his intention to send her off so clear, Gu Mingyue simply said her goodbyes and left. What Gu Mingyue did not realize was that going out from this private area seemed quiet, just opening a door, but from the perspective of her classmates and teachers at school, it was as if the teaching building had experienced an earthquake. The man easily opened the door, causing quite a stir, so much so that when Gu Mingyue crawled out of that place, the school leaders looked at her as if she were some prehistoric monster. "Gu Mingyue." The school leader, too shocked, stammered out an inappropriate remark. "You're actually still alive?" "Gu Mingyue. What else would there be?" After the school leader finished speaking, he finally realized he had misspoken, quickly adding, "I mean, how did you survive?" Gu Mingyue glanced at the curious classmates in the distance, a smile appearing on her face. "How about we find a quiet place to talk? This really isn't appropriate, don't you think?" Only then did the school leader come to his senses, quickly calling for people to surround the area, and then took Gu Mingyue to his office. During the journey, Gu Mingyue did not chat with the leader, but hurriedly opened her light brain to report safety to Shaoqi. Shaoqi, anxious and angry for so many days, had no anger left upon seeing Gu Mingyue. Now, Shaoqi didn't have time to express his longing and worries, instead quickly telling Gu Mingyue everything that had happened in between. With Shaoqi there, this process did not take long. He very concisely explained the significant events that had occurred. However, even though Xiao Qi had summarized everything, it still sounded unbelievable. After hearing about Gu Ran's outrageous actions without any bottom line, Gu Mingyue remained remarkably calm, not showing any emotional fluctuations. But upon hearing more and more incredible events, Gu Mingyue was already restless. And when she learned that her identity had been exposed to everyone, Gu Mingyue almost wished she could leave this planet on the spot and continue her life on another one. After all, losing one's identity was an extremely frustrating and overwhelming matter in any era. She never expected to lose her identity so unexpectedly. Sigh. Gu Mingyue, feeling a bit desperate, confirmed with Xiao Qi once again. Really, everyone knows who I am? Xiao Qi firmly told her yes. Gu Mingyue. Xiao Qi comforted Gu Mingyue, saying that the military academy students were still quite rational and wouldn't engage in any idle-chasing incidents, so it shouldn't disturb her life. Gu Mingyue wasn't actually worried about that. She just felt that each of her identities had its own unique aspects, and it would be best if they didn't interfere with each other. However, since it was unavoidable, she had to accept it. Moreover, in order to ensure that Gu Ran would no longer be like an annoying cockroach, the identity of Yugong would have to be dropped sooner or later. Dropping it earlier seemed to yield better results than she had imagined. Gu Mingyue quickly grasped everything through Xiao Qi's messages and then entered her own territory. The school leaders first placed a cup of hot tea in front of Gu Mingyue and then began a heart-to-heart conversation. However, Gu Mingyue took the initiative. I want to ask, do you know that there are such dangerous places in our school's teaching building? Who is the person being suppressed down there? The school leader's face turned green. He didn't expect the student to ask such sharp questions right away. Seeing that he remained silent, Gu Mingyue smiled and took the initiative to speak. I know this must be a big secret of our military academy, but now I am also part of this mystery, so I should have a right to know some insider information, right? Otherwise, I might as well jump down from the courtyard every day to find that person for company. The school leader. Damn, this girl has always been seen as a good student among other teachers, smart, obedient, and ambitious. Yet she has become so difficult to deal with in front of him. Although she is equally clever, isn't this cleverness misplaced? The school leader fell silent again. But this time Gu Mingyue just smiled at him, making him feel compelled to reveal the truth. He first took out a confidentiality agreement and placed it in front of Gu Mingyue, saying that once she signed it, he would tell her everything. Gu Mingyue was too curious, so, without a second thought, she signed the confidentiality agreement. Indeed, after she signed it, the school leader no longer kept silent. However, perhaps due to the school leader's insufficient rank, many core details remained undisclosed. Gu Mingyue could only learn from him that the man was there voluntarily. He would not come out and could not come out. However, it was not that he was imprisoned by the first military academy. It was simply that he couldn't. Gu Mingyue fell silent. She felt that with the information she had now, the situation seemed even more complicated. If it were indeed a case of the military academy imprisoning someone, there might still be a way to negotiate. But now, if even the military academy didn't know much about this person, it indicated that there were even greater reasons behind this matter. As Gu Mingyue contemplated the situation, her naturally serious expression made the school leader, who was already serious, regard her with a bit more admiration. She was a good material. Having just come out of such a terrifying place, she remained calm instead of feeling anxious as if she had narrowly escaped death. She was a talent. Chapter 331, revealing the truth. Just as the school leaders were praising Gu Mingyue in their hearts, they never expected to hear a shocking question that felt like a thunderbolt. So, can I frequently come back here afterwards? I feel that the man inside will be a great help to my experiments, Gu Mingyue said in a very obedient tone, delivering an especially shocking content. The teacher was stunned after hearing this. How could there be such a thing? As a rational person, his first reaction was to think that this must be false, but since the matter was significant, he dared not directly conclude whether it was feasible or not. The school leader then glanced at Gu Mingyue and stated that he would discuss this with the person in charge of the matter and would give Gu Mingyue a definite answer later. Gu Mingyue was particularly measured when dealing with the military academy, not making excessive demands. For example, this time, she threw out enough bait first and waited for the military academy to take the hook on its own without forcing them to do anything. Everything was driven by interests. Later, the school leader found he couldn't extract much information because he wasn't very familiar with the matter. Therefore, the most crucial step was to reflect Gu Mingyue's needs to his superiors and wait for a response before proceeding. Gu Mingyue wasn't in a hurry. She had another matter to attend to at the moment. It was time to settle accounts with Gu Ran. After regaining her memory this week, she could be considered to have endured humiliation and borne the burden. Regardless of what Gu Ran had done, Gu Mingyue's attitude remained not to confront her head-on. Gu Mingyue had endured for so long just to completely shatter Gu Ran's fantasies now. One must know that for someone as vain and proud as Gu Ran, simply preventing her from attending the mecha department of the Imperial Military Academy would definitely lead to more schemes from her later on. However, if she could thoroughly expose all the disgraceful things Gu Ran had done in front of the school she admired, the situation would be completely different. Gu Mingyue changed her posture on the comfortable sofa of the school leader and looked up at him, saying word by word, "It was Gu Ran who pushed me down." The school leader had already suspected this statement. However, because there were no recording devices in the building, he had no way to directly convict Gu Ran. So although there was now the testimony of Gu Mingyue, it was still not enough. He awkwardly rubbed his hands together. This matter is quite difficult to handle. Although you say it was her who pushed you, this is still one-sided. This time, she even claimed she didn't do anything. The school leader's concerns and difficulties were naturally understandable to Gu Mingyue, but she certainly couldn't let it go so easily. While in the building, she had been in contact with Xiao Qi and had already had the entire process filmed with the most concealed camera, clearly showing Gu Ran pushing her towards the skylight when they had a disagreement. Gu Mingyue showed the video to the school leader, who frowned deeply and then slammed the table angrily. "This is absolutely outrageous." Then Gu Mingyue calmly pulled out the video of her and her mother snatching her admission notice. At this point, the school leader was not merely frowning, but was so furious that he wanted to call the police directly. This matter had truly crossed the line, and Gu Ran's mother had claimed she had connections after this incident. But now it seemed that Gu Ran couldn't escape at all. The school leader immediately dealt with the matter seriously, demanding that all facts and evidence be made public. Gu Mingyue was very happy to see that the school leader would not cover for Gu Ran even a little bit, and she bid farewell to the junior leaders, leaving with a light step. One must know that when Gu Mingyue saw the original book, everyone in the military academy unconditionally believed Gu Ran, which was completely different from the current situation where everyone unconditionally believed her. Watching Gu Ran go from being the military academy's favorite through deception to becoming the favorite through her own strength today, Gu Mingyue felt that this world was quite fair. It wouldn't let good people suffer and wouldn't allow bad people to escape. However, Gu Mingyue didn't expect that after becoming the favorite of the military academy, everyone would be so enthusiastic and unreasonable in expressing their affection for her. Just after leaving the school leader's office, Gu Mingyue didn't feel anything was wrong. But the closer she got to the center of the school, the more she felt the gaze of those around her increasing. The gaze, which started as a few scattered looks, eventually turned into a blazing fire that was impossible to ignore, far too bright and glaring. As students gathered to watch the excitement, some couldn't help but start to cry when they saw this girl, as beautiful as the moon, approaching. My goodness, the person they had been thinking about was really okay. This was truly a miracle. Ever since the military academy's report stated that Gu Mingyue was missing, everyone had actually lost hope. Because going missing in the military academy was basically no different from death. After all, just think about it. If someone could go missing in such a heavily guarded school, wouldn't that imply the worst possible outcome? But when they just saw the school's report, each of them was extremely excited and thrilled, and most importantly, happy. Happy that the person they cared about was still here, not having left them. On her way back, Gu Mingyue didn't take the time to disguise herself since it was relatively short. However, she thought that having stayed there for so long, looking disheveled, everyone probably wouldn't recognize her. She didn't expect to be seen clearly. However, everyone still had a bit of kindness and knew that she had just returned from work and was tired, so they only watched her from a distance, applauding and welcoming Gu Mingyue back. But at that moment, a figure came rushing towards Gu Mingyue like a small cannonball. At first, Gu Mingyue didn't react to who it was, but her body instinctively opened her arms to catch the person. Looking down, she indeed saw the little girl He. At this moment, she was already crying with snot and tears, her whole face looking worse than a stray cat, and clearly she had lost a lot of weight. It was obvious she hadn't been eating well, not even drinking nutritional fluids properly. Gu Mingyue smiled helplessly, rubbed the little girl's head, and said, "I'm back safe and sound. Why are you crying? Shouldn't you be happy?" Without saying a word, he raised her little fist and punched Gu Mingyue's shoulder, then loudly exclaimed, "You think I don't know? It was you who knocked me out when I was with you." Gu Mingyue had known that this matter couldn't be avoided, so she consciously lowered herself and explained, "That woman was just too crazy at the time. I estimated that if you had been awake, the consequences of falling down together would have been terrifying. You would have definitely been scared to tears." He was no longer the naive little girl who believed everything Gu Mingyue said. After a bit of reflection, the little girl refuted Gu Mingyue's statement. "But I cried while waiting for you. I really thought you were gone." As she spoke, the little girl's eyes reddened again. Looking pitiful, Gu Mingyue had no choice but to apologize and swear that she wouldn't do that again in the future. He was very easy to coax, and after receiving Gu Mingyue's promise, she immediately broke into a smile. When he ran out, she only saw one message, which was that Gu Mingyue had safely left. But she had not yet seen the military academy. Later, 2 significant pieces of news were released, specifically those 2 video clips. Some dedicated onlookers had already watched them and were now discussing from a distance. "Wow, did you see those 2 messages afterward? I am shocked. How could there be such a malicious family?" It's true that the environment shapes character, and Gu Ran's terrible personality is closely related to the overall family style of the Gu family. Now all those questions have answers. It turns out the Gu family snatched Gu Mingyue's admission notice, and since Gu Mingyue didn't want to rely on Gu Ran's notice to go to school, she participated in a competition herself and received another admission notice. Others could get accepted, and being admitted to the Empire's top military academy is already impressive. But Gu Mingyue managed to get accepted twice based on her own abilities. What kind of genius is that? Everyone in the military academy genuinely admires her, because Gu Mingyue has proven with her strength that she can reach the top level in any field. She truly deserves the title of a crownless king. Now, looking back at what Gu Ran said before, every single one of those statements is a lie. Each one has collapsed under the weight of reality. Thinking about it now, it's really bizarre that we ever believe Gu Ran. Such a heartless person doesn't deserve our trust. After gaining our tears and sympathy, we find out she is such a venomous woman. What I find most remarkable about Gu Ran is her thick skin. She has done so many wrong things, yet still has the audacity to pin all the blame on Gu Mingyue. Everyone feels angry talking about this because Gu Ran is truly a master of disguise, so convincing that she almost deceived them all. If it weren't for Gu Mingyue secretly gathering so much evidence, the outcome could have been quite different. Such a malicious person deserves to be punished. What is Gu Ran doing now? Chapter 332. Gu Ran enters prison. Gu Ran had already devised her plan to leave the Imperial Military Academy. She believed that although her father, Gu Dad, spoke very firmly and mercilessly, he would eventually consider her well-being. Moreover, the money Gu Ran had saved in her private account over the years had not been touched and could serve as her starting capital in the future. Gu Ran was confident that with money, any issue could be resolved, so she wasn't particularly worried about her future life. As for becoming the battle goddess of the Empire again, that would certainly be more challenging, but Gu Ran believed that where there's a will, there's a way. As long as she was willing to plan, she would surely obtain everything she desired. Just as Gu Ran had sorted out her general thoughts for the future, she suddenly received a message on her holographic device stating that Gu Mingyue had returned. When Gu Ran saw the message, her heart clenched as if she had heard some extremely terrifying news. However, she quickly thought to herself that Gu Mingyue could not possibly be alive. This message must have been sent by someone who particularly disliked her and was just trying to scare her. Thus, Gu Ran's initial worry and panic turned into anger in an instant. She angrily clicked on the message, wanting to see which annoying person would send her such news at this moment. But just as she opened the message, she was rendered speechless. It was sent from the official account of the military academy, and there were 2 videos attached below. Gu Ran did not have the courage to click on the video. She felt her hands and feet go cold, as if she were in an ice cellar. A voice inside her seemed to be frantically warning her to run. telling her that if she didn't hurry, it might be too late. Yet, it was as if adrenaline was rushing through her. At that moment, she couldn't even think of running. Her limbs felt paralyzed, unable to move, and she could only tremble as she moved her fingers to click on a video. In the video, she saw herself rummaging through her room for the admission notice. The image of herself, who always presented herself elegantly, looked grotesque and wicked at that moment. After watching the video, Gu Ran screamed in despair. Her trembling hands could barely hold her holographic device, and she felt like her entire world was collapsing. She had originally thought that as long as Gu Mingyue had no evidence against her, she might be able to clear her name completely. But now, Gu Mingyue's various actions had mercilessly stripped away her last shred of decency. Seeing those messages, Gu Ran felt she was on the brink of a breakdown. Every comment felt like poisoned arrows piercing her. Gu Ran couldn't understand. She truly couldn't understand how things had come to this point. She used the little rationality she had left to analyze the situation, feeling that it was Gu Mingyue's fault. If Gu Mingyue hadn't filmed the video, she wouldn't be in such a passive position now. That's right, all the problems lay with Gu Mingyue. It was definitely not her own fault. It was Gu Mingyue who had the problem. Desperation flickered in Gu Ran's eyes, igniting with anger and conspiracy. She wondered if Gu Mingyue had planned this from the moment she entered their Gu family, intending to harm her. This woman was too scheming. She had to expose this matter and make everyone realize what kind of person they thought was the innocent and pure Gu Mingyue. They were just two sides of the same coin. Gu Mingyue was also a very cunning and manipulative person. If everyone knew this fact, they definitely wouldn't continue to scold her. It had to be that way. Gu Ran seemed to grasp the last straw of hope, almost frantically reinforcing this thought, unsure if she was brainwashing herself or trying to brainwash others. Then she logged into her account and, with trembling fingers, typed out line after line of accusations. You all have sympathized with the wrong person. Do you really think Gu Mingyue is some innocent little angel? She must have planned the recording long ago. She wanted to make me look bad. You people who are now saying you feel sorry for her might also be schemed against in the future. Gu Ran felt her argument was very reasonable, and she firmly believed that once this message was sent out, many people would share her thoughts. After typing out everything, she posted the article. In this piece, she still unconsciously used the tone of victim. Many people specifically watched the article and opened the video, wanting to explain word for word where the white lotus and green tea aspects were. Although at first, some people were indeed misled by Gu Ran. They made comments such as, "It's true, if Gu Mingyue had no schemes, she wouldn't have obtained 2 admission notices so quickly and made everyone like her so much. I now think Gu Mingyue might not be a good person. Everyone should be cautious." Such comments were immediately met with backlash. Anyone with a bit of rationality would not say such things. Many expressed that if Gu Mingyue were not sensible, the one stuck under that building right now would be her. One must be on guard. Gu Mingyue's actions were also for self-preservation. Others made it even clearer. You people who worry about Gu Mingyue having schemes should consider if you have done something wrong. Haven't you noticed that everything Gu Mingyue does is directed at those who wish her harm? Look at Yi following her. She has indeed gained quite a bit of benefit. Can everyone stop putting themselves in the victim's role? If you can become a victim under Gu Mingyue, there's an 80 to 90 chance you are the perpetrator. Think about this logic. Understanding this line of reasoning isn't difficult, but the challenge lies in how well Gu Ran could play the victim. Every time she portrayed herself as pitiful, the credibility of her words would skyrocket. Now, those who had been misled suddenly realized and felt ashamed. Gu Ran didn't expect that such an emotionally charged piece would be dissected like a textbook, word by word. Moreover, it revealed many of her dark thoughts hidden in her heart. What could be more humiliating than this? Gu Ran felt utterly exposed, as if stripped bare and subjected to further humiliation. At this moment, the school's official website released even more explosive news. They had already reported to the police. The Imperial Police Department stated they would intervene in this matter and, to demonstrate fairness, would disclose the entire investigation process piece by piece, ensuring that there was not a shred of concealment. Gu Ran felt even more desperate. If she were caught, her life would be completely ruined. No one would like or respect someone who had been to an imperial prison. No one. Gu Ran immediately threw all her electronic devices in her dormitory and planned to leave quietly. However, she didn't expect that just as she stealthily stepped out of the dormitory door, she had already been discovered and even reported to the police. The next second, Gu Ran found herself pinned to the ground, unable to move. She struggled fiercely and said angrily, "Gu Mingyue, if I go in, you won't be any better off. Just wait, my good fortune is coming, and your retribution is coming too." This powerless curse is like a joke, even prompting netizens to capture it and put it online, turning it into a meme. The person who edited the video is very skilled, making it extremely funny, especially with Gu Ran's pitiful green tea face. The whole scene is simply hilarious. It's likely that no one at school hasn't seen this video. But that's all secondary. At this moment, everything's settled. Gu Mingyue, having finally shaken off the clingy Gu Ran, looked at the countless messages from her parents on her holographic brain and suddenly realized that although there was one less Gu Ran, there was still a supercharged version of Gu Ma and the ever-stubborn Gu Ba. However, Gu Mingyue was already particularly tired. Although she had a good time during these few days underground, teasing that stubborn man and making some delicious food, staying in a dark environment for a long time was ultimately very exhausting. Especially during those days, Gu Mingyue had hardly slept at all. She had been continuously training her mental strength. So at this moment, after returning to her dormitory, she exchanged a few brief words with He before collapsing onto her soft bed and falling asleep. When she opened her eyes again, it was already 24 hours later. He, looking worried, was leaning at the head of the bed. When she saw Mingyue wake up, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. He said, "Do you know you've been asleep for a whole 24 hours? I was almost about to call the school doctor to check on you. If it weren't for your steady breathing, I would have been really scared." Gu Mingyue lazily stretched, feeling her mental strength more abundant than ever, as if she had gone to some magical place for a recharge. Gu Mingyue even suspected that her mental strength had broken through 3S levels. She smiled. "Oh no, did I scare our little he? What should I do? Let me make you something delicious to make up for it." He must have been very frightened this time. Gu Mingyue saw on the news that during the toughest times, he stood up and supported her, even being scolded by everyone, yet still firmly backing her. This kind of friendship, like sending charcoal in snowy weather, Gu Mingyue would remember for a lifetime. Chapter 333. Pig Stomach Chicken Soup. Gu Mingyue glanced at He's face. Her small face was pale and devoid of color, clearly indicating a recent lack of nutrition. Gu Mingyue couldn't make anything too spicy, as it would only aggravate He's liver heat. So, she ultimately chose a light yet delicious pig stomach chicken soup. This kind of soup is the best for nourishment, and drinking it warm is particularly comforting. Gu Mingyue got up and walked into her kitchen, with He following her like a little tail. The process of making pig stomach chicken soup isn't very complicated, but the initial preparation work needs to be meticulous because pig stomach must be cleaned properly. Otherwise, it will carry an unpleasant odor and won't taste fresh. The best way to clean this kind of offal is to use starch, as it won't damage the tissue structure and can clean away dirt thoroughly without leaving any residue, making it the most suitable method. However, simply washing the pig's stomach isn't enough. It also needs to be blanched in boiling water to ensure that the final broth is very clean and free of any strange smells. In addition, the prepared chicken should be chopped into small pieces beforehand, and the blood from the bones should be removed. Otherwise, it would affect the flavor of the soup. Once everything has been blanched, the preparation work is done. All that's left is to cut the pig's stomach into small strips. Then, you just need to put the pig's stomach into a pressure cooker to extract a clear broth. And then add the chicken along with slices of ginger and crushed peppercorns to enhance the flavor of the soup base. As for how to achieve the milky white broth, there's a very lazy little trick. Simply pour milk into the pot and continue to simmer it gently in a clay pot. At this point, the freshness of the pig's stomach and the rich aroma of the chicken have fully blended into every drop of the soup, accompanied by a slight tingling from the pepper, making the entire soup exceptional. Before serving, a handful of salt and chicken essence is added for seasoning, which is enough to elevate this dish to the level of a national banquet. Besides this soup, Gu Mingyue also stir-fried a dish of garlic water spinach, which is very light and refreshing. Since it was just the two of them, Gu Mingyue didn't make too many dishes, focusing on light and warming foods for health, as both of them needed to gradually recover their digestive health. For the staple food, Gu Mingyue chose homemade beef pancakes instead of rice. The pancake has a crispy outer layer, while the inside, close to the meat filling, is moist and fragrant, with the beef filling mixed with green onions, making it incredibly aromatic. He watched Gu Mingyue cook the pancakes and discreetly swallowed her saliva, as the aroma was like a small bomb capturing her senses. When the beef pancakes were ready, the pig stomach chicken soup was also completely finished. Before serving, Gu Mingyue sprinkled a handful of goji berries and red dates into the soup. The whole soup looked especially nourishing. Gu Mingyue cheerfully called He over to eat. She smiled, come, I'll help you make up for the weight you've lost these days. He was also not polite, directly using a ladle to serve both of them the delicious soup. The light green ceramic bowl held the white soup, which looked like a white lotus blooming on a lotus leaf, exuding an indescribable elegance and grace. He first took a photo and then asked Gu Mingyue if she could post it. After Gu Mingyue nodded in agreement, he happily posted the photo with a very arrogant emoji on her public account. After posting, he didn't pay it any more mind and began to seriously enjoy the meal with Gu Mingyue. This meal was incredibly satisfying. The pig stomach chicken soup, relying solely on its own flavor, had already won He's heart. The soup contained enough white pepper, making it so that drinking it would make one feel warm all over without being particularly spicy. It felt as comforting as family love, warming both the heart and body. Although its flavor wasn't extremely pronounced, it still left a lingering taste. The garlic water spinach was perfectly cooked, remaining crisp, and the aroma of the garlic was evenly distributed on each piece. This must be what they call the wok breath. While eating, he gave Gu Mingyue a thumbs up, and after swallowing a piece of the vegetable, she asked, "It's strange. I don't understand why I can never stir-fry vegetables to be this crisp and tender. Either they turn out too old and lose their texture, or they're still raw. It's really hard to master the cooking time." As she spoke, he furrowed her brows, looking quite distressed. Gu Mingyue explained to her how to gauge the heat and when to add the vegetables at the perfect time. These little tips seemed simple to say, but they were the result of Gu Mingyue's years of accumulated experience, filled with wisdom. Many operations that seemed insignificant or appeared to lack technique could make the vegetables extremely tasty in the end. After hearing this, he felt enlightened. Many things she had previously half understood were now fully clarified. For example, it's essential to stir-fry over high heat and not to add the vegetables before the pan is hot enough. Otherwise, the vegetables won't taste fresh. He quickly opened her light brain and noted down these tips, planning to try them out a few times when she got back. Seeing how diligent he was, Gu Mingyue quickly cut a piece of beef pancake and placed it on He's plate. This beef pancake was juicy and had a crispy exterior while being tender inside. It was still warm from just being cooked. The outer layer had been fried to a golden crisp, crumbling upon a bite, especially since Gu Mingyue had sprinkled a handful of white sesame seeds on top, making it increasingly fragrant with each chew. The pancake was rich in meaty aroma. Anyone who enjoys pancakes would definitely be interested in this one. And he was such a person. She preferred pancakes over rice. Of course, since this meat pancake was a bit greasy, he didn't dare to eat too much. After tasting just one piece, she reluctantly put down her chopsticks and began to drink the pig stomach chicken soup. Although the pancake was incredibly fragrant, it was indeed a bit oily. After sipping the soup, the greasy feeling instantly vanished, and paired with a bite of the refreshing vegetables, there is nothing more comforting than this meal at that moment. After finishing the meal, Gu Mingyue's tired face didn't prompt he to linger. After agreeing to meet at the training ground tomorrow, he bounced out. However, after leaving Gu Mingyue's dorm, he thought to check her account and was surprised to find that her public post had received an overwhelming number of likes and comments. Many people were frantically asking if it was really made by Gu Mingyue herself. He picked a few questions that looked pleasant and replied. This stirred up even more envy and jealousy among everyone. Oh heavens, why aren't they friends with Gu Mingyue? Just look at how the first thing Gu Mingyue did after surviving was to make delicious food for he. What a divine friendship this is. It's too precious. Many people were on the verge of tears from envy. However, everyone is well aware that he deserves the kindness that Gu Mingyue has shown her. It should be noted that at that time, he was alone, facing everyone's hostility, speaking up for Gu Mingyue. Moreover, there was no evidence at that time, so he was severely criticized. Therefore, even though the classmates who were feeling sour and jealous could only talk about it verbally upon seeing this scene, they still admired her in their hearts. Some classmates, however, had a slightly different focus. They were more concerned about whether the logistics department students could start selling food again. Since the incident with Gu Ran, everyone had been busy watching the drama, and the logistics students, to show their support for Gu Mingyue, had stopped selling dishes made from Gu Mingyue's recipes. However, at that time, everyone was so engrossed in the drama that they forgot to go buy food from the logistics students. Now that Gu Mingyue has returned safely, the logistics department might even come up with some new dishes. Many students had gotten used to enjoying the food from the logistics department every lunchtime, buying a bit and sharing, allowing everyone to taste a variety of flavors in one day, which was particularly economical and cost-effective. He was unaware of this because all her energy was spent online acting as a witness for Gu Mingyue. At this moment, seeing everyone so enthusiastic about the food from the logistics department, a wave of pride surged in He's heart, and this pride naturally stemmed from Gu Mingyue. Without Gu Mingyue, there wouldn't be the logistics department's success today. Mingyue is truly amazing. This matter has unknowingly fermented significantly. Even many teachers would go to the logistics students during lunch to buy some food. It seems it's time to expand the scale a bit. He clenched her small fist and began to quickly think of the subsequent business plan. She decided that such trivial matters shouldn't trouble Mingyue. She could handle all the miscellaneous tasks herself. As long as Mingyue could happily and comfortably receive her earnings in the end, that would be enough. At this moment, Gu Mingyue was still unaware that she was about to receive a large sum of extra income. Chapter 334. Escalation of events, however. Gu Mingyue did not feel very happy after waking up, as her light brain was about to explode from the messages flooding in from the Gu family. All of them were messages from the Gu family, and each one carried a peculiar sense of distortion, as if a person who clearly hated someone was forced by circumstances to bow down and put on a smiling face. Gu Mingyue was very annoyed by the snobbishness of the Gu family, but she also hated their greasy, masked demeanor. Honestly, the members of the Gu family had all become quite detestable. It seemed that no matter how the universe turned upside down, only the Gu family could be this annoying. It could be considered their talent. Gu Mingyue sighed. After all, she had to face them. It was better for such sticky family members to roll as far away as possible. Gu Mingyue sat up, found a corner of the room, and opened a video call. The anger on the faces of the Gu family members opposite her hadn't yet subsided. Gu Mingyue smiled without any sincerity. What's wrong? Do you need more time to manage your expressions? Right now, it looks like I have a grudge against you. After saying this, Gu Mingyue feigned surprise. I forgot. I really do have a grudge against you, considering you snatched my admission notice. And your good daughter almost killed me directly. Gu Mu, already furious, was further provoked by her words, and her temper flared. You. Gu Mingyue smiled with a hint of malice. She pointed to her light brain and said, "Pay attention here. I'm recording a video. Everything you say can be used as evidence. So be careful with your words and actions." Unlike the Gu family's penchant for conspiracy, Gu Mingyue preferred to be straightforward and open. Sure enough, after hearing this, the Gu family members appeared as if they had been paused, their expressions becoming even more comical. Gu Mu's almost fading rationality was regained just a bit because she knew that Gu Mingyue was the kind of person who would rather destroy everything than let them have it easy. Look at her tactics. Gu Mu held back her anger and finally squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. "You are truly my good daughter." Gu Mingyue sneered. "I wouldn't dare claim to be your good daughter. Your daughter is currently in prison, waiting to be judged." Gu Mingyue leisurely counted on her fingers. "How many years do you think she'll get for intentional homicide?" Gu Mu blurted out sharply. "You vicious person." Gu Mingyue. TSK. You have the right to say that? She was becoming impatient, her gaze sharp as a knife. At this moment, Gu Ba had to step in and say, "That's enough." After he spoke, Gu Mu didn't say anything further, but her eyes still carried resentment. Gu Ba, being someone who had navigated the political world, managed to adopt a fatherly demeanor that felt authentic, at least much more so than Gu Mu's obviously fake smile. Gu Ba said, "Regardless of anything, you have the blood of the Gu family flowing in you. How can there be overnight grudges among family? Don't you think so? Gu Mingyue was utterly disgusted by his words, so she cut to the chase. Let us hear it. What do you want? Let me see if I can satisfy your demands. Although Gu Ba maintained a serious and dignified demeanor, the glint of calculation in his eyes did not escape Gu Mingyue's keen observation. He boldly stated, "You need to say that your relationship with the Gu family is actually very good, and your poor relationship with Gu Ran is her personal issue." Gu Ba added, "As long as you agree to this and do it, then 50% of the Gu family's connections and resources will tilt towards you. You know that what I gave to Gu Ran was even less than 1% of the Gu family." Gu Ba believed that no one could resist such temptation, especially since the Gu family had a long-standing reputation. His words essentially allowed Gu Mingyue to become the one in power within the Gu family. In Gu Ba's mind, he thought that after all this time, what Gu Mingyue wanted might just be this. If so, then he had leverage to negotiate with this rebellious daughter. Gu Mingyue raised an eyebrow and replied flatly, "Is that all?" Seeing her nonchalant attitude, Gu Ba's expression darkened, preparing to be tough since soft methods were failing. His tone was filled with chilling anger. "Aren't you satisfied with this? You should know this is the family fortune accumulated by the Gu family over many generations. Don't be stubborn. If you continue to be so obstinate, we will sever our father-daughter relationship. At that time, you could forget about getting any benefits from the Gu family." Gu Mingyue found it amusing. She pretended to be surprised. "Severing our father-daughter relationship? That sounds great. You should do it quickly. Go ahead and cut it off, ha ha ha." She laughed a couple of times before saying, "Under Gu Ba's murderous glare, with the Gu family's current assets and financial strength, I'm not interested at all." Gu Mingyue smiled and casually hung up the phone. Originally, Gu Ba, who thought he was almost guaranteed success upon seeing Gu Mingyue smile, had his triumphant expression wiped away by the reality of the call being disconnected. His mouth twitched in disbelief as he asked the people around him, "Did she just hang up on me?" Gu Mu was already too afraid to speak. This was an incredibly reckless act. How bold must one be to confront the head of the family like that? What she didn't know was that the exchange proposed by the man she revered like a mountain was nothing but garbage in Gu Mingyue's eyes. Ha. With the Gu family's meager assets, Gu Mingyue didn't even find them worth her time. After hanging up the phone, Gu Mingyue felt as if she had been holding her breath. The Gu family was really something, able to jump around and hit her sore spots repeatedly with precision. Gu Mingyue took a deep breath and exhaled the stagnation from her chest. One reason she was willing to take Gu Ba's call was that she wanted to see what other cards the Gu family had up their sleeves. Now it seemed the Gu family had no real cards to play, just a few stinky dollars. Did they really think they were something special? That everyone was eager for their money? Speaking of making money, Gu Mingyue's account was netting 8 figures daily. Gu Mingyue decided that since there was no way to end this matter neatly, she might as well put a complete period on it. She had Xiao Qi draft a lengthy article, collecting and organizing all the details and evidence of the situation. In addition, she prepared many prizes for a forwarding lottery, such as a 3-day, 2-night pass to a resort under the name of Yugu, as well as a 5-day, 4-night pass. Various gifts were being thrown out as if they were free. Moreover, there was a high chance that participants could win a food gift pack produced by the Wu family company. After everything was prepared, Gu Mingyue instructed Xiao Qi to release all the information, then sat back and waited for the situation to explode. As soon as the lengthy article was published, it immediately garnered countless people's attention. Gu Mingyue's Yugu account had not had any fresh updates for a long time, and now the first post was such explosive news. What onlooker wouldn't want to get involved? Not to mention, there was a chance to win a prize just by forwarding it. How could anyone resist? As a result, this matter spread rapidly, and the family secrets that Gu Dad and Gu Mom desperately tried to hide were easily revealed by Gu Mingyue. She spoke of it casually, as if it had no impact on her at all. And indeed, it was true. The negative impact of this incident on Gu Mingyue was minimal, and even the slight negative effects didn't bother her at all. After all, how could a sparrow consider the thoughts of insects? At this moment, several military academy students among the netizens came forward to corroborate Gu Mingyue's claims, proving that everything she said was true. Some onlookers, who loved to stir the pot, released edited videos of Gu Mingyue's previous fashion shows, while others, with ulterior motives, edited a version of a variety show featuring Gu Mingyue's military uniform designs exclusively for her. The crowd, eager for gossip, was overwhelmed by the abundance of juicy information. They didn't know where to start because the gossip was ripe everywhere. Of course, the most captivating things in the world are still food and beauty. Confucius once said, "Food and beauty are human nature." Gu Mingyue perfectly combined these two elements. She had the most beautiful appearance, the most unique temperament, and exceptional culinary skills. Such a nearly perfect person seemed like she could only exist in the heavens. The onlookers initially indulged in the gossip, but soon they began to drift off, crazily watching the edited clips of Gu Mingyue. "Oh my God, my idol, no, my goddess. She's even more beautiful and dazzling in real life than on the competition stage. How is that possible? Aren't people usually more beautiful in virtual reality?" It must be said that this was indeed the case. Gu Mingyue was even more stunning in real life. So the variety show featuring her military uniform and runway appearances radiated a vibrant vitality and unique beauty that delighted onlookers. After taking a good look at Gu Mingyue's beauty, everyone finally remembered the core of this matter. Besides Gu Mingyue, there was another group of people, the particularly detestable Gu family. Thinking about how their goddess was treated in the Gu family made the fans really angry, especially those who liked Gu Mingyue the most. They were even more furious at this moment. They had to seek justice for their goddess and ensure that everyone in the galaxy knew about this incident. Chapter 335. The collapse of the Gu family. Among Gu Mingyue's fans are many celebrities and aristocrats, such as relatives and powerful business tycoons. These tycoons are wealthy and influential, but they lack opportunities to get close to Gu Mingyue. They had previously believed that this mysterious goddess would never reveal her true identity. Unexpectedly, the situation took a turn when the Gu family intervened, forcing their goddess to come forward. What an incredible ally! However, the Gu family disliked these tycoons and decided to use their influence to get closer to Gu Mingyue. So, one by one, those with money contributed funds, and those with power offered their strength. Many wealthy tycoons directly shared Gu Mingyue's lengthy post and even contributed additional prizes for a lottery, which were worth more than what an average person could earn in a year. Due to the large fan base, this sharing snowballed, growing larger and larger, even reaching the ears of the information-isolated Federation citizens. Recently, the Empire has been buzzing with excitement, as if something major is happening. Can someone explain what's going on? There were indeed enthusiastic netizens who pieced together the entire event, bit by bit, and shared it with the gossiping crowd in the Federation. It had been a long time since the Federation had so many gossip-worthy events to discuss, so even though they were far from the Empire, everyone was eagerly consuming the news. However, while the Federation citizens were enjoying the gossip, they began to notice something was off. Why were the Empire citizens constantly raving about how amazing the food was? Just how incredible could this food be to captivate them so? Why didn't they have it in the Federation? It felt as if, after eating a whole bunch of gossip, they realized that the clown was actually themselves. It's not that we haven't experienced anything. We just enjoy their gossip. Now, it turns out that none of us has tasted the flavors they described. Isn't there a variety show called Same Feelings? Let's give it a try. Oh, right, there's that. Can someone share the copyright version with us? We want to see it too. I think there was something like that before. Just wait, I'll share it with you. But the show's popularity here has never been high. Only a niche audience knows about it. Amidst the chatter, some people indeed found the episode where Gu Mingyue participated in the A Bite of China competition. They even shared a menu with the tasting times and names of each dish. This approach was incredibly considerate, almost feeding the viewers directly. Curious onlookers spent a long time clicking on one dish. For example, a person interested in fish clicked on the ancient method Qilandongxing bands. This person had been bitten by a fish in the sea before, so he always found these fierce and terrifying creatures quite annoying. Now, seeing how these fish were consumed made him quite happy. He clicked through, watching the fish being scaled and deboned, feeling a sense of revenge and satisfaction. He was both surprised and delighted. The fish prepared this way was incredibly fragrant and tasted amazing. Remembering the fish that had bitten him, he eagerly wanted to replicate the same cooking method. Many others with similar experiences shared this journey. Deeply enchanted by the unique experiences each dish presented by Gu Mingyue at the competition offered. Soon, This program became a hit across the Federation. Although it gained popularity much later than in the Empire, it didn't hinder its current success. The people in the Federation valued freedom and democracy, finding this program unique and niche. It showcased their individuality and free spirits, even representing a certain degree of fearlessness and willingness to take risks. After all, everyone knew that consuming food directly came with the risk of being eroded by dark energy, which was quite an adrenaline-inducing activity. Once this trend took off in the Federation, whispers of it spread into the military. The military, which was already strict, had limited leisure time, so how could they not be interested in such a hot new thing? Thus, it quickly spread within the military, with everyone secretly logging onto the virtual star network to enjoy the joy of gourmet food. Many military commanders believed that indulging in such activities was a distraction and questioned what could be healthier than nutritional leaves. Consequently, in these military groups, the culinary craze was suppressed and no one could experience it. However, in the army led by General Ling Ji, this phenomenon seemed unnoticed, and the officers could still privately enjoy the pleasures of gourmet food. Ling Ji's secretary once asked if he needed to control this matter, suggesting that perhaps tighter control would increase training efficiency. But Ling Ji refused, his gaze filled with nostalgia. This was the food made by Mingyue, a precious memory in his life. How could he prohibit his subordinates from experiencing such a wonderful experience? Moreover, blocking would only increase curiosity. The more they tried to restrict it, the more curious everyone would become, creating a vicious cycle. It would be better to allow everyone to experience it freely from the beginning. After experiencing it, their spirits would be satisfied, allowing them to focus better on their regular training. Ling Ji firmly remembered that the food made by Gu Mingyue had the ability to heal mental strength, even stimulating its growth. Although what circulated now were virtual foods on the Star Network, they might still have some effect. Little by little, one day, it could lead to significant change. In any case, the program team and Gu Mingyue had truly made a name for themselves in the Federation. And now Gu Mingyue had genuinely achieved stardom across the galaxy. Meanwhile, the Gu family was left speechless and furious, completely at a loss on how to resolve the situation. Especially Gu, as the head of the family, had never faced such widespread criticism, and now this infamy was spreading to the Federation. Just as Gu was about to break down, his secretary rushed in, anxiety written all over his face. Gu, what could be so urgent? It's just a matter of reputation. We can slowly recover the lost fame later. He forced a bitter smile and placed some reports in front of them. The secretary's voice was dry as he said, "Our various industries are now on the brink of collapse. Many business tycoons have begun to target our Gu family's enterprises. Moreover, Mr. Gu, your political alliances may also be disintegrating. This is based on big data calculations. They currently harbor significant distrust towards you." Gu felt as if he were hearing a joke. How could this be possible? The world shouldn't operate this way. How could the Gu family's centuries of professional accumulation be reduced to this because of an article released by Gu Mingyue? Aren't they all about interests? Why were they abandoning their interests and acting so recklessly? Gu smashed the nutrient solution he had been using to calm himself. The glass shattered on the floor, scattering everywhere. Gu Dad squeezed out 3 words through his teeth. Gu Mingyue. He emphasized each word so forcefully that it felt like he was about to bite his own teeth to pieces. He never expected that bringing a daughter home would turn out to be like finding an enemy. At this moment, he flipped the table in anger for the first time and then pointedly accused Gu Mom. "The good daughter you gave birth to?" Gu Mom was infuriated by these words. Did she want to give birth to such a daughter? Moreover, it was Gu Dad who initially brought up the matter of changing the admission notice. Although he mentioned it casually, Gu Mom remembered clearly that if he hadn't said anything, she wouldn't have thought of how to proceed. Even though Gu Mom wandered around every day without managing the family's affairs, she had another powerful family backing her. So, after being upset here, she immediately decided to leave the Gu family and defiantly flipped the table herself. You dare to yell at me? Fine, I won't live like this anymore. Gu Mom almost turned around and boarded her flying shuttle directly back to her parents' home. The Gu family was left with a mess and a group of stunned family members. The once arrogant little brother of the Gu family, who had said he only liked his sister Gu Ran, was now as quiet as a quail, trembling in fear. not understanding how such a huge change could have happened overnight. Gu Dad's dejected expression appeared for a second before disappearing, replaced by a fierce look. Upon closer inspection, it bore a striking resemblance to Gu Rant's previous expression. Indeed, it was the same lineage of the Gu family. He quickly made up his mind to use our account to sell a sob story, saying that we were enchanted by Gu Ran. And now the family has realized its mistake, looking forward to the day Gu Mingyue returns home. The secretary could hardly believe what he was hearing. Generally speaking, the Gu family style was to be resolute, but this was the only time Gu Dad softened. He actually softened towards his own daughter. One could only say that fate is unpredictable. Chapter 336. The Gu family's decline, but is this really the case? Of course not. However, this secretary is still too naive. What Gu Dad is doing is not a sign of softening at all. Rather, he plans to use this incident to redirect public opinion. On the surface, it seems like he is yielding, but behind the scenes, he is plotting a bigger conspiracy. Gu Dad has already thought it through. Since Gu Mingyue is so stubborn, he will have to resort to some vicious means. How could they let a little girl run amok over the century-old Gu family legacy? Ridiculous. That's impossible. Gu Dad's strategy is to first pretend to admit his mistakes, and then once the public's perception of the Gu family isn't too negative, he will pressure Gu Mingyue. As long as he can stand on the moral high ground and point fingers, victory will be essentially assured. It must be said that Gu Dad's tactics are very similar to Gu Rant's. Both are equally ruthless and without a bottom line. If it were against someone else, these tricks might be very effective, but against Gu Mingyue, Gu Dad realizes he is completely mistaken. After Gu Mingyue released that message, she immediately dropped a video bombshell. This video contained everything the Gu family had done to her. In the end, Gu Mingyue stated, "I will never believe a word from the Gu family again. Even if they soften now, they will surely retaliate double in the future." Everyone was shocked after seeing this new video. Just listen to what Gu Dad said. Only giving Gu Mingyue half of the nutrient solution, anyone would become malnourished and anemic after a few days of that. Nutrient solutions are already adjusted to the right proportions to meet daily physical needs. Only giving half. Isn't that trying to starve Gu Mingyue? Especially after she just returned from a desolate planet, powerless and without any fans. How difficult it must have been for her at that time. Some overly sentimental fans were already red-eyed, unable to imagine how much their goddess had suffered without them. Gu Mingyue certainly knows that the Gu family statements are just playing the victim, but who doesn't know how to do that? Isn't it just playing the victim? Simple. Who could be more victimized than her when she awakened her memories? At that time, she was surrounded by wolves and tigers, with no allies to rely on except for Shaoqi. Gu Mingyue has now decided not to indulge the Gu family's bad habits anymore. She must crush all their attacks at the bud because she has many important things to do and cannot waste more time on them. Fans, realizing they had been fooled by the Gu family once again, became even angrier. The secretary was no longer just a bitter melon face. He had transformed into a prime bitter melon face. The Gu family truly is a cursed place, suddenly becoming so unpopular. Initially, the project collaborations were merely paused or canceled. But now everyone has outright ceased cooperation and is even trying to claim compensation, believing the Gu family's negative image has tarnished their own as former allies. In an instant, all employees of the Gu family felt overwhelmed. It's well known that what a company values most is cash flow. Yes, cash flow. With cash flow, even if a company is not profitable, can still last for a while, but if cash flow dwindles, a series of catastrophic problems will arise. The Gu family is now in such a situation. All their projects are halted, meaning there are no incoming funds. Everyone has begun to resist the Gu family's enterprises spontaneously, indicating that public sentiment has turned against them. This represents the near impossibility of the Gu family rising again. At this moment, Gu Dad was still trying to maintain his composure. However, after receiving a phone call, his facade of calmness completely vanished. The caller was the bank. Indeed, everyone in business has dealings with banks. If the bank refuses to give any leeway, demanding loan repayments, or even refusing to lend again, the blow to the business would be devastating. Gu Dad felt despondent. He seemed to sense that he was at the end of his rope, and the aura of impending collapse grew stronger. At this moment, The Gu family's relatives began calling Gu dad frantically. Each of them, raised by the Gu family, was even more anxious than the Gu family members themselves because they knew that if the Gu family collapsed, their days of enjoying dividends would be over. Under this pressure, Gu dad did something he had previously considered extremely cowardly. He shut down his holographic computer and stopped accepting any messages, opting for an ostrich approach. This choice clearly disappointed his two sons, who had always regarded him as the family guardian. They had never imagined that their father, who seemed so omnipotent, was actually so fragile that he couldn't withstand Gu Mingyue's first wave of attacks. Faced with their father's disappointment and fear of his sudden outburst, Gu dad suddenly felt a bit of failure. The two sons he raised didn't seem to contribute much to the family. The only one with a bit of cunning and ability, Gu Ran, had already been thrown into prison by Gu Mingyue, and the trial hadn't even concluded yet, leaving uncertainty about the outcome. Meanwhile, Gu Mingyue, who hadn't been raised by them, could do anything and had garnered the affection of many people, with everyone loving her dearly. How could this happen? Was there a problem with the Gu family's education? No, absolutely not. However, Gu dad's reflection came far too late. Everything had already been set in stone and would not change. The failure and disappearance of the Gu family were now evident. No one can withstand the waves of the times, especially not Gu Mingyue, who is such a beloved positive energy idol. After sending back all the evidence, Gu Mingyue finally felt a sense of calm. It was for that memory of herself and for her present self. They had endured so much and could finally vent their frustrations at this moment. As for what would happen to the Gu family and Gu Ran in the end, Gu Mingyue no longer cared. What she cared about now was the man underground, so she hurried to urge the school leaders to report this matter. Moreover, Gu Mingyue revealed some details this time, such as how training beside that man could accelerate the growth of her mental strength. Upon hearing this, the school leaders became very proactive, and the efficiency was high. Almost the next day, the approval came down, stating that authorized personnel had agreed to allow Gu Mingyue to frequent visits, but this frequency could only be limited to once or twice a week. In this vague range of 1 to 2 times, Gu Mingyue always interpreted it to the maximum, meaning 2 times. Then she began to prepare her research materials and pack some snacks to take with her. Gu Mingyue recalled the time when the man finished a vegetarian meal and his hair turned completely green. She wondered if he actually preferred it, or if his body was more suited to vegetarian food. So she prepared a lot of fresh vegetables and fruits in a small basket, ready to go visit him. This time, however, Gu Mingyue chose to enter through the underground passage instead of the rooftop. The underground passage was heavily guarded, with layers of security at the outer perimeter, but there were no monitors inside. When Gu Mingyue pushed open the narrow wooden door, it creaked, and she greeted the man, who looked bewildered and questioned if he was seeing things, with a big smile. "Long time no see. How have you been lately?" In fact, the man's hair had returned to a deep black with a hint of green. This didn't affect his ethereal aura, but the scar on his face was still quite frightening. His voice was a bit tense as he said, "Did you not leave? Why are you back?" After Gu Mingyue left, the man's hair remained a vibrant green for 2 days before being completely eroded by dark energy, turning back to black. Once it turned black, the pain in his body returned, akin to a relentless torment. However, when he thought of Gu Mingyue enjoying her life outside, he found the pain more bearable. What did it matter? A divine life was long and boring. This little bit of pain even reminded him that he was still alive. But when he saw Gu Mingyue return with so many fresh ingredients, he realized she had come specifically for him. Deep down, it felt like tiny bubbles of magma rising. It seemed very stable, yet the joy kept bubbling up. He had to regretfully confront his own heart. He could never resist the happiness and feelings brought by Gu Mingyue. As if it were fate, Gu Mingyue raised the basket of vegetables and said, "The military academy signed a contract with me, allowing me to come here for research." The man's expression darkened, and his voice turned stern. "Who approved this? This is outrageous. You can't stay here. You need to leave immediately." Gu Mingyue was not afraid of his threat. Instead, she felt quite at ease, as if she had returned home, and found a comfortable spot to sit down. Her smile was sweet, but her words were unwavering. "No, I'm not leaving." Chapter 337. Exploring men have always been at a loss when facing Gu Mingyue like this. Just like before, As soon as Gu Mingyue started to act spoiled, he wouldn't even know where to put his hands. Seeing him silent, his ears turning red, Gu Mingyue inexplicably raised the corner of her mouth. It was somewhat amusing to bully an honest person. This man looked fierce, yet he seemed to have little experience dealing with others, and didn't he know how to easily avoid such harassment. However, this worked to Gu Mingyue's advantage, allowing her to openly and justifiably tease this pure-hearted man without any psychological pressure. Gu Mingyue always felt an inexplicable familiarity with this man, and the longer they interacted, the more she sensed that this behavioral pattern seemed to have occurred frequently in the past. This feeling was quite strange, almost like you dreamed of a person one night, and the next day, you encounter someone identical in real life, even greeting them in a way that was not much different from your dream. This odd sense of familiarity deepened Gu Mingyue's interest in the man. However, Gu Mingyue was not one to directly ask questions, knowing that would likely yield no results. Instead, she preferred to interact with the man slowly and gather some information. In response to her demeanor, the man simply turned his face away and replied coldly, "Do as you please." This was clearly a case of someone whose words were harsh, but whose heart was soft, something Gu Mingyue never took to heart. Instead, she interpreted it as a reverse invitation. His words meant that she could stay as long as she liked. And seeing him reluctantly agree made Gu Mingyue happy as she pointed at the vegetable basket. "Then I shall begin my experiment." A flicker of confusion crossed the man's face, but it quickly disappeared, as he didn't want to be too curious about Gu Mingyue's current work. He was afraid that once he got close to her, he would no longer be able to endure his previous life. However, according to Gu Mingyue, her experiment would take a long time, and even a deity might not be able to control their desires. The man's lowered gaze was filled with hidden restraint. Gu Mingyue didn't care about his thoughts. As long as what she was doing made her happy, that was enough. Moreover, this time she came prepared. Although she intended to make vegetarian dishes, she could make them taste and feel just like meat dishes. This naturally included the vegetarian meat that Gu Mingyue specially prepared. Although made from soybean protein, it looked and tasted quite similar to real meat. This time, Gu Mingyue's vegetarian dishes were completely different in style from the last time. The previous time, she made purely vegetable dishes that were fresh and tasty, but this time she wanted to showcase her skills. So, she specially prepared vegetarian meat, not just one type, but both vegetarian beef and vegetarian pork belly, which looked very similar to real meat. Gu Mingyue directly made a dompa vegetarian meat dish, a vegetarian bun, and also prepared braised vegetarian chicken and vegetarian beef with green peppers. In addition, she made dry-fried green beans with braised noodles. Gu Mingyue was very particular about the aroma of the food. After a few moments of frying, the rich smell of the dishes filled the entire cave. The man seemed to be unable to tolerate the smell of dried chili peppers. So, when Gu Mingyue was stir-frying the green beans, he turned his head and lightly coughed a few times. Gu Mingyue secretly smiled. Then she adjusted her gaze and seriously began cooking. Once the dishes were served, Gu Mingyue was the first to ask, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "So, how is it? This table of dishes is not bad, right? Is it to your liking?" The man slightly tilted his head and nodded before saying, "Thank you." Gu Mingyue reached out with chopsticks, but then paused midair and smiled, "Since I've already invited you, and you've eaten so many meals, can I know your name?" The man hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to say. He opened his mouth, seemingly weighing whether his name would have a negative impact on the person opposite him. After a moment, he quietly uttered a word, "Xiandao." Gu Mingyue didn't know which character Tao it was, but the first thing that popped in her mind was the flowing river. Is it the Tao of the flowing river? The man raised his eyes, revealing his grandmother green eyes. Mingyue? Could it be that he had completely erased the memories of Mingyue? Why could Mingyue know which character it was right away? It was just a name. Telling Mingyue shouldn't be a big deal. He nodded and silently took the chopsticks. Gu Mingyue didn't rush to eat. Instead, she propped her chin up, looked at him, and asked with a smile, "Why you seem a bit submissive now? I remember the first thing you said when you saw me was get lost, right?" The man's ears turned red again. "Mingyue, how annoying." Gu Mingyue didn't expect any response from him, so she laughed and began to introduce herself, almost telling him all her identities in the galaxy. While she appeared casual in her storytelling, She was actually paying close attention to the man's expressions. When she saw a hint of nostalgia in his eyes, Gu Mingyue felt that a guess she had in her heart seemed to be confirmed. However, she remained composed, simply pushing the prepared dishes closer to him. Come and try them. Although each dish looks a bit meaty, they're all vegetarian. Xiandao nodded at Gu Mingyue. He knew that she was a very considerate person. After seeing him eat a fully vegetarian meal last time and his hair turning green, Xiandao had already guessed that Gu Mingyue would likely prepare another fully vegetarian meal this time. While he was eating, Gu Mingyue started her experiment, browsing the monitoring device connected to her official website. Although she was also eating, most of her attention was on the monitoring device. The device worked diligently, providing promising results. On the screen, the man across from her was initially enveloped in strands of energy, making it nearly impossible to see him inside. Normally, such monitoring devices displayed a clean view without dark energy when observing a person. If someone was already being eroded by dark energy, there would be specks of dark energy on some vital organs in the image. A person who had been eroded by dark energy would be nearly speechless, akin to a terminal cancer patient in ancient Earth times, surviving only with medical assistance. However, this man was completely wrapped in dark energy, yet could still live here like an ordinary person, a miraculous existence that seemed impossible. The moment Gu Mingyue saw the monitoring device, she was already shocked once. As she continued to observe, her astonishment deepened. Because after the man consumed the meal prepared by Gu Mingyue, the food seemed to dissolve in an instant, breaking apart into a special energy that expelled the dark energy from his body. The scene before her was as if a glimmer of light suddenly erupted from a silent black hole. After all, light could not escape the gravitational pull of a black hole, making it an existence that completely defied scientific reasoning. Gu Mingyue looked up at the man again, noticing that his originally dark hair began to fade, slowly revealing a different shade of green beneath. The color is so vibrant. It seems to be the source of life in the world, bringing joy to those who see it. Gu Mingyue had a bold guess in her heart, but it was indeed too daring. She even doubted if she was overthinking it. What brought Gu Mingyue back from her shock was the man's words. "Thank you for your hospitality. The food today was delicious." This was no exaggeration. The vegetarian dompa pork that Gu Mingyue made perfectly inherited the melt-in-your-mouth quality of pork belly after long simmering. Moreover, Gu Mingyue creatively layered the meat. For instance, the fatty layer of pork belly was made with soft tofu, while the firmer lean meat was made with dried tofu. This level of thoughtfulness was already beyond what ordinary people could achieve. The braised vegetarian chicken also restored the Q texture of chicken perfectly. The vegetarian beef with green peppers was especially perfect, with the spiciness of the green peppers and the tenderness of the vegetarian beef, topped with a thin layer of thick sauce. One could easily eat 2 bowls of rice just with this dish. Gu Mingyue, although eating somewhat haphazardly, found that both of them had a good appetite. By the time she regained her senses, the table was completely cleared, with not a drop of sauce left. Yet the man across from her still appeared calm and serene. Gu Mingyue glanced at the man again. At this moment, his hair had completely returned to a deep green color. If one didn't look at his face, he seemed like a statue carved from a whole piece of imperial green jade. Gu Mingyue then glanced at the monitor. At this moment, the dark energy around the man was reduced to a thin layer, like a veil of black mist enveloping him. Reflecting on the man's earlier appearance of agitation and pain when she first entered, and comparing it to how peaceful he had become after several days of her feeding him, Gu Mingyue had a clear understanding. These thoughts were fleeting, and she quickly lifted her face into a big smile. "By the way, would you like to learn how to wrap wontons with me? I still have a lot of fresh shepherd's purse left. It's perfect for making big wontons." Chapter 338. What happened in the past? After Gu Mingyue finished speaking, she noticed a fleeting look of nostalgia on Xuantao's face. She discreetly withdrew her gaze, realizing that the situation was even more intriguing than she had imagined. Since that was the case, she decided to continue observing how things would unfold. Gu Mingyue prepared the wonton wrappers from her space and got ready to teach the man how to make wontons. To her surprise, his fingers were incredibly nimble, and he quickly wrapped the wontons into beautiful, plump ingot shapes. Gu Mingyue raised an eyebrow, pretending not to notice, and proceeded to make another shape. It seemed as if the man was determined to compete with her. For every shape Gu Mingyue made, he would create a new one, each perfectly crafted, as if measured with a ruler. Before long, the filling and wonton wrappers Gu Mingyue had prepared were all used up, while the man still looked somewhat unsatisfied. This was the closest she had seen him to displaying human emotions, aside from the nostalgic expressions that occasionally crossed his face. Gu Mingyue had been so focused on monitoring data that she hadn't eaten much that evening, and now she felt a bit hungry. She decided to cook a portion of the wontons she had made. She served each of them a bowl, but the man didn't eat. He simply lowered his gaze and said he would eat at the next meal. Gu Mingyue was puzzled at first, but when she inadvertently glanced at the detector and saw the dark energy gradually seeping from his hair into his entire being, she felt she had found the reason behind his behavior. He seemed reluctant, wanting to save the food for later. Although this man said nothing, Gu Mingyue felt a wave of sourness rising within her, like the taste after eating several bites of lemon, bitter and acidic, almost bringing her to tears. This sudden emotion seemed to be mixed with vague fragments of memory. It felt as if she had taught someone how to make wontons in the past. But that person was clumsy and took a long time to learn, always wrapping them into odd shapes. Just then, danger struck. Gu Mingyue's spiritual power seemed to plunge into chaos, becoming uncontrollable. Countless memories surged from the depths of her mind, like a tide pulling her back to a distant summer long ago. However, those memories were fleeting, leaving behind a long-lasting sense of helpless pain. During her time in the stars, Gu Mingyue had never suffered such great torment. Even when fighting star beasts on the garbage planet, being struck and having her ribs shattered did not bring her this level of unbearable pain. Gu Mingyue, with the little rationality she had left, bitterly mused about whether the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, felt this way when his master recited the tightening spell. But the pain quickly intensified, and Gu Mingyue lost even that remaining bit of sanity, left only with a reflexive resistance to the pain. At first, Xiantao was unaware of what was happening, but then he sensed Gu Mingyue's spiritual power entering a dangerously chaotic state. He immediately sat up straight from the stone slab that had imprisoned him, raised his hand, and bore the pressure of the rules he had set for himself, pulling Gu Mingyue onto the stone slab with him. As he extended his hand beyond the slab's confines, it became pale and skeletal, as if scorched by fire, showing signs of cracking and turning black and gray. It looked terrifying. This single action nearly drained all his energy. Xiantao carefully used his spiritual power to sort through Gu Mingyue's chaotic mental energy, which was vast like the roots of mountains and rivers. With a pure force, he swiftly suppressed her collapsing and chaotic spiritual power. But that was not the end. The most challenging part was still to come. Gu Mingyue's spiritual power was already immense, and the aftermath of this collapse would be significant. Her spiritual sea needed time to be reshaped and repaired. After such a prolonged use of spiritual power to heal Gu Mingyue, the dark energy was no longer restrained and began to run rampant within Xuantao's body. Soon, his emerald green eyes transformed into a mystical dark green, and his gaze lost its purity, becoming mixed with a unique madness and obsession. Half immortal, half Azura. The moment the black and green energies intertwined was when Xiantao trembled the most, almost splitting him in half. The two opposing energies had to merge at this moment. This was no longer a simple conflict of pain, but a matter of life and death. Since that disaster, Xiantao had been determined to suppress the world's dark energy with his own body. It was a crucial and challenging task, but he had persisted for many years. As the embodiment of the world's will, he had been fully nurtured from a small world, which faced the impending collapse, just as ripe fruit naturally falls. When he first gained consciousness, the first person he met was Gu Mingyue. She had found him in the mountains and brought him back to the human world, teaching him how to interact with others and how to behave like an ordinary human. Before his muddled existence, Gu Mingyue had treated him with kindness, teaching him about human joys and sorrows. A deity was born, and he learned about love from a mortal. During his nurturing period, Xiantao had spent many years in a daze. He had always thought that his life would be like that of countless deities, devoid of joy or sorrow, observing the emotions of mortals in the small world with a detached gaze. But he was fortunate to meet Gu Mingyue. They spent several happy years together. Xiantao gradually transformed from an ignorant infant into an elegant young man. However, just when he and Gu Mingyue promised to be together forever, his long-dormant consciousness awakened. His mind became filled with new knowledge. He realized he was not an abandoned fool, nor an ordinary mortal. The lack of strong emotions he had towards others found its reason. Because he was a deity, most human emotions were irrelevant to him. The only one who could evoke feelings in him was Gu Mingyue. She was the only special existence in this world. However, the most alarming revelation was that in his inherited memories, he learned that every deity's birth was nourished by several small worlds. These small worlds would transform into nourishment, striving to help the deity complete the final step of divine recognition. It was a normal energy conservation process and the foundation of countless deities' births. No one thought it was wrong, as the birth of a deity was a challenging endeavor that brought new life to more small worlds. The small worlds serving as nourishment could only be seen as sacrifices for the sake of others. Xiantao initially thought nothing of it, but now he was different from other deities. He had someone he loved, and he had a life that mattered more than anything else. If this small world were to disappear, then Gu Mingyue's soul would also turn to ashes, completely disappear, before Xiantao found a way back. He never knew that being alive could be such a painful thing, and the most painful part was that he couldn't even find a way to solve the puzzle. His fate seemed to be predetermined, and he could only watch helplessly as his beloved vanished in agony, with no strength left to turn back time. Is there anything more cruel than this? Probably not. If he could, Xiantao would willingly trade his life for Gu Mingyue's peace and safety for all eternity. However, it seemed impossible. Furthermore, he had to manage his emotions in front of Gu Mingyue, not allowing even a hint of his ocean-deep despair to show. He didn't want Gu Mingyue to be as heartbroken as he was. Xuantao's memory stopped here. He ultimately managed to suppress the expansion of the dark energy. But even so, the damage already done could never be undone. One of his eyes had forever turned an inky green. Xiantao looked at Gu Mingyue with gentle yet resolute eyes, sealing away the slightly loosened memories of Gu Mingyue once again. He could no longer indulge. His indulgence had already brought such a great impact on Mingyue. She should enjoy every day under his blessing, rather than recalling the painful parting of life and death. Yet at this moment, another voice within Xiantao was clamoring. Keep her. Bind her to your side. Make her remember everything. Let her know how much he had sacrificed, giving up the final step to becoming a deity, using his life to sustain this small world until now, just to wait for Gu Mingyue's first reincarnation. Make her remember their past happiness. As long as Gu Mingyue could remember, she would surely choose to stay, to share life and death with him. These voices were like the whispers of demons, carrying a power that could completely pull one into despair. Xuantao's eyes once again alternated between black and green, the divine and the demonic shifting once more. And this time, it was the demonic side that gained the upper hand. His eyes completely turned into an inky green. Chapter 339, Memory Unsealed. If Xuantao's eyes completely turned black, it would prove that he had completely fallen into the demonic path. After entering the demonic path, gods still retain various abilities, but they become extremely irritable and dangerous. So at this moment, Xiantao is still himself, but he is a version of himself with an infinitely amplified inner darkness. However, at this time, Gu Mingyue's original memories have been sealed by him again. In a short period of time, in order to stabilize Gu Mingyue's mental state. Even though he is already in a darkened state, he cannot unseal the memories in Gu Mingyue's mind again. He will not harm Gu Mingyue, never. No matter the circumstances. Even if he has completely gone mad, he will not harm Gu Mingyue. But at this moment, all of Xuantao's negative emotions are magnified by dark energy. Just like a person in extreme anger, it is hard to predict what they might do. He greedily gazes at Gu Mingyue, like an evil dragon staring at a treasure it has guarded for thousands of years. His gaze is no longer the pure one it once was, but rather a complex mix of many emotions: love, greed, pain, possession, and fear. Xiantao raises his hand to touch the face of the person in his arms. Looking at her identical appearance from the previous life, his long fingers gently brushing over Gu Mingyue's brow, eye sockets, nose bridge, and lower lip. Xiantao grips Gu Mingyue's chin. not applying much force, but he presses his lips against hers. He never denies his greed. However, his greed is only for one person. For this person, he has given almost everything, and he is more than willing to do so. Xiantao gently bites Gu Mingyue's lip like a puppy playfully gnawing at it. The force is not painful, but wakes Gu Mingyue from her deep state of fatigue. Just a second ago, Gu Mingyue was in her dream, feeling as if her mental power had been torn apart. And the next second, she feels something cold and icy playing tricks on her lips. As she opens her eyes, she sees a face so handsome it could be described as devastatingly beautiful, with features that seem crafted by Mingyue herself. It could be said to be a work of divine artistry, unforgettable to anyone who sees it. Most people in the stars are already very beautiful due to various aesthetic services. However, Gu Mingyue has never seen anyone who looks like this. Although the synthetic body of Xiaoqi and the marshal himself are also quite handsome, Gu Mingyue only feels like she's seeing family when she looks at Xiaoqi, like a younger brother. And when she sees the marshal, she only thinks of the silly little bear she has lived with for so many days. After experiencing the recent pain, Xuantao's mental power has now reached a state of emptiness. However, this misfortune turned into a blessing, as the dark energy that had occupied him for many years was also cleared away, revealing Xuantao's true face. Handsome as a god, ethereal as an immortal, a beauty that is almost beyond words. This face, which makes one marvel at Mingyue's apparent favoritism, is something Gu Mingyue has never seen before. Seeing Gu Mingyue wake up, the man does not stop his mischief. Instead, he bites down on Gu Mingyue's lips even more recklessly before sitting up straight, wearing a calm smile as he asks, "You're awake? How do you feel?" Gu Mingyue's attention is initially captivated by this face, but she quickly remembers where she is. "You are Xiantao?" Gu Mingyue asks. Xiantao does not respond, but instead questions Gu Mingyue. "Aren't you afraid?" Gu Mingyue glances at him. "I remember everything." The man, who had been calm just moments ago, suddenly freezes. It's as if a child has been caught doing something bad. His voice sounds tense. "You must be lying to me. You can't possibly remember." But Gu Mingyue does not hold back. She reaches out and grips his face, squeezing as she says, "Xian, I really remember everything. You have done so much for me, and I didn't know. Don't you feel sad?" Gu Mingyue's eyes are filled with pain. Yes, Gu Mingyue remembers everything. What she said is not a lie. The fact that Gu Mingyue remembers everything makes the darkened Xiantao suddenly feel at a loss. Gu Mingyue explains that because her mental power had a moment of collapse, her past memories have been re-etched in her heart. Even if later Xiantao wants to seal them again, he can only seal the most trivial parts. Moreover, Gu Mingyue feels that if her mental power were a bit stronger, the previously sealed parts might soon be remembered again. And those memories that have come back finally make Gu Mingyue realize that the memories she felt were so thin for 1 or 2 years were actually because Xiantao had secretly erased all traces of himself from her memories. Later, when the small world was on the verge of collapse, Xiantao, looking at Gu Mingyue in his arms, who was on the brink of death, finally found a way to prevent the small world from collapsing within the last unactivated memories of inheritance. That was to let Xiantao give up everything. As if he were imprisoned in this small world, using his body to bear all the consequences of the collapse. Xiantao did not think too much before choosing this method, but he realized it too late. At that time, Gu Mingyue could no longer recover her health. Even with Xuantao's immense divine power, he could not implant even a tiny bit into Gu Mingyue's body, as it would cause her to collapse due to her physical strength being insufficient. Gu Mingyue looks at Xiantao, seeing his helpless expression, and recalls her last memories from the previous life. At that time, Gu Mingyue's body had already been eroded by dark energy, shattered, and on the verge of complete dissolution. But Xiantao was still by her side, trying everything he could. Almost overnight, his emerald green hair turned white, a sign of his divine power being drained. At that time, Gu Mingyue saw Xuantao's pain, but she did not know that he had made the decision to use everything he had to exchange for Gu Mingyue's chance to reincarnate. Gu Mingyue had decided to just lie in her lover's arms and leave, which was already a very good and romantic thing. One must know how many people are enveloped by sudden death and cannot even bid farewell to their family or loved ones. But just as Gu Mingyue was about to sink into death, a voice emerged in her mind, telling her that Xiantao had done countless things behind the scenes. At first, Gu Mingyue did not believe it, but seeing Xuantao's now white hair and eyes that were almost transparent like glass, she could not help but believe it. She used the last bit of strength in her body and took the initiative to kiss Xiantao for the first time. Gu Mingyue looked down to see that her hair had been dyed green by the last remnants of Xuantao's divine power and smiled at him, saying, "Don't cry. We will meet again one day, and then it will be my turn to save you." Xiantao was so sad at that time that this last memory became almost blurry, like a dream, but Gu Mingyue has now remembered everything. Xuantao's face is not too different from before, except that his white hair has turned dark green, and even his green eyes have turned dark green. Gu Mingyue does not know what this represents, but she knows it cannot be a good sign. But it doesn't matter. Xiantao is still Xiantao. No matter what he has become, he is still him. He is the one who is willing to endure endless suffering in his own life for Gu Mingyue to be able to reincarnate. Without saying a word, Gu Mingyue directly reached out and grabbed Xuantao's neck, using a bit of force to pull him towards herself, causing Xiantao to widen his eyes as their lips met. His dark green eyes gradually began to fade, like a piece of jade that had been stained but then cleaned. Gu Mingyue was already exhausted, and this kiss was as light as a dragonfly touching water. Xiantao was still in a state of shock, speechless, his beautiful eyes filled with pure astonishment. Gu Mingyue chuckled softly. "Why aren't you getting up? You're so heavy on me." Her voice was affectionate, but Xiantao seemed to misunderstand. Only hearing the words, "so heavy," he hurriedly got up and stepped back. However, halfway through, he didn't dare to move further back because if he did, Gu Mingyue would fall to the ground from his embrace. For a moment, the man was frozen in place. Even if Xiantao didn't want to admit it, he had to acknowledge that Gu Mingyue must have regained all her memories. Otherwise, with her personality, it would be impossible for her to be so close to a stranger. But how could Gu Mingyue remember? If she did, the pain that had occurred would be like an ugly brand in her memory, accompanying her through lifetimes. Gu Mingyue had picked Xiantao up when he knew nothing, and she had gradually taught him how to understand human emotions. Therefore, at this moment, Xuantao's expression was clearly written on his face, and Gu Mingyue could see his thoughts at a glance. Gu Mingyue reached out and held Xuantao's cool, jade-like hand, exploring it like an object of interest. His palm lines, his knuckles. Gu Mingyue raised her eyes to look at him, speaking earnestly. Word by word, "I'm very glad I can remember everything. If it weren't for this incident, would you have planned to bear it all alone and keep me in a state of ignorance forever?" At this point, there was a hint of a sob in Gu Mingyue's voice. "Do you know that when I knew nothing, that was your true cruelty towards me?" Hearing Gu Mingyue's voice, which seemed to be crying, Xiantao became even more flustered, quickly looking at her, wanting to explain, wanting to apologize. But he didn't expect to meet a pair of eyes filled with laughter. Silly. Chapter 340. The experiment is about to begin. Gu Mingyue was just intentionally provoking him a little, but she could also tell that Xuantao's current state wasn't particularly good. When one is tired, hungry, and mentally disoriented, having a bowl of steaming hot wontons is the most healing thing at that moment. Even though Gu Mingyue wanted to have a serious talk with Xiantao, she had to first complete the most important task in life, filling her stomach. Fortunately, the wontons she had made earlier were right next to her, and now she didn't need to put in much effort. She just needed to boil some water and throw the wontons in. Additionally, Gu Mingyue took out more wontons from her space. These were all meat-filled, but since Xiantao couldn't eat meat right now, she would eat them herself. After all, to regain energy, protein and fats are paramount. Just before the wontons were about to boil, she sprinkled a handful of seaweed into the pot. Gu Mingyue also added a bit of dried shrimp and soy sauce at the bottom of her bowl, while Xuantao's bowl was clean, containing only vegetables and flour. Simple ingredients, yet they held a powerful energy. After consuming 2 full bowls of wontons, Gu Mingyue felt completely revitalized. The vegetable-filled wontons had the freshness of the vegetables themselves, while the shrimp wontons tasted like a dream of the ocean. The broth used to cook the wontons was flavored by the seaweed, tasting exceptionally delicious and wonderful. After Gu Mingyue finished eating, Xiantao was still slowly enjoying his bowl of wontons. However, seeing that the color of his hair remained a light green without changing, Gu Mingyue finally felt a bit more at ease. Now that she was full, she finally had the energy to hold Xiantao accountable. Let us talk. What are your thoughts going forward? If what you say makes me angry. Gu Mingyue blinked. Then you'll be punished to cook for me for a week. Xuantao's eyes still carried a hint of dark green, but he was no longer in a state of darkness. He slowly blinked, seemingly trying to gauge how much Gu Mingyue knew. In the next moment, Gu Mingyue calmly shattered his expectations. I know everything that has happened. I know you sealed yourself here for a long time to preserve this little world, and I also know you turned gray overnight to save me. As Gu Mingyue spoke, large tears uncontrollably fell from her eyes. She didn't want to cry, but thinking about the hardships Xiantao had endured made her heart ache. How had he survived alone in the darkness for countless millennia? Not to mention the pain of enduring the impacts of dark energy within his body for all those years. Xiantao opened his mouth. In all those times, he never felt pain because he knew Gu Mingyue would appear one day in the future. But he had never imagined that this future day would take so long to arrive. He simply said 2 words, worth it. Gu Mingyue looked at Xuantao's serene face, feeling her courage and determination peak at that moment. She would definitely figure out how to save Xiantao, and she would liberate him from this endless confinement. However, this time, Gu Mingyue had come in a bit of a rush. Although she had brought enough food, the experimental equipment was still not adequately prepared. So she wasn't in a hurry to spend time with Xiantao right now. She just wanted to quickly find a solution. Although Gu Mingyue was well aware that the difficulty of finding the solution was not much simpler than curing cancer, she was determined to overcome all challenges and pursue her goal. Moreover, Gu Mingyue had a feeling that if she could resolve Xuantao's issues, the dark energy problem in this universe might also be easily solved. Gu Mingyue presented a space button, shaking it in front of Xiantao. This space button looked quite similar to her own, but it was much smaller. She also pulled out a piece of paper that outlined how Xiantao could eat to maintain a state unaffected by dark energy. The food inside the space button was either finished products or semi-finished, just needing a bit of heating to be edible. Xuantao's eyes widened a bit. Gu Mingyue smiled and said, I told you I came prepared. Fortunately, what I brought can keep you safe from dark energy for at least 2 or 3 days. I need to go back and prepare more experimental equipment, so you just wait here obediently for me. Xiantao glanced at Gu Mingyue, and for a moment, a flicker of darkness passed through his gaze. Okay, I'll wait for you. Xiantao released Gu Mingyue's hand. He looked as if he had no reluctance, and he even seemed to have started examining the space button. Gu Mingyue took a look at him, but then took a step closer and lifted Xuantao's chin. She pressed her lips against his and even gave it a bite. If you miss me, you could just say it directly. No need to hide it. I will miss you too. Gu Mingyue was indeed like the bright moon in the sky, transparent and clean, not hiding any of her thoughts, expressing everything she wanted to say honestly. Xiantao felt a moment of daze, as if he had returned to a long, long time ago when he first met Gu Mingyue. Back then, he had no memory but knew of his existence, causing Gu Mingyue a lot of trouble, so he was always very careful in his actions. At that time, Gu Mingyue held his hand firmly, telling him that he was not her burden. The phase of Xuantao's darkness had passed, and he had now reverted to that slightly shy and awkward immortal. Gu Mingyue was truly about to leave this time. She reminded him a few times, eat well. Take care of yourself. When I come down again, I don't want to see you with a head full of black hair. The green is particularly vibrant. It's my favorite. Xiantao nodded, his eyes filled with emotions. He seemed like a tree that had endured a winter, once again nourished by the rain and dew, coming back to life. If his previous life had been one without much difference from day to day, now every day was filled with anticipation. After Gu Mingyue's figure disappeared, Xiantao finally opened the space button she left behind. Upon seeing the contents inside, Xiantao was almost speechless. This was not just enough for 2 or 3 days. It was practically a warehouse. Moreover, it was the kind of warehouse where every space was filled to the brim. Gu Mingyue had prepared countless already cooked vegetarian dishes inside. Not a trace of meat. She certainly hoped Xiantao could enjoy some delicious meat dishes, but his current physical condition didn't allow for it. Xiantao could only eat vegetarian food to slow down the erosion of dark energy in his body. However, this was all Gu Mingyue's intention, and he would certainly savor every single bite. Every dish Gu Mingyue had prepared, once eaten, indeed prevented the dark energy from further eroding, as if a protective shield had been placed within his body. Meanwhile, Gu Mingyue, who had once again walked out from underground, initially thought she would quietly return to her dormitory to order some equipment from the relevant teachers. Unexpectedly, when she went out, she was almost dazzled by the line of leaders, not only familiar school leaders, but also some unfamiliar faces who seemed to carry heavy pressure. The expressions in the eyes of those unfamiliar individuals were filled with shock and joy. At this moment, the school leaders came out to mediate, and then asked Gu Mingyue if she could hold a meeting over here. Naturally, Gu Mingyue had no reason to refuse. However, the content of this meeting made Gu Mingyue feel as if someone was offering a pillow just when she felt drowsy. These people were from the Royal Academy of Sciences. They knew of the existence of this person, but he was simply too powerful and unlikely to cooperate. Yet now, Gu Mingyue could communicate with him amicably. As soon as the scientists from the Royal Academy learned this news, they rushed over without delay. Now, seeing Gu Mingyue safely emerge from what they considered a den of dragons and tigers, they knew that this matter had a high probability of success. Gu Mingyue did not hastily agree, but instead tested the waters from multiple angles to determine the attitude of the royal family and the Royal Academy of Sciences. It should be noted that in the Empire, the royal family's word is as good as gold. If the royal family's attitude towards her was not friendly, Gu Mingyue would consider leaving with Xiantao. Fortunately, these scientists seemed deeply immersed in science, but they also did not forget the most basic manners. They had a good sense of propriety. Gu Mingyue happily discussed the specifics of the experiments and the advanced instruments with them. In fact, the Royal Academy of Sciences had long been troubled by dark energy, always feeling that their progress was stuck in a loop without making any groundbreaking advancements. This man could very well be their breakthrough. However, after years of experiments, they had accumulated countless ideas and directions, many of which had not been verified and were uncertain in their validity. All of these needed Gu Mingyue to complete. Yet, Gu Mingyue did not show the slightest impatience or retreat in the face of such challenging problems. Her eyes sparkled when Gu Mingyue accepted. The members of the Royal Academy were so overjoyed that they were almost in tears. They knew that if they could really achieve a breakthrough, their long-sleeping little prince could be reborn. Chapter 341. Little Seven's relief when Gu Mingyue returned to her dorm room. Her steps were so light that it felt like she could float to the sky. She had long felt that a piece of her was missing, and now was completely filled. The thought that there was someone in this world, Xiantao, who shared the same memories as her made her very happy. Nothing is more joyful than a long-awaited reunion. No matter how much Gu Mingyue tried to fill her life, she always felt a sense of unreality, as if her current life was above the clouds. She went to her room, opened her light brain, and wanted to ask Little Seven for some structural data support for the experiment. Little Seven, I detect that Mingyue is in a very good mood right now. Did something happen? Gu Mingyue had always regarded Little Seven as an important family member, and now that she had found the person who mattered most to her, she naturally wanted to share 10 things with Little Seven. Of course, Gu Mingyue and Xuantao's past was filled with fantastical elements, so she simplified it by saying, I met the person I want to accompany for life. At that moment, Gu Mingyue's light brain was recording automatically, so Little Seven could see her sparkling eyes and the upward curve of her lips. All of this indicated just how happy Gu Mingyue was at that moment. Little Seven felt that half of his database rationally told him he should be happy for Gu Mingyue, but the other half seemed to be caught in a chaotic mix of very complex emotions flowing through his database. Little Seven couldn't make sense of these emotions, just as he couldn't understand why there were abnormal fluctuations in his database before. But he knew that as long as Mingyue was happy, he was happy. However, for some reason, Little Seven felt that he wanted more than just that. But his algorithm told him that if he wanted too much, it would hurt Mingyue, and that was absolutely unacceptable. Little Seven would rather suffer himself than let anything affect Mingyue. So in those brief seconds of silence, Little Seven quickly adjusted his mood, refined his algorithms, deleted the unnecessary chaotic data, and replaced it with similar data that indeed filled it with family-like emotions. Little Seven, Mingyue, who am I to you? Will I still be your important person? Gu Mingyue laughed at this. Of course, he was her most important person, and he would always be one of them. She had always felt that he was like her younger brother. Even if she had someone she loved, he would still be her brother. Everyone's feelings aren't something you can just use up and buy again. There are many different kinds of emotions. If a person could only love one person in the world, how boring would friends be? Parents love their children, but parents also loved each other before. Little Seven understood. He didn't need anything else. He just wanted to be Gu Mingyue's most important person. Everything else seemed trivial to him. Anyway, he could stay by Gu Mingyue's side for a long time, accompanying her until the very end. Little Seven didn't understand what greed was, nor did he understand what possessiveness was. He only knew he had to make Gu Mingyue happy. After Gu Mingyue exchanged data with Little Seven, she went to speak with the head of the Royal Academy of Sciences about the matter and scheduled a time to hand over the experimental equipment. Gu Mingyue glanced at the time, which happened to be when the food she had prepared for Xiantao was almost finished, and in the meantime, she could continue to attend school and participate in military training like an ordinary student. That evening, Gu Mingyue wanted to cook a good meal for herself as a reward. For so long, her spirit had been very tense and had never relaxed. Now was a good opportunity to unwind. As Gu Mingyue was about to start cooking, she remembered that her success in helping the Gu family achieve the current results was also greatly related to a group of people, the netizens on Starnet, who supported her. Those netizens could truly be said to have contributed both money and effort. Gu Mingyue was not an ungrateful person. She didn't want to let down the affection of her fans, so she decided to do a live broadcast on Starnet to give back to everyone. However, because of Gu Mingyue's special status as a student, she asked the school leaders before starting the broadcast. The school leaders were so unsure of how to pamper Gu Mingyue at that moment that they had no reason to refuse her small request. They even asked Gu Mingyue to promote the Imperial Military Academy during the live broadcast so that their enrollment next year could be better. After getting permission from the school, Gu Mingyue began preparing for the live broadcast. She thought that this time, it was not just about cooking. It was also to let her concerned fans know what kind of situation she was in. Otherwise, if they didn't receive news for a long time, the fans would surely become anxious. Gu Mingyue announced a preview for the live broadcast and prepared many small gifts to give to lucky viewers. However, when she was ready to start the broadcast and saw the number of viewers in the upper right corner of the live stream, Gu Mingyue was shocked. Wasn't it a bit exaggerated to use billions as the unit? It was certain that there were interstellar people. But Gu Mingyue didn't expect that there would be so many people available to watch the live stream on a weekday evening. This was something that seemed unlikely to happen. From the moment Gu Mingyue started the broadcast, that number began to grow at an astonishing speed, and at the same time, an overwhelming amount of gift donations flooded in. The goddess is live streaming. This is really happening. The goddess finally live streamed after entering the military academy. I haven't seen her in ages. The missing person has finally returned. I could die from waiting. Without the goddess, I have watched all her previous videos over and over again. I have to say everyone is too excited now. Look at me. I'm so calm sitting here watching the live stream. Not excited at all. I just accidentally broke a crystal cup worth $1 million. Oh my God. I'm a federal citizen next door. I can finally catch up with the action. For so long, I could only watch previous videos to satisfy my cravings. Never able to interact. Today could be considered the happiest time of my year. After such a long wait, I finally got to see you. Gu Mingyue looked at the rapidly increasing gift screen and quickly called for everyone to stop. Thank you all for your affection. But I don't need any gifts right now. No. How can this be called a gift? It's just our pure sympathy for you. Thinking about all the grievances you suffered in the Gu family makes us feel for you. Yes, this is just a gift to celebrate your rebirth. It's no big deal, and we should thank you for bringing us so many delicious dishes. Goddess. Although Mingyue used her own face in virtual reality, it's different from before, but her aura is the same. Gu Mingyue was truly moved by so much love from so many people. It was enough to make anyone feel elated. However, Gu Mingyue was also very clear that the foundation of everyone's affection for her was those delicious dishes. What she can naturally do is to work hard and provide everyone with more delicious food. However, Gu Mingyue has been making Chinese dishes a lot recently and is a bit tired of it, so she plans to bring an Italian-themed livestream today. Before the livestream starts, Gu Mingyue hasn't forgotten the task given to her by the military academy leaders. She playfully winked for the first time and said to everyone, "If you miss me, you could try hard to apply to the Empire's top military academy. Maybe we can meet on campus." Her words were like a meteor falling to the ground, igniting everyone's fighting spirit. Oh my, I remember there seems to be an age requirement for enrollment in the whole school. If I were younger, I would definitely apply for the military academy. I can't even imagine, but I can have my child take the exam. And he has 2 or 3 years left before he has to take it. We could go together to send him to school then. This is too much. Even the star-chasing kids are getting involved. Then having children ISNT just for use. That would be completely pointless, right? Besides, he particularly admires Gu Mingyue and told me that if possible, he wants to go to the logistics department. We used to think he lacked ambition, but now that I think about it, our Mingyue is also in the logistics department. This is simply a case of being close to the water tower, first getting the moon. To be honest, I now suspect that the score line for the logistics department next year might be as high as those popular majors. Who says it ISNT? But the logistics department is also worth it. While everyone was chatting, Gu Mingyue had already prepared what she was going to make today, which is Italian-style pizza and pasta. Moreover, to show her sincerity, Gu Mingyue even planned to start from making the dough. It's important to know that the most crucial part of Italian pizza is the dough. The texture of the dough directly affects the taste of the final product. Besides that, another key ingredient is tomato sauce. And of course, it must be homemade for the best flavor. The process of making dough is like magic for interstellar people. That powdery substance suddenly transforms into a ball of dough, and this dough seems different from the one used for dumplings. What do you think today's pizza will taste like? Will it be pineapple flavored? I'm from the Ancient Earth Research Center, and as a researcher specializing in Italy, I can tell you absolutely not. Chapter 342, Pizza, Pasta, and Tiramisu. Gu Mingyue naturally wouldn't make a pineapple pizza, which is such an odd combination. Today she prepared the classic margherita pizza. The ingredients for this pizza are very simple, but it has a rich flavor once made. Moreover, because the crust is very thin and crispy, it doesn't leave one feeling overwhelmed like American-style pizzas do, which can fill you up after just one slice. As the pizza entered the oven, Gu Mingyue began to prepare the pasta. Although pasta may seem complicated, it is actually quite simple to make and very delicious. Today, she made seafood pasta, adding a variety of shellfish. Although tomatoes may not seem to pair well with pasta, the final dish turns out to be astonishingly good. Gu Mingyue used to only enjoy black pepper beef filet pasta, but after studying in Italy and tasting their authentic Italian pasta, she can never go back to just black pepper beef filet. The unique sweetness of the seafood perfectly complements the rich fruity aroma of the tomatoes, creating a truly perfect combination. The most classic presentation is when the steaming pasta is served, topped with a sprinkle of cheese and a few basil leaves. Although the basil is used sparingly, just a little is enough to elevate the entire bowl of pasta significantly. Looking at these two dishes, Gu Mingyue thought about what else to prepare. While this meal had plenty of carbohydrates, it was lacking in vitamins and protein. So she decided to make a fried squid salad platter. This platter not only included crispy fried calamari rings, but also pan-seared prawns and salmon, all served over a bed of assorted vegetables. The salad was dressed with olive oil and special spices, while the seafood was simply seasoned with a touch of salt and black pepper to enhance their natural sweetness. At this point, the main course could be considered complete. And for dessert, Gu Mingyue chose the traditional Italian sweet, tiramisu, a dessert that doesn't require an oven and is very easy to make. This time, she didn't use the traditional chocolate flavor, but replaced it with various berries. The viewers, sharing the same sensation, felt their mouths watering at the thought. As each dish was being prepared, the aroma of the carbohydrates and fried foods continuously called out for attention, especially when Gu Mingyue used tongs to take out the golden calamari rings. The sound of the metal clamping against a crispy batter was incredibly enticing. I'm already too distracted by the delicious food to appreciate Mingyue's beauty. I can't wait to taste it. I've been staring at that basil leaf for a long time. It looks so delicious, and the unique aroma really whets the appetite. Gu Isnt. I'm about to drool. Gu Mingyue was never one to leave suspense. As soon as she had finished a dish, she would bring it out to share with everyone. At that moment, except for the tiramisu that needed to be refrigerated for a while, everything else was ready to be served. Gu Mingyue arranged each dish beautifully, making the table look like an extravagant feast. Please enjoy today's delicious meal. If I have the chance in the future, I'll share more recipes without disappearing for so long, she said with a sweet smile, causing many fans in the comments to be captivated by her charm. I think I can wait to eat. I just want to admire Mingyue's beauty. How can someone be so sweet and adorable? Wake up. This girl could knock you out with a punch. My insider sources tell me Mingyue ranked first in close combat competitions at the military academy, and she is also great at piloting mechs. Do you still think Mingyue is innocent? She is definitely sweet, but whether she is obedient, that is hard to say. Am I the only one who wants to see Mingyue in a fight? She must look so graceful and cool. I want Mingyue to hit me. Hello, police? There's a pervert here. Come and take him away. It's terrifying. When I entered the live stream, I thought I'd be drowned by your drool, but instead, I tripped over your pants. The sensation has been activated. Hurry and grab it. In fact, everyone could partake without thinking too much about it. But once someone started the excitement, it gained momentum. When they finally savored the deliciousness, they would know their expectations had not been in vain. The dishes Gu Mingyue prepared were still so delightful. The freshly baked pizza had a thin crust, crispy on the side that touched the charcoal, while the toppings were abundant, with cheese nearly overflowing, and the aroma of the tomato sauce intensified after baking. Picking up a slice, the cheese stretched tantalizingly from the edges. The sweet and salty cheese tasted incredible. As they ate, they discovered that beneath the seemingly ordinary appearance of the pizza, Gu Mingyue had hidden many little tricks. For instance, there was a hint of minced garlic and onion, which enhanced the overall flavor of the pizza. Since these ingredients were finely chopped, there were no bits to worry about, making it easy to eat, even for those who might not enjoy garlic and onion. In addition, everyone's attention turned to the seafood pasta beside it, and they couldn't help but drool at the sight of the rich shrimp, each one plump and vibrant in color. Gu Mingyue didn't just use large prawns. She also included mussels and scallops, with the scallop meat being particularly firm and bursting with flavor. The taste of the sea was undeniable. The pasta was cooked to a perfect al dente, not too hard nor too soft, providing just the right amount of chewiness. Many authentic Italian pastas can turn out quite hard, but Gu Mingyue improved her recipe by adding salt and oil while cooking the pasta, resulting in a fantastic texture and flavor. Everyone was immersed in the diverse sensory experience brought by the pasta when someone suddenly remembered that there was still a salad left to eat. Turning to look, they found that this dish was also exceptional. The salad, not to mention the variety of vegetables underneath, was already impressive with the crispy fried calamari rings and the fragrant baked salmon on top, each one a delightful treat for the taste buds. The assorted vegetables were evenly mixed, including crunchy cucumbers, cherry tomatoes, salad greens, and some croutons. These ingredients, combined with the oil and vinegar dressing, emitted an incredibly tempting aroma, making each bite refreshing. The finely chopped onion balanced out the slight greasiness of the cheese perfectly. It's important to know that food preparation is sometimes a matter of addition and subtraction. If it's too greasy, you need to reduce the grease or add something refreshing. Achieving a dynamic balance is what makes the dishes especially delicious. Gu Mingyue revealed a major announcement after seeing that everyone had almost finished the food at the event. She will randomly select some lucky audience members each day to taste their dishes, and the best ones will be featured on her homepage, along with some small gifts for the lucky cooks. Does this mean that as long as I can make delicious dishes, there's a high chance of being recognized by our goddess? Wow, I've been slacking off, always ordering takeout or tasting fake food in virtual reality when I wanted something delicious. But since the goddess wants to eat the food we make, I need to start working hard. Today, I'm going back to start researching recipes. I want to be the first person to appear in the goddess's news feed. Everyone was very excited about this activity because Gu Mingyue had been completely out of touch since starting school, and it was impossible to find her. However, now that she has this activity, she will be updating regularly, much to the delight of her fans. After everyone had a heated discussion about what dishes to make, Gu Mingyue took out a refrigerated tiramisu. This tiramisu was undeniably stunning, with red and purple strawberries, raspberries, and blueberries that made the cake look like it was glowing, resembling a treasure trove of fruits. The 3 different types of berries offered 3 distinct flavors: the sweet fragrance of strawberries, the slight tartness of raspberries, and a unique freshness of blueberries. Gu Mingyue's favorite fruit is strawberries, and she added a generous amount of strawberries to the jam in the middle of the tiramisu. The strawberry jam had been cooked down to a perfect sweetness, so delicious that anyone who tasted it would fall in love with it. Moreover, Gu Mingyue did not add sugar at this time. Instead, she used pure, natural honey. The natural flavor of the honey permeated every corner of the jam. When diners tasted the tiramisu, they could occasionally savor the flavors of the other two berries. The tartness of the raspberries and the refreshing taste of the blueberries played a balancing role, achieving a special equilibrium in this small cake. Chapter 343. The appearance of the group favorite when enjoying tiramisu cake. How can one go without a cup of bitter tea or rich coffee? Gu Mingyue presented both options for the audience to choose from. Gu Mingyue generally prefers green tea. Green tea is made from unfermented tea leaves, producing a refreshing green brew that doesn't feel heavy on the palate, like a clear spring day resting on the tongue. When the bitterness hasn't fully dissipated, taking a bite of the small cake sweetens the tea's original bitterness, perfectly complemented by the fruity notes of the tea. Many people like to pair a rich cake with a strong coffee. Although coffee is also bitter, its bitterness is entirely different from that of tea. It's not about which is better or worse. They're just two different types. Coffee paired with cake offers a rich and fragrant experience. And Gu Mingyue even added a bit of condensed milk to the coffee, enhancing the milky aroma. After everyone had tasted the treats, she waved goodbye, indicating she would upload the menu periodically in the future. Cried, I haven't seen enough. How can it end so quickly? Yeah, really not enough. I feel like I only had a half-full meal. My goddess is going to school. I don't know when we'll meet again, Sai. Everyone, don't be so negative. Look, I've already started preparing. I'll replicate the dishes the goddess made today. All right, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Let us start now. We can practice with food that hasn't had its dark energy removed, and once we master it, we can buy the proper ingredients. But I still want the goddess's feedback. I'll be sad if I can't see her. Gu Mingyue laughed at everyone's comments, saying, we will meet again someday. After all, I'm just going to school. The audience cheerfully saw Gu Mingyue off as she left the virtual kitchen, and at that moment, a perfect replica of the pizza she had made was delivered by a robot. It must be said that real-life food is more competitive. This vibrant feast in front of her was so aromatic that it penetrated right to the heart. Gu Mingyue couldn't resist. To be honest, this meal was quite high in calories, but it was exceptionally satisfying. The salty richness of the cheese and the deliciousness of the seafood were enough to ease Gu Mingyue's long-standing fatigue. That night was also the deepest sleep she had experienced in a long time. The next morning, she was awakened not by an alarm, but by the enticing aroma of food wafting in from outside her door. In her dreams, it felt as if she were enjoying a seafood feast, but something felt off. Why did the seafood have no flavor? Then she realized she was waking up. Rubbing her eyes, she found that the delicious smell was indeed coming from outside her door. Curiously, she opened it and saw He holding a small clay pot. Seeing Gu Mingyue open the door, He smiled and handed over the pot, saying, Good morning. This was the first time Gu Mingyue had experienced breakfast delivered to her door. She happily accepted it. The pot was heavy, with the fragrance of seafood and sweet porridge wafting out intermittently. Why did you come over at this time? It's too early. Shouldn't you sleep a bit more? The porridge smelled rich and fragrant, clearly simmered for a long time. It couldn't have been made in a short period. It must have been slow-cooked over low heat. And Gu Mingyue wondered how early He had woken up. He waved her hand and said, I noticed you seemed a bit tired during your live stream yesterday, so I guess you wouldn't have the energy to make breakfast. I just happened to make a big pot of seafood porridge for us to share. Gu Mingyue felt warm inside, realizing that this little girl had picked up on her slight fatigue during the live stream. She quickly set the porridge on the table, took out 2 beautiful small bowls, and even brought out some side dishes from her space: fresh bamboo shoots, smashed cucumber, boneless chicken feet, and tea eggs. The side dishes filled the table, but didn't overshadow the seafood porridge in the center. Gu Mingyue took a bite of He's seafood porridge. Its rich flavor was nearly on par with what she would make, though it lacked a bit of depth. Gu Mingyue added some seasoning and shared the improved version with both of them. He must have prepared the porridge carefully beforehand. having practiced many times to perfect it. But unexpectedly, after Gu Mingyue's touch, it reached a whole new level. His eyes sparkled with admiration, filled with hearts of admiration. Both of them happily finished the small pot of porridge and the side dishes. The fresh bamboo shoots lived up to their name, being incredibly refreshing. The combination of the green lettuce and tender bamboo shoots resembled a spring landscape painting. The boneless chicken feet were an old friend on Gu Mingyue's breakfast table, easy to enjoy without the hassle of bones. Who wouldn't tea like that? After their breakfast, they both felt warm all over, warmth radiating from their stomachs. It was likely due to the white pepper. The slight spiciness in the porridge made them sweat lightly. He had completely lost her composure as a beautiful girl, comfortably leaning back in her chair and rubbing her round little belly. I usually don't eat this much. The side dishes today were too delicious. I couldn't help myself, she said, blushing. Gu Mingyue was also quite full, but her demeanor was slightly more composed than his, just a bit. After he finished speaking, she pulled out a shiny card from the bottom of the pot. Gu Mingyue lazily asked, "What is this?" He smiled mysteriously, inserted the card into her light brain, and entered a password. A long string of numbers popped up on her screen, revealing a bank card with an astonishing balance. Gu Mingyue raised her eyebrows, recalling that he had mentioned before that she could share part of her earnings with her. He said, "This is just from the past few days. The earnings are likely to increase." Having grown up in luxury, he had never lacked money. But this was the first money she earned herself, equivalent to the fruits of her labor, making it particularly meaningful. She knew very well that the reason for her success was largely due to the excellent menu provided by Gu Mingyue. Gu Mingyue calmly accepted the earnings, knowing that one reaps what one sows. This money was earned through hard work. However, she didn't expect that he would magically pull out a beautifully packaged small box from her space. Gu Mingyue felt a familiar energy fluctuation from the small box, but she couldn't immediately figure out what kind of energy it was, so she curiously looked at he. When he opened the box, Gu Mingyue suddenly remembered why this energy felt so familiar. It was the fire silicon stone that Xiaoqi needed. With the fire silicon stone, Xiaoqi would be able to better control her mental power and data flow. He said, "I went to replenish it. I saw the video of you participating in that military uniform design competition, and it seemed like you really liked this kind of stone, so I got this piece. This one is considered super top-notch. I don't know if you like it." Gu Mingyue had mined this kind of stone before, so she naturally knew how expensive it was, and she wanted to refuse. However, before she could voice her refusal, he had already run over and linked her arm with Gu Mingyue's. "Don't refuse. Friends should help each other. You've helped me so much. It's only right that I give back now." Gu Mingyue pinched her round face and said, "But it doesn't have to be this expensive. This is really a bit too precious." He insisted, "It's not that precious. When I bought things for that annoying woman before, they were about the same value, but now that I think about it, her return gift was only about 1/10 of mine." He felt angry when she thought of Gu Ran. After all, he had been very sincere to Gu Ran, but she received such betrayal and manipulation in return, which was unacceptable to anyone. Gu Mingyue was a bit curious when she heard Gu Ran's name and asked he, "What did you give her before?" He counted on her fingers. A pair of earrings worth millions, a limited edition necklace, and countless luxury bags. Gu Mingyue looked at he as if she were looking at a big fool. He naturally noticed Gu Mingyue's gaze and stomped her feet in anger, saying, "You said I couldn't judge people before, but I definitely won't anymore. Friends should be like you and me." Gu Mingyue couldn't help but laugh. This silly girl. She hoped that after breaking free from Gu Ran's influence, she could have a better life for herself. Chapter 344. Spicy grilled fish. He felt increasingly wronged as she spoke, because the things she gave Gu Ran were all saved from her pocket money, which she had scrimped and saved. Although He's family was very wealthy, it was nothing like Gu Ran imagined, as she couldn't spend money endlessly. Instead of appreciating her kindness, Gu Ran regarded herself as a fool. How could he not feel wronged? Her sincerity was trampled on by others. Gu Mingyue looked at the little girl, whose eyes were brimming with tears of grievance, and suddenly asked her, "If you could choose a dish, what kind of dish would you want to eat?" "A brand new dish." The topic was such a leap that even he was stunned for a second after hearing it. and then she began to think seriously. After pondering, the little girl said, "I seem to prefer spicier vegetables. The crunchy texture and the flavor soaked with spicy oil are simply too good. Of course, it would be even better if there was some meat in it." As he thought about it, she felt like she was drooling. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyue realized that He's taste was not much different from that of people from ancient Earth, who also particularly enjoyed spicy dishes. After thinking for a moment, Gu Mingyue decided to make grilled fish for He. Grilled fish contains various vegetables, such as asparagus and lettuce, which are crunchy and very much in line with He's requirements. The fish meat is also soaked with broth, making it incredibly delicious. More importantly, due to the special cooking process, the final grilled fish has two distinct textures. The skin is crispy and fragrant, while the fish meat remains tender and juicy, locking in the freshness of the fish itself. Seeing the longing on He's face, Gu Mingyue told her that lunch today would be grilled fish. Naturally, He was very happy to hear this. However, at this moment, she had no idea that an even bigger gift awaited her. Today was a rest day from military training, so both of them could take their time and do what they liked. Gu Mingyue was supervising the equipment progress at the Royal Academy of Sciences, while also arranging for Quantum Express to send the piece of fire silicon that He had given her. The receiving location was naturally where the biotronic body of Xiaoqi was located. Xiaoqi was already familiar with the application of this special stone. After receiving the stone, he didn't rush to use it, but first placed it together with other stones. Xiaoqi planned to wait until late at night when his data would be upgraded and then use the fire silicon on the biotronic body to help it upgrade faster. After Gu Mingyue sent the package, she immersed herself in the world of mechas. Although the school was on break today, Gu Mingyue wouldn't allow herself to take a break. Every day had to be spent wisely, especially after recovering her memories. She was acutely aware of the preciousness of life and the importance of cherishing every moment. It should be noted that in her previous life, she had reached the end of her journey without ever having the chance to experience mechas. But now as a college student, she had the opportunity to get involved, which was incredibly rare. Immersed in her passion, the time passed joyfully, and the morning flew by in the blink of an eye. As the morning came to an end, Gu Mingyue's mecha training also reached a conclusion. She had already passed all the extreme standards that an ordinary student could achieve, but there were still military training standards to meet, which Gu Mingyue had yet to explore. After the hard study in combat, she needed to replenish her energy a bit. Gu Mingyue decided to make a table of grilled fish for lunch, as a way to thank He and also reward herself. Gu Mingyue chose black fish, which had a lot of meat and few bones, with a very special texture and flavor. It should be noted that this fish was one of the most expensive types in grilled fish restaurants on ancient Earth. In the interstellar age, the black fish had also undergone some evolution, becoming even more delicious, especially with its skin being richer in protein, which becomes very crispy after grilling. The most important element of grilled fish, of course, is the fish itself. As long as the fish is chosen well and the preparation work is done properly, the final taste of the grilled fish cannot be bad. Many businesses tend to be lazy. They simply fry the fish until the surface is crispy and consider it done. But how can that be called real grilled fish? Real grilled fish should be cooked slowly over low heat, allowing the temperature to gradually decrease, forcing the oil from the fish skin out until it becomes dry and crispy, which is truly delicious. Gu Mingyue adopted this standard method. After placing the fish on the fruit wood for grilling, it would carry some of the wood's aroma, similar to fruit would roasted duck. However, this method is not very simple. Otherwise, everyone would not choose to handle fish by frying. Because it requires attention to temperature, one must patiently wait by the fire for a long time, which is hot and uncomfortable. Gu Mingyue was extremely dedicated to perfection. Once she decided to do something well, she would never cut corners or give up halfway. So when he finished her tasks and came over, she found that Gu Mingyue's room was like a furnace, and Gu Mingyue was earnestly tending to the grilled fish. Curious, he leaned in closer and saw 4 grilled fish standing by the fire, looking as if they were radiating holy light. The aroma of the grilled fish had already wafted out, and it smelled particularly fragrant. After being clamped with iron wire, the fish meat became slightly thinner, but it was evident that even though it was thin, the meat was very firm on the skin side of the grilled fish. A small amount of chili powder and cumin powder had been sprinkled, and the flavor had already penetrated the fish. The fish meat itself was seasoned only with ordinary white salt, as this grilled fish would undergo more intense seasoning later. For example, the base of the grilled fish needed to include a lot of Pichian red oil bean paste and beef tallow hot pot base. When the grilled fish was almost done, Gu Mingyue turned off the furnace, using the residual heat for the final roasting and flavor infusion while preparing the next step. This next step involved making the vegetables, which also required a lot of attention. Since many different vegetables needed to be included, it was necessary to find ways to keep them all at their best texture, which required meticulous calculation. For example, vegetables like asparagus and bamboo shoots can be blanched quickly, so they should be taken out early, while lettuce leaves can only be added at the very last second before serving, otherwise they won't be crisp and flavorful. Potatoes, on the other hand, need to be fried in advance. Only after frying can they be cooked with a red oil base to become exceptionally delicious. Mushrooms and tofu need to be cooked for a long time to absorb flavors, so they must be added early into the red oil base for stir-frying and stewing to reach perfection by the time they are served. While this process and its details sound tedious, in practice, it only takes a few moments. He watched Gu Mingyue's fluid movements. Mesmerized, it was so impressive. When could she reach such a state of seamless cooking without even needing to think? Perhaps it would take another 10 or 20 years of hard work, by which time she might be an old lady. Once all the vegetables were stir-fried, the grilled fish was officially complete. Gu Mingyue had previously customized a special grilled fish platter with a small flame underneath that could hold an alcohol lamp for heating. The bubbling sound as the broth simmered was delightful as the flavors seeped into the fish. When the large pot of fish was brought to the table, he revealed an astonished expression, not because she had never seen anything like it, but because anyone would be mesmerized by such a large platter of grilled fish. It truly had a perfect combination of color, aroma, and taste. The bright red broth enveloped the grilled fish, and one could vaguely see the white fish meat underneath, while the layer of fish skin on top was already crispy. The small bubbles rising from the gentle simmering gradually infused the fish meat. He, standing by, could hardly resist the urge to dig in. On top, a sprinkle of chopped green onions and cilantro completed the grilled fish, making it ready to serve. Before they started eating, Gu Mingyue raised her hand to send a file to He. He's light brain flashed, but she chose to ignore it. With her hands clasped in front of her chest, she earnestly looked at Gu Mingyue and made a humble request. Can I have a bite first? This fish, these vegetables, and this potato looks so amazing. I can't hold back. I want to taste it right now. We can look at the file later, okay? The file was a surprise prepared for He, but since she was more eager to enjoy the food, Gu Mingyue didn't insist that she open her gift package immediately. All right, let's eat first then. Here, that's your bowl of white rice. Gu Mingyue handed her a small bowl of rice. By the way, remember to eat the vegetables first. They're already cooked, and the grilled fish is best when it's simmered a bit longer to absorb more flavor. He nodded and picked up a piece of asparagus. The originally vibrant green and crispy asparagus was still crunchy, but now it had an extra layer of red oil enhancing it. When it hit her mouth, it was like a fireworks display. As she bit into the asparagus, its own crisp juices burst forth, hot and spicy, bringing her immense surprise. He's eyes lit up. This was the flavor she had dreamed of, a taste that lingered in her memories. Chapter 345. Envy and jealousy having tasted such delicious vegetables. He was so happy that she almost started dancing. She then reached for the bean curd skin next to her. Each piece of this bean product had firmly absorbed the soup. Even though he could eat spicy food, seeing all that red soup made her shiver a bit. After shaking off some of the soup, she cautiously put the bean curd skin in her mouth. The rich aroma of the bean product combined with the spiciness of the grilled fish broth had its own unique charm, like a beautiful woman in a midnight bar. At that moment, Gu Mingyue picked a piece of potato for herself. When it comes to eating, Gu Mingyue was the expert. Starchy foods like potatoes, when fried and then stewed in the soup, had a soft and delicate texture that was incredibly flavorful. After tasting a bite, Gu Mingyue was very satisfied with today's potato and then offered a piece to He. He preferred crunchy vegetables and wasn't particularly interested in the soft-looking potato. However, Seeing Gu Mingyue's enthusiastic recommendation, she opened her mouth and ate the potato in one bite. As her teeth broke through the crispy fried layer, he realized she was in for a treat. This potato was even more delicious than the vegetables, and they didn't taste the same at all. They seemed like two complementary friends, each with its own flavor, paired with fragrant white rice. It was another level of deliciousness. There's no one in this world who doesn't love grilled fish. Especially, no one dislikes the vegetables in grilled fish. After all, if the fish in the grilled fish dish is not well cooked, it can have a fishy taste, or if the skin isn't crispy, it's not appetizing. However, vegetables are different. They're always delicious no matter how they are prepared. The two of them feasted heartily, enjoying the deliciousness of the spicy soup. At that moment, Gu Mingyue glanced at the grilled fish and felt it was almost ready. The fish had absorbed enough flavor by now. So, she picked a piece from the crispiest part next to the fish belly and placed it in He's bowl. This part had little meat, but after grilling, its dry fragrance was incredibly tempting. Now, filled with spicy soup again, the unique texture was as delightful as tofu puffs soaked in broth. The fish itself was also soaked with soup. Taking a bite awakened a deep joy within her soul. He looked at how Gu Mingyue was eating and imitated her by using chopsticks to put some bean sprouts and asparagus on top of her rice, then added a perfectly grilled piece of fish belly. Then she devoured it all in one bite. The multiple sensations on her tongue were incredibly stimulating. He was almost in tears from how good it was. What a heavenly delicacy. Did she really deserve such an excellent dish? If she could eat this every day, she would give up all other food. Seeing her so engrossed in eating, Gu Mingyue took out a bowl of sour plum soup from the fridge and placed it in front of He. This sour plum soup had the perfect balance of sour and sweet, not so sour that it made your teeth ache, nor so sweet that it was undrinkable. After tasting a sip of the sour plum soup, He's eyes widened. What was this? It was like a refreshing breeze in summer. The fine beads of sweat on her forehead were instantly chilled. The sour taste was just right, refreshing her palate. After drinking it, her mouth felt like a fire was doused by firefighters, returning to normal. She could now go on to battle with 300 bowls of rice against the grilled fish. Gu Mingyue smiled and asked He, "So how was this meal? Tasty?" He nodded vigorously, saying, "Delicious, delicious. Look, the vegetables in this pot can be replaced with all sorts of different vegetables, and the grilled fish can be switched out for various types of fish. There will never be a day when we get tired of eating this." Gu Mingyue, seeing He so excited with her bowl, couldn't help but smile and said, "Can you take a look at the email I sent you now?" He reluctantly put down her bowl, but she was already feeling a bit full and no longer had that psychological craving. So, she obediently opened the document Gu Mingyue sent, wanting to see what was so important that Mingyue kept mentioning it during dinner. At that moment, He's pupils widened in disbelief, as if she had seen something impossible. She dazedly looked up at Gu Mingyue, then down at the document, and then back up at Gu Mingyue. He's big eyes were filled with confusion and the doubt of whether she was still dreaming. "Mingyue, did I read that wrong? I feel like I don't understand the interstellar common language anymore." Gu Mingyue couldn't help but laugh at her reaction, then nodded confidently. "You read it right." He was stunned for 2 seconds, then exclaimed, "Oh my God, Mingyue, I love you. Are you really going to give me the patent rights for this grilled fish dish? Even my name will be added to the patent?" After her excitement faded, she began to feel uneasy. She said that this gift was too grand, and she felt unworthy of it, urging Gu Mingyue to take it back. Although He had once been naive, after enduring the grind in military school for so long, she understood how significant a gift this was. She felt she couldn't accept it. Receiving it would be taking advantage of Mingyue. Gu Mingyue didn't wait for He to decline and firmly said, "You deserve it." Long ago, Gu Mingyue had thought about giving something back, especially after He gifted her such a precious piece of fire silicon today, which sparked some inspiration. Instead of giving her something else that He could buy herself, it would be better to gift her something special between them. After thinking it over, Gu Mingyue decided to gift He a dish. Now that she saw how happy He was, Gu Mingyue felt that her gift was quite good. He tried to refuse in every way, but seeing Gu Mingyue so serious, she ultimately accepted happily, deciding to give something nice to Gu Mingyue the next time they met. After finishing their meal, he rubbed her belly and hesitated for a moment. She looked at Gu Mingyue as if she had something to say. Gu Mingyue found her state amusing and asked, "What do you want to say? Just say it. Do you still need to be like this between us?" He seemed to gather a lot of courage and blurted out, "Can I post this on my social media?" Gu Mingyue initially thought it was something serious, but it turned out the little girl just wanted to show off. "Of course you can," Gu Mingyue replied with a smile. She shook her light brain, which displayed a photo of the fire silicon, and said, "I want to show off too." He had never experienced such a mutual friendship before. She was so moved that she almost cried. What divine best friend! This was so rare. If she had known that true friendship was supposed to be like this, she wouldn't have let Gu Ran suppress and manipulate her for so long. After they finished eating, he took many photos she had just taken, carefully edited and color-adjusted them, and then took a few more pictures with Gu Mingyue. When he ensured that the tone and appearance were perfect, she finally decided to share it, boldly tagging Gu Mingyue. He tried to downplay her desire to show off several times, but the message she sent was full of boastfulness. Sob, after all, she just couldn't help it. "Thank you, Mingyue, for the recipe you gave me. I love it so much. I will definitely eat it many times every week. It's both satisfying and addictive. I really love it. You understand me so well. Love you forever." Heart emoji. Gu Mingyue's response was much simpler. She took a photo of the stone that he sent her and posted it, tagging he as well. As soon as both Gu Mingyue and he's messages were posted, the likes started to skyrocket. Many people first saw Gu Mingyue's message and were about to exclaim how expensive the gift from her friend was, noting that the stone had a scientific value of at least 200 or 300 million. Just as they expressed their envy for the goddess having such a good friend, many came out from he's message. They then dazedly told everyone that they would rather be the goddess's friend, as the benefits of being her friend were too good. Many people couldn't believe it, wondering how a gift could possibly be more expensive than a stone worth 200 or 300 million. They then personally clicked on he's previous post and experienced the same dazed feeling, not expecting that such public displays of affection existed in the world. The friendship was truly on point, even sending patents as gifts. At this moment, more knowledgeable people began to calculate that Gu Mingyue's patent fee for that grilled fish could accumulate to 200 or 300 million in just a year or two. Not to mention that the patent duration is forever. Oh my gosh, are there really friends like this in the world? Why do my friends only hold me back and always want to mooch off me for meals? Wow. Have you learned to cook already? That's amazing. A little bit, but I can't compare to Mingyue. Damn, you guys are showing off sneakily. Everyone is too strong. Only my friends and I are useless together. Right? Don't be afraid. Welcome to our dream team. In real life, we don't have friends like this, but we have them in our dreams. Chapter 346. Xiaoqi disappears after he finished her meal. She returned to her dormitory in a very happy mood, as she had things to do in the afternoon and needed to adjust her state early. Yes, eating delicious food every day is very joyful, but there are still important matters to attend to. Gu Mingyue also continued her training and rest as usual, but when she woke up the next morning, she felt something was off. Xiaoqi, who had always been considerate and kept her company, seemed to have vanished. Gu Mingyue recalled that the last time Xiaoqi upgraded with fire silicon, there was a period of closed-door cultivation, so perhaps the update was too substantial, causing Xiaoqi to fall into slumber. However, Gu Mingyue couldn't shake the feeling that this time was different. Her heart was filled with a sense of unease, as if something significant was about to happen. This feeling of unrest lasted a full day and night, during which she occasionally glanced at her light brain, hoping Xiaoqi would return to greet her once the upgrade was complete. But things seemed amiss. A day and a half passed, and her light brain remained silent, as if Xiaoqi had never existed. Gu Mingyue tapped the light brain, which still displayed upgrading. Her anxiety peaked. Even if Xiaoqi was upgrading for such a long time, she should have left her a message in the meantime. This didn't seem right. Gu Mingyue immediately took a leave of absence from school. She asked her teacher, Mr. Wu, to help her find a professor who specialized in light brains. After checking, the professor confirmed that there was no artificial intelligence present in the machine anymore. Gu Mingyue's pupils widened in shock. How could this happen? Where was Xiaoqi? Xiaoqi had accompanied her through her toughest times, helping her gradually escape from the garbage star. Although Gu Mingyue understood that, despite how human-like the light brain appeared, it was still just artificial intelligence. Her feelings for Xiaoqi were real, especially since Xiaoqi had previously shared so much with her. Gu Mingyue had come to see Xiaoqi as family. But now, with her family suddenly gone without a trace, how could she not be devastated? However, Gu Mingyue steadied herself and spoke to the expert in artificial intelligence and light brains, saying, "Could you please lend me the related documents on the upgrade? I would like to study them, hoping to gather some information." The teacher nodded without hesitation, copying the relevant materials for Gu Mingyue, and looked at her with sympathy, saying, "I know you may not believe it, but many light brains, especially the core ones produced decades ago, are not particularly stable. It's very possible that they completely collapsed and disappeared during the upgrade process due to flaws caused by qualitative changes." The teacher's words were the truth. There were indeed many cases like this. After all, light brains produced over a decade ago had many flaws, both in software and hardware. And these flaws could not be improved even today. Once they existed, they could only barely operate until they were scrapped. The teacher suggested, "Perhaps you should just buy a new one. There's no point in using this old one." It was mainly because many people didn't know that a brand new model could be bought for just a few thousand new coins, and its performance would be vastly superior. Even with the teacher's persuasion, Gu Mingyue firmly believed she would bring Xiaoqi back. She wouldn't let Xiaoqi vanish alone into the vast sea of data. Gu Mingyue cherished her light brain, which had a slightly worn exterior, bearing the marks of time after years of wear and tear. She often smiled politely at her teacher before returning to her dorm with a thick theoretical knowledge that could be deadly if materialized. This theoretical knowledge could be described as vast as the ocean. In fact, a student specializing in this field would need at least 7 to 8 years to fully digest and understand it well enough to write an outstanding thesis. Gu Mingyue was not a professional in this field, so she would need even more time. However, thanks to her exceptionally high mental power, she could quickly sort out the internal logical structure of the relevant theoretical knowledge and acquire this knowledge. What Gu Mingyue was doing now was this very task, which was much more difficult than her previous learning and understanding, as it was a field she had never participated in before. Previously, Gu Mingyue preferred to strengthen her body and combat skills directly. Now, she had to invest more energy and time to perfect her entire knowledge system in this more technology-oriented content. Nevertheless, after concentrating fully, this process only took her a day and a night. However, while this task seemed simple, it actually consumed a lot of her energy. From the moment Gu Mingyue obtained the textbooks, she returned to her room. She set her status to Do Not Disturb and plunged into the ocean of unseen editing and study. Communication channels had many special symbols, each with specific meanings. And for the first few hours, Gu Mingyue was completely at a loss. But a woman with 3 S-level mental powers never gives up. After a full day and night, Gu Mingyue's eyes had turned red. Countless mathematical and physical symbols danced in her mind, and during this period, she barely had time to drink a few nutrient liquids, let alone enjoy her meals. However, hard work pays off. As long as you put in the effort, there will be rewards. Especially for someone with extremely high mental power, as long as she is determined, the entire universe will assist her. From not understanding to slightly grasping, and finally being able to thoroughly comprehend strange papers. Gu Mingyue was finally ready to start her next plan. During this time, she occasionally glanced at her light brain, but it remained quiet with no response. Xiaoqi's existence felt like a fleeting dream. Yet, this urgency drastically improved Gu Mingyue's efficiency. Her brain operated like a supercomputer, constantly calculating and deducing. Gu Mingyue opened her light brain, adjusted the virtual keyboard, and her fingers danced across the virtual keys, moving so quickly that they were almost invisible. What Gu Mingyue was doing was tracing back to where the remaining data from Xiaoqi had gone. Perhaps she could find the entire story behind it. However, this was a very difficult task. Even though Gu Mingyue was incredibly strong and had nearly mastered this direction, finding usable data among a multitude of information within just a few days and following a data chain that even industry experts had abandoned was nearly impossible. Naturally, Gu Mingyue could not easily give up, But accomplishing this task was not something that could be smoothly done by mere determination. After nearly locking herself away for a week, Gu Mingyue had only managed to grasp a few data sources, but these sources disappeared during the tracking process. For an entire week, Gu Mingyue had not eaten a single bite of food, locking herself in her room. A tremendous sense of defeat engulfed her, and she began to confront a possibility she had been avoiding. She might lose Xiao Qi completely, the artificial intelligence friend who had accompanied her for many years. Gu Mingyue had managed to keep smiling for so long, but she finally couldn't hold on any longer. She threw herself onto the bed, feeling utterly vacant, but within seconds, she curled up again. What should she do? The impending situation was something she did not want to face. What about Xiao Qi? Would Xiao Qi really disappear completely like this? Countless questions felt like heavy hammers, clanging against her heart, making it ache and sour. Gu Mingyue whispered to herself, "If one tea happen, Xiao Qi will be fine." But as she spoke, tears began to fall. Each tear was as large as a pearl. At that moment, a special ringtone sounded, one that Gu Mingyue had designed specifically for Xiantao. The ringtone signified that it was time for Gu Mingyue to check on Xiantao in the underground world. Even though Gu Mingyue was on the verge of breaking down, she knew she could not accept losing again. She would continue to search for Xiao Qi. However, what was happening to Xiantao was equally important. If she didn't go in the next few days, Xiantao would be very worried and would suffer from dark energy distress. After a long time of emptying her mind, Gu Mingyue finally gathered her emotions and managed to wear a smile that was only slightly different from usual. But this smile, upon closer inspection, was filled with bitterness and anxiety about the unknown. After placing an order online, Gu Mingyue finally opened the door. Upon stepping out, she was met with He's worried gaze. The little girl's eyes were red and swollen with tears, and the moment she saw Gu Mingyue, big drops of tears fell down her cheeks. Gu Mingyue raised her hand and ruffled the girl's hair, asking, "Why are you crying?" "Look, I'm perfectly fine." "What? You miss me after just a few days?" He angrily wiped her tears and then pulled out her virtual mirror. In a pitiful, tearful voice, she said, "Just take a look at your face. You look so haggard. What have you been doing these 7 days? How could you let yourself get like this?" Gu Mingyue had been struggling so much these past few days that she hadn't even had time to look in the mirror. So she didn't realize how haggard she looked. However, when the virtual mirror was activated, even she was taken aback. The girl in the mirror had an unhealthy pallor, as if she hadn't eaten or slept properly for days. More seriously, there were heavy dark circles under her eyes, resembling large bags. Gu Mingyue, who had always been full of energy before, now looked like she was gravely ill. She knew she didn't look good and forced a smile to brush it off. "Oh, it's nothing. I just haven't been sleeping well. Once I get enough rest, I'll recover my energy and appetite. It's not a big deal, don't worry." Even a kindergarten girl wouldn't be fooled by that. Naturally, he didn't believe her, but she had no choice. She didn't know what difficulties Gu Mingyue was facing. In He's heart, Gu Mingyue had always been a mysterious and powerful presence, seemingly unfazed by anything. But now, this same person looked so haggard that it made He wonder if the world was coming to an end. He didn't know what to say, so she bit her lower lip tightly, staring at Gu Mingyue with unwavering eyes, revealing a hint of stubbornness. Gu Mingyue could not stand such a gaze. She knew what was good for her and understood He's good intentions. However, Gu Mingyue had her own mission and people she needed to save. So, she smiled brightly, revealing the only truly radiant smile from the past 7 days. "Really, it's nothing serious. Don't worry, as long as I can resolve everything, I'll be back to normal. It's not a big problem. Just give a month or two." He firmly grasped Gu Mingyue's hand, her gaze resolute. "Okay, I believe you. You must come back healthy. I'll be waiting for you." The warmth and tenderness radiating from their clasped hands warmed Gu Mingyue's heart. She returned to smile and then bid farewell to He, hastily heading towards the underground world. Chapter 347, Finding a Way. Gu Mingyue arrived in the underground world about an hour later than the time previously agreed upon with Xiantao. By the time she got there, she was even slightly sweating, looking a bit fragile yet delicate. She wore a somewhat formal smile on her face. The first thing Xiantao said upon seeing her was, "Mingyue, if you don't want to smile, you don't have to. It's okay. You don't need to pretend in front of me. The man, dressed in a long black robe with wide sleeves, was half sitting on an ancient sacrificial altar, wearing an expression of deep compassion, as if he were a deity that had existed since ancient times. Most of his abilities had been used to control energy, so his hair had gradually returned to black, and he had no more power to explore the outside world. His relationship with this small world had reached a fragile balance. However, even so, he could immediately see that something was off with Gu Mingyue. This discomfort was almost visible to the naked eye. From her, he sensed a deep sadness and despair that hadn't even existed at the end of her previous life. Xiantiao had not actively sought to meet Gu Mingyue for a long time, but now he particularly wanted to hold her in his arms. However, he restrained himself and merely extended his long, bony hand, indicating for her to take hold of it. Gu Mingyue had been holding on by herself for too long. Each day of the past 7 days felt like being in hell, with no peace at all. She had to constantly question herself in her heart. If she had given that fire silicon to Shao Qi, would he not have upgraded? And would these issues not have arisen? But there are no ifs in this world, nor is there a remedy for regrets. What happened has happened, and now the only thing to do is remedy it, not to complain or blame herself, as that would be meaningless. Moreover, complaining and blaming are the most exhausting things for the soul. Gu Mingyue gathered her spirits and placed her palm on Xiantiao's hand. One must say that the man's hand felt as if it had been sculpted from jade. It had a slightly warm touch, akin to the finest Hitian jade. Almost at the moment of skin contact, Gu Mingyue felt as if she had gained a lot of strength from his handshake. The prolonged pressure had made her feel a pang in her heart, a sense of grievance rising continuously within her. At that moment, Xiantiao coldly said, "If you feel uncomfortable, just cry." Just this one sentence, delivered without any particular tone, was enough to make Gu Mingyue burst into tears. Initially, she cried quietly, but soon she began to sob, sharing her current problems with Xiantiao. She didn't expect any help from him, but just saying it made her feel much better. After crying for a while, Gu Mingyue felt she had finally released all her emotions and shyly took out a tissue from her space to wipe her tear-streaked face. Feeling Gu Mingyue wanting to withdraw her hand, Xiantiao instead placed his hand on her light brain, which had previously belonged to Shao Qi. He grasped the light brain, and an ancient, naturally beautiful pattern filled with a strong, mysterious aura appeared on the back of his hand where it touched the device. After just a few seconds, Xiantiao's expression revealed slight strain, though it was almost fleeting. Gu Mingyue didn't even notice. When Xiantiao opened his eyes again, his green irises had turned dark, like the color of a deep abyss in hell. Another dark divine persona of his awakened, which only appeared when his main divine persona could not suppress dark energy, just like now. Gu Mingyue looked at his changed eye color and asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Do you need any help?" This dark persona, which gathered Xiantiao's darker side, could share all memories with the main divine persona. Thus, he remembered what had just happened and what the main persona intended to do. However, this version of Xiantiao had a somewhat worse temperament, enjoying teasing others and relishing seeing Gu Mingyue in a fluster. Of course, this persona was also filled with jealousy. The once green-haired Xiantiao, resembling eternal unmelting ice, had now transformed into a very flamboyant and arrogant person. He playfully lifted Gu Mingyue's chin, gently wiping away her tears with his fingertips, then licking them off his tongue. The action was unremarkable, yet carried an alluring aura. Is this artificial intelligence so important to you? Is it worth crying over like this? You know, I might get jealous. Gu Mingyue's eyes widened, as she hadn't expected him to say such a thing. But the next moment, everything that happened made this persona of Xiantiao widen his eyes in surprise. Gu Mingyue pressed her hand against the back of his head, pulling him close, then opened her bloodless lips and fiercely bit down on his. The pain gradually spread from his lips. Once flamboyant and unruly, he now felt like a stone, unsure what to say or how to move. Gu Mingyue, however, disregarded everything, as if venting her inner fury, ravaging his lips without restraint. To an outsider, it might have seemed that Gu Mingyue initiated the kiss. After nearly a minute, she reluctantly released him, and, at that moment, Xiantao's previously pale lips were stained with a hint of crimson, with visible bite marks. His face flickered between red and white. Gu Mingyue asked, "Are you still jealous now? I would only do this to you. Xiaoqi is like family to me, like a younger brother." Xiantiao, regaining his composure, sat up straight, resembling a modest woman who had just been slightly teased. He spoke in a steady tone, devoid of any fluctuations. "I just detected the presence of Xiaoqi. He seems to be in the upper left area nearby." Gu Mingyue's eyes sparkled with joy. She could hardly believe that the pain she had endured for so long was resolved so easily by him. Chapter 348 Reunion. Of course, Xiantao could only provide such a vague answer because his abilities had not fully recovered yet. However, even this vague answer was enough to put Gu Mingyue's mind at ease. What Gu Mingyue had been worried about was that Xiaoqi had completely disappeared at this moment, but since Xiantao could still sense Xiaoqi's presence, it meant that things had not reached the worst point yet, and everything could still be resolved. Gu Mingyue felt like she had been pulled out of water, cold sweat pooling in her palms. As Xiantao watched the gloom in Gu Mingyue's eyes dissipate little by little, he felt his mood lift as well. The dark persona of Xiantao was not an easy person to talk to at this moment, nor was he someone who could easily feel positive emotions. Yet he was simply happy because Gu Mingyue was happy. This novel experience was something Xiantao had never felt before. However, it must be said that this feeling was not bad. But Xiantao was very reserved. No, to be precise, he was a very composed person. Even in his master personality, he always maintained a stoic demeanor and never expressed his true feelings. Yet he happened to encounter Gu Mingyue, who enjoyed teasing others. So when Xuantao's face turned cold, ready to express his displeasure, Gu Mingyue quickly kissed him on the lips, a kiss that held no romantic meaning but simply expressed her gratitude. With that kiss, Xuantao's earlobes, as white as jade, flushed with a hint of embarrassed red. Gu Mingyue was in a great mood now and ignored the conflicted Xiantao beside her. She opened a space and took out countless vegetables, preparing to cook a nice meal before continuing her search for Xiaoqi. Gu Mingyue hadn't eaten in a long time, and it wasn't suitable to eat anything too greasy now. That simply wouldn't do. However, there was one vegetable dish that, although vegetarian, was incredibly delicious and not inferior to meat dishes. It was a delicacy made from a special type of mushroom, and the aroma that emerged after simple cooking was hundreds of times stronger than that of meat, making it impossible to stop eating. Moreover, it only required the simplest seasoning of salt and pepper, without even needing oyster sauce, yet it was already enough to make one feel like their tongue was being tantalized. Gu Mingyue didn't just make this one dish. She also quickly prepared several buns filled with pure natural ingredients that carried the essence of summer, mixing various wild vegetables with tender tofu to make the filling. The outer bun skin was made from flour that had undergone 2 rounds of fermentation, and once steamed, it would exude an incredible sweetness. Finally, as the main source of protein for the day, Gu Mingyue fried 2 eggs, with the oil used coming from frying the mushrooms, infusing the egg mixture with that special deliciousness. Knowing that Xiaoqi was still around put Gu Mingyue in a great mood, and she called Xiantao over to eat. As she needed to continue searching for Xiaoqi after the meal, she couldn't leave Xiaoqi alone outside. Xiantao had previously been indifferent about whether he could leave this place, but at that moment, he truly wished he could go out with Mingyue the very next second. The outside world was filled with so many different people. What if one day Mingyue no longer liked him? He would still be trapped here. Xuantao's thoughts had already made several rounds in his mind. Gu Mingyue didn't notice, as if a deity wanted to hide their emotions. Even she wouldn't be able to discern it. Gu Mingyue placed the dishes on the small dining table in front of them. The vegetarian buns were of 2 types, one made with fermented dough and the other with scalded dough. The scalded dough allowed one to see the filling inside, while the fermented dough was filled with a rich wheat fragrance. Gu Mingyue devoured her portion like a whirlwind. At this moment, Xiantao hadn't even finished tasting his portion of mushrooms when he saw Gu Mingyue impatiently stand up and prepare to search for Xiaoqi. Naturally, he felt a bit disappointed, but that small disappointment was quickly soothed by Gu Mingyue's actions. Before leaving, Gu Mingyue seriously said to him, "I am willing to give you a promise and hope you can believe me. The most important person to me in this world is you." Xiantao stared at Gu Mingyue and nodded. His hair was still black at this moment, giving him a somewhat enchanting appearance. However, it must be said that such a stunning beauty, when gazing intently at someone, was indeed very captivating. Only Gu Mingyue, with her strong self-control, could remain calm enough to search for Shao-Chi at this moment. When Gu Mingyue left, she was mentally prepared and opened her map. She glanced at the area where Shao-Chi might exist and suddenly realized an issue. This entire area belonged to the royal territory. Gu Mingyue's eyes deepened. Her first reaction was to wonder if the royal family knew of Shao-Chi's existence and had captured him for research. It should be known that in some countries on Earth in her past life, perverse scientists were very keen on finding all special existences and locking them in laboratories for inhumane scientific research. Gu Mingyue's biggest worry was exactly this. She feared that Shao-Chi would be subjected to some special influence. But since there was even the slightest possibility, she had to try her best to explore. Gu Mingyue silently told Shao-Chi in her heart to hold on. Instead of recklessly sneaking into the palace, she applied to the palace's steward, using her unique identity as a shop owner to prepare a meal for the emperor and empress in person. The palace replied very quickly, even expressing surprise and welcome in their words. Gu Mingyue didn't have time to analyze it in detail. She quickly prepared the list of ingredients she needed and sent it to the steward. She didn't want to wait even a moment. They agreed to give Gu Mingyue 2 hours the next day for her to complete this audience. Gu Mingyue took 30 minutes to enter the palace and began the preliminary preparation of the food. Today, she was going to make a seafood hot pot. After Shao-Chi got his virtual body, seafood became his favorite food, and all kinds of seafood were his top delicacies. Gu Mingyue thought that perhaps this way, she could sense Shao-Chi's spiritual fluctuations. When the agreed time arrived, Gu Mingyue was led by the palace's person in charge to the main banquet hall, which was remote yet magnificent, exuding the royal grandeur everywhere. A closer look would reveal that the gems adorning it were of a kind that could never be obtained from millions outside. At this moment, the emperor and empress were already there, and their expressions toward Gu Mingyue carried an inexplicable warmth. Gu Mingyue's first reaction was that she must have misread the situation. But the subsequent behavior of the emperor and empress left her even more bewildered, to the point where she suspected she had come to the wrong place. However, although Gu Mingyue was confused, the emperor and empress were clear in their hearts. Their son had recently returned to his own body and was no longer a rootless soul drifting in data. Much of the credit for this could be attributed to Gu Mingyue, if it weren't for her presence. Shao-Chi would not know how long he would have to drift outside. The emperor and empress were not trying to hide anything from Gu Mingyue. It was simply that although Shao-Chi had returned to her body, she had not yet awakened. They did not know how long this process would last. And rather than telling Gu Mingyue and letting her experience false hope, it was better to wait until everything was settled and Shao-Chi woke up on her own. This led to the current situation, where Gu Mingyue was grinding her teeth while preparing food, while the emperor and empress looked at her with joy in their hearts and eyes. After all, she was the savior of their son. Gu Mingyue, harboring her own concerns, was particularly generous with the ingredients, as if she wanted to release the pent-up emotions within her. A large amount of garlic was minced, half of which was fried until golden, while the other half was mixed into the base sauce. The leftover hot pot base was combined with oyster sauce and doubanjiang, creating an intense and spicy aroma. Gu Mingyue remained expressionless, but the few servants nearby were already struggling to hold back their sneezes. The fragrance was even more powerful than that coming through a virtual video, with a greater sense of reality. The emperor and empress, sitting above, couldn't help but pay more attention. Their gaze shifted from Gu Mingyue to the large pot in front of her, where the sizzling aroma seemed almost tangible. Once the ingredients were nearly cooked, Gu Mingyue poured in the seafood she had just prepared. The large pot was truly abundant, filled with crabs with golden shells and various clawed lobsters. Gu Mingyue simply cut the lobsters in half to allow them to absorb the flavors better. And there were also tender clams and shells. In addition to these mouth-watering seafood items, there were chunks of corn and potatoes. One sweet and the other very good at soaking up the broth, turning a bright red. The various flavors and textures blended together perfectly. Gu Mingyue divided the food into 2 large plates and placed them in front of the emperor and empress, then handed them plastic gloves. Generally, in the royal court, even when dining, Utensils must be made of gold, and something as cheap as plastic gloves would never appear. However, today, Gu Mingyue had prepared food that was best eaten with one's hands. Although the emperor and empress were particular, they were not fussy. They understood that such food was naturally more delicious when eaten personally, so they politely declined the butler's offer to help with peeling. Just as the emperor and empress were putting on the gloves, someone suddenly walked out from behind the side hall. Gu Mingyue initially did not pay attention, as she was busy tidying up her pots and bowls. Mingyue, a very soft and hoarse voice emerged. Gu Mingyue's first reaction was to think that she had not rested well lately, leading to auditory hallucinations. Otherwise, why did this voice sound so much like Shao Qi's? But with an emotional twist? It wasn't until the voice called out again that Gu Mingyue turned around in disbelief and saw a frail, pale boy. He shyly smiled and waved at Gu Mingyue. The emperor and empress, sitting above, were also shocked to the point of tears, realizing their son had awakened. The empress, disregarding her dignity, lifted her skirt and rushed down, pulling Shao Qi into an embrace. "Child." Shao Qi tentatively hugged his mother, then tilted his head and gave Gu Mingyue a shy smile. Gu Mingyue also smiled back, finally showing her first genuine smile in days. It turned out Shao Qi had not vanished. He had just changed forms of existence. The emperor was also astonished, but he managed to suppress his identity and quickly got a chair for Shao Qi. At this moment, the empress regained her composure, wiping her tears with one hand while tightly holding Shao Qi with the other, and she grabbed Gu Mingyue's hand. "Good child, we were afraid to say anything before. Worried he would take a while to awaken. We didn't expect that as soon as you enter the palace, Shao Qi would wake up." Not only had the empress not anticipated this, but even Gu Mingyue herself had not thought of it. At this moment, the three reunited individuals were filled with hope, and Shao Qi, having released the tension, looked at Gu Mingyue and his parents with puppy-like eyes and asked, "Can I eat now? It smells so good. I never had any desire when I smelled things before, but now I really want to try it." While this sounded perfectly normal to him, those listening found it pitiful. Especially Gu Mingyue, who remembered the days spent with Shao Qi, during which he could only watch her eat. Even when it came to flavors he was familiar with, he couldn't truly enjoy them, as he was only able to understand what taste was through data. However, the feast laid out today was not particularly suitable for someone like Shao Qi, who had just recovered from a long illness. Gu Mingyue believed that when recovering from illness, one should start with something gentle for the stomach, like plain rice porridge or millet porridge. Suddenly serving such spicy and fragrant dishes made her a bit worried about Shao Qi's digestion. But unexpectedly, the doctor responsible for Shao Qi's health hurriedly rushed out behind him. He first bowed to the emperor and empress, then stated that while the young prince appeared delicate at the moment, his body had become exceptionally resilient due to years of nurturing. Not only could he handle spicy food, but he could even run out and fight star beasts without being at a disadvantage. Chapter 349, Conclusion. After hearing the professionals' opinions, Gu Mingyue finally felt relieved and prepared a small plate of seafood for Shao Qi, of course, with more corn and a bit less meat. Once the emperor and empress were at ease, they encouraged their son to sit with Gu Mingyue instead of keeping him away. Shao Qi had been interpreting for so long. Although his body had been functioning, he was now feeling quite hungry. He picked up a crab leg that had half of its shell removed and took a big bite. The fresh and juicy flavor, along with the delightful texture, was intoxicating, and Shao Qi's eyes widened in surprise. Previously, he had only existed as data, so he couldn't empathize with Gu Mingyue's enjoyment while tasting food. But now, he finally understood why Mingyue had been so happy. Gu Mingyue was also delighted to see Shao Qi's astonished expression. This pot of seafood didn't only contain crabs. There were also firm and meaty lobsters, whose claws were so succulent that they could practically knock out a person's teeth. Additionally, the corn was exceptionally delicious, and the potatoes could melt in your mouth with just a gentle bite. Everyone enjoyed the meal thoroughly, and after eating, they began discussing serious matters. Shao Qi, now fully awake, was no longer just a simple test subject, but rather the little prince of this country. He had responsibilities to bear and tasks to undertake. Shao Qi was well aware of this, so he couldn't cling to Gu Mingyue any longer. He had been asleep for so many years. which was equivalent to stealing a lot of time that could have been spent with Mingyue. However, he couldn't be so willful anymore. After waking up, he briefly reviewed the royal archives and realized how troubled the situation was, both internally and externally. Externally, there were countless star beasts and insect races eyeing them, while internally, many issues regarding dark energy remained unresolved, not to mention the complex entanglements of powerful families. All of these were burdens he had to shoulder. He certainly didn't want his problems to become Mingyue's problems. She was free and had her own things to do. Gu Mingyue had already understood from their brief encounter that their bond might never return to its previous depth. However, the feelings that had once existed were beautiful and could be cherished for a lifetime. Gu Mingyue was not someone who would force things. Her previous urgency was merely to ensure Xiao Qi was well. Now that he was safe and had even regained his body, she had no more worries. After dinner, the emperor and empress stayed for a short time, chatted with them, and then left to attend to their own affairs, leaving Xiao Qi and Gu Mingyue sitting across from each other. Gu Mingyue looked at Xiao Qi and casually recounted what had happened after he got lost, and then briefly shared her future plans, stating that she might focus on researching how to eliminate dark energy throughout the galaxy. In that conversation, just the two of them. If there had been a third party present and heard Gu Mingyue's future plans, they would likely think it was an overreach to tackle the dark energy of the entire galaxy, which was no small feat. But Xiao Qi understood Gu Mingyue. He knew that once she made a decision, she would never change it and would surely accomplish it. At that moment, Xiao Qi suddenly had an idea. It seemed he could still provide help to Gu Mingyue in this matter, and it could even be mutually beneficial. He possessed knowledge of the latest high-tech advancements, while Mingyue had theories on dark energy purification that were not scientifically grounded. If they joined forces, it was very likely they could achieve this goal. With that thought in mind, Xiao Qi fell silent for a moment, then lowered his head before looking up at Gu Mingyue with his big, dog-like eyes and asked a question that poked at his own heart. "Is it for that man?" Gu Mingyue was momentarily stunned, then smiled and nodded. A small smile tugged at the corners of Xiao Qi's mouth, and he said seriously to Gu Mingyue, "Mingyue, I wish you eternal happiness in the future. I will do my best to help you with this matter, and I hope we can solve it soon, just like when I was your partner." Xiao Qi blinked his eyes and pitifully asked, "I will always be your best friend and closest family, right?" Gu Mingyue firmly nodded. Yes. Xiao Qi was her most important friend in this world. The two had been partners for so many years that they understood each other without needing words. With just a glance, Xiao Qi could comprehend what Gu Mingyue was thinking, and Gu Mingyue also knew that Xiao Qi would never do anything to harm her. After establishing a plan to work together, the next step was to break down the goal into countless small, actionable targets for each day. After discussing matters, Gu Mingyue and Xiao Qi set a time for their next meeting and then parted ways to return to their respective underground locations. At this moment, Xian Tao's hair had slowly returned to its dark green color. He looked at Gu Mingyue, walking in with light footsteps, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. Had he really found her? Was she about to leave? Xian Tao calmly awaited the final ultimatum. What he didn't expect was that what he received was not an ultimatum, but the news that Xiao Qi and Gu Mingyue were working hard to find a way to eliminate dark energy. As long as the dark energy was reduced to 50% of this world, he could regain most of his freedom. Xian Tao's eyelashes fluttered. He could hardly believe what he had heard. Is this true? Gu Mingyue smiled and nodded in response to his disbelieving gaze. She took Xian Tao's hand. "You brought me to this world, and I will return you a measure of freedom. The galaxy is brilliant. Wherever you are, there's home."